40-year-old Ethan saved a rare animal before he died. After his death, he was astonished to find himself reborn in his senior year of high school in 2003. Even more incredibly, an 18-year-old personality, small Ethan, appeared within his body. The two shared a body and their consciousnesses were interconnected, a sincere young man and a veteran with memories of 22 years into the future. The desk before him was both familiar and strange, piled high with textbooks, test papers, and an English dictionary. On the teacher's desk, Mr. Zhang, the senior high school homeroom teacher, was writing the 4 large characters, Yang Tower inscription. Ethan's mind was a mess. Looking at the Chinese test paper on the desk, he muttered to himself, "Shouldn't I be spending my 40th birthday alone in my dorm? Drunk? Is this a dream?" The next second, he suddenly realized, wasn't this a senior high school classroom? 2003. He had been reborn. Ethan tried to stand up by supporting himself on the table, but his left hand wouldn't obey him and touched the Dragon Ball manga tucked under the test paper. He shoved it back abruptly, nearly knocking over the ink bottle. A familiar, childish voice echoed in his mind. "My hand. Why won't it obey me? Am I possessed?" He jolted, looking down at the reflection on the table, which revealed a young face that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Fair skin, the gray hair gone, and all the forehead wrinkles gone. The voice rang out again. "Get off me." Ethan felt as if he had lost his balance, bouncing from the chair into the aisle. My 18-year-old self lay face down on the table, terrified, muttering to himself, "Oh no, I'm having sleep paralysis in broad daylight." Teacher Zhang's voice suddenly rang out. "Ethan, are you daydreaming in class again? Recite the next line after 'be the first to worry about the world,' and then translate 'not elated by external gains, nor saddened by personal losses.'" The whole class stared at him. His face turned bright red, and he moved his lips for a long time but couldn't say a word. Ethan was anxious and silently said, "Don't panic. Repeat after me." Small Ethan spoke clearly. "The next line is to rejoice after the world rejoices," meaning not to be elated or saddened by external things or personal gains or losses. Teacher Zhang pushed up his glasses, surprised yet certain. "Good. Sit down and pay attention in class." Small Ethan slumped back in his chair, his back soaked with sweat, his mind screaming. "Who are you? Where are you hiding?" Ethan took a deep breath and slowly said, "I am you from 2025, you at 40 years old. What just happened was a struggle for control of our bodies." Young Ethan asked doubtfully, "Me from 2025? Where's the evidence?" Ethan's lips curled slightly. On the top left shelf, page 40 of The Sorrows of Young Werther, there's a photo of Li Ying from the sports meet tucked inside. Little Ethan paused for a few seconds, his voice trembling. "Ew. You're really me from the future? Then what will I be like in the future?" The bell rang, and Teacher Zhang walked out of the classroom with her lesson plan. Her best friend Zhozha came over and said, "Let's go to an internet cafe for the night. I have 20 yuan." Little Ethan nodded subconsciously, but in his mind, he cried out, "Don't go. There's a joint exam tomorrow. You'll get arrested." Little Ethan was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "I'm not going. I'll go home and study." As he boarded the bus home, Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. "I don't know how long this will last, but let me get to the point. This June, whatever you do, don't go to Qianzhou with your parents." Little Ethan asked nervously, "Why?" Ethan said in a deep voice, "If you go, something terrible will happen to your family." He recalled the fire at the Qianzhou guest house 20 years ago, his parents wrapped in bandages, the house charred, and the scars on his face that he could never erase. After getting off the bus, familiar streets, stalls, and a 6-story old building in the distance came into view, and Ethan's eyes welled up with tears. Little Ethan took out his keys to open the door, and his mother, Pan Honqin, called out, "You're back? Wash your hands quickly. I made some pork rib soup. You need to eat some for the joint exam tomorrow." Ethan's breath hitched, and looking at the soft-boiled egg in his mother's hand, tears couldn't help but fall. Little Ethan rushed over and whined, "Mom, I love soft-boiled eggs the most." Pan Honqin rubbed his head. "Eat them and then work hard. You'll definitely get into university." Ethan stood to the side, looking at the Doraemon comics, the Ronaldo poster, and the exercise book with his name on it on the bedside table, everything just as he remembered. He looked at his 18-year-old self's serious profile and smiled softly. Thankfully, it's not too late. Gazing at the moon outside the window, Ethan silently prayed, Dad, Mom, and me at 18. This time we must change our fate. Little Ethan sat at his desk, his eyes sparkling, and couldn't help but ask, Old Ethan, tell me about the future. Ethan sighed, looking at small Ethan's expectant eyes, and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In his previous life, his life was a tragedy. A fire took his parents' lives, he broke his leg, and was disfigured. He wandered the provincial capital for many years without success, and finally returned to his hometown to sell his parents' old house, and survived for 20 years by doing odd jobs. There are some things I have to tell you. Old Ethan said seriously. Next month, the compensation for the demolition of Grandpa's old house will come through, and Mom will get 150,000 yuan. Don't lend it to your uncle. Small Ethan asked in confusion. Why? Didn't he say he'd treat us to a big meal last time? Old Ethan's voice deepened. He wanted to borrow the money to pay off his gambling debts. He's disappeared without a trace now that he's gone. My aunt and cousin are going to have a hard time. Small Ethan nodded silently, knowing that his uncle loved to gamble. Old Ethan continued. After the college entrance exam, you'll go to university in the provincial capital. You need to find a way to get your parents to buy an apartment in the city center. Small Ethan was surprised. Buy an apartment? Your family has that much money. The demolition compensation plus savings are enough to buy a small apartment. Housing prices will skyrocket, then drop after 2020. Sell any excess investment properties as soon as possible. Small Ethan nodded, then asked curiously, Which university am I going to? With your grades, it'll only be a junior college. Old Ethan told the truth. Small Ethan asked again, What about Liang? Old Ethan glanced at him. This girl was Small Ethan's white moonlight, the girl he had secretly loved for 3 years. She went to the provincial capital, to Yangtze University. You know your grades. Old Ethan didn't reveal more, changing the subject. Greece will pull off a major upset in next year's European Championship. Italy will also win the 2006 World Cup. Small Ethan stood up in shock. Greece can win the championship too? Old Ethan laughed. Whether you can make money from this depends on the opportunity. If you buy gold in 2008, it will triple in value by 2025. As for Guizhou Matai stock, buy as much as you can, and you're guaranteed to make a profit. Small Ethan quickly took out his notebook and wrote earnestly. Old Ethan, you're amazing. Will you be rich in the future? As long as you don't do anything stupid, you definitely will. Old Ethan's voice was full of expectation. In this life, he would help Small Ethan realize his dream and give his parents a good life. A voice called from outside the door. Go to sleep early. You have an exam tomorrow. Small Ethan quickly hid his notebook and crawled into bed, saying, Old Ethan, don't go. See you tomorrow. The bed was large, but it looked awkward with 2 selves lying together. Old Ethan lay down, wondering, would he return to his original world after falling asleep? Was this a dream or a rebirth? He remembered cleaning the funeral home last night and seeing a hedgehog lying on its back on the road. The cleaning lady said hedgehogs could pass through chariot and horse gates, a feng shui term, so he gently ran over it. In his dream, a girl in a white dress appeared. Thank you for your help, sir. I'm repaying you with a stroke of good fortune. Old Ethan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind wide awake. He went to the balcony. The moon was high in the sky, and the air was cool. He reached into his pockets and found that his cigarettes, lighter, cell phone, and bicycle keys were all gone. Everything in the world was gone. Dejected, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. How beautiful this world is, how fresh the air is. Repeating this several times, his fatigue lessened noticeably. Luckily, no one heard him, or the neighbors would have been driven crazy. The next day, sunlight shone on Ethan's face, and he felt light as a feather, walking with incredible ease. Pan Hongxin knocked on the door and called out, Son, get up quickly, it's 6:30. Small Ethan lazily replied, Okay. Ethan looked at the rolling Small Ethan, shook his head helplessly, and lay down in the same position as Small Ethan. After a tingling sensation, he was able to control his body smoothly. Small Ethan said groggily, You're still here. Let me try Mom's cooking again. Ethan's voice was gentle, though he wasn't hungry. After breakfast, he washed up, looked at his clean and youthful face in the mirror, and smiled narcissistically. What a handsome young man. Sitting at the dinner table, tasting the noodles and soft-boiled eggs my mother cooked, a long-lost feeling of happiness welled up inside me. Seeing the light brown scars on my mother's hands, my eyes welled up with tears. Son, why are your eyes red? Pan Hanchin asked with concern. Ethan rubbed his eyes and lied. I stayed up too late doing my test paper last night. His mother instructed, take your eye drops, take them slowly. The bus is in 15 minutes. You'll make it. He nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and went downstairs. Today is the first day of the second round of citywide joint exams. Chinese in the morning, math in the afternoon. He chose the last seat in the very back row, just as he remembered. The bus slowly pulled towards the school. Less than an hour before the exam, many senior high school students were reviewing at the entrance. Small Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. My goodness, we're already at school. Ethan replied, wow, you can really sleep. Good luck on the exam. The bell rang, signaling the start of the mock Chinese exam. Ethan returned to small Ethan's side, watching him diligently answer the questions. Chinese was the only subject he wouldn't fail. Getting half a point in the other subjects was already considered exceptional. An hour passed, and he tried to overlap with the proctor, but there was no response. Ethan could touch the podium and see the pages of the book, but he couldn't touch anything else. He glanced at the girls in the exam room. Their clothes weren't see-through, and he couldn't help but laugh. Small Ethan is stumped by a problem, a classical Chinese translation question. Ethan, sharing a memory, smiles slightly and follows his heart. A moment later, small Ethan felt a tremor run through him. Old Ethan, you know how to do this problem. Seeing himself frantically writing the answer, small Ethan realized that old Ethan was using his body to answer. I didn't know then, Ethan replied calmly. Little Ethan sighed, and now? Ethan neatly corrected his answers on the answer sheet, erasing his previous mistakes. Why are you erasing my answer sheet again? Small Ethan exclaimed impatiently. It's better to rely on yourself than others. If you know the answer, you can write it correctly. Ethan replied calmly. I mean, I didn't know either back then, old Ethan said mysteriously. But I memorized all the questions from those joint entrance exams before the college entrance exam, and I still remember the answers. Small Ethan exclaimed excitedly. Ah, you're cheating. Old Ethan nearly lost control of himself. Stop fooling around, or I'll forget the questions. I need to focus on some of them. Old Ethan said impatiently. Small Ethan burst into tears of joy, shouting in his mind. Old Ethan, you're amazing. You're not just old Ethan, you're my godfather. Old Ethan activated his cheat code, quickly correcting answers on the answer sheet and the exam paper. The proctor slowly approached, and the two nervously lowered their heads. Calm down. Don't panic. Old Ethan urged small Ethan in his mind, his heart pounding. The proctor paused for a moment, then slowly left. Both breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Old Ethan finished correcting most of the questions, except for the essay, based on his memory. You can write your essay in the remaining hour. Okay, don't worry, Godfather. Small Ethan took over and started writing seriously. This time, he performed exceptionally well, achieving his highest score in 3 years, 52 points. During a break between exams, old Ethan wandered around the exam hall, and a familiar face flashed through his mind. He went into the next exam hall and saw Zhou, his only close friend from high school, and was filled with emotion. For 3 years, Zhou was practically inseparable from him, skipping classes, playing soccer, playing video games, and watching girls together. Zhou's grades were average, but his family was well off. With his father's support, he just barely got into a university in the provincial capital and went on to work in management at a state-owned enterprise after graduation. After Ethan's family suffered misfortune, only Zhou silently cared for him. Years later, upon hearing that Zhou was experiencing setbacks in his marriage and career, old Ethan secretly vowed to help him in this lifetime. Approaching Zhou's exam paper, a complete mess, he shook his head. Working hard is not as reliable as having a powerful father. But in his heart, he knew that being able to have a complete family again was priceless. Looking up, in the last row of the exam hall by the window, A ray of sunlight fell on the girl's profile. Her skin was fair, her features soft, her short hair neatly trimmed to her neck, and she occasionally bit her lip lightly, looking clean and refreshing. Old Ethan's mind flooded with memories. Lee Sahan, a classmate from junior high, and from the same high school in a different class. She sent him birthday cards every year, occasionally brought him snacks, watched him play soccer, and their classmates teased them, saying they looked like a young couple. After the college entrance exam, she confessed her feelings, but small Ethan, who only liked Li Ying at the time, rejected her carelessly. Lee Sahan later went abroad to study and never contacted him again. Old Ethan thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity with her, but he also knew her family background was extraordinary. Her father had seized the real estate opportunity, and within a decade or so, his fortune had reached hundreds of millions. Rumor had it that she had remained unmarried. If I want a good future, I need to make money first, old Ethan mused. He tried to get closer to the girl, but touched an insurmountable boundary, like hitting a transparent membrane. Lee Sahan raised her head and stretched her neck, her gaze sweeping over the direction where old Ethan was stuck, her brows furrowing slightly, but she didn't notice, and continued writing her test paper. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 11:15, 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Old Ethan returned to the exam room and watched small Ethan finish writing the last sentence of his essay, preparing to check it. "Godfather, you're back?" Small Ethan felt a tingling sensation as old Ethan returned to his young body. "Oh dear, you're calling me old. But at my age, it's not inappropriate for me to be your father." Old Ethan thought to himself, "It's better to take advantage of something than let an outsider benefit from it. In that case, I'll lend you a hand again." He corrected the answers to 2 more multiple-choice questions. "My grades improved, my ranking improved, my parents trusted me more, and buying a house became easier," old Ethan thought. At 40, he had a broader perspective and understood how society would function in the future. Even graduating from a top university doesn't guarantee an easy job. The exam bell rang, and small Ethan got up, rubbing his aching wrists. Just as he stepped out of the exam room, Zhozha hooked his arm around his neck from behind. "Ethan, what did you write for that classical Chinese translation?" Small Ethan said seriously. It should be Pei Ju was able to speak frankly and remonstrate in court, refusing to obey face to face. "If you break his leg, your dad will probably break it." Zhozha glared at him. "Damn, your answer sounds plausible. How come I didn't think of that?" "Nonsense. I was reading the Ziji Tongjian last night." Small Ethan made up again. "Don't be ridiculous, Ziji Tongjian. I'd believe you if you said Jean Ping Mei." Zhozha rolled his eyes at him. Small Ethan hooked his arm around Zhozha's neck and whispered, "Don't tarnish my glorious image." "Haha. Li Ying went to the cafeteria a long time ago. What are you panicking for?" Zhozha saw through his thoughts immediately. The two put their arms around each other's necks and staggered towards the cafeteria. Old Ethan watched from the side, wanting to join in and relive his lost youth. During the math exam, old Ethan helped much less. A high score in Chinese is easy to explain, but a perfect score in math and science subjects on the first try seems too abrupt. It needs to be improved gradually to look natural. Small Ethan spent half an hour scratching his head at the last 2 big questions, just randomly writing down formulas. When he handed in his paper, his palms were sweaty. "Godfather, is my math going to be a disaster?" Old Ethan calmly replied, "No, my Chinese score is dragging me down, and I'll make sure I pass the other 3. Getting a perfect score all at once would be too abrupt and hard to explain." After 2 days of 4 joint exams, high school students who live nearby are not required to stay at school, and old Ethan finally has the opportunity to have a good talk with small Ethan. Small Ethan asks about the future, and old Ethan is open to answering all his questions, but he remains tight-lipped about his romantic experiences. A few days later, old Ethan became familiar with his soul state, took deep breaths in the moonlight, and his senses became so sharp that he could detect the veins of grass 10 meters away and whispers upstairs. 3 days after the joint exam, the study room was quiet. Zhang Li, the class monitor, rushed in. "The results are out. I got 632, 7th in the class. Li Ying got first place with 670. Ethan got 539 and 139 in Chinese. tied for first place. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Then surprised, suspicious, and mocking glances swept over small Ethan. Zhongli said sarcastically, "Ethan, you got 139 in Chinese. You must have brought cheat sheets, right?" Zhozha exploded on the spot. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't my brother finally figure it out?" Small Ethan grabbed him and retorted, "You got 632. Are you afraid I'll surpass you?" Zhongli sneered. "TCH, with your level? If you can surpass me next time, I'll lick your shoes." The bet between the top student and the underachiever instantly ignited the entire class. Teacher Zhang walked into the classroom, and it immediately fell silent. She stared at small Ethan for 3 seconds. "Ethan, come to my office." In the office, Teacher Zhang pointed at the test paper. "Only 3 people in the whole grade got full marks, and you're one of them. You even wrote out all the scoring points." Her eyes seemed to ask, "Did you cheat?" According to old Ethan's explanation, small Ethan said, "I hired a tutor after the new year to cram for Chinese lessons." Teacher Zhang raised an eyebrow. "A tutor?" "My dad's friend's son, who got into the Chinese department of Yangtze University." Small Ethan remained expressionless. Teacher Zhang clearly didn't believe him and flipped to the classical Chinese question. "Translate it now." Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat, and old Ethan calmly reminded him in his mind, "Stay calm. I can see the answer." He read fluently. Sun Xueo, the Prime Minister of Chu, upheld integrity to the death, but now his wife and children are poor and have to carry firewood to make a living. Such an official is not worth being. Teacher Zhang pushed up her glasses, surprised, and then coughed. "Good. Your Chinese has improved significantly this time. More than 200 places higher than the last joint exam. You barely passed the other subjects. Keep up the good work. Don't be arrogant." Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief and left the office like a thief. At the end of the corridor, Li Ying, holding her workbook, smiled slightly. "Ethan, your Chinese has improved so much. Do you have any study methods?" Small Ethan's cheeks flushed, while old Ethan jumped up and down in frustration. "Tell me about tutoring. And also, ask if we're going to the library this weekend." Small Ethan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Just more reading." Li Ying smiled and turned to leave. Small Ethan banged his head against the wall in frustration, while old Ethan sighed. "Where did your momentum go when you were confronting Zhang Li? Look at you, all chickened out." Old Ethan watched Li Ying's departing figure and silently thought, "Her figure is truly amazing." As soon as small Ethan walked home from school, his mother, Pan Hongqin, grabbed him. "Son, you've made something of yourself." She had just heard his grades from her colleagues. Fu Jiangwo also rushed out. "I was worried you wouldn't get into university. Good genes, as long as you work hard, you might get into a top-tier university." Pan Hongqin rolled her eyes at him. "It's all because you're so busy with work. If you had kept a closer eye on him, he would definitely have gotten into Yangtze University." At the dinner table, his mother placed a large piece of braised pork on her plate. "After the college entrance exam, take us to Qianzhou for a trip." Small Ethan blurted out, "Don't go to Qianzhou. Zhozha's dad said there are frequent torrential rains and landslides there. It's all over the news." Small Ethan then changed the subject. "Mom and Dad, I want to go to a university in the provincial capital and work there after graduation. I'll also look at houses. I guess prices will go up." Fu Jiangwo frowned. "Why are you suddenly concerned about housing prices?" Small Ethan continued. "Zhozha's family bought a house in the provincial capital, and it's gone up by 500 or 600 compared to last year. Their parents regret not buying it sooner." Pan Hongqin frowned. "Houses in the provincial capital are too expensive. My uncle wants to borrow money to start a coal trading business. The profits are high, and we can get half of it." Small Ethan panicked. "We can't lend it." He knew that his uncle borrowed money to pay off gambling debts, and in the end, he lost all his money and abandoned his family. Small Ethan continued, "Uncle is definitely eyeing Grandpa's demolition compensation money." Fu Jiangwo asked doubtfully, "You know about this too?" Small Ethan forced a smile and said, "I overheard Mom and Uncle talking on the phone a couple of days ago. According to the will, Mom would receive 40% and Uncle 60%. Old Ethan reminded small Ethan that this money shouldn't be lent out, otherwise Uncle would repeat the same mistake. Fu Jiangwo pondered for a moment and said to Pan Hongqin, Tell them you want to buy a house for your child, and also explain that you're short on money and it's reasonable not to borrow any. Small Ethan proposed a bet. If I get into Yangtze University, you'll buy me a house near the campus. If I don't, you won't, okay? Pan Hongqin replied without hesitation. No problem, as long as I can get into a good university. Fu Jiangwo nodded as well. Small Ethan felt relieved and mentally high-fived old Ethan. Godfather, it's a done deal. Old Ethan smiled and sighed, his eyes slightly moist. In his previous life, his parents worried endlessly about his grades. In this life, they could finally eat with smiles. 3 years later, school district housing would be built next to Yangtze University, doubling its value, a surefire investment. After dinner, small Ethan sat at his desk. Godfather, how about we try betting on the Champions League quarterfinals this week? Bet. Old Ethan's voice was firm and resolute. With food in hand, one has no fear. With money in one's pocket, life has light. Small Ethan flattered. Godfather, what a philosophy of life. Old Ethan, relying on his age, replied. Of course, I understand this principle far better than you. Excitedly, small Ethan used the 500 yuan Zhozha had saved to bet on Manchester United winning the Champions League. 500 yuan, all for Manchester United to win. Old Ethan was certain. Small Ethan was puzzled. Manchester United lost 1-3 in the last game. Old Ethan comforted him. Ronaldo scored a hat-trick at Old Trafford. Manchester United will win by 4 this time. Small Ethan obediently bought the tickets, calculated that he would make a net profit of 2,500 yuan and pay back the 500 yuan that Zhozha had borrowed. My godfather has such a good memory. This set of numbers is different from the ones I always play. This time we're sure to win. Small Ethan exclaimed excitedly. Old Ethan scoffed. Remember what? I just gave you random numbers. As he walked out of the lottery shop, he bumped into Zhang Li, who mocked. You buy lottery tickets? You might as well burn your money. Small Ethan retorted. I'll burn you extra later. At 4:50 a.m., old Ethan took a deep breath on the balcony and keenly noticed small Ethan quietly turning on the TV. Seeing Manchester United beat Real Madrid 4-3, small Ethan clenched his fist and let out a long sigh of relief. He happily went back to his room, turned on the light, and started memorizing vocabulary. The stressful day was finally over. After school, small Ethan rushed to the lottery shop to claim his prize, overjoyed with 300 yuan bills in his hand. Looking back at the shop, a red banner read, Our lottery players have won 5 first prizes in the sports lottery 6+1, with a total prize of 176,010 yuan. Small Ethan stared at the banner, his hand trembled, and $3,000 spilled onto the ground. He squatted down to pick up the money, carefully catching the floating lottery ticket, and found that the numbers were completely identical except for the last special number. Old Ethan stared blankly at the winning numbers. I bought lottery tickets for over 10 years in my past life, and the most I ever won was $20. Is this some kind of fate? Small Ethan lamented. Godfather, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Just one digit off, and 25 million became 176,000. Small Ethan calmly said, Be content. Getting rich overnight isn't always a good thing. Fortune can be a double-edged sword. He mentally calculated that this money was enough for his initial investment. As the two were chatting in their minds, Zhang Li walked over and, seeing the cash in small Ethan's hand, turned ashen-faced. Zhozha leaned closer, and small Ethan readily handed him 500 yuan, plus an extra 2,000. Consider it a share of the profits. Enough to buy a second-generation PS console. After you buy it, I'll come to your house and play Pro Evolution Soccer. Zhozha was stunned. You really won? This much? Small Ethan boasted. Follow me, and I'll treat you to chicken legs every meal. Zhozha patted him on the back. Ethan, I'll cover your internet tonight. Small Ethan got on the bus, leaving Zhang Li in a daze. Zhozha stared at the banner and sighed inwardly. Damn, did this guy win the lottery? The next day at noon, small Ethan asked teacher Zhang for half a day of sick leave, saying that he had an upset stomach. In the last month before the college entrance exam, the teachers were more relaxed and didn't ask many questions. Small Ethan nervously walked into the lottery center, where the staff checked his lottery ticket. A total of 5 first prizes, each worth 35,202 yuan, for a total of 176,010 yuan. After filling out forms, making copies, and deducting 20% tax, he actually received 140,808 yuan. When a staff member handed him a charity donation initiative form, small Ethan waved his hand and refused. When his photo was taken for documentation, he wore a cartoon Sun Wukong mask. The accountant handed over the passbook, showing a balance of 140,808 yuan. Small Ethan, palms sweating, stood under the shade of a tree, clutching the passbook, and exclaimed, "So this is what 170,000 yuan looks like." Old Ethan smiled. "That's just the beginning. You'll see zeros added to the end of numbers later." He was thrilled. In his past life, he cleaned toilets and couldn't even afford 30 yuan worth of cigarettes. Now, with 170,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt a great sense of security. Small Ethan deposited the money into his bank card and stuffed it into his pocket. "Godfather, I won't have to worry about money anymore." Old Ethan thought to himself, "This amount of money isn't enough. I need to find a way to multiply it several times over, but I need to focus on my studies before the college entrance exam." On Saturday, small Ethan went to the mall with the bank card and bought a fully automatic washing machine and non-slip shoes. He also bought his father a new desk lamp and a cervical pillow, all at old Ethan's instruction. In the evening, Mom used the new washing machine for the first time. The couple studied it for a long time before turning it on. Mom sighed. "Our son has grown up and knows how to be filial." Dad used the new desk lamp to revise his drawings, and even the sound of his pen scratching the paper was light and cheerful. As May arrives, with less than a month until the college entrance examination, everyone is fully focused on preparing, studying early in the morning and late at night, practicing problems and formulas. Old Ethan uses memory fragments to help small Ethan identify exam question types, which small Ethan then practices diligently. Meanwhile, some question types are taught to Zhozha. By taking deep breaths under the moonlight every day, old Ethan's senses were further enhanced. He could see ants 15 meters away and hear teachers talking in 2 classrooms. He could reach 30 meters away from small Ethan's body, and his physical abilities were enhanced when possessing it. He could run 100 meters in under 12 seconds, with significant improvements in strength and precision. On the day of morning exercises, Ethan deliberately arrived late. He came to the teaching building alone, secretly placed the imported chocolate he had bought the night before on Lee Sahan's desk, covered it with an exercise paper, and ran back to the classroom in a flash. When Lee Sahan returned to class, she saw the chocolate and a note. "Thank you for treating me to drinks before. This is for you." Her ears turned red, and she immediately stuffed it into her bag. The next day, after small Ethan and Zhozha finished their chicken leg rice and returned to the classroom, their favorite orange soda was on the corner of the table, with a little smiley face drawn on the white bottle cap. Li Ying took the initiative to discuss Chinese questions with him, and small Ethan was excited, as if he could see a picture of the future and his white moonlight. During evening self-study, Zhang Li passed by and sneered. "You think you're all that just because you won a little money in the lottery? You didn't beat me in the joint entrance exam, so remember to call me Daddy." Small Ethan raised his eyes and sneered. "If you can still stand and talk after the joint entrance exam, I'm a dog." Old Ethan, through small Ethan's mouth, slowly said, "The road ahead is long. Don't be too arrogant. Life is unpredictable, and who will be the most successful?" Li Ying, who was sitting in front of him, heard this, turned around with interest to look at his hands doing practice problems, her lips slightly curved, and then she turned back. The countdown in the upper right corner of the blackboard was glaringly red. 23 days until the National College entrance examination, 1 day until the joint entrance examination. Small Ethan said as he walked, "Godfather, it's all up to you today." Old Ethan cautioned, "Rely on yourself. If you master the question types I found for you, you'll be fine. Who knows? I might disappear at any time." Small Ethan immediately feigned dejection. "No, Godfather. I don't want to be a thief's father." Old Ethan calmly said, "You made the bet yourself, so don't blame me if you lose. Don't worry, I've helped you practice similar questions, just get familiar with them." Old Ethan sighed. "It's best to rely on yourself if you can. Trusting others too much will only lead to losses." Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Looking back in 3 years, it won't be a big deal. Small Ethan excitedly praised, Godfather, you're awesome. You must have been a philosopher or thinker before. Old Ethan couldn't help but shout, Stop! Don't be so awkward praising yourself. Passing by Lee Sahan's exam room, small Ethan smiled at her, and she shyly lowered her head. In the next exam room, Li Ying looked up and met small Ethan's gaze, nodding slightly. Small Ethan was overjoyed, practically floating on air. Godfather, is Li Ying getting more and more interested in me? Small Ethan asked, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. You're such a fangirl. Old Ethan rolled his eyes. Just then, Zhongli bumped into small Ethan. Don't be nervous. It's not shameful to call me dad if you fail the test. Small Ethan completely ignored him. Old Ethan sneered in his mind. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate a young person with a low score. Zhozha patted him on the shoulder. Go, Ethan. If you beat that little brat, I'll treat you to 3 big chicken drumsticks. Small Ethan said smugly. Thanks for your kind words. Have you mastered the key points and practice tests I gave you a while ago? Zhozha replied awkwardly, So. Some questions were too difficult, so I had to memorize them. Small Ethan said confidently. It's good that you can remember them. I've been very accurate in predicting questions lately. The Chinese exam began, with small Ethan working through familiar questions first. In the last half hour, he and old Ethan tackled the more challenging problems, checking and correcting their work. Old Ethan kept track of the scores, ensuring a steady, non-exaggerated improvement. On the last math problem, small Ethan smiled. Old Ethan had him practice similar questions the night before, and he finished in 5 minutes. He also correctly identified all the tricky words in the English closed test. After some practice, small Ethan and old Ethan worked together seamlessly, with old Ethan checking their work as they wrote, making them extremely efficient. Compared to the last joint exam, this one was more difficult, leaving the others scratching their heads in frustration, and Zhongli frequently checking his watch. In each exam, small Ethan finished his paper almost 20 minutes early, leaning back in his chair and twirling his pen. 3 days later, during evening self-study, Zhongli entered the classroom with a flushed face. Everyone chattered and surrounded him, but he kept his head down, reading without saying a word. A classmate ran out and rushed into the classroom. I went to the teacher and checked the scores. The top 5 in the class haven't changed. Li Ying is first with 652 points. Ethan is 11th, with a total score of 589. The whole class erupted in cheers. In 2 exams, small Ethan jumped from outside the top 50 to the top 10, while Zhongli ranked 12th. With a total score of 585, small Ethan scored 1 point higher than Zhongli in every subject, completely humiliating him. Small Ethan was stunned. Godfather, this is too amazing. Old Ethan sneered. That's how you have to do it. Kill him by destroying his spirit. Small Ethan silently gave a thumbs up. The classmates chattered amongst themselves. Ethan, can I borrow your reference books lately? Zhozha patted him on the shoulder. Ethan, you're amazing. Not a single point more or less. I'm impressed. Zhongli walked over, clenching his fist. Small Ethan laughed first. A bet's a bet. No need for you to lick my shoes. Losing is undignified. Don't overestimate yourself next time. The surroundings burst into laughter, and Zhongli gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After the results were announced, Zhozha's total score increased by more than 60 points, moving him from 50th to the top 40, making him a hot topic in the class. Old Ethan looked at him with satisfaction. Perhaps Zhozha could also get into a good university on his own. When small Ethan came home, Pan Hongqin heard about his grades and wiped away her tears, saying, I knew my son had made something of himself. The next morning at breakfast, Fu Jiangwo said, Your uncle called again to borrow money for the demolition compensation, but I refused. I want to buy you a house in the provincial capital to settle down. After breakfast, small Ethan went to school as usual and bumped into Li Sahan in the hallway. She was holding a booklet and quickly handed it to him. Jay Chow's limited edition octave space. I know you like it. The note read, Congratulations, you've made great progress. Their fingertips touched, and they recoiled as if electrocuted. Old Ethan called out. Ask her if she's going to the Xinhua bookstore to buy reference books this weekend? Small Ethan, thanks, and I'll let you hear the sound quality. During break, Li Ying approached Small Ethan. Can I borrow your math test? I'm missing steps on the last problem. Small Ethan pulled out the test and handed it to her. She was stunned when she saw the steps. You even thought of something so easy to overlook? Li Ying looked up, her eyes showing appreciation for the first time. Ethan, you seem to have really changed. During evening self-study, Small Ethan looked in the mirror, while old Ethan reminded himself in his mind, focus your energy in your dantian. Prepare for the final hurdle of high school. The countdown on the blackboard read, 9 days until the college entrance exam. Senior high school students are entering their final sprint, not only practicing problems, but also adjusting their physical and mental state. After dinner, Small Ethan returned to the classroom to work on the solution to the challenging math problem given to him by old Ethan. Zhozha rushed over, grabbing Small Ethan's arm. Emergency. Zhao Peng from class 9 next door is so arrogant. He wants to beat us by 30 points. Small Ethan shouted, slow down. Don't disturb my studies unless there's a stunning beauty. Zhozha explained, just to make up the numbers. There aren't many tall people in our class, and our center Chin Chao isn't here yet. You'll have to grab more rebounds. Zhao Peng, wearing a purple jersey, stood in the center circle. The 190 centimeters tall starting forward for the school team was muscular and exuded a commanding presence. Ethan's class had a significant height difference. Zhou Zhe, at 179 centimeters, was the tallest. Su Jun, at 172 centimeters, was a steady dribbler, and the other two were 177 centimeters. Ethan was unexpectedly the tallest in the class. Zhao Peng scoffed, looking for a soccer prodigy to play basketball? You think you can even touch the backboard? Zhozha retorted angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Try to beat us by 30 points. Zhao Peng won the jump ball decisively and quickly drove to the basket. Small Ethan jumped to block the ball, but he wasn't tall enough, and the ball went straight into the basket. Zhao Peng waved and flexed his muscles. Zhozha encouraged him. Don't be discouraged. Let's score first. In the first half, Small Ethan was constantly under pressure, barely managing to score through fast breaks, and he could only serve as a passing hub. During the game, Small Ethan called out to old Ethan several times, but there was no response. He didn't know that old Ethan was sitting on the sidelines, looking at Li Sahan with a furrowed brow. During halftime, Zhao Peng looked at Small Ethan's rest area, pressed his thumb down, and contemptuously conveyed, "Is that all?" Zhozha retorted angrily, "This is intolerable." Small Ethan pulled him back, saying, "The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Let's not cause trouble. Let's fight back in the second half." The other three looked at Small Ethan as if he were an idiot, which embarrassed him. Old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. "Pass me the ball. Everyone, I'll shoot." I deliberately didn't shoot in the first half. My touch felt really good. Trust me, old Ethan declared firmly. Zhozha instructed his teammates. "Pass it to him. I've been inexplicably trusting you lately." Zhao Peng scoffed. Him? We'd win even if we gave him a 10-point lead. The second half began. Zhozha passed the ball to Su Jun, who dribbled across half court, faked out one player, and then passed it to Zhozha at the top of the arc. Zhozha made a second pass to Ethan near the baseline. Zhao Peng shouted, "Let him shoot. Get ready to grab the rebound." Old Ethan adjusted his senses, leaped, flicked his wrist, and the ball swished through the net, a three-pointer. The entire arena fell silent briefly, then burst into laughter. Zhao Peng scoffed, "It's just a lucky guess." Small Ethan rolled his eyes in his mind. "Godfather, you're awesome. Let him see precision guidance again." After exchanging possession, Class 9 launched an attack. Zhao Peng dribbled closely, attempting a turnaround fadeaway jump shot, but old Ethan decisively blocked it, and the ball fell into Zhozha's hands. Zhozha leaped high, and the basketball flew towards the front court like a cannonball. Ethan caught the ball steadily, jumped from beyond the three-point line and shot, the ball swishing through the net. The whole stadium cheered. Old Ethan ran back to half court. Zhozha and others surrounded him. "Ethan, you've been hiding your skills. You fooled me." Old Ethan smiled. "It's just a matter of practice." 9. Class attacked again. The mid-range shot bounced off. The backboard flew to the right. Old Ethan jumped from the spot, half a head taller than everyone else, and easily passed it to his teammates on the outside. Zhao Peng was surprised. Do you usually train your legs so hard when you play football? After a few rounds, OLD Ethan hit 3 points in a row, and the students watching went from laughing to exclaiming, "When did he become so accurate?" Lee Sahan held an orange soda in her hand and stared at Ethan. The score was 28-23. OLD Ethan scored 15 points, and Class 9 was only leading by 5 points with less than 5 minutes left. Zhao Peng attempted a dunk, but old Ethan stole the ball and calmly drained a three-pointer, tying the game at 28-28. Old Ethan raised his chin. "You said I could only get 5 points? Now I have 20, and I'll keep going." With 30 seconds left, Zhozha stole the ball and lobbed it high to Ethan. Ethan strode straight to the basket, leaped into the air, and slammed the ball down hard. With a loud crash, the backboard shook, the net flipped, and the entire arena erupted in screams. The game ended with a score of 28-30, and Ethan became the center of attention. Zhozha and his teammates frantically surrounded him, but he just smiled calmly. Small Ethan thought to himself, "Godfather, this is what a dunk feels like." "It's amazing," old Ethan replied casually. "Piece of cake." The onlookers murmured, "He's so tall. How can he dunk? His jumping ability and speed are incredible. His three-pointers are so accurate, like he's using a scope." Zhao Peng said angrily, "Don't let me see you again next time." Small Ethan waved his hand. "I don't like coming to the basketball court. I'm more comfortable playing soccer. Next time you come to the soccer field, try my tiger shot." Zhao Peng slunk away. Lee Sahan handed him an orange soda. "Your shooting is really accurate." Small Ethan blushed, looked around, and found that Li Ying had already left. He said softly, "Just a coincidence. Maybe she was in good form today." Old Ethan was jumping up and down in his mind. "You coward. Couldn't you have taken the opportunity to teach her how to shoot? You're so stupid." Time flies, and tomorrow is the college entrance examination. This morning, Ms. Zhang walked into the classroom carrying a stack of admission tickets and 3 boxes of cooling balm. "You can bring them to the exam room. Apply some if you feel sleepy." After distributing the admission tickets and balm, she patiently explained exam techniques and strategies for dealing with difficult questions, reminding everyone to bring their stationery and admission tickets. This is the final battle of high school. Everyone can only give it their all. In the afternoon, small Ethan scouted the exam venue beforehand and leisurely left the school. Old Ethan didn't force him to do practice questions, but instead spent the half-day before the college entrance exam with him. As they walked, small Ethan asked, "Godfather, do you think I can get into Yangtze University?" Old Ethan confidently replied, "As long as you don't get nervous and memorize these question types, you're almost guaranteed to get in." Small Ethan frowned. "But the closer it gets, the more nervous I get." Old Ethan comforted him. "That's normal. It will make your life experience more complete." As the two chatted on their way home, a sudden shout came from the alley. "No, don't touch me." Old Ethan instantly became alert. "Lee Sahan." Small Ethan froze, realizing that old Ethan had taken over his body, and at the same time heard a commotion in the alley. Several men threatened Lee Sahan. "If you don't pay, we'll sell you to pay off our debts." Old Ethan acted swiftly, grabbing a brick and smashing it against the man holding Lee Sahan, shattering it with a crack. He blocked the stick with his left hand and kicked hard with his right, sending the two flying. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed the still shaken Lee Sahan, hoisted her onto his back, and ran. At top speed, before the four could react, they had already rushed into the residential area and hid in a storage room. The two remained silent. Lee Sahan anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. I'll ruin your life." Old Ethan feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing." Lee Sahan threw herself into his arms, her forehead pressed against his chest, tears soaking her school uniform, her hands gripping his back tightly. Old Ethan froze, first feeling the fragrance of her hair and her warm breath, slightly dazed. Small Ethan's mind went blank. This was the first time they had been so close to a girl. Old Ethan hesitated for half a second, then slowly touched her trembling back, gently soothing her with his palm. "It's okay. It's all over." Lee Sahan cried even harder, her hair brushing against old Ethan's chin. He could only try to maintain his posture and soothe her little by little. Old Ethan recalled the regrets he shared with Lee Sahan in his past life, how they were separated by death. Now, reborn, he vowed to make up for the regrets of his youth and ensure he had no regrets. Lee Sahan cried in old Ethan's arms for a long time, her clothes soaked with tears. Old Ethan's back ached, the earlier excitement replaced by a soreness. Lee Sahan raised her tear-filled face, tears clinging to her eyelashes, her nose red and rosy, her sobs pitiful. A tear slid down her chin and dripped onto old Ethan's arm. He froze, his heart racing. Lee Sahan explained softly, "Godfather, thank you. They are my dad's construction workers. Dad hasn't received some money recently and hasn't paid his wages, so they came to me." Seeing the red marks on old Ethan's arm, tears welled up in her eyes again. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Old Ethan looked down at his arm. The pain had almost disappeared. He wondered if it was due to his body being strengthened or the wound healing quickly. He smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing, just a little red. It won't affect your exam at all." Lee Sahan worried about the aftereffects. "If there are any aftereffects, you'll have to take responsibility." Old Ethan smiled and agreed, and she nodded firmly. "Yes, I'll take responsibility." The air froze slightly. Old Ethan looked at her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Small Ethan, who had just regained consciousness, fainted again, and the atmosphere became ambiguous and awkward. The bicycle bell rang, and he took Lee Sahan's hand, saying as they walked, "Don't get caught, or you'll be unlucky enough to be a thief." Lee Sahan lowered her head shyly and followed behind him. After leaving the residential area, old Ethan accompanied her to the bus stop, reminding her, "Have your mom drive you around these exam days, and be careful. Tell your parents about today, but don't make it too serious." Lee Sahan nodded obediently. Okay. Mom has the next 2 days off and will drive me around." Old Ethan smiled. "Get some rest, do well on the exam tomorrow, and try to get a good grade." She tiptoed, lightly touched old Ethan's nose with her forehead, lightly touched his cheek with her lips, then turned and ran away, her footsteps hurried and chaotic on the steps. Old Ethan touched his cheek, his heart racing as he savored the brief warmth. Small Ethan thought to himself, "Godfather, how can you remain unmoved?" Old Ethan laughed. "Unmoved, my foot. I've lived 20 years longer than you. This little thing is nothing." Small Ethan exposed him. "Godfather, you're lying." Old Ethan was speechless. The 2003 National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, arrived as scheduled. Old Ethan was well aware of the difficulty of the math exam, with the provincial average score being only 68. To prepare for the challenging questions, he had Small Ethan practice similar problem types beforehand. Although nervous before the exam, once inside the exam hall and facing the familiar questions, he quickly got into the zone and answered the math paper with ease. Outside the exam hall, there was a chorus of weeping. The top students looked dejected. Small Ethan secretly rejoiced that he had been mentally prepared. Over 2 days and 4 exams, Small Ethan completed them entirely independently, leaving old Ethan in awe of his progress. At 5 p.m. on June 8th, the bell rang for the final exam, causing an instant stir in the exam hall as everyone released their pent-up emotions. This grueling exam, which they had endured for 3 years, was finally over. The post-exam relaxation was genuine and thorough. There were no more alarm clocks to wake up early to memorize vocabulary, nor the need to stay up all night studying practice papers. Small Ethan and Zhozha spent 2 days at an internet cafe, then went home and slept for 2 days straight. Meanwhile, Small Ethan got Li Ying's registered QQ account, happily added her as a friend, and changed his profile picture to a matching cartoon image. Old Ethan watched from the side, muttering, "Is this what couple profile pictures are?" Small Ethan chatted excitedly online, and Li Ying replied with a few words, Okay, yes." Old Ethan urged, "It's vacation time. Let's go see a movie." Small Ethan nervously typed for 10 minutes, finally agreeing to go to the movies the next morning. After Li Ying agreed, Small Ethan excitedly danced around, exclaiming, "Godfather, I'm in love." Old Ethan scoffed, "Nonsense, this is just the stench of love." The next morning, Small Ethan got up early. This was his first officially arranged date with Li Ying. Despite barely sleeping the night before, he was radiant. He rummaged through the closet and found an old light blue t-shirt, beige joggers, and white Adidas sneakers. In front of the mirror, the boy's bangs fluttered slightly, his face clean and handsome, and he narcissistically praised himself. Handsome. Old Ethan echoed in unison. He chose a middle seat in the last row. It was only 9:30 when he got the ticket, and the movie hadn't started yet, so small Ethan wandered around bored. He saw a lost Rubik's Cube and picked it up to play with. Having never done this before, he tried to solve it by feel, managing only to complete one side. Old Ethan thought to himself, a 3x3 Rubik's Cube needs to be solved layer by layer, starting with the bottom layer. In less than a minute, small Ethan finished easily and exclaimed in surprise, "Godfather, so fast." "OLD," Ethan smiled. "It's just memorizing the formula. The real experts can solve it in a few seconds." Small Ethan's mind wasn't on the Rubik's Cube at all. He was staring at the door waiting for Liang. Old Ethan was idly fiddling with a Rubik's Cube when suddenly, the cube in small Ethan's hand disappeared, reappeared in old Ethan's hand, and then fell onto the table. Small Ethan exclaimed, "Godfather, how did you do that?" Old Ethan was puzzled. "Maybe it's because my senses have been enhanced, allowing me to control objects." The two discovered that by concentrating on an object, they could make it enter a similar space, move it freely, and reappear after losing control. Small Ethan exclaimed excitedly, "Godfather, this is practically a superpower." Old Ethan cautioned, "Keep it low-key, don't let anyone know." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out, and Liang was already standing beside small Ethan, wearing a white dress with fine gray checks, her oval face slightly flushed, her eyes watery, and her white canvas shoes clean. Small Ethan quickly explained, "I just found a Rubik's Cube, and I'm still studying it." At 10:25, small Ethan led Liang through the ticket check and into the theater, where there were only 7 or 8 people scattered around. After finding their seats, the pre-movie advertisements began playing on the big screen. The movie was a romantic comedy called Very Romantic, and small Ethan was full of anticipation for sparks to fly. But reality was harsh. During each funny scene, he secretly watched her reaction, but she always remained expressionless. She barely touched her potato chips and ate very little chocolate. After the movie, small Ethan invited Liang to a Western restaurant, but Liang declined, saying, "My mom's home cooking lunch." Frustrated, small Ethan accompanied her to the bus stop, trying to find topics to talk about her estimated college entrance exam scores and future majors, but Liang gave perfunctory responses. After waving goodbye, she got on the bus and left, leaving small Ethan looking disappointed. Old Ethan mentally added, "You and Liang aren't even close yet. She's picky. You're not good enough for her." Small Ethan sighed and silently turned back, heading to a small shop to eat some fried rice noodles to fill his stomach. Old Ethan comforted him, saying, "Love isn't something you chase or find. True love is a natural and graceful weight in life." As he spoke, they saw Lee Sahan smiling and waving at the movie theater entrance. Small Ethan was stunned. "Godfather, is this what a natural and graceful weight is?" He hurried over. "Why are you here so early? Weren't we supposed to meet at 2 p.m.? Lee Sahan lowered her head shyly. "No one's home to cook, so I came to see a movie first. That way, I can buy tickets and choose seats in advance." Small Ethan was both amused and exasperated. Old Ethan quickly chimed in. "Haven't eaten yet? Come on, let's go to Champs-Élysées. I heard the steak is good." Lunch was exceptionally pleasant. The two chatted about funny things from junior high school. Although Lee Sahan was a woman of few words, she always went along with old Ethan's conversation. After finishing their meal, she insisted on treating everyone, and old Ethan couldn't refuse. Around 2 p.m., the two returned to the cinema, and Lee Sahan took out 2 movie tickets. The cinema was less crowded in the afternoon. When handing over soft drinks, their fingers accidentally touched, and they immediately pulled back, but secretly smiled. At the end of the movie, a killer appeared on screen at a wedding scene. Lee Sahan, startled, grabbed old Ethan's hand, her fingers trembling slightly. Old Ethan steadied her hand, his fingers slipping between hers to firmly clasp hers. Lee Sahan trembled slightly, turning to look at him, her face flushed and her heart pounding. The screen light shone on old Ethan's face. He smiled. but didn't look at her. The darkness of the theater eased the awkwardness, and they simply held hands tightly. After the movie, old Ethan took her to a small restaurant for dinner. Lee Sahan brought up the matter of her father's construction site. The issue had been resolved, and the workers had received their wages. Old Ethan held her hand. "If you ever get into trouble, be sure to come to me. You said you believed nothing could defeat me." Lee Sahan nodded, blushing. During lunch, old Ethan talked about his plans for university in the provincial capital and asked her about hers. She hesitated, lacking confidence in her grades, so he didn't press her and smoothly changed the subject. That evening, he took Lee Sahan home. As soon as she got home, she heard her mother on the phone, looking troubled. Her father sat beside her, frowning, and her aunt's sobs came through the phone. Her uncle's gambling debts could no longer be hidden. The next morning, there was a knock on Ethan's door, and his uncle shouted, "Hongqin, open the door quickly." Small Ethan hurriedly got up and dressed. Old Ethan reminded himself, "Bring your Walkman. Put in a cassette tape to record, just in case." The uncle, accompanied by two heavily tattooed men, squeezed into the house, the air thick with the smell of smoke. "Little sister, lend me 80,000 yuan," Fu Jiangwo said in a low voice. "The money is for Ethan to buy a house." The uncle hurriedly chimed in, "I'll pay it back next week, and we'll still buy a big house." Pan Hongqin burst into tears. "How long are you going to keep lying to me?" Small Ethan calmly asked, "Uncle, last week you said you were borrowing money to pay off loan sharks, and today you're talking about the coal business. Which one is true?" The two men stood up and threatened. "Watch your mouth, kid." Small Ethan picked up the landline and pretended to dial. "Call the police and see if it's a legitimate business or loan sharking." Uncle hurriedly pressed his hand down and slunk away. The door closed. Small Ethan pressed pause, and Fu Jiangwo sighed. The family ultimately scraped together 50,000 yuan from their house purchase money to pay off Aunt's gambling debts. Old Ethan knew this was the best outcome. In his previous life, his uncle had gambled away all his compensation money from the demolition compensation. Now the principal was paid off, and the interest could be used for other purposes. A week passed, and Small Ethan was still chatting with Liang online, always getting turned down with various excuses whenever he asked her out. There's still no news from Lee Sahan. She went to Shanghai and hasn't returned. Small Ethan is bored, so he's been playing games at Zhou's house for a few days. Today is the day the college entrance exam scores are released, and his parents took leave early to come home. The whole family is gathered around the computer, their hands on Small Ethan's shoulders pressing even harder with tension. Small Ethan carefully checked his exam admission ticket number, took a deep breath, and clicked search. The page loaded, the spinning circles making him dizzy. He shouted, "It's out." The screen displayed, Chinese 136, Math 127, English 120, Science 257, total 640. His mother confirmed it was correct, covered her mouth, and went to boil eggs, tears streaming down her face. His father patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad. Our family finally has a college graduate." The aroma of food wafted out, and his father opened a bottle of aged Wuliangya liquor. The family celebrated happily. Fu Jiangwo said, "The first batch cutoff score is 518. You'll definitely get into Yangtze University. The whole family will go to the provincial capital to look at houses this weekend." His mother asked, "What major do you want to apply for?" "Computer science has a high employment rate." The father added, "International trade, e-commerce, and civil engineering are also good." Small Ethan swallowed a large piece of braised pork and firmly replied, "Urban and real estate management." Old Ethan had already discussed it with him. Real estate and the internet had the most potential in the next 20 years, so they should make money first and then talk about other things. His mother worried, "How much of a future can you have in real estate?" Small Ethan looked up firmly. "Mom and Dad, I've made up my mind." Fu Jiangwo nodded slowly. "Okay, Dad supports you." Pan Hongqin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Mom supports you too." Old Ethan was moved to tears. He hadn't made his parents so proud in 40 years. At 7 o'clock that evening, Small Ethan received a call from Zhou. "Ethan, I got 522 points. All thanks to your practice questions." Small Ethan laughed out loud and hung up, happy for his best friend. In the following days, Small Ethan was busy filling out his college applications. listing Yangtze University's Urban and Real Estate Management program as his first choice. Li Ying, who scored 115 in mathematics and 635 overall, also applied to Yangtze University, and the two became alumni. The class farewell dinner was held at a small restaurant near the school. More than 30 people squeezed into 2 private rooms. Some cried, reluctant to part, while others exchanged QQ numbers. Zhozha hugged small Ethan's neck and chugged beer. From now on, we're going to be the top dogs in the provincial capital. Zhang Li, his face flushed from drinking, said, I was so naive before. Small Ethan smiled and clinked glasses, burying the hatchet. Li Ying brought over a Coke and clinked glasses in acknowledgement. After dinner, everyone suggested taking a walk around the track. On the empty track, they talked about their future university life, their voices full of anticipation. Small Ethan lagged behind, his mind filled with thoughts, finally understanding what old Ethan meant by no regrets in youth. Watching Li Ying's retreating figure, he cried out in his heart, Thank you, Godfather. Old Ethan looked at the boy's back and sighed. This is what youth should be like. Yangtze River Province is the economic powerhouse of the eastern coastal region of China, and its capital, Haizhou, has already become a near first-tier city in the country. Small Ethan's hometown, Songshan City, is located in the southwestern inland region, more than 200 kilometers away from Haizhou City, a journey of more than 3 hours by bus. Early Saturday morning, the family of 3, carrying canvas bags, boarded the bus to Haizhou. Along the way, small Ethan was very excited, telling his parents about the Haizhou subway plan and local folk tales. Pan Hongqin laughed and said, It's even more fun than a spring outing when I was a kid. Old Ethan was silent, looking out the window, recalling the scene in his previous life when his family had an accident and he was the only one left to go to school. The memory was vivid and unbearable. More than 3 hours later, the bus pulled into Haizhou East Bus Station. After a quick lunch, the family squeezed onto a bus to Yangtze University. Passing through the city center, Pan Hongqin exclaimed, The provincial capital is so developed. The buildings here are all more upscale than Songshan department store. At 2 p.m., the bus stopped at the Yangtze University stop. Small Ethan jumped out of the car and grabbed his parents' arms. We're here. Fu Jiangwo exclaimed. The university is really impressive, much better than my vocational school. Old Ethan mentally reminded himself, second-hand apartments are old and have no elevators. They'll be even less valuable after the school district rezoning next year. Let's buy Hanlin Garden. There's a subway station next door. Small Ethan nodded. Don't want a second-hand apartment. Fu Jiangwo agreed, and the 3 of them asked for directions as they headed towards the development. Soon, a 2-story European-style building came into view, with the large metal characters Hanlin Garden Sales Office prominently displayed. The lobby was cool, and the saleswoman looked up to see them enter. Small Ethan was wearing an old sports jersey, and his parents looked travel-worn. Old Ethan saw the blonde saleswoman and whispered, From out of town, judging by your appearance, you don't have much money. Huang Fa nudged the girl who was copying documents. Xiaobai, go greet her. Xiaobai smiled and went to greet her. Small Ethan recognized her name tag, sales consultant Shen Yan. She wore a light gray suit skirt, had a slender figure, a chubby face, neat bangs, slightly upturned eyes, pale pink lips, and 2 small tiger teeth peeking out. She was pretty and charming. Shen Yan politely asked, Uncle and Aunt, did you come from Songshan? Fu Jiangwo proudly replied, My son got into Yangtze University, and we're planning to buy a house nearby. Shen Yan nodded slightly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. She then showed them around the area, introducing the buildings, apartment layouts, and details of the model apartment. Despite the sweltering heat, she walked on the cobblestone path, her trousers getting dusty, but she didn't mind. She held an umbrella for Pan Hongqin and bought iced water for everyone. After walking around, she pointed to an apartment on the 3rd floor of Building 7. It has good natural light. From 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., half of the living room gets sunshine. For 2 hours, she patiently explained, her voice becoming hoarse, yet her smile remained unchanged. Old Ethan secretly observed the blonde salesperson, thinking that Xiao Bai was just a pretty face, but Shun Yin's earnest service won over the customer's trust. Fu Jiangwo liked the 85-square-meter apartment on the third floor. Old Ethan mentally reminded him, "The price is right. It'll be easy to resell in the future, and there's enough space for you to live in." Small Ethan and Pan Hanchin agreed. Fu Jiangwo asked Shun Yin, "How much is it after the discount?" Shun Yin checked the price. 264,000 yuan, 30% down payment. Fu Jiangwo interrupted, "Full payment." Shun Yin negotiated for a discount, and after a moment replied, "A 5% discount for one-time payment, rounded down from 1,000 yuan. The final price is exactly 250,000 yuan." Small Ethan clenched his fist excitedly, while old Ethan secretly calculated. With the subway completed by the end of the year and the school district plan released, the price per square meter will rise to 100,000 yuan in 20 years. When signing the contract, Small Ethan realized he didn't have a phone number, and Fu Jiangwo reminded him to go to the service center to get a SIM card. Small Ethan insisted on spending an extra 100 yuan to get a lucky number ending in 8866. Shun Yin handed over her business card. "Contact me anytime if you have any problems before the house is handed over." Fu Jiangwo pointed to Small Ethan. "He can contact you whenever you're in Haizhou." When Shun Yin handed over her business card, her finger touched Small Ethan, and she recoiled as if she had been electrocuted, her ears turning slightly red. The three declined the dinner invitation and left the sales office close to 7 p.m. Fu Jiangwo hummed a song, while Pan Hanchin pulled Small Ethan aside to discuss renovations. Small Ethan was mentally calculating. Shun Yin is about the same age, so we can talk more about real estate in the future. She has first-hand knowledge of the market, and I'll have to ask her for help with my second property purchase. Before the Yangtze River Affiliated High School and the subway plans are announced. Small Ethan kicked at some pebbles on the roadside, touched his business card, and thought to himself, "This trip to Haizhou seems to have yielded more than just a property purchase." That evening, the family found a budget hotel near Yangtze University. The room was small, with 2 single beds squeezed against the window and an old air conditioner humming. Fu Jiangwo and Pan Hanchin slept soundly, but Small Ethan didn't sleep much. He woke up at 5 in the morning and peered out the window at the school gate. Small Ethan sighed to himself. 3 months ago, this university seemed like a fantasy, but now it's right in front of me, yet it doesn't feel real. Old Ethan whispered, "Let's go for a walk around the school." After breakfast, the family of 3 stepped into the school gate. Neat camphor trees lined both sides of the main road, and teaching buildings were scattered about, with a towering library featuring a glass curtain wall. In front of them stood a stone monument inscribed with courage and innovation, with an artificial lake to the south and a playground and basketball court to the north. Small Ethan exclaimed, "This school must be 20 times bigger than Songshan No. 2 Middle School." Pan Hanchin pulled out her notebook and said, "I'll have to buy my son a bicycle for school in the future." Fu Jiangwo sighed. "I've never seen such a big school before." Summer vacation has begun, but the teaching buildings, library, and reading rooms are still full of students, and the strong academic atmosphere fills the family with respect. Fu Jiangwo told Small Ethan, "You must work hard like them, and after graduation, take the postgraduate and doctoral entrance exams. Your parents will support your studies." After spending the morning browsing, they still hadn't finished half of the exhibits. At noon, the 3 of them ate lunch in the cafeteria. Small Ethan, with his mouth full, mumbled, "It's delicious." Old Ethan laughed and said, "After you eat like this for 2 months, you'll miss your mother's cooking." After lunch, the family went to the downtown electronics market to buy a mobile phone. Small Ethan went straight to the Nokia counter and chose a Nokia 7650, a slider phone with a color screen, on the top shelf of the glass display case, priced at 2,199 yuan. Fu Jiangwo swiped his card without hesitation. "Our son is going to university. He needs a good one." Small Ethan put in the new SIM card and saved the numbers of his family, Zhou Zhe, Li Ying, Li Sahan, and Shun Yin. At 3 o'clock sharp, the bus departed and drove out of Haizhou City. Small Ethan looked out the window at the receding highway, his thoughts drifting to Shun Yin. He fiddled with his phone, texting, "We're back in Songshan. Thanks for your help yesterday." There was no reply for a while. The bus entered Songshan city limits, and his phone rang. Shin Yin replied, "You're welcome. It's nothing. Have a safe trip. Just got off work, waiting for the bus now," with a smiley face emoji. Small Ethan stared at the smiley face for a long time, his lips curling up. Pan Hongqin leaned over to look, and he hurriedly covered the screen. "No, no one." Old Ethan rolled his eyes, coward. Small Ethan gazed at the reflection in the window and seemed to see Shun Yin's two little tiger teeth and couldn't help but smile. Small Ethan recited, "The ospreys cry guan guan on the river's islet. A fair maiden, a gentleman's ideal." Old Ethan scoffed, "With your cowardly attitude, you think you can be a Casanova? You're more like a complete idiot." As night fell, the three returned home. Pan Hongqin was busy cooking, Fu Jiangwo was packing his luggage, and Small Ethan lay in bed calling Zhou to show off his new phone and arranged to go to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. Suddenly, the landline rang. Small Ethan answered. "Hello, is Ethan there?" The soft, sweet voice on the other end of the line made Small Ethan's heart race. It was Lee Sahan. Small Ethan exclaimed excitedly, "Sahan, you're back from Shanghai?" Lee Sahan replied, "I just got home yesterday. I called your house today, but you didn't answer." Small Ethan quickly explained, "I just got home too. I went to the provincial capital with my parents over the weekend and bought an apartment near Yangtze University." Lee Sahan continued, "That's good. I heard that house prices will go up in the future, so it's better to buy as soon as possible." When Small Ethan asked her about the school she was applying to, Lee Sahan lowered her voice and did not reveal any names. Small Ethan exclaimed happily, "We're still in the same city." Old Ethan frowned slightly. In her previous life, Lee Sahan didn't go to a school in the provincial capital, but now she's changed the future? Lee Sahan continued, "I was browsing in a bookstore in Shanghai and bought a travel guide. It said that Jiangzhou City has Dongping Island, with beautiful beaches, and the sunrise will turn the sea golden red. You can find fluorescent seashells at low tide. I've never seen that before." Small Ethan laughed. "I've never been either. This is the first time I've heard of it." Her voice was soft. "My mom said she'd take me to the beach after the college entrance exam, but I can't wait after seeing the photos. No one's home, and I'm a little scared to go alone. If you don't mind, could you take me to Jiangzhou? We can watch the sunrise and collect a couple of seashells." Small Ethan's palms were sweating. "What a coincidence. I was just thinking about where to go. The beach is perfect. If you don't mind, let's go together." Lee Sahan paused for half a second, then replied clearly, "Really? That's great. I'll pack right away." Small Ethan gave her a premium phone number, and they agreed to leave the next morning. Shortly after hanging up, Small Ethan received a text message from an unknown number. "Ethan, this is Sihan. This is my phone number." The last four digits were 8766, echoing Small Ethan's 8866. Old Ethan chuckled to himself. This is quite an interesting coincidence. The next morning at 6:30, just as dawn was breaking, Small Ethan tiptoed out of the house with his canvas bag slung over his shoulder. At the entrance of the bus station, Lee Sahan was already waiting with her backpack on. She was wearing a white dress, and her short, chin-length hair was adorned with a pearl hair clip. She looked especially beautiful. When she saw Small Ethan approaching, she unconsciously lowered her head again, and her ears turned red. "Go inside and wait." Small Ethan took the food bag she handed him. Inside were two warm, large meat buns and a bag of milk. "I just bought this from a breakfast stall on my way here. I guess you haven't had breakfast yet." Lee Sahan's voice was still soft and sweet as she continued, "I bought the tickets in advance, and the train doesn't depart for another 20 minutes. "Thanks." Small Ethan took out a steamed bun, took a big bite, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and asked indistinctly, "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I've already finished eating." Lee Sahan placed her backpack and another bag on the seats in the waiting room. Small Ethan glanced at the bag. It was heavy, containing several bags of cookies, potato chips, and a few bottles of orange soda. "I was afraid I'd get hungry on the way, so I bought some to tide me over," she explained softly. It takes more than 4 hours by bus from Songshan City to Jiangzhou City. After arriving at the Jiangzhou City ferry terminal, you still have to take a 1-hour ferry ride to reach Dongping Island. Small Ethan watched Lee Sahan tidying up the snack bags and suddenly felt that this trip was more anticipated than he had imagined. On the bus to Jiangzhou, the two sat side by side in the last row. The scenery outside the car window kept changing, and Lee Sahan leaned against the window, gazing into the distance. Small Ethan peeked at her profile. Sunlight fell on her long eyelashes and snow-white cheeks, making her breathtakingly beautiful. "Which university in the provincial capital did you apply to?" Small Ethan asked, trying to make conversation. Lee Sahan paused for a moment, then turned around and said, "I filled out a few applications, but who knows which one will be accepted?" Then she blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Yangtze University will definitely admit you with your score. Why do you want to apply for real estate? You could also be admitted to computer science with your score. Because when I'm in front of the computer, all I want to do is play games. If I can't even play games in front of the computer, I'll be bored to death," Small Ethan joked. The two chatted, and the 4-hour drive passed in a flash. The bus arrived in Jiangzhou at noon. The two ate KFC and then took a bus to the cruise terminal. The huge cruise ship sounded its horn and sailed away from the port. After sailing at sea for half an hour, Small Ethan grabbed the railing and witnessed the magnificence of the ocean for the first time in his life. The two walked to the foredeck, the damp sea breeze blowing on their faces, carrying a slightly salty smell. Small Ethan opened his arms to the sea breeze, turned to Lee Sahan with a smile, and said, "I've never seen such a big sea before." Sunlight shone on Lee Sahan's face. Her white dress fluttered in the sea breeze, and her smile was exceptionally pure. Old Ethan looked at the two of them, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. It seemed that everything he had missed in his previous life was being made up for in this moment. The cruise ship sailed at sea for more than an hour, rocking and swaying so much that the two of them felt a little seasick. It was already afternoon when they docked. After disembarking, the two rested for a while before walking along the path by the pier toward the island. The roads on the island are narrow, with low houses made of white stones and black tiles, and roadside stalls selling seashell ornaments, dried fish, squid strips, and the like. Lee Sahan squatted in front of a vendor's stall selling seashell bracelets for a long time, then chose the simplest one and handed it to Small Ethan. "Thank you for bringing me here. This is for you." Small Ethan took the bracelet and picked up a small plastic dolphin from the stall, saying, "It's only fair." Lee Sahan took it and carefully hung it on her school bag, her big eyes curving into crescents. The two strolled leisurely along the roadside on the island, passing by a very distinctive silver jewelry shop. The glass case displays exquisitely handcrafted silver bracelets, rings, and pendants, all incorporating marine elements. Lee Sahan lingered at the counter for a long time, but in the end, she didn't buy anything. She pulled Small Ethan out, saying, "Let's go. Just looking is enough." Not far from where he was walking, Old Ethan said to Small Ethan in his mind, "She likes those dolphin wave rings." Small Ethan paused for a moment, then quickly tugged at Lee Sahan and said, "Wait a minute. I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me at that postcard shop first." He then turned and ran back to the store, and following Old Ethan's instructions, found the pair of silver rings that Lee Sahan had been staring at. He noticed that the men's ring featured a simple line drawing of a dolphin with clean lines. The women's ring had several wavy lines that perfectly complemented the dolphin design. Small Ethan didn't haggle. He paid and put the ring in his canvas bag, his heart pounding faster than when he was running 100 meters. When we found Lee Sahan, she had just chosen a set of postcards, saying she would take them back to give to her friends. The two continued up the road, and, upon reaching a higher point, discovered that they could see the entire bay. Several fishing boats floated on the sea in the distance, and fishermen squatted on the boats, fiddling with their nets. "Look, it's that beach." Lee Sahan suddenly pointed to a clean beach in the distance. The two ran towards the beach, took off their shoes, and stepped barefoot onto the sand, which felt warm. Lee Sahan squatted down to pick up seashells, her big eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. As the sun set, the two found a small seaside restaurant and ordered 2 bowls of specialty seafood noodles and a few mantis shrimps. Just after ordering and sitting down, Small Ethan suddenly opened his palm and winked at Lee Sahan. "Give me a 1 yuan coin." Lee Sahan paused for a moment, took out her coin purse, pulled out a coin and placed it in Small Ethan's palm, asking curiously, "What are you doing?" "You'll see when you see it." Small Ethan finished speaking, clenched his fist, and said, "Think about what you've wanted to buy lately, but don't tell me. Lee Sahan tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, I've thought it through. Blow on my fist. Small Ethan clenched his fist and said, I'll use this dollar to get you what you're looking for. She smiled with her lips pursed, but still obediently leaned over and gently blew a breath onto Small Ethan's hand, the breath carrying a warm, damp sensation. Throughout the entire process, Small Ethan didn't move his hand an inch until he heard Old Ethan say in his mind, all done. Small Ethan sensed the change in the shape of the object in his palm, while Old Ethan had used their special ability to switch the coin. Lee Sahan watched as Small Ethan slowly opened his palm, revealing 2 silver rings lying quietly in his hand. The dolphin on the men's version is sculpted with clean lines, while the waves on the women's version are perfectly curved. Lee Sahan exclaimed, ah, and her big eyes widened in surprise. She suddenly reached out and touched Small Ethan's palm, then recoiled as if electrocuted, asking incredulously, how did you do that? Small Ethan gently placed the 2 rings on the table, his fingers trembling with nervousness, but he still mustered the courage to pick up the one engraved with waves. He reached out and took Lee Sahan's left hand, who was still in a daze, and tried to sound calm as he spoke, but his voice trembled violently. I've heard that there's a vein in the left ring finger that goes straight to the heart. So wearing a ring here is like putting your feelings on the other person's heart. After saying that, he carefully slipped the ring onto her ring finger. It fit perfectly, not too big or too small. Do you think it's suitable? Small Ethan scratched his burning scalp, avoiding her gaze. Lee Sahan stared at the ring on her ring finger for a long while. She suddenly looked up and laughed, her eyes shining like stars in the sky, and shyly muttered, dolphins and waves, how could they not be suitable? Old Ethan chuckled in his mind. Not bad, kid. You've got some skills. Where did you learn this set of words? Lee Sahan gently touched the ring on her finger, and when she looked up, she suddenly met Small Ethan's eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head again, her face flushed. She said in a voice as soft as cotton, thank you. This is the most amazing gift I've ever received. After saying that, she blushed and picked up the remaining men's ring on the table. She gently touched the back of Small Ethan's hand with her finger before slowly taking his hand in hers. Small Ethan pushed the dolphin ring onto his ring finger, feeling his face burning up. Just then, the waiter brought over the seafood noodles, and salt and pepper mantis shrimp were also served. The aroma of the seafood eased the tense atmosphere at the table. Small Ethan quickly lowered his head to eat his noodles, but before he had taken 2 bites, a tender white mantis shrimp suddenly appeared in his bowl. He paused for a moment, then looked up and saw Lee Sahan peeling shrimp with her head down, her movements clumsy but very patient and careful. She peeled the shells off cleanly, one by one, and put each shell into his bowl. Eat quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold. She looked up at him, and Small Ethan suddenly felt that everything that had just happened was less real than this peeled shrimp. After dinner, the 2 strolled along the beach. The sea breeze was much colder than they had imagined, and Lee Sahan hugged her arms and shivered. Small Ethan quickly took out a clean shirt he had prepared to change into and draped it over her. The shirt still smelled of laundry detergent. Lee Sahan paused for a moment, then softly said, thank you. As darkness fell, the sea breeze grew stronger and the temperature dropped, making them both feel increasingly cold. Thinking they could sit on the beach until sunrise seemed naive, so the 2 of them started looking for a place to spend the night. Most of the guest houses nearby had signs saying, fully booked, but we finally found a small hotel with its lights on deep in an alley. Small Ethan went in and asked, boss, are there any rooms left? The proprietress, a plump auntie, glanced at the girl behind Small Ethan and said in a loud voice, unfortunately, there's only 1 double room left. He added, there's a fisherman having a wedding banquet tonight, and relatives from out of town have booked all the rooms on the island. You too, why don't you make do for the night? After saying that, the plump aunt secretly gave Small Ethan a meaningful smile. It's as if she's saying, this is all the help I can give. Small Ethan's face instantly turned red. Just as he was about to speak, Lee Sahan gently tugged at him from behind and whispered, this is fine. I'm a little scared to live alone. Chapter 18. Will you regret it? I don't want to have regrets. The proprietress smiled knowingly. and as she wrote the deposit slip, she lowered her voice and said, "They're all in the drawer." The naive small Ethan took the keys with a blank expression and quickly led Lee Sahan inside. The guest rooms are located at the very back on the second floor. Small Ethan opened the door, turned on the light, and saw that the room was small but clean and tidy, with a double bed and the dark sea outside the window. Small Ethan turned on the air conditioner, walked to the innermost part of the room, put his canvas bag on the sofa chair by the window, and suddenly felt like he had nowhere to put his hands and feet. Lee Sahan placed her backpack next to the TV cabinet and then gently sat on the edge of the bed. The room was so quiet you could hear the other person breathing. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After a moment of silence, Lee Sahan suddenly spoke, her voice barely audible. "I'll go wash up first." Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Small Ethan leaned against the window, gazing at the dark sea outside, his mind blank. Old Ethan suddenly sighed in his mind. "It's so good to be young. Godfather." Okay, I won't say anything more." Soon after, Lee Sahan came out of the shower, her hair still wet. Small Ethan saw that she had changed into a pink nightgown. She didn't look at Small Ethan, but sat on the edge of the bed with a hairdryer to dry her hair. Small Ethan felt like he was suffocating and quickly lowered his head and said, "Then I'll go take a shower too." When he came out after washing up, Lee Sahan had already crawled into bed, with only her eyes showing as she stared at the ceiling. "Go and get some rest. We still need to watch the sunrise tomorrow." Small Ethan turned off the light, lay down on his side on the other side of the bed, trying to stay close to the edge, with his back to her. In the darkness, the sound of the waves outside the window and the two people's slightly rapid breathing were exceptionally clear. After a long while, Lee Sahan suddenly whispered, "Ethan, thank you for coming with me." "You're welcome." Small Ethan's voice was a little stiff. After a moment of silence, he heard a soft turning over behind him. Small Ethan's heart was pounding so hard he could hardly breathe, and his entire back felt burning hot. "Ethan," Lee Sahan called softly from behind him. Small Ethan remained lying stiffly on his side, not daring to move. "Do you like me?" Lee Sahan asked, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of trepidation. Even though they were wearing matching rings and were even lying in the same bed, she still wanted to hear an answer. "I like it." Small Ethan blurted out without the slightest hesitation this time. "I like you too." The voice behind me paused, then continued, "I've liked you for a long time." Small Ethan felt the blanket being gently tugged and heard rustling sounds behind him, which quickly subsided. He steeled himself and slowly turned his head, seeing the moonlight shining on Lee Sahan's face through the window. She was looking at him quietly, her two big eyes filled with tears, and a large tear was sliding down her cheek onto the pillow. Small Ethan quickly and gently wiped away her tears, asking anxiously, "Sahan, what's wrong?" It's nothing. I'm just so happy, so very happy," she murmured softly, her face flushed. Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling less nervous, and joked, "If someone sees you like this, they'll think I'm bullying you." As soon as he said it, Small Ethan realized that the joke was a bit inappropriate. His hand, which was wiping away Lee Sahan's tears, was still pressed against her face when he noticed that her cheeks were frighteningly hot and her breathing had become more rapid. Looking at that charming face, Small Ethan felt he could no longer suppress the most primal instincts that humanity has developed over tens of thousands of years. As if she had made a decision, Lee Sahan gently twisted her body and snuggled into his arms. Small Ethan caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from her hair, and his mind went completely blank. He wrapped one arm around Lee Sahan's neck and the other around her slender waist, gently pulling her closer. The two were now pressed tightly together, and Small Ethan could clearly feel her soft breasts heaving violently. The girl in his arms raised her head, gazing at him tenderly, and said in the softest of voices, as if she had used all her strength, "Kiss me." Small Ethan could no longer resist. He lowered his head and kissed her without hesitation. Even though Small Ethan and Old Ethan have lived for almost 60 years combined, they have never kissed. But kissing is something that most people learn on their own. Small Ethan felt Lee Sahan's warmth and passion, which almost suffocated him. What a beautiful first kiss. He gently touched Lee Sahan's lips, her warm breath on his face, making him even more irresistible. She felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and she could feel his hands moving restlessly. Lee Sahan didn't stop him. Instead, she snuggled even tighter into his arms. Small Ethan fidgeted for a while, but then suddenly stopped moving. Lee Sahan opened her big, watery eyes and saw small Ethan's incredibly clear eyes. "Will you regret it?" Small Ethan asked in a hoarse voice. "I don't want to have any regrets," she said, shaking her head gently with a blush. Small Ethan didn't fully understand what she meant, but Lee Sahan had already closed her eyes and hugged him even tighter. "I won't let you regret it, and I won't let you feel sorry for me." Small Ethan's voice was full of solemnity. Although the atmosphere had been set, Small Ethan and Old Ethan only had theoretical knowledge, and Small Ethan hadn't even watched many tutorial videos. I felt powerless and had no direction, and a sense of frustration welled up inside me. The hotel bed seemed old. It creaked at the slightest movement, and the two dared not make any noise, failing to find a solution for a long time. In the end, Small Ethan finished on his own, which left him extremely embarrassed, frustrated, and resentful. Small Ethan calmed down. He suddenly realized that her preciousness was far too fleeting on such a night. After thinking it through, I felt much more at ease and decided to deal with it later. He looked at the confusion in Lee Sahan's eyes, gently kissed her forehead, closed his eyes, and said, "Sleep." "Ethan, do you think the sunrise will be beautiful?" Her voice whispered in my ear. "It must be beautiful," Small Ethan replied with his eyes closed. "Ethan, I'm sorry, did I not do a good job?" Lee Sahan's voice was filled with apology. "Silly girl, it's nice to be held like this. Go to sleep for a while." Small Ethan gently interrupted her, but held her even tighter. He could smell the fragrance in her hair, and then he didn't do anything else. The sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed all night, and neither of them slept soundly, but neither of them spoke again. As dawn broke, the two opened their eyes almost simultaneously, exchanged a smile, and a hint of embarrassed awkwardness crossed their faces. "Hurry, the sun is about to rise." Lee Sahan pulled Small Ethan and ran towards the beach. The two walked barefoot on the still cool sand, watching the sun slowly rise from the sea, turning the sand beneath their feet into a golden red color, just like in the photos. Lee Sahan rested her head on Small Ethan's shoulder, and the two sat side by side. She raised her hand, and the morning light shone through the gaps between her fingers, which were adorned with wedding rings. Small Ethan beside her, her eyes filled with love, but also with an indescribable reluctance. At this moment, she was just an ordinary girl, watching the long-awaited sunrise with the person she loved. Small Ethan felt an unprecedented sense of peace and indescribable joy. Little did he know that Lee Sahan harbored a secret he would cherish for a long time afterward. Chapter 19 Youth is always bound to leave some regrets. After watching the sunrise, the sea breeze made me feel much more refreshed, and the weather started to get hot again. The two found a breakfast stall on the island, had a bowl of their specialty seafood porridge, and then hurried to the pier. On the return ferry ride, Lee Sahan leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the wedding rings on her fingers, saying little. Small Ethan thought she was seasick again, so he reached out and smoothed her hair, which was ruffled by the sea breeze, and said, "You'll feel better once we're ashore." She looked up and smiled at him, but the light in her eyes dimmed considerably. On the bus from Jiangzhou back to Songshan, the two of them still sat side by side in the last row. Perhaps because she didn't sleep well last night and was a little seasick this morning, Lee Sahan leaned on Small Ethan's shoulder and soon fell into a deep sleep. Small Ethan looked down at her sleeping face, smelling her faint fragrance, and suddenly felt a little hot in his body again. What a pity about last night. Old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into his mind, startling Small Ethan so much that the heat he had felt earlier instantly cooled down. "Godfather." Small Ethan suddenly seemed to realize something, his face instantly turning red as he exclaimed, "Godfather, were you secretly watching me all yesterday?" "What are you talking about?" Old Ethan suppressed a laugh, but said in a serious tone, "Yesterday, after you all went to sleep, I was bored and thought I'd go to the beach to catch crabs. But guess what happened?" Old Ethan paused deliberately before slowly continuing. "After all that effort lasting the whole night, We didn't catch a single one. Isn't that a shame? Small Ethan was speechless, feeling his face burning, while old Ethan secretly chuckled to himself. The bus bumped rhythmically on the highway. Small Ethan looked at Lee Sahan, who was fast asleep beside him, and also fell asleep without realizing it. When Small Ethan woke up again, he found that the bus had already entered the territory of Matsuyama City. Lee Sahan, who was beside him, had woken up at some point. She opened her big, bright eyes and was looking at him with a loving smile. The bus soon arrived at the station, and the two found a noodle shop near the station for lunch. Lee Sahan didn't have much of an appetite and ate only a few bites, spending most of the time watching Small Ethan eat. "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" Small Ethan asked, looking up at her. "I've been sitting in the car for most of the day, and I've lost my appetite." Lee Sahan shook her head and put the poached egg from her bowl into his bowl, saying, "You're a boy. You should eat more." After lunch, Small Ethan walked her downstairs, handed her the backpack back, and said, "Go upstairs. Get some rest tonight, and come out to play again when you have time." Lee Sahan took the school bag, but stood still. Suddenly, she looked up at Small Ethan and said, "Ethan, thank you for making my wish come true." She paused, then said softly, "No matter what happens in the future, I will remember today's sunrise for the rest of my life." Small Ethan found her words strange and was about to ask her more questions when she put her backpack on the ground, reached out, and hugged him tightly. She hugged him for a long time before letting go, then held out her hand and waved the ring in front of Small Ethan, her voice trembling with a barely perceptible sob as she said, "Go back now. I will keep this ring safe and sound forever." Small Ethan paused for a moment, then reached out and touched the ring on her ring finger with the one on his own finger, saying, "I'll keep wearing it. You go on up now." Lee Sahan picked up her school bag from the ground, turned around, and ran quickly up the stairs without looking back. Small Ethan stood downstairs for a long time before slowly turning to leave. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Old Ethan sighed in his mind, but said nothing. That evening, Small Ethan sent several text messages to Lee Sahan, but received no reply. He figured Lee Sahan was probably too tired and went to bed early, so he didn't bother her anymore and instead played computer games all night. Small Ethan slept until noon the next day, holding a comic book in one hand and slurping instant noodles in the other. Suddenly, the Nokia phone rang. Small Ethan picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, which he found a bit strange. When he answered the call, a girl's voice came from the other end. The girl said she was Lee Sahan's friend and had something to give him. She was currently in a phone booth at the entrance of the residential area. Small Ethan wiped his mouth, hurriedly ran out of the neighborhood, and came to the phone booth. A girl handed a brown paper bag to Small Ethan and said, "Is this Ethan? Lee Sahan asked me to give this bag to you." She left in a hurry after saying that, without even glancing at him. Small Ethan carried the somewhat heavy bag home and sat down at his desk to slowly open it. The bag contained an elegant notebook, a long, rectangular box with the Casio logo, and a letter. The envelope was written in neat handwriting, "To Ethan." Small Ethan picked up the notebook first. The cover was very clean, but the corners were already a bit worn. It's clear that this notebook is quite old, but its owner has always kept it very carefully. He opened the notebook, and the date written in the upper right corner of the first page was 6 years ago. Small Ethan recalled that it was when he had just entered junior high school. The first page of his handwriting was very neat, but it had a bit of a childish feel to it. Small Ethan immediately recognized it as Lee Sahan's handwriting. "Today is the first day of school. My parents had another argument this morning, and I'm really unhappy. When they were assigning seats today, the boy behind me was tall. He had a nice smile and very white teeth. He even greeted me and said, 'Hello, my name is Ethan.' It turns out his name is Ethan. He also told me that Lee Sahan is a really nice name and that his voice is very pleasant. My unhappiness today suddenly disappeared." Turning to the second page, it reads, "When the first math test papers were handed out, I failed. I was crying with my head on the table when someone gently poked me in the back. I turned around and saw him handing me a piece of scratch paper with the solution steps written on it. He said to me, 'Look at these steps, it's not actually that hard.' I discovered that his handwriting is also very beautiful." Turning to the next few pages, the handwriting became neater. I fell on the track during the 800-meter race in PE class today, scraping a big patch of skin off my knee. While I was still feeling dizzy, someone suddenly picked me up and carried me on their back. I could feel their heartbeat through my school uniform. It was even faster than mine. He smelled of sunshine, which was very pleasant. I wished he could carry me forever. He took me to the infirmary and then left. Suddenly, I felt that my knees didn't hurt as much anymore. Small Ethan silently read on, page by page. I was so happy because we were still in the same high school, but he was assigned to the class next door. Suddenly, I wasn't so happy anymore. Every day, I could only see him passing by the corridor outside the window, and I always felt a little empty inside. Turning to a certain page, I noticed the paper looked damp, a bit wrinkled, and the print was blurry. He hasn't spoken to me in a long time. I heard that he confessed his feelings to the class monitor, but was rejected. I don't know whether I should be happy or unhappy. But when I saw him standing in the corridor, staring blankly at the sky and sighing, and his friend Joja comforting him, I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Small Ethan continued reading, page by page. I heard his grades have improved a lot recently, and he wants to apply to Yangtze University, but I definitely won't get in with my grades. However, Yangtze Normal University seems to be not far from there. I hope I can get in. Sahan, you have to work hard. This year's college entrance exam was really tough. I feel like I didn't do well. Today my dad said he wanted to send me abroad. I disagreed, and we had a fight. But he insisted, saying that my grades were too bad and I wouldn't be able to get into a good university without going abroad, and I wouldn't be able to find a good job in the future. But I really don't want to go to university far away from him. The handwriting on this page is so forceful it looks like it's going to tear the paper. Today I actually saw him walking out of the movie theater with Li Ying, but when I saw him smile at me, I wasn't unhappy at all. We also went to see a movie together, which was really fun. He even held my hand, and I felt so happy. My college entrance exam results were really bad. My dad insists on sending me abroad. He said he's already contacted a school, and I'll be going there in July to attend a language course. Tomorrow we're going to Shanghai to apply for visas. I feel so sad. I don't know how to say goodbye to him. Will he still miss me in the future? The handwriting on this page suddenly became much lighter, as if carrying endless helplessness. The date on the last page was last night, and the handwriting was messy. I had a fight with my parents. I didn't want to go abroad, but my mother said she had quit her job to go with me. All the formalities were done, and all the money was spent. I should have told him sooner. I've always treasured the draft paper he wrote to me. Small Ethan opened the old, slightly yellowed draft paper tucked inside the page and felt a lump in his throat, a dull ache. He took a deep breath and picked up the letter. Ethan, greetings. By the time you read this letter, I think I'll already be on a plane. I know it's awful to leave without saying goodbye, but I just don't have the courage to say goodbye to you. Thank you for going to see the sunrise with me. Thank you for the ring you gave me. Thank you for liking me. These 2 days with you have been the happiest days of my life, and I have no regrets. I'm going to a very far place, and I probably won't be back for about 3 years. Please keep my notebook safe and return it to me when I come back. You are so wonderful. You deserve someone better. If you meet a girl you like Li Ying, I will sincerely wish you all the best. Here's my MSN email address. I don't know if I can get in touch with you. Best wishes. Lee Sahan. The letter paper must have been soaked with tears in several places, and the handwriting was all blurred. Small Ethan felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he was in so much pain in his chest that he couldn't breathe. After a long while, he picked up the Casio box, opened it, and inside was a brand new silver gray men's metal watch. It turns out she had been prepared all along. Silly girl. Small Ethan finally couldn't hold back his tears, which fell onto the envelope on the table. Don't hold it in, just cry if you want to, old Ethan whispered in his mind. Small Ethan didn't say anything. He just buried his face in his arms. After a long while, he asked in a hoarse voice, Godfather, am I too useless? Old Ethan sighed and said, Some things are beyond your control right now. But remember this feeling. If you don't have money or power in the future, the result will be the same. You won't even be able to keep the people you care about. Small Ethan wiped his face, put the watch on his wrist. It fit perfectly, and said firmly, Godfather, we need to make money. OLD Ethan responded. Okay, let's make money, so we can be in charge later. The sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain. Old Ethan looked out the window and sighed to himself. In the end, he still couldn't stop Lee Sahan from going abroad. Youth is something that inevitably leaves some regrets. Chapter 20 Departure. Beyond the clouds and mountains, southern Yunnan. Even at dinner time, small Ethan was still upset and barely spoke. Fu Jiangwo and his wife noticed that their son was in a bad mood, but they didn't ask any questions. After all, their son was growing up and would always have some secrets of his own. At that moment, the news on TV was reporting a fire at a guest house in a tourist area of Qianzhou. It was already completely dark outside, but small Ethan didn't turn on the lights in the room. Old Ethan sighed inwardly and suddenly hummed a song. I heard you leave, yet I still wait. The future is not in my control, but I keep hoping. The song has a gentle melody, carrying a touch of melancholy and sadness. When old Ethan sang, "Meeting you makes me still believe in love," small Ethan suddenly said, "That's beautiful." Old Ethan smugly replied, "That's right. I practiced it for a while back then, so what? I said the song is nice, not that you sang it well." Small Ethan's voice was still deep, but it sounded less suppressed. "You bastard." Old Ethan laughed in exasperation, then spoiled the surprise. "This is a song by a future obscure female singer called Meeting You. I don't usually tell this to just anyone." After a period of silence, small Ethan suddenly asked, "Godfather, how can I make money faster?" Old Ethan recalled a popular internet meme from his past life and slowly said, "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. This matter, while not urgent, needs to be handled quickly. Yet, we need to wait for the right opportunity. Why? Because I know you're upset, but don't be. After all, as far as I know nothing about it yet." Small Ethan abruptly interrupted, "Godfather, do you know what? I really want to hit you right now." Old Ethan smiled and said, seeing that he was speaking with more energy now, all right, I'm just teasing you. Don't rush into making money. I need to think about whether there are any good opportunities recently." Old Ethan continued, "Besides, this summer vacation is a rare treat. It might be the most relaxing time of your life. Haven't you always wanted to go to southern Yunnan? Take advantage of this free time and go see it. You might not be able to find the time in the future. Going to a different place might help you figure things out." Small Ethan touched the cool metal watch band on his wrist, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay." The next morning, small Ethan told his parents that Zhozha had invited him to go to Yunnan for a trip, and he wanted to take advantage of the summer vacation to go out and see the sights. At this moment, Zhozha sneezed several times in a row. He had no idea that before the summer vacation was even halfway over, he had already been tricked by small Ethan many times. When his parents heard that Zhozha was with them, they didn't ask any more questions, but repeatedly told him to be careful. While packing, small Ethan carefully folded the diary and letter, stuffed them into the innermost part of his suitcase, and then zipped it up. That evening, small Ethan boarded a train bound for Qinghai, the capital of Yunnan province. Outside the train window, as the train moved forward, the familiar scenery gradually receded into the distance. The city skyline is gradually blurring, the flat expanse of yellow earth is being replaced by rolling hills, and the sky is becoming exceptionally clear. Upon entering Yunnan province, old Ethan couldn't help but marvel at how this place truly lived up to its name as the other side of the clouds and mountains. He leaned against the window and looked out for a long time, and the sadness of parting with Lee Sihan faded somewhat. But as they approached Qinghai city, he suddenly thought, it would be wonderful to see such beautiful scenery with Lee Sihan. After the longing started, the feeling of tightness in his chest returned. He didn't know if it was also a bit of altitude sickness, but the tightness made small Ethan feel terribly uncomfortable. After more than 40 hours of bumpy travel, the train finally pulled into Qinghai railway station. Qinghai, also known as the city of Yongchun, remains cool even in the height of summer in July. He spent the day wandering the streets, trying a lot of local snacks with old Ethan. The novelty helped small Ethan temporarily forget the sadness of parting. The next morning, he transferred to a bus to Lilong City. This journey truly showed small Ethan what a winding mountain road really is. The journey took 10 hours, half of which was mountain road and half of which was highway. At first, he could still look out the window at the clouds and mist, but later, the winding mountain roads made his stomach churn, and he could only close his eyes and endure it. They finally arrived in Lilong City. When small Ethan got off the bus, his legs were weak. If old Ethan hadn't intervened in time, he probably would have fallen off the bus. Small Ethan rested and ate something at a shop near the station, and finally recovered. Old Ethan laughed and said that youth means you can withstand a lot of setbacks, and you've already fully recovered so quickly. Immediately, small Ethan shouldered his bag, asked passers-by for directions to Wufang Street, and strode toward his destination. Wufang Street is the most famous place in Lilong City. It was once a hub of the Tea-Horse Road and is now a bustling area. Small Ethan soon arrived at Wufang Street, a huge commercial district. Although it's not a weekend or holiday today, there are already quite a few tourists on the streets. The bluestone path beneath my feet has stood for countless years, worn smooth and shiny from countless footsteps. The narrow pedestrian street is lined with long rows of two-story wooden buildings. The ground floor is lined with shops selling silver jewelry, tea, and local snacks. It's lively, but not noisy. Small Ethan strolled around leisurely. After wandering around for a while, he heard several young couples talking about how unique the bars were. He had heard people mention Nanfong Bar several times, especially. They say the resident singer at this bar is really good. Small Ethan had never been to a bar before, and out of curiosity, he followed the directions and went there. Nanfong Bar is located beside a stream that runs through the block, with the stream flowing not far from the entrance. This bar is also a two-story wooden building, but the second floor is not open to the public. All the windows on the first floor were open, making the entire bar feel bright and airy, and there were also many tables and chairs placed at the entrance. The bar wasn't large, but it exuded a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. It's just past 8 p.m., not yet the bar's busiest time, but there are already quite a few people sitting inside and outside. Small Ethan noticed that there were many other bars nearby that were also open, but they were clearly not as popular as Southwind. He went inside, found a seat in the corner, ordered a beer and a plate of peanuts from the waiter, and settled into a comfortable position. A simple stage was set up on one side of the bar, with a dark curtain behind it and two guitars on the side. There were no fancy decorations. The singer hadn't come on stage yet, and soothing background music was playing in the room. The only sounds could be the couple's quiet laughter and playful banter. That small Ethan had imagined. Half an hour passed quickly. Small Ethan drank half a bottle of beer by himself, his mind filled with thoughts of Lee Se-han. Just as his longing was growing stronger, the room gradually became noisy, and he heard many people shouting. Where's the singer? Wasn't it supposed to start at 8 o'clock? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Boss, are you lying? There's no singer at all today. Give me my money back for the drinks right now. Small Ethan looked around blankly, when suddenly old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. Did you hear that? It sounds like there's an argument going on in the house behind. Small Ethan paused, then listened intently. But he didn't have old Ethan's keen senses, and he heard nothing but the noise inside the house. Just then, another familiar tingling sensation came over me. As the sound of the stream outside the window became clearer, the arguing from inside the room also reached small Ethan's ears. Chapter 21. I'm not a singing god. Boss lady, your business is so good. I deserve some credit for it, right? So what if you raise the price a little? A deep, magnetic middle-aged male voice spoke calmly. Besides, given my current popularity in Wufang Street, any bar could easily offer me 500 a day, and you're only offering 300? Small Ethan heard everything clearly from outside. Old tree, haven't we always kept this price? Small Ethan heard another young woman's voice, but it sounded like she was suppressing her anger and was rather anxious as she spoke. Why are you suddenly raising the price today? And why did you only mention it at the last minute? The past is the past, the man said nonchalantly. These days, every customer who comes to your shop comes to hear me sing. I just feel that you're not giving me enough today. Okay, I'll raise it to 500. Small Ethan could hear the sound of the landlady clenching her teeth when she said those words. It costs 700 a day now. The man suddenly raised his voice, saying with a smug laugh. And now we have to sign a 6-month performance contract and prepay 1 month's fee, so you don't change your mind tomorrow. I'll go out and sing as soon as the contract is signed. Old tree, you've gone too far. The landlady's voice trembled. If you don't want to, that's fine, I won't force you. The man spoke slowly, and then the sound of someone getting up came from inside the room. Then the man said again, then let's not waste everyone's time. There are plenty of bars outside waiting to invite me. We're all just in it for the money, so let's part on good terms. At that moment, a conversation coming from a group of tables not far away also caught small Ethan's attention. He turned his head and saw two men sitting together whispering. Why isn't Old Tree out yet? Our second match is about to start. What's the rush? We've already reached an agreement, and he's taken the money. He can't run away. It's better to stall for time. The more customers there are, the worse Nonfing's reputation will be if things get out of hand. Then our bar can turn things around, another man said. That's right, that's right. We've been suffocating under the weight of this lousy bar for the past 2 years. This time we can finally vent our anger. After saying that, the two clinked their glasses and smiled smugly. Small Ethan frowned upon hearing this. A man wearing a baseball cap and a plaid short-sleeved shirt pushed open the backstage door and came out. The collar of his white t-shirt underneath was stained. A long-haired girl wearing a denim miniskirt and a pink t-shirt followed closely behind. She quickly caught up with him, grabbed his arm, and whispered, Old Tree, I'll give you 1,000 today. Considering our cooperation over the past year, could you cover for me this time? Where am I supposed to find someone at the last minute? The man turned to look at the girl, pressed down on the brim of his hat, and said softly, Considering our long-standing relationship, I might help you, but you have to stay with me tonight. The girl abruptly released his arm, and the man scoffed, walking away without looking back, leaving the proprietress standing there. Small Ethan then got a good look at the proprietress. She was only about 25 or 26 years old. Her long hair was loosely draped over her back. She had a round face, fair skin, big, bright eyes, and a small nose. At this moment, her lips were tightly pursed, and her expression was inscrutable, whether it was anger or helplessness, or perhaps both. She stood there dumbfounded, her face blank with confusion, not knowing what to do. Seeing the landlady's bewildered expression, Small Ethan suddenly remembered the time when Lisa Han was surrounded by a group of workers demanding payment. She had the same expression then. His heart suddenly softened, and he thought to himself, Godfather, can we help her? At this point, the complaints in the bar grew louder, and the two who had been plotting earlier were now urging everyone to change bars. The proprietress took a deep breath, walked back to the bar, suppressed her emotions, and shouted to everyone. Everyone, I'm so sorry. There's been a bit of a problem with the singer. So, the drinks on everyone's tables tonight are on me, and I'll also give you a fruit platter. I'm really sorry. As they were talking, a tall boy walked onto the stage. He was wearing a white t-shirt, paired with matching thin cotton pants and clean white sneakers. The young man had delicate features and bright, piercing eyes. Standing in the center of the stage, he exuded a composure beyond his years. He picked up the guitar leaning against the wall, sat down on the round chair in the center of the stage, placed the guitar steadily on his lap, gently plucked the strings to test the sound, and then adjusted the height of the microphone in front of him. Then, a clear and melodious voice began to sing, as if telling a story. The wind at the alley entrance ruffled your hair. The wine on the table tastes like the bitterness of life. People always say that life is just a business. But I can see the light in your eyes. I know how many nights you've spent sleepless, staring at the night sky. I know you've been hurt by life. Don't be afraid, the streetlights are still on. Don't be afraid, the people who love you are still waiting. As the last note faded, the boy subconsciously looked up at the proprietress. After their eyes met, he smiled slightly at her, a smile that was clean and clear. He could see tears glistening in the landlady's eyes, whether she was moved by the boy's rescue or touched by the lyrics. Then, the boy said to the audience in a clear voice, I'd like to dedicate a song called The Streetlight to everyone. I hope you all have a great time tonight. Godfather, that was beautiful. I really think you sang well this time. But you've never mentioned that you can play the guitar before. Small Ethan's voice echoed in my mind. The boy singing and playing guitar on stage was Ethan, but right now it was old Ethan who was controlling his body. It's a piece of cake. I know a lot more than you do. OLD Ethan responded arrogantly in his mind, but only he knew how many lonely nights he had spent weeping. Only the guitar and music accompanied him, and his current singing and playing skills were developed during that period. Scattered applause rang out from the audience, but it quickly grew louder and eventually became a continuous chorus. Old Ethan didn't stop. His fingertips landed on the strings again. Then she sang a few more popular folk songs that were popular recently, with melodies that were both upbeat and a little melancholic. The bar became increasingly crowded, with even the windows packed with passing travelers. Everyone was captivated by the boys singing. Even small Ethan in their minds was mesmerized. The two men who had been there earlier deliberately squeezed into the crowd, whispering and picking at each other, but were glared at by the people around them. When old Ethan sang the third song, the two realized they had no other options and could only slink away. Old Ethan sang 7 songs in a row before stopping to rest. He was then welcomed backstage by the proprietress, who held old Ethan's hand tightly, her eyes overflowing with gratitude. The proprietress said excitedly, "Thank you so much. You sing so well. I was wondering if you could sing here long term. The pay is negotiable." When she learned that old Ethan was just a student visiting the country. But then he laughed and said, "Then I must thank you properly tonight. After we close up shop, I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Old Ethan couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." The proprietress's tone was noticeably lighter at this moment, and she introduced herself. "My name is Yang Shuang, and I own this bar." "Ethan, you can just call me Ethan." Old Ethan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "Ethan." Yang Shuang's eyes lit up, and she said, "What a great name. Today, it's all thanks to you." Over the next few hours, old Ethan sang several folk songs and love songs that would become popular a few years later, attracting many tourists to come and fill the small bar to capacity. Yang Shuang listened to old Ethan's singing all night. What she found strange was that although he looked like an innocent young man, his singing was full of the vicissitudes of a long time, which touched the softest part of her heart. When old Ethan gets emotional while singing, he will subconsciously look at Yang Shuang behind the bar. Look at the curve of her eyes when she smiles. Look at the fingers that unconsciously run through her long hair when she's lost in thought. Look at her bangs that are occasionally ruffled by the wind. He was momentarily stunned. This was exactly the kind of girl he liked. The performance lasted until late at night, and old Ethan sang 3 more shows, ending close to 1 a.m. His throat was so dry and painful that he couldn't take it anymore, so he quickly got away, leaving small Ethan to keep drinking ice water. As the customers gradually left and the staff finished cleaning up the tables and went home, the bar finally quieted down, leaving only small Ethan and the proprietress. At this moment, Yang Shuang brought out a glass from behind the bar, containing a light blue liquid with a mint leaf floating on top. She placed the glass in front of small Ethan and said, "I made you a special side view. Would you like to try it? It's my specialty." As Yang Shuang spoke, she turned and went back to the back room. When she came out again, she was carrying 24 beers in one hand and a large plate in the other. The plate was piled high with sizzling barbecue. She said, "This is the best barbecue in Lilong City. Hurry up and eat some. You must be starving." Then she opened a bottle of beer and pushed it in front of small Ethan, opened one for herself, and said with a smile, "There's plenty of food and drink tonight. Come on, have a couple of drinks with your sister." He then reached out and touched hands with small Ethan, before tilting his head back and taking a big gulp. She finished drinking, wiped her mouth, and seemed to suddenly relax. Her face showed a hint of fatigue, but she smiled sweetly and said, "I really have to thank you for today." Chapter 22. A man who isn't a bit of a playboy is a wasted youth. Come on, try these lamb skewers. They're made from lamb raised on the local grasslands. Give them a try. You can taste the milky flavor. Yang Shuang handed over 2 skewers of incredibly tender grilled meat, the meat pieces coated with cumin powder. Small Ethan had just taken a bite when another skewer of grilled gluten was shoved into his hand. "Try this one too. I asked them to add extra sesame sauce. It's very bouncy and chewy." "Sis, I really can't carry any more," small Ethan said with a smile, holding up his hands full of skewers. Yang Shuang's eyes crinkle beautifully when she smiles. Holding up her beer bottle, she said, "Honestly, I owe you a lot tonight. If it weren't for your timely help and chivalrous intervention, those customers would have caused a scene, and my bar's reputation would have been ruined. Come on, let me toast you again. Small Ethan quickly put down the skewers in his hand, picked up the profile drink on the table, and took a sip. It tastes so good. Small Ethan exclaimed sincerely. This is the best wine I've ever tasted. If you like it, I'll mix it for you again tomorrow. Don't be fooled by how delicious this drink is. It's quite potent, and you'll get drunk easily if you drink too much, Yang Shuang said with a smile. Sis, it must be tough running this bar all by yourself, right? Small Ethan took a bite of the gluten and asked a question to start a conversation. Sigh, who can argue with that? There have been so many difficulties these past few years. We can only get through each one as it comes. There's no other way. Yang Shuang smiled and sighed, took another swig of beer, wiped the beer foam from the corner of her mouth, and continued. Like that singer today, it's not the first time he's acted like a scoundrel. When you're doing business, you can't avoid all kinds of people and situations. She paused, then her tone softened as she looked at small Ethan and said, Little brother, can I ask you for a favor? Can you stay for 2 more days? I contacted you tonight. My childhood friend is coming back the day after tomorrow. She sings really well, so she can fill in for me then. Small Ethan nodded. Okay, I'm not in a hurry to leave anyway. That's fantastic. I'll toast you again. Yang Shuang had solved a big problem, and he picked up the bottle and drank half a bottle of beer in one gulp. She put down the wine bottle, picked up a piece of grilled shiitake mushroom, put it in her mouth, and said as she chewed, Little brother, to be honest, the songs you sang tonight, don't take it personally. Your technique wasn't top-notch, but your emotions were really there, unlike what you could sing at your age. You know, it sounded like a mature man with a lot of stories could sing like that. After Yang Shuang finished speaking, she leaned her face closer and said, Little brother, do you have a story to tell? Tell your sister. Small Ethan quickly shook his head and said, I'm just a high school graduate who spent 3 years preparing for the college entrance exam. What story could I possibly have? Oh, Yang Shuang said somewhat non-committally, then asked, I remember you sang a lyric. Seagulls and waves accompany each other, but it won't last long. Is there a special story behind this lyric? Also, what song is this? It's so beautiful. I've never heard it before. Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He raised his glass, took a sip, and said, These are some obscure songs I heard online before. I thought they were good, so I wrote them down. Yang Shuang didn't ask any further questions, but just smiled and stared at Small Ethan. Small Ethan quickly changed the subject, saying, Sis, let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. You're so young, and you own such a big bar. It's really enviable. Would it really make people envious? Small Ethan smiled self-deprecatingly when he saw Yang Shuang, touched the glass wine bottle on the table, and said in a gentle voice, I'm from Lilong City. My home is in a village not far from the city, less than an hour's drive from here. My dad contracted a strange illness when I was very young. At the time, no doctor in the whole town could find out what was wrong. After that, he was always weak and had trouble even carrying a bucket of water, let alone working in the fields. My family relied on my mom growing some corn and potatoes to make a living, so I had no choice but to start earning money after graduating from junior high school. I started out as a waiter in a restaurant here. Later, I learned to sell silver jewelry from someone. After saving money for a few years and borrowing some from relatives, I was able to take over this small shop. She picked up a roasted corn cob and ate it one kernel at a time, saying, Everyone thinks I'm 25 or 26, but I'm actually only 23. It's just that I've aged a lot in the last few years. Small Ethan quickly said, No, that's not true. I thought you just turned 20. Still 20? Look at my crow's feet. I look more like 30, Yang Shuang said with a smile. Small Ethan watched her tuck her hair behind her ears and noticed the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and felt a pang of sadness. By the way, which hotel are you staying at? Small Ethan then suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to sit in the bar for a while and then look for a place to stay, but he had been distracted by the bar and had forgotten about it. Oops, I completely forgot about it, huh? Small Ethan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yang Shuang slapped her thigh and said, It must be because you were helping me at night that this matter was delayed. It's okay. If you don't mind, You can stay on the second floor for the next few days. That's where I usually stay. It'll be convenient to have a place to sleep. After the two finished their late-night snack, Yang Shuang led the way to the second floor, the wooden stairs creaking. The second floor of the bar is a compact little suite, with a light gray cotton sofa in the outer room. In front of the sofa is a simple wooden coffee table, next to which stands a square table with a computer on it and a chair beside it. There was a faint fragrance of magnolia blossoms in the air, which smelled wonderful and was just like the scent on her body. The door to the inner room was ajar, revealing a large bed with an unmade quilt and a plaid nightgown carelessly tossed on it. This sofa can be folded down to make a bed. My mom slept on it last time she came over, and it was quite comfortable. Yang Shuang was bending down to make the sofa bed when she continued. The sheets and blankets are all washed and clean. You don't mind, do you? No problem at all. I'm a guy, I'm not that picky, small Ethan quickly said with a smile. Before going to bed, she took an envelope from the inner room and slipped it into small Ethan's hand. This is your payment for 3 days, 3,000 yuan. You must take it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Small Ethan tried to push it away for a long time, but couldn't. So he had no choice but to take it. The next day, small Ethan didn't wake up until almost noon, when he heard tourists talking downstairs. Yang Shuang had already gone downstairs to get busy, and he saw that there was still warm porridge and steamed buns on the coffee table. Small Ethan got up, washed up, and quickly washed his dirty clothes. When he took them to the small balcony to dry, he saw the light-colored underwear hanging on the clothesline. His face turned red, and his heart started pounding. Then he went out and wandered around Wufang Street for most of the day, looking at this and tasting that. For dinner, he ate a bowl of local specialty rice noodles. Small Ethan took to the stage of South Wind at 8 p.m. sharp to continue singing. The bar was packed with travelers tonight, just like yesterday. The next day, small Ethan got up very early and took a tour bus to the nearby Lilong Snow Mountain. A legend is inscribed on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain, saying that if couples can reach the top of the mountain together, they will never be separated. Small Ethan took the cable car to a point near the summit, rented a down coat, and hiked for 2 hours to reach the top. Many couples were holding hands, joking around, and taking photos on the mountaintop. Small Ethan stood alone in front of the totem on the mountaintop, touching the watch on his wrist. It felt cool. He thought of Lee Sahan, who was far away, and wondered if she had come too. Would she have held his hand and insisted on climbing up together? As he thought about it, small Ethan felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath again, not knowing if it was because of the high altitude of the snow mountain. When we got back to karaoke that night, even though old Ethan was singing, I couldn't help but be affected by small Ethan's low spirits, and my singing was tinged with sadness and helplessness. The observant Yang Shuang could naturally hear the melancholy in the song and knew that small Ethan had something on his mind. But the thought of him leaving tomorrow made me feel a tightness in my chest, and I couldn't tell if it was because I was reluctant to part with him or something else. That night, after the bar closed, Yang Shuang shut the door, saying she wanted to see small Ethan off. It was the same table by the window, with barbecue and beer on it, just like that night. Where to go tomorrow? Yang Shuang handed him a cup of side view. Continue south. I want to go to Xiangshan City to see the grasslands. Small Ethan took a big gulp of his cocktail. I've never left Lilong before. Are you going back to Lilong? Yang Shuang asked expectantly. I probably won't be coming back. There's a train from there to Songshan City, so I'm planning to take the train home from there. Small Ethan finished his profile drink as he spoke. Oh, Yang Shuang said with a hint of disappointment, then turned and walked away. If you like it, have another drink. It's named after me, you know. When she came back, she brought small Ethan a cup of side view. I guessed it, it's a nice name, small Ethan said with a smile. Which name sounds better? Is it Cross Shadow or Sparse Shadow? Yang Shuang asked with a girlish playfulness. They all sound great. Small Ethan took another big gulp and said cheerfully. Perhaps it was the profile feeling that got the better of him, but somehow small Ethan suddenly became more talkative. He told her about Lee Sahan, saying she had gone abroad and that he was powerless to keep her. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the wedding rings on her fingers. After listening, Yang Shuang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I used to date someone, a tour guide, who always said he would help me open a big bar. I saved up some money and gave it all to him to invest, but he took the money and ran off with another woman, and I couldn't find him anywhere." She took a swig of wine, her eyes red, and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Only then did I realize that relying on yourself is worse than relying on anyone else. We can be considered fellow sufferers in this world." Small Ethan picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking with Yang Shuai. Small Ethan doesn't remember much about what happened after that. "All I remember is drinking bottle after bottle, my head getting heavier and heavier, and eventually I couldn't even see Yang Shuai's face clearly anymore. My last vague memory is of the two of us walking upstairs with our arms around each other's shoulders, and her saying, 'Come on, let's go to the world of swordsmen with your sister.' After that, I don't know anything anymore." In a daze, Small Ethan felt as if he were enveloped in something soft and warm, like soaking in a warm bathtub, so comfortable that he didn't want to move. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Small Ethan was woken up by a headache. He groggily opened his eyes, rubbed his aching and throbbing head, and was suddenly dumbfounded. He found himself lying on the large bed in the inner room, with Yang Shuai beside him. She was still showing her snow-white shoulders, and the two of them were covered by a thin blanket. "Godfather? What's going on?" Small Ethan's mind was buzzing. He was a little dazed. Old Ethan's voice coughed twice in his mind, sounding a little weak, and said, "Cough, cough. You two drank too much last night. That's what happens when you drink too much? I had no idea." Small Ethan felt himself trembling, unsure whether it was from fear or some other emotion. "Godfather, did you do this? Now I'm a scumbag. What will happen if Lee Sahan finds out?" Small Ethan was anxious. Don't rush. Old Ethan sighed and continued, "You two drank too much last night. She was upset, and you were unhappy too, plus you were alone together. To put it bluntly, you couldn't control your feelings. Besides, can you deny that you have feelings for her? She has feelings for you too, and you didn't do it on purpose, so you can't be blamed for this." Old Ethan paused, then continued to comfort him. "It's good that you have feelings for Lee Sahan, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Besides, it's clear that she genuinely likes you too, so last night, I just went with the flow." "Scumbag," Small Ethan cursed, unsure whether he was cursing old Ethan or himself. Small Ethan stood there blankly for a long time, staring at the ceiling, his mind a jumbled mess. Old Ethan then said in a teasing tone, "Don't overthink it, it's already like this. There's an old saying, a man who isn't a bit of a playboy in his youth has wasted his life." My first time. Small Ethan buried his face gently in the pillow, like a child who had done something wrong. Chapter 23. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the seafood. After a while, Small Ethan sat up gently and turned to look at Yang Shuai lying next to him. The erotic scene instantly aroused Small Ethan's body, making his heart leap into his throat. He hurriedly pulled over a thin blanket and carefully covered her chest with it. He then tiptoed into the outer room and quietly packed his things. After tidying up, he took out the envelope containing 3,000 yuan and gently placed it in the center of the coffee table. This was something Small Ethan had planned when he received the money. He knew it wasn't easy for Yang Shuai to run a bar all by herself. Moreover, they let him stay for the past 2 days and treated him to beer and barbecue. Even if nothing happened last night, their friendship can no longer be measured in money. But after he put the envelope down, a strange thought suddenly occurred to him. The money seemed to be some kind of reward for an inexplicable transaction. He shook his head, thinking, why bother thinking about all this nonsense? He glanced at the door to the inner room one last time, then quietly closed the door to the outer room and left the bar through the back door. The sun had just risen, and only a few elderly men and women could be seen sweeping the streets on Wufang Street. Small Ethan walked alone in the quiet alley, but his mind was still a mess. He admitted that he liked Yang Shuai, liked the way her eyes curved when she smiled, and liked the way she drank so heartily. The girls here seemed to be like this, hot and direct, unlike the girls in his hometown, who were always hard to figure out. But this affection, besides the initial novelty of meeting, seems to be mixed with an inexplicable heartache. She's only 23, but she's already carried the entire family through so many years. But right now, it seems like I can't help her at all. Small Ethan was filled with 1,000 thoughts. You little rascal, you're not that old, but you've got a lot on your mind. Old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind. Then he laughed and scolded. If you like someone, you like them. If you feel sorry for someone, you feel sorry for them. Don't think that love is a college entrance exam question, and you have to find the right answer. Small Ethan frowned and said, but isn't that like having two relationships at the same time? Where's the boat? Old Ethan laughed and said, one is drifting overseas, and the other is docked in Lilong. With your current abilities, you can't sail either ship. Take care of yourself first. Old Ethan paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, it's perfectly normal to meet a few people you genuinely like in your life. That's just human nature. It can't be hidden. It's not a bad thing to have some lingering feelings. Finally, old Ethan's voice deepened as he said, when you're capable enough to shelter others from the storm, then it's not too late to think about these things. Right now, young people should focus on forging ahead. Small Ethan didn't speak, took a few steps forward, and suddenly murmured, what is love in this world? It makes people willing to die for each other. When he reached the intersection of Wufang Street, he caught the tour bus bound for Xiangshan City. He got on the bus and found a window seat. Looking at the receding streets, he suddenly understood why Li Sahan had left without saying goodbye. Because some goodbyes are simply impossible to say to someone's face. What he didn't know was that in the room on the second floor of the Southwind Bar, Yang Shuang opened her eyes the moment he left. She stared at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face, soaking her pillow. This was the second man in her life. The first one absconded with her savings and took away her youth. This refreshing and bright young man, however, touched her heart, which she had long thought was dead, and then left quietly. She had actually woken up long ago, but she didn't have the courage to open her eyes. She knew she couldn't keep him, and she was even less able to face such a separation than he was. Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the bedside table. She picked it up and saw a text message from Small Ethan. Sister, you were sleeping so soundly. I figured you must be exhausted, so I didn't wake you. I'm leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I wish you all the best in your business, but I also hope you take good care of yourself. I'll come to visit you in Lilong again when I have time, and I hope you'll visit the Yangtze River province sometime. Yang Shuang wiped away the tears on her face, typed and deleted text repeatedly, and finally sent a message after a long time. I'm waiting for you to come back anytime. Have a safe trip and take care. But when Small Ethan saw the word come back in the text message, his heart softened instantly, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. The mountains, water, and air in southern Yunnan are beautiful. Everything is wonderful except for the travel time. Another 4 hours of winding mountain roads. When Small Ethan got out of the car, his legs went weak again, and it took him a while to recover. He couldn't decide where to go first, so he decided to go to the newsstand to buy a local map. Arriving at the newsstand at the bus station entrance, I bought a map and suddenly noticed a copy of the Southern Yunnan Border Trade News displayed below. The cover featured an advertisement that read, Xiangshan City Border Residents Mutual Trade Zone opens, Wild Medicinal Herbs Exhibition and Sale. Old Ethan's voice suddenly exploded in my mind. This is it. I remember now. It's the afternoon of the 8th, so there should be news early Monday morning, the 11th. Several Southeast Asian countries are going to issue bans, prohibiting the export of their own wild ginseng. At that time, the domestic supply will be cut off. The price hasn't gone up yet, but after the news is announced, the price of domestic stock of Southeast Asian wild ginseng will rise to as high as 20,000 yuan per piece. Small Ethan quickly set off for the trade zone, 20 kilometers away. The Xiangshan City Border Residents Mutual Trade Zone is located in the border area of Xiangshan City, right next to the border of a neighboring country. The entire trade zone is quite large, divided into several large areas, including customs supervised areas, trading markets with stalls, and warehouses for storing goods. Small Ethan first withdrew $50,000 in cash from a bank at the entrance of the trade zone, and then made an appointment to withdraw another $80,000 the next day before entering the trade zone. The area is lined with shops, and the stalls, categorized by type, are filled with all kinds of goods. The market was bustling with people, and the sounds of bargaining and hawking filled the air. Small Ethan didn't have time to look at anything else. He was busy searching for the area for trading medicinal herbs in the huge venue. After searching for a while, I finally saw a sign hanging in the distance that read Forest Ginseng Zone. As you get closer, you can hear the following playing on a loop on the loudspeaker. According to the regulations on the protection and management of wild medicinal resources, only artificially cultivated forest ginseng is allowed to be traded in this area, and wild varieties are prohibited. Small Ethan approached a stall with a sign that read Quarantine Qualified Products Zone. Several border residents stood guarding sacks, looking worried, while a pile of ginseng sat in front of their stall. A label was pasted in front of the display that read 2,000 yuan piece, but no one paid any attention to it. Only one foreign border resident was still enthusiastically hawking his wares in broken Chinese. Forest-grown ginseng, 2,000 yuan per piece, with certificate. Small Ethan walked over, squatted down, pretended not to know anything about them, picked up one, and weighed it in his hand. This ginseng looks dry and tough. Would you sell it for 800 yuan apiece? Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately panicked. He looked up and saw that Small Ethan was a young man, and assumed he was there to cause trouble. He then pointed to the quarantine certificate next to him. It has a certificate. This is a 30-year-old ginseng, and the minimum price is 2,000 yuan per piece. Small Ethan replied, following old Ethan's instructions. Your ginseng is at most 20 years old, and it's worth 1,200 yuan apiece at most. I'll take all of yours, otherwise forget it. Small Ethan finished speaking. He patted his backpack and even raised his voice to say, I'll pay in cash for today's deal. At this moment, several other border residents also gathered around. One of the older men said, We only sell genuine 30-year-old ginseng here. Last year, we could sell it for 3,000 yuan apiece, but business is not good this year. The lowest price is 1,500 yuan apiece. I still have some left, I'll sell them to you together. Small Ethan suddenly said firmly, It's only 1,200 yuan apiece. I have 50,000 yuan in cash on hand. Let's check the goods now and pay in full in cash. The stall owner in front of him gritted his teeth and nodded, then picked out 30-year-old ginseng. The old man who had just spoken also took out 12 sticks from the sack. After the two men took the money, they handed him a stack of documents. The certificates are all in here. Small Ethan saw the appraisal certificate. No, 200306XXXX, from the National Ginseng and Deer Antler Products Quality Supervision and Inspection Center. Actually, neither Small Ethan nor Old Ethan knew anything about the market, but they knew that the customs-controlled areas in this market were not just for show. If you got the corresponding certificates, it meant the goods were genuine. After tidying up the 42 ginseng roots, Small Ethan asked the old man, How many 30-year-old ginseng do you have left? The old men and their companions huddled together, counted the remaining sticks, and said, There are probably 60 or 70 left. Small Ethan picked up the ginseng and left without saying anything more. He arrived at the entrance to the trade zone and found a hotel to stay in. The next morning, he went to the bank, withdrew more than 80,000 yuan in cash, and went straight to the stall from the previous day. Without much haggling, they bought the remaining 67 30-year-old ginseng from the stall for 80,000 yuan. That evening, Small Ethan looked at the more than 100 ginseng roots piled on the ground and couldn't help but worry. Godfather, all this money has been spent. What if we end up with these ginseng roots that are now stuck with us? Old Ethan calmly replied, The bigger the waves, the more expensive the seafood. Chapter 24 Don't rush. There's still one loophole to be found. For the next 2 days, Small Ethan was completely immersed in the beautiful scenery of Xiangshan City. He rode a horse and roamed freely on the grassland. In the evening, he ate an incredibly fragrant roasted lamb leg by the campfire, drank local butter tea and barley wine, and danced with the locals, feeling completely at ease. At night, he lay on the grass looking at the stars. Because of the high altitude, the starry sky above him seemed so close. The wind on the grassland seemed to have blown away much of the knot in his heart. Whenever he had free time, he would always think of sending Yang Shuai a text message. Tell her about the interesting people he met and the interesting things he saw on the grasslands along the way. She always replied very quickly, saying that her childhood friend had arrived at the bar to help out. The new singer had arrived, and there had been a lot more customers in the past 2 days. Looking at the text message she sent on my phone screen, "Business is stable, don't worry, have fun." Small Ethan's anxiety finally subsided. On the third day, small Ethan woke up at noon and saw a notice posted at the entrance of the trade zone as he stepped out of the hotel. Effective immediately, cross-border trade of Southeast Asian, forest-grown ginseng is prohibited, and existing stock must be reported and verified as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the market's broadcasts are also making repeated announcements. Following instructions from higher authorities, cross-border transactions of forest ginseng are suspended effective immediately. Old Ethan said to small Ethan in his mind, "The big fish is coming." A day later, small Ethan made a point of strolling around the market and discovered that the stalls that used to sell ginseng now only had deer antlers for sale. He hadn't been wandering around for long when he saw a group of people who looked like merchants walking towards the stalls. Several people were holding up signs to buy wild ginseng, which read, "Up to 8,000 yuan per piece for 20-year-old ginseng. Up to 15,000 yuan per piece for 30-year-old ginseng." Small Ethan saw the vendors who sold him the ginseng. He regretted it so much that he slapped his thigh in remorse. He took a deep breath and walked toward the group of people holding signs. His gaze fell on a middle-aged man in the middle. Based on old Ethan's many years of experience in judging people, this man should be the leader. "Boss, I have the goods in stock." Small Ethan's voice was not loud, but it was firm. The middle-aged man then asked, "Oh? How many? Do you have the paperwork?" Looking at the boy in front of him, his eyes were filled with suspicion. "More than 100, all with complete licenses and permits." Small Ethan then pointed in a direction not far away and said, "It's in the hotel right outside the door." The group exchanged glances, and the middle-aged man waved to the people around him, saying, "Let's go take a look together." Small Ethan led a few people into the hotel room, where more than 100 ginseng roots were piled up. At this moment, an elderly man from the group stepped forward, put on a white glove, and squatted down. He took a magnifying glass and carefully examined the ginseng roots, then flipped through the identification report to check the serial number. The old man examined it very carefully, spending nearly 2 hours in total. After he finished reading, he looked up at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa and said, "Vice President Liu, these are all registered wild ginseng, with plump rhizomes and clear iron lines. They are all around 30 years old, and their quality is much better than those on the market. Master Liu, thank you for your hard work." The middle-aged man spoke to the old man, then picked up a ginseng root, looked at small Ethan, and said, "Young man, you've stockpiled this batch of goods at the perfect time. Southeast Asia just issued a ban yesterday, and now even border residents aren't allowed to trade ginseng under the forest canopy. The Guangzhou market is going crazy today, and the wealthy people in Hong Kong only recognize ginseng registered in 2003. As he spoke, he pointed to the words filed in June 2003 on the appraisal report and said, "Your goods, with all the proper documentation, are hard to find even with a lantern in the market." After saying that, he gestured to the people who came with him to clean up the ginseng on the ground, and then handed small Ethan a copy of the drug business license. Then, to small Ethan, he said, "Some of these are less than 30 years old, and some are over 30 years old. We'll buy them all at the previous listed price of 15,000 each. The total for 109 ginseng is 1,635,000. We'll use a bank transfer, with the note, 2003 border-registered forest ginseng purchase. Is that all right?" Small Ethan agreed without haggling and signed the contract. When Vice President Liu asked his assistant to go to an outside bank to transfer the money, he said to small Ethan, "Young man, the invoices and registration certificates are all in place, so the accounting is straightforward. However, 16,350 yuan of individual income tax needs to be withheld on your behalf. Otherwise, our company's accounts will not be balanced." He printed out the withholding and payment of tax certificate on the spot, pointed to the numbers on it, and said, "This money is paid to the tax bureau on your behalf. If you meet the tax refund conditions during next year's annual tax reconciliation, you can get it back." Small Ethan immediately accepted. After all, to be a law-abiding citizen, one must never evade taxes. About an hour later, small Ethan's phone vibrated. A text message appeared. A transfer of 1,618,650 renminbi from Guangzhou Guanghui Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, with the note. Payment for the purchase of forest ginseng, 16,350 renminbi of individual income tax, has been withheld. At this point, the group had already wrapped the last ginseng and put it into a foam box. After receiving a call from his assistant informing him that the remittance had been successful, Vice President Liu got up to say goodbye to small Ethan. He handed over a business card and said, "Young man, if you have any medicinal herbs you want to sell, feel free to call this number anytime, and I'll send someone to pick them up." Watching Vice President Liu's car drive away, small Ethan forced himself to remain calm as he returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed the moment he closed the door. He went from spending all his savings of 130,000 yuan in cash to having over 1.6 million yuan in his bank account. It all felt like a dream. But the balance shown in the text messages on his phone, the contracts and receipts on the table, all told him that it was all real. Remember this feeling? Old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind, saying, earning money without stealing or cheating, seizing the right opportunity, and daring to fight and strive. Isn't it especially fulfilling? Small Ethan was still reeling from his sudden wealth. He kept muttering to himself, "I'm rich. I'm rich." Old Ethan didn't bother him, though he was very excited himself, especially since this was in 2003. That year, 1.6 million was a huge sum of money, enough to buy a nice courtyard house in the capital of China, Beijing, outright. It wasn't until the sun was setting that small Ethan slowly came to his senses. He walked to the window, looked at the street scene of Xiangshan City, and suddenly thought of Yang Shuai. He wondered if he could go back to Lilong City again to surprise her and help her pay back the money she borrowed to open the bar. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he suppressed it. He felt that he should follow old Ethan's advice and keep pushing forward until he was truly capable of supporting her. Godfather, the bigger the storm, the greater the harvest. I've truly experienced that. Small Ethan said to old Ethan in his mind. This child is teachable, old Ethan said with satisfaction. Godfather, shall we go back to Songshan tomorrow? Small Ethan asked. Don't rush. I suddenly remembered something. We might have a big catch. Old Ethan said mysteriously. Chapter 25, was this a bargain? This is clearly a treasure trove. For the next few days, small Ethan followed old Ethan's instructions and spent every day in a flea market in Xiangshan City. Old Ethan didn't specify what he was looking for, just told him to wander around aimlessly every day. After the incident with the ginseng under the forest, small Ethan was completely obedient to old Ethan. He's been wandering around the market from morning till night for the past few days, and he knows pretty much everything about which stall sells what. On the fourth day at noon, small Ethan was having lunch at a rice noodle shop at the market entrance when he suddenly saw a short man walk in. The man had tightly knit eyebrows and a shrewd and arrogant look on his face. He had a small square mustache on his philtrum, and judging from his appearance, he was undoubtedly Japanese. All I heard was this person saying to the waiter in broken Chinese, "I'd like a bowl of rice noodles, no chili." Follow him later. Old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into my head. Small Ethan finally heard old Ethan's instructions and quickly sped up his eating. He slurped up the remaining rice noodles in a few bites, paid the bill, and then went to the entrance of the flea market to wait. About 15 minutes later, the Japanese came out of the rice noodle shop and entered the flea market. Small Ethan then quietly followed him, trailing him at a distance. The Japanese man wandered around the market for a long time, looking here and there. When the Japanese man walked into a jade shop on the street corner, small Ethan suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and old Ethan successfully took over control of his body. Then, old Ethan used his superhuman senses to observe the Japanese man's every move inside the store from the doorway. It should be this person. I remember reading a news article online about a Japanese herbal medicine merchant who, while purchasing medicines in Xiangshan City, bought a batch of jade scraps for a few thousand yuan at a local flea market. But one of the pieces actually yielded a high-grade imperial green jade, which slapped the faces of domestic jade experts. There's also a photo of this Japanese man online. If I remember correctly, it's him. Old Ethan then instructed small Ethan. This matter has caused quite a stir. If it really is him, we have to intercept him. We can't let the Japanese take advantage of this. Small Ethan immediately retorted indignantly. Of course. The Japanese absolutely cannot take advantage of this. Old Ethan, who was outside the store, saw the Japanese man pointing to a pile of palm-sized stones in the corner. The pile of stones was pitted and uneven, some even with cut cracks. There were only about 10 of them, and they were dirty and inconspicuous. The Japanese man was speaking to the shop owner in broken Chinese. "Boss, how much is this?" The shop owner looked at the stone he was pointing to, waved his hand, and said, 200 yuan per gene, 500 G. The Japanese then squatted down and began to rummage through the stones, pretending to pick them up and examine them. Finally, he looked up and gestured to the shopkeeper, saying, 3,000 yuan, I'll buy them all. There are at least 20 kilograms of this. 3,000 yuan isn't enough. Although it's leftover material, there might be jade inside. So 200 yuan per kilogram isn't expensive. So, the lowest price is 3,800 yuan. You can take it all. Seeing that things were looking promising, the boss immediately started negotiating the price with the Japanese. Just as the Japanese man's small eyes darted around and he was about to speak, Old Ethan suddenly darted into the store. He leaned closer, pointed at the stones, and said to the shop owner, "I'll take this pile, 3,800 yuan, no bargaining." The Japanese man turned his head sharply to look at the boy who had suddenly appeared and caused trouble. His eyes widened like saucers, and he rattled off a string of Japanese words that were obviously swear words. The Japanese man's face turned bright red, and he immediately turned to the stall owner and shouted, "For 1,500 yen, 6,000 yuan." Old Ethan spoke in a flat tone, staring disdainfully at the Japanese man in front of him who was a head shorter than him. The boss, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing his hands together and looking you two up and down, saying, "What's going on with you two?" The Japanese man gritted his teeth, his small eyes darting around rapidly, seemingly suspecting that the boy in front of him might be a shill for the shop. A few seconds later, the Japanese man raised the price again, saying, 6,500. As he spoke, he started taking money out of his pocket. Old Ethan was even faster. He pulled a wad of crisp new cash from his backpack and slammed it on the table in front of his boss. 10,000, I'll take it now. The Japanese man stopped in his tracks, looking at the thick wad of cash in front of him, then glancing up at old Ethan's disdainful face. His face turned green with anger, and he finally growled, "Baka." He grabbed his purse and turned to leave. The stall owner was beaming with delight, helping old Ethan pack the stones into a sack while showering him with compliments. "Young man, you have a good eye? This pile of stones has finally found a discerning owner." Old Ethan smiled and said to the boss, "I just can't stand the Japanese's arrogant attitude. They think we Chinese are easy to fool." Then old Ethan quickly picked up the sack and left the store, continuing to follow the Japanese man from a distance. Small Ethan was puzzled, while old Ethan said, "I'm not sure yet if the jade came from this pile. I have to follow him and watch out for him going to look for it elsewhere." Old Ethan followed him for 2 more blocks, and finally saw the Japanese man enter a shop selling wood carvings. He haggled over the palm-sized Buddha statue, eventually emptying his wallet to buy it, clearly having no money left to buy any more stones. Old Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "At least this time I didn't let someone else beat me to it." The next morning, small Ethan took the bag of stones to the local jade market in Xiangshan and found a shop called Old Zhang's Stone Cutting Shop. The shop owner, Lao Zhang, is a seasoned professional with decades of experience and a great reputation, but his fees are also much higher than other stone cutting shops. Old Zhang, wearing his reading glasses, weighed the stones in his hand, examined them closely, and shook his head. He said to small Ethan, "These stones look like rough rocks, kid. Don't waste your money on cutting them." "It's okay, Uncle Zhang. I'm just cutting it for fun. I've been having good luck lately, so I wanted to give it a try. It'll be an experience." Small Ethan insisted on cutting it. Old Zhang reluctantly agreed, then set up the machine and started cutting. They cut 7 or 8 pieces in one go. All of them were white, hard stone. Some of them were worth at most 2 or 300 yuan, and they didn't even make back the cost of cutting the stone. At this moment, small Ethan's heart was pounding, while old Ethan's mind went blank. Both of them were wondering, had they really bought the wrong thing? When it was the third to last piece's turn, the machine made a cut, sending sparks flying, and a sliver of green suddenly appeared from the crack in the stone. Old Zhang exclaimed, "Huh?" Looked at it carefully, and then said, "It has some basic characteristics, but it's not very useful yet." After saying that, he picked up the stone, glanced at it, and then cut along the green line with the second knife. In an instant, a glimmer of glass flashed from the crack in the stone. Suddenly, the air in the store seemed to freeze. With a clatter, the calipers fell to the ground from old Zhang's hand, and he said in a trembling voice, This is, it's imperial green. High grade. This piece can yield at least 5 full green bracelets, and the remaining scraps can be made into dozens of cabochons. The last 2 stones turned out fine, but the news that old Zhang's shop had cut out a high-grade imperial green stone spread like wildfire. Before long, 7 or 8 jade merchants squeezed into old Zhang's shop, all talking at once as they quoted prices to small Ethan. "Young man, 2 million. I'll take it. 2.2 million. Young man, sell it to me. Don't argue with me. I'll offer 2.3 million. Old Ethan was stunned. He knew this thing was valuable, estimating it to be worth at most a few 100,000, but he didn't expect it to be worth so much. No wonder everyone was so indignant when they said the Japanese had taken advantage of the situation in their past life. This isn't just getting a bargain. It's like finding a treasure. As the argument was raging, small Ethan noticed a middle-aged man squeeze in, followed by an assistant carrying a briefcase. The man had his hair neatly combed, wore a light-colored short-sleeved shirt, a gold watch on his wrist, and a bright green jade ring on his finger, clearly someone who dealt with jewelry year-round. He examined the stone with a magnifying glass, then slowly said to small Ethan, "Young man, I'll take this piece. 2.8 million. The surroundings fell silent instantly, with only the jade merchants who had been quoting prices earlier whispering among themselves. It's Mr. Chun from Hong Kong Island, who specializes in high-end jade. If he has his eye on something, most people can't compete with him, so don't even bother trying." Mr. Chun added, "This material is indeed worth the price. If you trust me, we can sign the contract now and arrange payment immediately." Small Ethan nodded, and Mr. Chun immediately turned to his assistant and said, "Bring the contract." The assistant immediately handed over a document with clearly written instructions and guidelines. He then explained to small Ethan, "This is a sales contract template. Our company transfers funds to a corporate account, but we need to withhold 20% personal income tax for individuals. This is a sample tax payment certificate. Take a look." Small Ethan and old Ethan read the document together and felt relieved. Within half an hour, the contract was signed, and the assistant rushed to the bank to process the transfer. As small Ethan's Nokia phone beeped, a text message from the bank arrived. Hong Kong Island Hung Yip Jewelry Company Limited received 2,240,000 renminbi, with a note. Payment for jade raw materials, 560,000 renminbi, in personal income tax, has been withheld. Small Ethan stared at the text message, forcibly controlling his body, which was trembling with excitement. Mr. Chun instructed his assistant to put the stones away, patted small Ethan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Young man, you're lucky. Luck is more important than anything in this line of work. If you have any good material in the future, feel free to contact me." After saying that, he handed over a gold-embossed business card, then turned around and left with the man and the stone. While the jade merchants around were still gossiping, old Zhang came over and said with no small amount of envy, "Your luck is truly incredible, like your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Thanks to you." Small Ethan quickly took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to Lao Zhang, which was more than double the price agreed upon at the time. Lao Zhang accepted it with a smile. When small Ethan walked out of the stonecutters, he felt like he was floating. The dramatic ups and downs of the past few days, no, not downs, but ups and downs, have completely bewildered this naive young man. He touched the bank card in the pocket of his backpack and recalled how he went from having only 10 yuan in his pocket to winning 140,000 yuan in the lottery, and then turning that 140,000 yuan into nearly 4 million yuan during his trip to Yunnan, all in just 4 months. Old Ethan was humming a little tune in his head and said to small Ethan with a hint of smugness, "How was that? This move made money and snatched the Japanese away at the same time. Wasn't it great?" Chapter 26. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle. Small Ethan wandered aimlessly through the streets of Xiangshan City until evening, occasionally touching the bank card containing a large sum of money, but feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. He was a little stunned to suddenly have so much money. Just then, the sound of old Ethan humming a song appeared in my mind. He smiled and said, "I have enough money for now. Let's do something I want to do." Suddenly, his phone beeped with a text message. Small Ethan picked it up and saw it was a message from Yang Shuang. "Little brother, have you had dinner yet? You've been in Fragrant Hills for so many days. How's your trip going? Be sure to be careful while you're staying out alone." Looking at the words on the screen, small Ethan felt a sudden warmth in his heart and said to old Ethan, "Godfather, I want to go back." Old Ethan thought to himself with a smile, "Support. Having a goal suddenly made me feel at ease." Small Ethan turned around and went to the local shopping mall. He spent a long time looking at the jade counter and finally chose a jade bracelet that cost a little over 20,000 yuan. It was translucent and looked very warm and smooth. He thought this was just right. He was afraid Yang Shuang wouldn't accept it if it was too expensive. Early the next morning, small Ethan boarded the bus back to Lilong. Small Ethan returned to Wufang Street around noon. When he was still some distance from the bar, he saw Yang Shuang in the distance. She was sitting under a parasol at the entrance of the bar with her back to him, chatting with an elderly man wearing reading glasses across from her. The old man had a smile on his face, and it seemed he was having a pleasant conversation. Old Ethan muttered to himself, "Let's listen to what they're saying." After a tingling sensation throughout his body, small Ethan slowly began to hear clearly. It turns out the old man was the landlord of the South Wind Bar. He and his wife were going abroad to live with their children and wouldn't be coming back. He was thinking of selling the shop, which is why he came to Yang Shuang to explain the situation. "Xiao Yang, think of something." The old man sighed and continued, "I only managed to make this bar a success because you've worked so hard. If I sell it to someone else, I can't control whether they raise the rent or just take it back for themselves. Your business looks good, but most of the profits are in the rent. Judging from this, rents are bound to keep rising. How will you ever get ahead like this?" Small Ethan saw Yang Shuang lower her head and take a sip of water and said in a low voice, "Uncle Wang, I know you mean well, but how can I afford it? I haven't even paid off the money for this bar yet." "Then think about it again. This shop is 120 square meters. Someone offered 7,500 yuan per square meter before, but I didn't sell it." The old man looked at her and continued, "I've seen how you've persevered all this time. If you're going to buy it, I'll give you a discount of 800,000. How about that?" Yang Shuang said with a wry smile. "Uncle Wang, 800,000 is an astronomical figure for me." Small Ethan was secretly astonished when he heard the price. He hadn't expected that the shop's price would be more than double the price of a house in Haizhou. However, upon closer examination, Yunnan is a major tourist province, and Wufang Street is the place where tourists gather the most in the province. Moreover, the location of Nanfeng is not bad, so the price is reasonable. The old man didn't try to persuade him any further. He took a sip of tea, waved his hand, got up, and left. Small Ethan watched as Yang Shuang stared blankly at the old man's departing figure, and suddenly an idea came to him. "Go ahead and do it. After all, she's your first woman in the true sense. And by the time I get here, the prices here will have increased at least tenfold." Old Ethan knew exactly what small Ethan was thinking and made the decision for him before he could even speak. Small Ethan blushed, but without further hesitation, he quietly followed. After turning a street corner, he called out to the old man, "Grandpa, please wait a moment." The old man turned around, glanced at small Ethan, and asked with a puzzled look, "Young man, do you need something from me?" "I'll buy your shop." Small Ethan answered readily, then confirmed, "As you said, 800,000. The old man paused for a moment, then slowly asked, "Who are you?" "I am Yang Shuang's friend." Small Ethan paused, then added, "He's kind of my boyfriend. I heard everything you were saying in the back room. She didn't have any money, so I bought it for her." The old man was a little surprised, but then smiled and said, "Are you serious?" Seeing Small Ethan nod firmly, the old man continued, "All right, you seem like a very honest young man, and you and Xiao Yang must have a deep relationship. I won't waste any more time. Let's go to the management committee to complete the formalities now." Small Ethan followed the old man to the Old Street Management Committee without hesitation. When he signed the contract, notarized it, and transferred the money, he felt even sweeter than if he had made money when he wrote Yang Shuang in the buyer's position. After all the formalities were completed, Small Ethan specifically said to the old man, "Sir, leave the contract with me for now. I'll have her come to you in a couple of days to complete the transfer of ownership. Please don't tell her yet." The old man nodded, smiled, and left. After all that commotion, it was almost evening when Small Ethan finally returned to the familiar bar entrance. At that moment, Yang Shuang was wiping the table with her head down. Without looking up, she noticed someone coming in and said, "Welcome. Come in and have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Small Ethan didn't say anything. He just stood there, smiling at her. Seeing that the person didn't move, Yang Shuang looked up and found that it was Small Ethan. The rag in his hand had fallen onto the table. Small Ethan saw her eyes redden instantly. He took a few steps over, hugged her tightly, and asked with a choked voice, "Why did you come back?" "I missed you, so I wanted to come back and visit." Small Ethan patted her back naturally, feeling a warmth in his heart. Small Ethan didn't mention the shop again and just helped out at the bar with Yang Shuang. She wiped the table, and he moved the wine crates. She took inventory, and he squatted on the ground counting the bottles. The two occasionally bumped arms, neither of them saying a word, just naturally busying themselves. As the number of customers increased in the evening, he even tried to serve them plates, but Yang Shuang shooed him away with a smile. "Go sit down, don't cause trouble." At 8 p.m., on the bar stage, Yang Shuang's childhood friend, the new resident singer, was singing with a guitar. It sounded great, and the atmosphere was nice. After closing for the night, Yang Shuang insisted on welcoming Small Ethan back with the same old barbecue and beer. The two clinked glasses happily, like old friends reunited after a long separation. After finishing a bottle of beer, Small Ethan picked up a thin metal skewer of beef and said to Yang Shuang with a smile, "Sister, watch me perform a magic trick for you." Yang Shuang asked with some doubt, "You can do this too?" Small Ethan held both ends of the metal skewer with both hands and exerted force, slowly bending the skewer into a ring shape, like a bracelet. He slipped the iron ring onto Yang Shuang's wrist, tightened it, and said, "It's the perfect size. All right, this is my gift to you." Small Ethan, suppressing a laugh, continued, "Handmade, one in the world." Yang Shuang looked down at the iron skewer on her wrist, feeling both annoyed and amused, and chuckled as she scolded. "What kind of magic trick are you performing? If I wear this out, people will think I'm a rag picker. Don't rush. If you don't like it, we'll change the style for you." As he spoke, Small Ethan leaned forward, gently covering the metal ring with both hands, and said, mimicking the lines old Ethan had taught him in his mind, "Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle is about to begin." "All done." Old Ethan spoke to Small Ethan in his mind, at which point old Ethan had already used his superpowers to switch the iron skewer. Yang Shuang suddenly felt that the texture of the iron ring on her wrist had changed. It was no longer as hard as an iron skewer, but rather had a warm and smooth feel. Before she could fully react, Small Ethan had already let go. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the iron ring on her wrist was gone. In its place was a jade bracelet, its surface translucent, and its surface cool and comfortable against her skin. This? Yang Shuang was stunned and didn't know what to ask for a moment. She stood there stunned for a long time before finally asking, "Where did this come from?" "Of course it's conjured up, sis. Aren't my magic tricks amazing?" Small Ethan scratched his head and gave an irrelevant answer. Yang Shuang touched the bracelet on her wrist. As a local, she had seen a lot of jade, and she could tell at a glance that this bracelet was not cheap. She hurriedly tried to take it off and return it to Small Ethan, but then realized that the bracelet seemed to be custom-made and was not easy to remove. She was still wondering how she had gotten it on, so she said somewhat anxiously, "This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Keep it on." Small Ethan held her hand and said in a very serious tone. Yang Shuang looked up at small Ethan's serious expression and didn't refuse anymore. She lowered her head, took a sip of beer, and a subtle smile appeared on her lips. Small Ethan watched as the jade bracelet on her wrist swayed gently and suddenly felt at ease. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning what happened that night and chatted like ordinary friends. Small Ethan recounted his experiences on the journey, while Yang Shuang talked about the interesting things that happened at the bar. They ate a late-night snack until the wee hours. Since Yang Shuang's childhood friend was staying on the second floor, and Small Ethan had also booked a room nearby, he said goodbye and went back to his hotel to rest after finishing his meal. For the next 2 days, Small Ethan came to the bar to help out every day, and Yang Shuang didn't stand on ceremony, letting him do whatever she asked. On the third day, after the two had finished lunch, Small Ethan said, "Sis, I have to go home." Yang Shuang didn't say anything, but took out a jade guanine pendant from her pocket. She strung a red string around Small Ethan's neck and said, "I don't have anything valuable to give you. This is something I asked a friend to pick out for me. I just received it this morning." Small Ethan touched the jade guanine pendant on his chest, which still retained Yang Shuang's warmth, and softly said, "Thank you, sister. I like it very much." The two remained silent afterward, and she accompanied him to the place where he could catch a bus until the bus to Kunhai arrived. Small Ethan took a file folder out of his bag, stuffed it into her hand, and said, "Sis, take this." "What is it?" Yang Shuang asked, trying to open it. "I'll look at it when I get back." Small Ethan smiled and said, "Sis, I'm leaving now. Take care." Watching the bus disappear into the distance, Yang Shuang slowly walked back to the bar. She went up to the desk on the second floor and opened the file folder. There was a shop purchase contract inside, and the buyer's name was hers. There was also a bank card and a letter. Every word on the letter was written carefully. Yang Shuang knew it was Small Ethan's handwriting. "Sister, seeing these words is like seeing the person in person. Lately, I've been thinking about how beautiful your smile was when I first saw you at the bar. After hearing your story, I realized that you had endured a lot of hardship while supporting this place all by yourself. I made a small fortune on this trip to Fragrant Hills. Not a lot, but enough to buy this shop. That way, all the money you earn will be yours, and you won't have to work for the landlord anymore. Sister, don't be so formal with me. Just consider it as me investing. If the bar makes money in the future, I'll take a cut. If it loses money, I'll consider it a failed investment. There's still 200,000 yuan left in the card. The password is the last 6 digits of your phone number. Don't be stingy if you need the money urgently. I know it's too early for me to say anything now. I can't give you stability, and I don't dare to make any promises. But I just don't want to see you pretending to be strong anymore. I don't want to see you again. To save some money, I climbed a ladder myself to fix the bar's electrical circuits. Sister, take a rest if you're tired. Even if the sky falls, I'll still be here for you. Although I'm not very strong right now, I will work hard to improve my skills. I'm going back to my hometown now, but I'll come visit you in Lilong when I have time. Remember, don't always shoulder everything alone. Call me if you need anything. My phone is on 24/7. Ethan. Yang Shuang clutched the letter, tears falling onto the contract. She touched the jade bracelet on her wrist. The boy who had touched her heart had returned after leaving. But this time, he completely stole her heart. Chapter 27, I am a fortune teller. May I ask what you want to know? The journey from Lilong to Kunhai was still arduous, but thanks to old Ethan occasionally possessing me to alleviate some of the discomfort, I finally made it through. I received a text message from Shun Yin halfway there. Mr. Fu, your contract has been filed with the Haizhou Housing Management Bureau. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Small Ethan and old Ethan discussed it and decided to go to the provincial capital again before returning to Songshan City. It was already midnight when the bus arrived in Kunhai, so he found a small hotel near the station to spend the night. The next day at noon, Small Ethan enjoyed another hearty meal of local cuisine before boarding a train bound for Haizhou. Small Ethan also received a call from Zhou on the train, urging him to hurry back to play games, and also mentioning, Liang contacted me a few days ago and asked where you've been lately. Small Ethan then remembered Liang, the girl he had thought about every day for 3 years of high school, but hadn't thought about her much lately. He suddenly realized that after experiencing so much in the past few months, he seemed to have really changed. It seems that he has matured and taken a more detached view of many things. The 2 days on the train passed quickly. That morning, the train had just stopped at the provincial capital's train station platform. Small Ethan was the first to rush off the train because he simply couldn't sit still any longer. After leaving the station, Small Ethan took a taxi directly to Hamlin Garden. As soon as he arrived at the sales office, he saw Shen Yin being reprimanded by a blonde saleswoman called Sister Bo. Xiao Bai, I'm not trying to criticize you, but I have no problem with you being attentive to every client. However, you always bring those elderly folks who just seem to be there to freeload off the air conditioning around, chattering away and delaying my conversations with serious clients, you know? Is this your first day in sales? You have no sense of propriety at all. Shen Yin blushed slightly and explained, Sister Bo, the manager has always said that anyone who enters the sales office is a customer, and we should treat them well. Bo Jie scoffed and said, with your pig brain, you won't be able to close a single deal in a year. Last time you bumped into that family buying a house, it was pure luck. But they can only afford a small apartment. Shen Yin blushed and was about to say something when she was suddenly stopped behind her. The man slowly said to Sister Bo, Is the sewer clogged here? It stinks. Bo didn't recognize Small Ethan at first, paused for a moment, and reflexively asked, And what do you do? Small Ethan, feigning seriousness, counted on his fingers as he answered, I'm a fortune teller. What kind of fortune teller are you asking about? Bo Jie didn't react for a moment, and blurted out, What kind of fortune do I need to tell? Small Ethan continued in a serious tone, I've done some calculations and found that you're lacking in virtue and have a wicked destiny. If any of my words offended you, tell me and I'll repeat them. Bo Jie finally realized that the young man in front of her was indirectly insulting her, and she was so angry that she wanted to curse him out. At this moment, the male salesman next to her quickly pulled her aside and whispered in her ear, Sister Bo, this is the homeowner of the apartment Xiao Bai owned last time. We can't make a fuss. The manager values homeowner satisfaction the most. The swear words were forced back down, and Sister Bo's face turned green with anger. She could only turn around and leave in a huff. Shen Yin naturally recognized Small Ethan long ago. Seeing that Sister Bo had left in anger, her usual smile returned to her face. She flashed her cute little tiger teeth and said to Small Ethan, Mr. Fu, what brings you here? Hey, why don't you just call me Small Ethan? This Mr. Fu sounds kind of awkward, Small Ethan said, waving his hand. That won't do. The manager said we have to respect the customers. Can I call you Ethan then? Shen Yin said with a smile, covering her mouth. Okay, as long as it's not Mr. Fu, Small Ethan said, pretending to be serious. I've never heard anything like what you just said before, and it was quite interesting. Even Bo Jie, who's the most talkative person here, couldn't keep up. Shen Yin glanced backstage and realized that Sister Bo had already walked away, so she whispered to Small Ethan, Haha, I learned it while surfing the internet. Small Ethan scratched his head awkwardly. These jokes, which only became popular in the future, were all told to him by old Ethan when he was just teasing him. By the way, Ethan, what brings you here today? School hasn't started yet, has it? Shen Yin stopped laughing and asked seriously, Can't you come and see the house if there's nothing wrong? I can just come and see you, haha. Small Ethan chuckled and continued. There were still a few apartment layouts I hadn't seen last time, so take me to see them. I'd like to learn from them. Of course you can, but why would you want to learn this? Shen Yin blushed and then asked, puzzled. I applied to Yangtze University for real estate, so this can be considered advanced preparation, Small Ethan explained with a smile. Wow, you're amazing. I'm so envious of you for getting into such a good school, Shen Yin said with a hint of envy. By the way, you look about my age. Why aren't you in school anymore? Small Ethan asked, voicing his doubts. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Let me take you to see an apartment first. Shen Yin sighed softly, changed the subject, waved the folder, quickly composed herself, and led Small Ethan toward the construction site. Small Ethan spent half a day with Shun Yin at the construction site, looking at many construction and design samples, which allowed him to get a lot of professional knowledge in advance. Finally, they arrived at Building 9, the king of buildings, in the center of the complex. Shun Yin led Small Ethan to the top floor via elevator. This is the most expensive apartment in the complex. It's a top-floor duplex, 220 square meters, with a total price of 880,000 yuan, or 4,000 yuan per square meter. As he spoke, he pushed open the entrance door to the east-facing unit on the top floor. Small Ethan saw that the house was a two-story duplex, with a huge double-height living room, kitchen, guest bathroom, and two sizable guest bedrooms downstairs. Upstairs is a huge master suite, with the bedroom connected to a study, walk-in closet, and bathroom. In addition, a huge rooftop terrace is included on the second floor. The house is currently in a bare-bones state, and the owner will have to renovate it after delivery. Shun Yin led Small Ethan to the rooftop terrace and pointed to the distant skyline, saying, "You can see the sunrise from here in the morning, and you can also see Yangtze University." Small Ethan looked up at the sky and said, "I was looking at the stars in southern Yunnan a while ago, and the sky on the grasslands seemed particularly low. Now, standing here, I feel even closer to the sky." Shun Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've always lived in a bungalow in the countryside. I always longed to live in a high-rise building, thinking that the higher I stood, the farther away my troubles would be." Small Ethan turned to look at her and casually asked, "Are you from the countryside?" Shun Yin nodded. "Yes, it's a village west of Haizhou. I used to have to take a 2-hour bus ride to get here to work." Before she could finish speaking, she realized something was amiss, so she quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's go see the master bedroom. It has huge floor-to-ceiling windows." Entering the master bedroom, Shun Yin pointed to the spot next to the floor-to-ceiling window and said, "We can put a recliner here. It will be so comfortable when the sunlight comes in." Seeing the sparkle in her eyes when she talked about home renovation, Small Ethan smiled and said, "You seem to know a lot about this stuff?" Shun Yin said shyly, "I've seen many homes renovated by homeowners, and I just figured things out on my own." When Shun Yin entered the master bathroom, she tried to open the window to let in some fresh air, but the window was stuck. She pulled hard twice, her face turning red, but she still couldn't open it. "I'll give it a try." Small Ethan spoke. He walked over and reached for the window handle. His fingers accidentally brushed against the back of her hand, and they both paused for a moment. He quickly pushed hard, and the window creaked open. A gust of wind blew in, carrying some sand, which even got into Shun Yin's eyes. Shun Yin quickly raised her hand to rub her eyes, but Small Ethan quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't rub them. Let me blow on them for you." He half squatted down, gently pried open her eyes with his fingers, then leaned close to the corners of her reddened eyes and gently blew 2 breaths. Shun Yin felt a warm breath brush against her face. Her ears instantly turned red, and her heart pounded wildly. The two were so close that Small Ethan caught a whiff of her faint, youthful fragrance and was momentarily captivated. "Are you done?" After a long silence, Shun Yin asked a question very softly. Small Ethan quickly straightened up and said somewhat awkwardly, "It should be gone." She quickly turned her face away, blushing, and whispered, "Thank you." The room suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward, yet there was a hint of sweetness to it. Small Ethan managed to squeeze out a sentence. "This window is of poor quality." Chapter 28. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a rich kid. I'm coming clean. After viewing the apartment, the two went downstairs back to the sales office, just in time for lunch. Shun Yin said, "There's a well-established noodle shop nearby that's quite good. I'll ask the manager for leave and treat you to a meal there." "No need for that. Let's just have some working lunch. We have things to do this afternoon," Small Ethan said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Oh, okay. Then I'll take you to eat our staff meal. It's a bit simple, but don't mind it." After saying that, she led Small Ethan to the cafeteria behind the sales office. The so-called canteen was just a temporary prefabricated building behind the sales office. It was small and contained a few simple long tables and chairs. The two of them had just sat down after getting their food on trays when they heard Sister Bo say in a sarcastic tone from not far away, Xiaobai, look at you all covered in dust. How many houses have you sold this time? Shen Yin blushed and lowered her head to pick at her rice. Small Ethan leaned closer to her and said with a laugh in a voice only the two of them could hear, Shen Yin, does Sister Bo drink Tiger Balm every day? Shen Yin looked up, puzzled, and asked, medicated oil? Small Ethan offered a serious explanation, because she's always making sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin burst out laughing and quickly covered her mouth. When Sister Bo saw the two of them smirking, she knew they were about to say something unpleasant, and she was furious. He then walked over and deliberately raised his voice, saying, Xiaobai, why aren't you eating yet? The company has decided to eliminate the bottom-ranked salespersons this month. You haven't made any sales yet, and the manager probably won't be able to protect you this time either. After saying that, he struck a victorious pose and left the cafeteria. Small Ethan saw Shen Yin's shoulders suddenly slump, and she poked at the rice in her plate with her chopsticks, clearly having lost her appetite. Her melancholy was written all over her face. He didn't say much and focused on eating his lunch. After lunch, back at the sales office, Shen Yin said to Small Ethan, Ethan, if you're not busy, why don't you sit here for a bit? I need to make a few calls to ask the previous clients if they want to come and see the house again. Small Ethan deliberately lowered his head and pretended to be sad, saying, What? Do you think I'm a nuisance? Then I'll leave. No, that's not true. Shen Yin hurriedly explained. Or, shall I go with you to the construction site to take a look? No need. I already said I have something to do this afternoon. Small Ethan took out his bank card from his pocket, handed it forward, and said, Hurry up, let's get down to business. Go get the POS machine, prepare the contract. I'm buying that 1901 penthouse duplex. Shen Yin was truly bewildered at this moment, her expression a mixture of confusion, surprise, gratitude, and bewilderment. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I've decided to stop pretending. I'm a rich second generation, and I'm coming clean. Small Ethan mimicked a line spoken by old Ethan, saying it in a cheeky manner. Seeing that Shen Yin was still in a daze, he reached out and patted her arm, saying softly, Hurry up, run forward, or your customer will go and buy from someone else. Shen Yin immediately stood up, grabbed the documents, and ran to the finance office. A short while later, Shen Yin returned with the POS machine, her face still a little pale. She said earnestly, Ethan, don't you really want to talk to your parents about this? Shouldn't you think carefully about something as important as buying a house? Small Ethan pulled Shen Yin to sit down next to him and said, Hurry up and swipe your card. Pay in full. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Yin finally managed to say, If it's the full amount, you can get a 5% discount just like last time, which will be rounded down to 830,000. Then hurry up and complete the procedures. We have a copy of your household registration book here, right? After saying that, Small Ethan handed over his ID card. Yes. Shen Yin's hands were shaking, and she entered the wrong amount twice. When the POS machine beeped as the card was swiped, Sister Bo deliberately leaned over to take a look. When she saw the amount on the slip of paper, she looked like she had seen a ghost. The procedures were completed quickly this time. Shen Yin saw Small Ethan off at the sales office and hesitated for a long time before saying, Thank you. Actually, we can look at this house some more. There's no need to rush. I'll have to buy one sooner or later. I really like this house. Small Ethan smiled, glanced at her, then at Sister Bo, who looked unwell in the sales office, and encouraged her. Don't take what that person said to heart. Just focus on being the best version of yourself. I believe you will succeed. Shen Yin paused for a moment, then smiled, revealing her little tiger teeth. Yes, I will work even harder. Small Ethan waved goodbye to her, and before getting into the car, he turned back and said, By the way, that noodle shop you mentioned, you must take me there next time I come here. Must. Shen Yin nodded firmly, watching his taxi slowly drive away, unconsciously clutching the file folder containing the contract tightly to her chest. After leaving the sales office, Small Ethan took a taxi to the Hydro Securities Exchange Center, where the entrance was full of bicycles. The lobby of the business department was bustling with noise. A huge electronic display screen hung on the front wall, with green and red stock codes and prices scrolling and changing. Inside the hall, some investors were standing, some were squatting, and some were sitting together discussing the stock market while watching the screen. He followed the instructions to the account opening counter, where the staff member behind the glass window handed him several forms and said, "Give me your ID card and bank card, and fill in some basic information." The account opening fee was 90 yuan, and the staff handed out 2 plastic shareholder cards with black account numbers and red company seals printed on them. The staff member then told small Ethan, "To buy or sell stocks, you need to use the self-service machine over there, or fill out a form and have the counter process it for you." Small Ethan walked to a row of self-service machines against the wall, inserted his shareholder card as prompted, and the operation interface popped up on the screen. He entered the stock code for Qianzhou Mitai in the stock code field, and then the stock information popped up on the screen. Qianzhou Mitai, current price, 26.75 yuan, up 0.19%, trading volume, 1,234 lots. Small Ethan pressed the buy button and entered the amount, 300,000 yuan. The machine automatically calculated the available quantity, 11214 shares, and small Ethan immediately pressed OK. The machine clicked and printed out a pink order slip with the order date printed on it, along with a line of small print. The order has been accepted, and the transaction will be based on the settlement slip. He took the form and walked to the rest area, where he found an empty seat. I overheard 2 middle-aged women next to me talking about the latest online stock trading. One of them said that in the future, they could just install the software on their home computer, open an online banking account at the bank, and start trading. The other person found it troublesome and felt more at ease making transactions at the business hall, giving them more confidence in their buying and selling. Small Ethan thought to himself, "It seems that it will be more convenient to do things online in the future." He then folded the order form into a small square and put it in his wallet, looking up at the green numbers, Qianzhou Mitai, on the big screen. 2 fully paid-off apartments in Haizhou, plus 300,000 yuan worth of Mitai stock in Qianzhou. Your minimum standard of living has already surpassed that of most people in the country. Old Ethan's voice suddenly rang in my mind, and he continued, "We've secured the lower limit. Now it's time to see how high we can go." Chapter 29 was diluted by the sea breeze of Dongping Island and by Lilong's south wind. At 7 p.m., small Ethan, who had been away from home for almost a month, finally opened his own door. The lights in the house seemed especially warm, and he saw his father sitting on the sofa fiddling with a delivery bag. Hearing the commotion, Pan Hongqin, the mother, ran out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said, "Son, you're finally back. I've reheated the food 3 times already." A moment later, 5 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, all of which were small Ethan's favorites. Small Ethan was just taking out boxes of Yunnan specialties from his backpack, and finally took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes. "Say to your parents, Dad, Mom, this is a small gift for you." Fu Jiangwo opened the box. Inside was a warm and smooth jade Pishio belt buckle. He picked it up and compared it to the belt, saying nothing, but a subtle smile played on his lips. Pan Hongqin also opened the box, took out a jade bracelet in emerald green, put it on her wrist, and smiled from ear to ear. She said with a hint of complaint, "This looks expensive. I'm wasting money again." Small Ethan was putting a piece of braised pork into his mouth and mumbled, "It's not expensive. They sell this at the market over there." Fu Jiangwo suddenly coughed twice, put his belt buckle on the table, and said, "Eat first. The good food is getting cold." The family of 3 chatted and laughed as they finished their dinner. After dinner, small Ethan opened the package that had arrived with him earlier that day and showed his parents the Yangtze University admission letter inside. The red cover of the admission notice, adorned with the large, gold-embossed characters for Yangtze University, is particularly eye-catching. Fu Jiangwo carefully held the admission notice and read aloud, "Ethan, after review, you are hereby admitted." After reading it aloud, he smiled and handed it to Pan Hongqin, saying, "I'll tell my supervisor right away that I'll ask for leave a few days in advance to accompany my son to Haizhou to report for duty." Pan Hongqin held the admission notice in one hand while already planning her luggage. "We need to bring new mattresses and blankets. and prepare clothes for autumn and winter. Mom, there's still a month left. Small Ethan smiled and waved his hand, saying, we can talk about it later. After saying that, small Ethan went back to his room, while his parents in the living room were still talking about trivial matters concerning Haijo, college, and the days to come. Small Ethan opened his travel bag, took out Lee Sahan's diary and letters from the inner compartment, and put them into the deepest part of his desk drawer. He took off his Casio watch, placed it on the table, and thought of the girl he had watched the sunrise with. While showering, he touched the jade guanine pendant on his chest, and suddenly remembered that he hadn't let Yang Shuang know he was safe when he got home. So he quickly dried himself off and ran back inside, grabbed his phone, and sure enough, there was an unread text message on the screen, sent by Yang Shuang. Little brother, are you home safely? Your sister was worried about you. Small Ethan quickly typed on his phone. Just got home. Everything's fine. Sorry to have worried you, sister. At that moment, in Lilong's South Wind bar, Yang Shuang looked at the text message she had received and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She put her phone in her pocket and got up to greet the guests. Evening, small Ethan turned on the desktop computer in front of him, which hadn't been turned on for a long time, and dialed up to connect to the internet. As soon as I logged into QQ, a series of beep, beep, beep notification sounds popped up, and Li Ying's avatar was flashing at the top of my friends list. 12 days ago, are you there? 9 days ago, are you there? 6 days ago, are you there? I heard from Zhou Zhe that you went to Yunnan. 3 days ago, are you there? I called your house, but no one answered. Did you go with your parents? 2 days ago, I asked the homeroom teacher, and they said the admission notice should be arriving soon. Have you received it? Yesterday, several students from our school received their admission notices from Yangtze University today. Have you received yours? Morning. I just received my acceptance letter. The red cover is so pretty. Haven't you come back yet? An hour ago. Remember to reply to my message when you get home. For a moment, small Ethan didn't know what to reply, so he simply replied with, I just got home today, and I received the notification letter. The dialog box popped up with a new message almost instantly. Li Ying, really? That's great. I got accepted into the law school. What about you? Li Ying, let's go to school together on the first day of registration. My dad said he can drive us there. Small Ethan stared at the screen for a few seconds, then typed a reply. I applied for real estate, and my parents will take me there when school starts. Li Ying, oh, okay. You guys spent so long in southern Yunnan. Was it fun there? Small Ethan, I'm all right. I'm a little tired after just getting back. I'll rest for now and talk to you later. Li Ying, okay, get some rest. Good night, smiley face emoji. Small Ethan, good night. Small Ethan closed the chat window. He was a little stunned. He used to like her so much, and now that she was taking the initiative to chat with him, he felt a little unable to take it seriously. It's not that I don't like it anymore. It's just that the enthusiasm I had back then was dampened by the sea breeze of Dongping Island and the southern wind of Lilong. You used to ignore me, but now you can't even reach me. Old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into my mind, speaking with a hint of mockery. Didn't you notice? Li Ying's attitude towards you has changed quite a bit. Small Ethan didn't respond. He did feel that Li Ying had become more proactive than before, but he suddenly couldn't find any topics to continue the conversation with her. With a soft sigh, small Ethan opened his newly registered MSN email account, entered the email address Lee Sahan had left, and began composing an email. Sahan, I just got home today. In the past 2 weeks, I went on a long trip by myself, but I always kept the notebook you left with me. I went to southern Yunnan and visited many places. That day when I was on Lilong Snow Mountain, the altitude must have been too high, because I was out of breath after walking just a few steps. I was sitting on the mountaintop watching the white clouds drift by when I suddenly remembered that you once told me, Ethan, you're running too fast. Wait for me. Back then I laughed at you for being too slow, but now I understand how rare it is to have someone willing to keep chasing after you. The stars on the grassland are so beautiful. One day I was lying on the grass counting stars, and actually fell asleep, haha. By the way, I bought a house in Haijo, right next to the school. The house has a large terrace, where you can bring out a deck chair and lie down to count the stars, just like on the grassland. I don't know where you went. I wonder if the language classes there are difficult? Good luck. Also, I saw you eating mantis shrimp on the island last time, and I realized that you are so afraid of spicy food. Are you used to the food there now? I've attached a photo of myself on the Yunnan grasslands, but it was so windy there that my hair was all messed up. Don't laugh, but the sky over there really is blue. When you come back, we'll go again together. I'll hold your hand and make sure you don't fall. You know, during that 800-meter race, when you were clinging to my back, I was actually more panicked than you were. I'm afraid that if I run too fast, I'll bump you, and if I walk too slowly, I'll make you suffer for too long. Sahan, I wish you all the best. Waiting for your reply. Ethan. Small Ethan slept exceptionally well that night. He hadn't slept as comfortably in the more than 2 weeks he had been away from home. I slept until the sun was high in the sky, by which time my parents had already left for work. Small Ethan got up, quickly washed up, then sat down at his computer, opened his email, and sure enough, a red one appeared in the unread emails section. The sender's email address is, Ethan, I'm so happy to finally receive your letter. I thought you had forgotten about me. I saw your email this morning, but I was in a hurry to get to class, so I'm replying to you during my lunch break. I'm happy to know you had a great time. I really long for the snow-capped mountains and grasslands you described. I wish I could be by your side then. I forgot to tell you, I'm in Auckland, New Zealand now. It's winter here, the opposite of back home. The language classes here are a bit harder than I expected. You know my English has never been good, but luckily, as long as I focus on learning English and don't get distracted by other subjects, I'll try my best to keep up. There are many classmates from China in my class, and everyone takes good care of me, so don't worry about me. I set the photo you sent me as my computer desktop wallpaper. My roommates asked if it was my boyfriend, and I didn't deny it. They teased me, saying they wanted to see other photos. I told them I'd bring him to see him in person when we went back to China together. Oh, and remember to choose rattan lounge chairs for the rooftop terrace. They're less likely to get moldy when it rains. When we have a chance to count stars together sometime in the future, I'll tell you about the fun things here. For example, there's a bird here called the kiwi that's really clumsy. Have you ever heard of birds crashing into trees on their own? Attached is a photo I just took at the school gate, so you can see what the school looks like. Ethan, I miss you so much. Wait for me to come back. Sahan. Small Ethan clicked on the photo attachment in the email, and Lee Sahan's photo popped up on the screen. She stood under the archway of the University of Auckland, her short, chin-length hair blowing wildly in the wind. She was wearing a short, dark brown down jacket over a light beige turtleneck sweater. Holding several English books in her hands, she smiled at the camera, looking exceptionally sweet. Small Ethan stared at the photo for a long time, then gently tapped her smiling face on the screen twice with her finger. What are you grinning about? Your smile is harder to suppress than an AK. Old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into my mind. Chapter 30. Your dad is Li Gang. After spending a few leisurely days at home, Fu Jiangwo noticed that he was just loitering around aimlessly all day and began to mutter. Since you have nothing to do during the summer vacation, you might as well enroll in a driving school. Having more skills means having more career options. It's always good to have more skills. Small Ethan thought it made sense, so he went to the driving school to register the next day. Every day, I braved the scorching heat to practice driving, practicing shifting gears, reversing into a parking space, parallel parking, and starting on an incline, and I practiced quite well. Small Ethan is improving rapidly. Even his coach thinks he doesn't look like someone who's just started driving. Writing emails with Lee Sahan after driving practice every day became an unwavering routine. But the emails didn't contain anything serious. They just talked about funny things that happened during driving lessons, such as, today was my first time driving, and I almost flew into a flower bed when I stepped on the gas. My instructor yelled at me, you just want to drive on the highway like that. The coach always yells at people, and one uncle who's even older than the coach is almost depressed from all the yelling. Small Ethan also knew that Lee Sahan had a lot of classes lately, so he specifically mentioned it in the email. Don't reply to emails every day. Once every 3 days is enough. Focus on your studies first. In her reply, Lee Sahan sent Small Ethan many photos of New Zealand. Sometimes it's a street corner in Auckland with signs that say, the skyscrapers here are even more impressive than those in Shanghai. Sometimes it's a seaside harbor with signs that say, Seeing the sea reminds me of the time we watched the sunrise together. There was also a picture of a bird with the caption, I took a picture of that silly bird. Look at it. It's chubby and has small eyes. Doesn't it look a little dim-witted? Yang Shuang has been receiving quite a few text messages lately, but most of them are about the bar. We received a batch of plum wine today. It's very sweet and sold out very quickly. Business at the bar is getting better and better, so we have to open earlier and close later every day. At the end of the month, Yang Shuang sent me a text message. I've sent you the bar's accounts for this month. After deducting rent, we made quite a bit of money this month. Are you satisfied, major shareholder? Small Ethan opened the email, glanced at the attachment name, didn't click on it, and replied, I don't mind what my sister does. That morning, Small Ethan was practicing driving when he received a call from Zhozha. Someone in his grade organized a dinner party, inviting classmates who had been admitted to universities in the provincial capital. Let's get together before school starts, get to know each other, and look out for each other when we get to the provincial capital. Small Ethan hadn't planned to go, but Zhozha insisted that, according to his father, these people might become resources in the future, so they had to go. In the evening, Small Ethan went home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to the restaurant where they were having dinner together with Zhozha. At the dinner table, everyone chatted enthusiastically, and the students were full of aspirations for the future. Li Ying deliberately sat next to him this time, chatting with him about what she had heard about Yangtze University, and also mentioned that she was planning to buy a cell phone, asking which brand of Small Ethan was good. She spoke earnestly, but he seemed somewhat distracted. Just then, her phone notified her of an email from Lee Sahan. Small Ethan quickly opened it, and saw that the attachment was a photo of a language class classroom, in which Lee Sahan was making a standard peace sign. At this moment, Li Ying, who was standing to the side, asked, Should we go to Haizhou campus to explore beforehand? My dad said he can drive us there. Small Ethan nodded in agreement, then quickly added, We'll see later. The meal lasted 2 hours. When it was time to leave, everyone headed towards the alley entrance. Li Ying went to the restroom last, so she fell behind. She had barely stepped out of the restaurant when 2 figures blocked her in a blind spot under a street lamp. The person who came was Zhao Peng from Class 9. He had previously pursued Li Ying, but was rejected. At that moment, reeking of alcohol, he leaned closer and said, Li Ying, we'll be going to the same school in the future. Why don't you consider me again? My family is rich. Li Ying frowned and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Zhao Peng leaned against the wall, his breath reeking of alcohol, and said, You weren't interested in Ethan before, but now you're all going to be around him, aren't you? It has nothing to do with you. Li Ying said with a tone of disgust. Li Ying, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Zhao Peng suddenly shouted. What's so great about that kid, Ethan? He was ignoring you at the table just now. Get out of the way. Small Ethan had already stood in front of Li Ying without making a sound, and spoke to Zhao Peng with a cold expression. When Zhao Peng saw it was him, he sneered and said, Ethan, you're protecting her? Did she even give you a second glance when she was in school? Small Ethan didn't reply, but simply took another half-step closer to Li Ying. Zhao Peng, who was also drunk, took advantage of his 190 centimeters height and muscular build to push Small Ethan's shoulder. He shouted, Get out of here. But even with all that force, it didn't move. Instead, it wobbled on its own. Then, instinctively, he kicked Small Ethan in the knee and yelled, Get the hell out of here. Old Ethan had already controlled Small Ethan's body to dodge to the side a step in advance. Zhao Peng's kick missed, and he almost hit his face against the wall. He became even more anxious and turned to grab Old Ethan's arm, but before his wrist could even touch his clothes, it was grabbed by the back of his hand. With a slight twist from Old Ethan, Zhao Peng cried out in pain as his arm went limp. Old Ethan shoved him forward, and Zhao Peng was pushed so hard that he crashed into the rough wall. He clutched his arm, knowing he couldn't beat Old Ethan, and could only roar in utter helplessness. Ethan, you fucking dare to touch me? Do you even know who my dad is? Of course I know. Your father is Li Gang. Old Ethan finished speaking. You knew an awkward silence was about to fall. This became a running joke a few years later. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Peng roared. Sorry, I misspoke, but the Zhao family I've heard of only has one daughter. Could it be that you are an illegitimate child? Old Ethan certainly knew that more than a decade later, the eldest daughter and illegitimate son of the wealthy Zhao family in Songshan City would be fighting over the family fortune. Zhao Peng is the illegitimate son of the Zhao family. Shut up. Zhao Peng suddenly exploded, yelling at small Ethan, "You trash." After Zhao Peng finished speaking, he lunged forward again, but was gently tripped by old Ethan. Zhao Peng fell with a plop next to the bucket of swill, his clothes and pants covered in oil stains. "Who do you think you are?" Zhao Peng cursed with his neck stiff, but dared not step forward again. Small Ethan continued calmly, "With this much skill, you'll probably never be able to beat your sister." Zhao Peng was trembling with anger, but he couldn't utter a single word. What he feared most was having his shady identity exposed. At this moment, Zhao Peng's classmate quickly pulled him aside and said, "Stop fooling around. Let's go, let's go." Zhao Peng was taken away like that, leaving only him and Li Ying in the alley. Li Ying kept her head down for a while before looking up, her eyes seemingly moist, and said to small Ethan, "Thank you." "No problem." Small Ethan tilted his head toward the intersection and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the bus stop." Li Ying watched his retreating figure and asked softly, "How do you know about Zhao Peng's affairs?" Small Ethan replied without turning his head, "I just overheard someone talking about it. Maybe I remembered it wrong." The alley was short, and no one spoke again. As they approached the bus stop, Li Ying suddenly said, "I just asked you if you wanted to go to school early. I'm taking my driver's license test right now, so I probably won't be able to get away," small Ethan explained. Li Ying's eyes lit up, and she looked up at him, saying, "Then, after school starts, can I get to know you all over again?" Small Ethan suddenly remembered that Li Sahan had said in an email, "I heard that studying at Yangtze University is even harder than high school." He suddenly smiled and said, "We'll see when the time comes. Maybe I'll be too tired to do anything but sleep." Li Ying breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly pulled a piece of chocolate from her bag, the kind that small Ethan used to always buy for her. Small Ethan didn't reach out, so she just stuffed it into his pocket and muttered to herself, head down. "Back in my senior year of high school, you bought me things, but I didn't accept them. At that time, I felt a little embarrassed in front of my classmates." Small Ethan touched the chocolate in his pocket and, recalling his past actions, felt somewhat childish. He lowered his head, gave a bitter smile, and said, "It's all in the past." The bus arrived, and after Li Ying boarded, she opened the window and shouted to small Ethan, "See you later." Small Ethan neither nodded nor shook his head, but simply waved at Li Ying. After the car drove away, Zhozha nudged small Ethan's arm and said, "What happened in there just now? You seem to be acting really differently towards Li Ying. Tell me, is it possible you're seeing someone else?" Small Ethan punched Zhozha back and said guiltily, "What a joke. I'm not a womanizer." He pulled a chocolate from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and shouted at Zhozha, Let's go to an internet cafe for the whole night." Chapter 31. Taking a gamble. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. During this period, small Ethan's life was very regular. He went to driving school to practice driving during the day, and after a while, he looked like an experienced driver. Writing emails to Li Sahan in the evenings became a regular routine, and he would also chat with Yang Shuiying via text message from time to time. He could calmly reply to the occasional QQ messages from Li Ying. Life wasn't exciting, but it was very fulfilling. Since the incident where they taught Zhao Peng a lesson, the two of them noticed a significant change. After old Ethan controlled small Ethan's body, his strength, speed, and reaction time all increased. Small Ethan used to have to roll the gas cylinder around with both hands, but now he can easily lift it with one hand. In the summer, not a single mosquito can fly away alive from old Ethan. His reactions and movements are frighteningly fast. Moreover, as old Ethan changed, small Ethan's body also gradually became stronger. While not as exaggerated as when old Ethan controlled it, it's still more powerful than an ordinary person. One early morning, the two of them sneaked to the school playground. After old Ethan got on his leash, he tried to sprint 100 meters at full speed. The timer showed that he was significantly faster than the Olympic champion. He ran 10,000 meters, not to mention easily surpassing the world record in time, without even breaking a sweat. Small Ethan clicked his tongue in amazement. Godfather, let's become athletes. The world championship is a piece of cake. Old Ethan then warned. Do you want to be captured and studied? Then try it. Small Ethan stuck out his tongue in his mind, but didn't dare to reply. In addition, old Ethan's sensory abilities have also become stronger. While he may not have superhuman vision or hearing, his sight and hearing have far surpassed those of a normal person. Even the special abilities they discovered before, which used to only make small things like pins and keys disappear, can now make an entire backpack vanish while held in one's hand. But what surprised the two even more was that old Ethan's memory of this particular time period became increasingly clear. He can now recall any news he has seen or anything he has witnessed during this period. I don't seem to remember things that are too far in the past very clearly. Old Ethan sighed in his mind and continued, but I can recall everything that has happened in the last few months very clearly. Another thing old Ethan didn't mention was that he discovered he was able to get more than 100 meters away from small Ethan, and that distance was slowly increasing every day. That night, small Ethan was playing Counter-Strike on his computer when old Ethan suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" in his mind, startling him so much that he jerked his mouse and flung his sniper rifle away. I just remembered something. Old Ethan's voice was tinged with excitement as he continued. There's a shanty town on Changjiang Avenue in Haizhou City that's going to be demolished in a couple of months. Small Ethan put down his mouse and asked, somewhat puzzled, demolition? Yeah, it's been rumored for 2 years with no news, so nobody believes it anymore. Old Ethan explained carefully. I remember the demolition notice was suddenly issued in mid-September this year. The current housing price there is only around 1,500 yuan per square meter. We can find some houses with clear property rights, pay in full and transfer the ownership directly. Once the notice is issued, we can resell them and make a profit. Small Ethan calculated. If we calculate at 1,500 per square meter, a 65 square meter unit would cost less than 100,000. We can buy about 10 units with the money we have now. Almost there, but it would be best if we could push the price down a bit more. Old Ethan laughed and said, it would be a disservice to our brains not to make this money. The next morning, small Ethan said to Fu Jiangwo, Dad, Zhozha and I are going to Haizhou to show him the school and do some sightseeing. Fu Jiangwo didn't stop him, but said, come back early, don't mess around. As he left, Zhozha was sitting on the toilet sneezing, wondering to himself, who's thinking about me so early in the morning? Upon arriving in Haizhou, the two took 2 different buses before finally finding the shantytown. According to old Ethan's memory, this area is destined to become the city center in the future. But now it's just old houses next to old houses, forming a large area, with almost all the paint peeling off, which really doesn't fit the image of Haizhou, the provincial capital. Having found the place, small Ethan was ready to get down to business. He gritted his teeth and knocked on 3 doors, only to be either kicked out as a scammer or told by elderly people, we won't sell it for any amount of money. We're used to living here. After a series of setbacks, small Ethan squatted by the roadside eating ice cream, sighing as he ate. Godfather, this is too difficult. I don't know how to do this problem. Old Ethan laughed in his mind. We definitely can't do this ourselves, but we need to learn to let professionals do professional things. Let's go find a real estate agent. There's a real estate agency nearby that looks quite legitimate, with a sign on the glass saying house sale and rental and a real estate brokerage agency registration certificate hanging inside. Right now, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and glasses is sitting in the shop. When small Ethan mentioned wanting to take a look at the old houses around here, as my family is considering making a small investment, and I wanted him to come and take a look first, he pushed up his glasses and smiled, saying, the news about the demolition has been circulating for 2 years, but there's still no news. Small Ethan didn't reply, but simply said definitively, find me a property with clear title, I'll pay in full, and the transfer should be completed as soon as possible. After saying that, small Ethan knew that he wouldn't take it seriously since he looked like a student, so he took out his phone and showed him the text message showing his bank card balance. The bespectacled man's eyes lit up after reading it, and he immediately stood up and said, my surname is Wang. You can just call me Lao Wang. I know this area well. I'll give you a call if I find someone suitable. After exchanging contact information, Small Ethan and Lao Wang took a taxi to the sales office of Hamlin Garden. When Sister Bo saw him at the door, she shouted at the backstage in a sarcastic tone. "Little Bai, your distinguished guest has arrived. Time to greet him." Small Ethan didn't tolerate her either, and immediately retorted, "Eat less salt. You're just bored." Bo Jia couldn't do anything about Small Ethan, so she rolled her eyes and ignored him. Shin Yin was quite surprised when she came out, and said habitually, "Mr. Fu, did you need something from me?" "It's okay. I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles when you get off work." Small Ethan pointed outside. Soon Shin Yin finished work, and the two went to the noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of their specialty shrimp and eel noodles. Shin Yin held up the order slip and asked, "Are you thinking of buying a house again?" "Yes, but not here." Small Ethan told Shin Yin about the shantytown. "I've heard about what happened over there, but there's been no news for so many years. Aren't you afraid of being stuck with it if you buy it now?" Shin Yin asked, puzzled. "Take a chance, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." Small Ethan joked. Shin Yin smiled, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth, and then asked, "Then why are you looking for me? I'm not a homeowner in that area. I can't stay in the provincial capital forever. I have to go back to Songshan. I've already found a real estate agent to help me find a suitable house." As he spoke, Small Ethan pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, "I mainly want you to keep an eye on things for me and see if there are any problems with the paperwork for the house. If you think it's okay, the deposit will be deducted from this card. There's 200,000 in it, and I'll make up the difference if it's not enough." Shin Yin didn't reach out to take it, and asked with a hint of uncertainty, "You trust me that much? You're a professional." Small Ethan smiled frankly and continued, "I've already spoken to the agent, Lao Wang. He'll contact you once he finds a place. Could you please review the contract for me first, so there won't be any problems?" Shin Yin suddenly said, "Okay, I'll help you." After saying that, she carefully put the bank card into her bag. She didn't ask him why he entrusted her with such a large sum of money without reservation, nor did she ask why he was so determined to buy those old houses. She only said one thing: "You need to be here in person to sign the contract and transfer the property." "No problem," Small Ethan nodded. On the bus back to Songshan, Small Ethan dozed off by the window. "Old Ethan suddenly said, 'This girl is really nice.'" Small Ethan didn't answer, but he felt particularly at ease. A week later, Shin Yin called Small Ethan and said, "Old Wang found a total of 23 apartments, all around 60 square meters. I went to see them all and picked out 16 that were decent." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I also checked the records at the Housing Management Bureau. These are all private properties, with no mortgages or disputes. I negotiated the price with Lao Wang for 3 days. The total price for all 16 properties is 1.45 million yuan. The homeowners have all agreed to transfer the property once the full payment is received." "Okay, these 16 sets are fine. You pay a deposit of 10,000 for each set, and I'll come over to sign the contract the day after tomorrow." Small Ethan agreed readily. 2 days later, Small Ethan took all his belongings and went to Haizhou. Shin Yin had already organized the information for each apartment and then accompanied Small Ethan on another tour of the properties. During the 2 days of signing the contract, she accompanied Small Ethan to the housing authority to complete the registration process, taking it even more seriously than when she was buying the house herself. After the formalities were completed, Small Ethan paid Lao Wang a brokerage fee of 15,000 yuan. Old Wang counted the money and kept praising Small Ethan for his good judgment, saying he would contact him again if he needed anything like this in the future. Small Ethan didn't reply, but turned to Shin Yin and said, "You've worked hard these past 2 days. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You can choose the place." Shin Yin chose a small restaurant near her home, but Small Ethan immediately rejected it. He took her for a walk around the neighborhood, then into a Japanese buffet restaurant that looked quite nice, and said to her with a smile, "One price, take as much as you want, no worries about the cost." This is an a la carte Japanese buffet restaurant. It was the first time for Small Ethan and Shin Yin to come here, and they ordered a lot of food. As the exquisite dishes were served one by one, Shin Yin's eyes sparkled as she said, "I've always passed by here before, and I always thought I'd be able to come in and eat here someday. Today, My wish has finally come true. Small Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction, watching her intently preparing the meal. As Shun Yin ate, she leaned back in her chair, clutching her stomach and laughing. Oh no, we ordered too much. If we eat all this, we won't need to eat anything tomorrow. As they were parting, Small Ethan took an envelope out of his bag and handed it to her. Shun Yin paused, didn't take it, and said with a question in her mind, shouldn't all the fees that should have been paid be settled? This is for you. Small Ethan slipped the envelope into her hand, and both of them blushed when they touched her little hand. Small Ethan quickly said, thank you for running around these past few days. Take this, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Also, it's convenient for me to take these documents home, so I'll leave them with you for now. As he spoke, Small Ethan handed Shun Yin a bag containing documents for 16 properties. Without waiting for Shun Yin's reaction, he turned and walked away. After walking a distance, he turned back, smiled, waved to Shun Yin, and called out, bye-bye, let's go to the buffet again next time. Shun Yin looked up at Small Ethan's departing figure before glancing at the envelope in her hand. She squeezed the envelope. It was a bit thick. She quickly stuffed it into her bag. On her way back, Shun Yin sat on the bus and thought of this big boy. Even though he's just a student, he feels more reliable than those wealthy bosses. He bought 16 old houses without hesitation, handing over the 200,000 yuan without a second thought. Finally, he even handed over all the property documents to me for safekeeping without any reservations. She remembered Small Ethan saying, take a chance, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Shun Yin suddenly smiled, but now she had complete faith in his choice. Chapter 32 In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. Small Ethan passed the final exam with flying colors, achieving a perfect score. The next day at noon, Small Ethan picked up his brand new driver's license from the DMV. Before I even stepped out of the vehicle management office, my phone vibrated. It was a call from an unknown number. Ethan, it's me, Li Ying. Li Ying's voice came through the phone, and she continued excitedly. This is the number I just got, and I've also bought a phone, the same brand as yours, a Nokia. Okay, I'll save your number. Small Ethan smiled and said, so what do you want from me? This phone has so many functions, and there are so many things I don't understand, so I wanted to ask someone for help. Li Ying paused for a moment, then asked, where are you? I'm at the DMV, I just got my driver's license. Small Ethan replied, really, we have to celebrate. Li Ying's voice was a few decibels louder. I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a way of congratulating you, and then you can teach me how to use a mobile phone. Small Ethan was in a good mood and had nothing else to do that evening, so he agreed. Okay, you decide on the address. Okay, Li Ying said happily. Not long after, Li Ying sent a text message. Is 5 o'clock okay at Champs-Élysées Western Restaurant? I checked the reviews, and they say the food there is pretty good. Small Ethan looked at the screen and chuckled, then replied with a single word. Okay. When he invited her here last month, she said she had to go home for dinner, but later she went to eat at this restaurant with Li Sihan. At 5 o'clock sharp, Small Ethan walked into the restaurant and immediately saw Li Ying sitting by the window. She was wearing a light blue dress and was taking a picture of the candlestick on the table with her phone. Seeing him come in, she handed him her phone and said, look at the resolution. It's almost as good as a digital camera. Then she pulled out a selfie. In the photo, she had her eyes wide open. Li Ying smiled and said, isn't the continuous shooting I just learned pretty silly? Isn't this kind of cute? Small Ethan said with a smile as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Li Ying happily called over the waiter and ordered 2 black pepper steaks and a fruit salad. Throughout the meal, she kept taking pictures with her phone, but even after finishing the meal and paying the bill, she never actually asked a single question about how to use the phone. After dinner, Li Ying pulled Small Ethan to the movie theater entrance, pointed to the poster for Finding Nemo at the door, and said, everyone who's seen this new Disney animated film says it's great. Can we watch it together? Small Ethan didn't refuse. He was already there anyway. While queuing to buy tickets, Small Ethan noticed out of the corner of his eye that Li Ying was secretly taking pictures of him with her phone. Small Ethan smiled and pursed his lips. He bought a large bucket of popcorn and handed it to Li Ying when they entered. Li Ying placed the bucket between the two of them. In the darkness, Their hands touched again and again in the bucket. Each time Li Ying touched them, she would quickly pull her hands back, but after a while, she couldn't help but reach out again. Halfway through reading, she leaned close to small Ethan's ear and whispered, "Don't you think the way it looked when it was looking for its son reminded you of when you helped me with my bicycle keys?" The warm breath brushed against small Ethan's cheek, making him feel a little itchy inside. "Somewhat similar." Small Ethan responded softly, recalling the time in his sophomore year when he spent ages crouching in the grass on the playground to find the set of keys. After the movie ended, the two left the theater. Li Ying was looking through photos on her phone when she suddenly looked up and said, "I used to think you were a bit quiet. Actually, you just don't like to talk, but you're quite perceptive." Small Ethan didn't reply, but noticed the candid profile photo on her still-lit phone screen. The two took a shortcut back, and as they passed through a dark alley, old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "Be careful, there seems to be someone waiting for you up ahead." Small Ethan had just pulled Li Ying half a step behind him when 5 figures emerged from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, the blonde-haired man with a half-smoked cigarette, seemingly the leader, twirled a steel pipe in his hand, sized up small Ethan, and arrogantly said, "You little punk, you're Ethan, right?" Small Ethan didn't say anything. He just stared at them intently. A skinny guy next to him chimed in, "Boss, this is the guy." Seeing that he didn't speak, the blonde-haired man stepped forward, tapped the steel pipe against the wall beside him, and said, "You've become mute? I heard you were quite the fighter." Small Ethan remained motionless. Then old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind, "Leave it to me." Seeing that small Ethan was frozen in fear, the blonde-haired man triumphantly threw his cigarette on the ground and then crushed it with his shoe. He then looked up and stared at Li Ying, who was hiding behind him, leering at her for a moment before saying, "Ethan, you're really lucky with the ladies. This girl's got some serious looks, fair skin, and a great figure. Come with us, we'll make sure you—" "Shut up." Old Ethan's somber voice came from his throat. The blonde-haired man seemed not to hear, reaching out to touch Li Ying's face while muttering, "Little sister, don't be afraid, you're brothers." His hand was only halfway there when it was grabbed. Old Ethan was no pushover. The blonde guy instantly felt like the bones in his arm were about to crack. With a cry of "ouch," the blonde-haired man went limp and dropped the steel pipe to the ground. Old Ethan didn't let go. With a twist of his wrist, the blonde guy spun around halfway and slammed his face against the wall. He was in so much pain that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he was covered in a cold sweat. "Try touching her." Old Ethan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Before the remaining 4 could react, Li Ying was already so frightened that she clung tightly to old Ethan's clothes. Skinny Monkey was the first to react, and he raised his stick and started hitting old Ethan. Upon seeing this, Li Ying instinctively hugged old Ethan, trying to shield him from the blow with her back. Old Ethan was hugged. He paused for half a second, and small Ethan anxiously cried out in his mind, "Watch out." Old Ethan never expected this seemingly delicate girl to pull such a stunt. He quickly grabbed her and stepped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. He pulled Li Ying behind him and kicked the skinny monkey who was rushing towards him in the stomach. The skinny monkey was sent flying 3 meters away, like a soccer ball being shot. At that moment, another person suddenly pulled out a dagger. Li Ying screamed in fright when she saw the gleaming knife. But before the man could even get close with the dagger, old Ethan had already taken a step forward and kicked him in the knee with his other foot. The man instantly fell to his knees, and the dagger fell far away. In just over 10 seconds, 3 of the 5 thugs had fallen, and the remaining 2, still holding sticks, dared not go any further. The only sounds in the alley were Huang Mao's painful groans and Li Ying's heavy breathing. Old Ethan didn't give the remaining 2 much of a chance to react, lunging forward with movements that were haphazard yet swift and precise. It really proves that line. Of all martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. In less than half a minute, all 5 thugs were lying on the ground groaning. At this moment, old Ethan took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and squatted down in front of the blonde-haired man. He squeezed the blonde-haired man's injured arm hard and said coldly, "Tell me, who sent you?" The blonde-haired man's face turned pale with pain, and he said intermittently, It was Zhao Peng. He gave us 2,000 yuan to teach you a lesson. What about that dagger? Small Ethan pointed to the dagger on the ground in the distance and asked. The blonde-haired man stammered as he continued. Zhao Peng said it would be best to disfigure you. He said you're a pretty boy. If you're disfigured, he'll give us another 3,000 yuan. After recording, old Ethan put his phone back in his pocket, took Li Ying's trembling hand, and walked forward, saying gently, Let's go. I'll take you home. All the way, Li Ying held his arm tightly until she saw the security booth at the entrance of the residential area, at which point she slowly let go. She said, her voice still a little frightened, You seem to be afraid of nothing. I'm afraid, but I'm not afraid when I see you. So how can I be afraid? Old Ethan remembered how Li Ying had tried to protect him earlier and gently patted her head. He then said, No matter how afraid I am, I won't let you be bullied. When they got downstairs, Li Ying suddenly stood on tiptoe and hugged him, whispering in old Ethan's ear. Thank you, Ethan. Twice. He could feel that Li Ying's body was still trembling, so he gently patted her back. After she let go of his hand and ran upstairs, the motion sensor lights in the fourth-floor corridor turned on, and old Ethan turned around and walked back. On the way back, small Ethan held his phone, thinking about what had just happened. Old Ethan thought to himself, that kid Zhao Peng needs to be taught a lesson. Some things are indeed different now. For example, he is no longer the academic underachiever he once was, nor is he timid in matters of the heart, nor is he afraid to face dangerous situations. For example, those who want to harm you should be made to pay the price eventually. Small Ethan emailed Lee Sahan that evening. I got my driver's license. I'll take you for a drive when you come back. Summer vacation is almost over, and I'm getting ready to head to the provincial capital. Chapter 33 The College Beauty Senior's voice is a little sweet. 3 days before the military training, Pan Hongqin had already packed small Ethan's luggage to the brim. Fu Jiangwo watched for a long time, but couldn't find anything missing. Then he said to small Ethan, I borrowed a car from my boss. Your mom and I will take you to school first thing tomorrow morning. Small Ethan was packing his belongings, keeping Li Sihan's diary and letters in his backpack. The Casio watch and the jade guanine pendant given to me by Yang Shuiying are placed on the table. I will wear them first thing tomorrow morning. That night, after everything was tidied up, small Ethan sat in front of his computer, opened his email, and found that Li Sihan's email had arrived as promised. The email message was simple. Good luck with your military training. The attached photo shows her with a short, ear-length haircut, smiling sweetly at the camera, with the caption, Does this count as a couple's hairstyle? Small Ethan stared at the photo for a long time, a smile playing on his lips. He replied to the email, I'm leaving for school tomorrow. I heard that it's not convenient to access the internet during military training. I'll tell you more details after I'm settled. After shutting down his computer, small Ethan lay on his familiar bed, knowing that he would have to leave Songshan City temporarily after tonight. He left this familiar place where he had lived for 18 years, and from now on he would probably only come back during holidays. I couldn't quite put my finger on whether it was reluctance or fear, but I was also filled with anticipation for a better future. In a daze, he remembered what Li Sahan had said in her email. Spring is coming soon in Auckland. With a smile on his face, small Ethan fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the family prepared to leave. The mother had packed all of small Ethan's college supplies into the trunk. Small Ethan opened his phone and saw 2 new text messages. A message from Yang Shuiying. Have a safe journey, and remember to let me know when you arrive in Haijiu. The other message was from Li Ying. Ethan, have a safe trip. See you at Yangtze University. He replied to both of them with OK. At that moment, Shen Yan's text message also popped up, also saying, have a safe journey. He replied, see you in Haijiu, and chuckled as he stuffed his phone into his pocket. Small Ethan then set off in his father's Audi A4, with Fu Jiangwo in the passenger seat. I was just about to give this rookie driver some pointers on the road when I realized my son was driving much more steadily than me, so I kept quiet. As they approached the Haijiu City Highway toll station, Fu Jiangwo suddenly said, when we get there, let's go to the electronics market first. Your mom and I pooled some money to buy you a laptop. You'll definitely need it in college. Small Ethan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His parents had scrimped and saved their entire lives, always saving the best for him. He secretly vowed to make more money quickly so that they could stop and enjoy life sooner. In the afternoon, the family carried large and small bags into Yangtze University. Vehicles from outside the school were not allowed to enter, so the group had to carry their luggage inside. Small Ethan carried his backpack and held his newly bought IBM laptop in his hand. The 10,000 yuan computer was quite heavy. He glanced down at the Casio watch on his wrist, then touched the jade guanine pendant on his chest. Suddenly, I felt that the days ahead would probably be like this, computer steady and substantial. Upon entering the school gate, one sees a red archway with a banner that reads, "Welcome to the class of 2003, and the welcome points for each college are lined up in a row. Small Ethan applied for Urban and Real Estate Management, a major in the College of Environment and Resources, and he quickly found the college's blue tent. As he was handing the admission notice and materials to the bespectacled senior student sitting in the tent, a noise suddenly came from the side. There was a girl wearing a white t-shirt and dark blue sweatpants, carrying a large cardboard box that was wider than her upper body. The materials piled inside the box were overflowing from the opening, clearly obstructing the view. At that moment, she seemed to trip over the banner on the ground. Her body suddenly leaned forward, and she lost her grip on the cardboard box, about to fall to the ground along with the box. Careful! Almost instinctively, Small Ethan took a step forward, reached out to support the girl's arm, and used his other hand to firmly hold the bottom of the cardboard box, trying his best to control it. The girl was still in shock, so Small Ethan helped her put the cardboard box on the ground. Small Ethan was also stunned when he saw the girl clearly. Her skin was as white as the moon. She had an oval face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a straight nose. Her eyes, in particular, were very beautiful and watery. Thank you. The girl blushed as she thanked him and hurriedly picked up the spilled materials. Her fingertips accidentally touched the back of Small Ethan's hand, who was also helping out, and she flinched as if she had been electrocuted. Neither of them spoke, silently picking up the materials that had fallen to the ground. Small Ethan could smell the faint scent of gardenias in her hair. Small Ethan again. She noticed that the boy in front of her had bright eyes, fair skin, delicate features, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and a few wisps of hair on his forehead, making him look exceptionally clean. Thanks to you, my name is Wang Runin, and I'm from this college. She spoke first, her voice a little sweet. My name is Ethan, a freshman. Small Ethan said with a smile. I'm here to report for duty today. At this moment, the bespectacled senior student who was also helping out spoke up. Runin, you took too much at once. If it weren't for this junior, you would have gotten injured again. Poor campus belle, you're so prone to getting hurt. You need to change this careless habit. Wang Runin smiled and said, Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Wang Runin then looked at Small Ethan's file, took a plastic bag from the pile of boxes behind him, and handed it to Small Ethan. There's a campus card inside, which combines a meal card and a library card. There was also a student handbook and a set of neatly folded camouflage clothing, which was a bit old and probably belonged to a senior student. Inside the bag was also a dormitory assignment sheet, which read, Room 303, Building 3, Zijing. You are in the Zijing dormitory area, a 4-person room, with bunk beds and desks underneath. Wang Runin pointed to the red brick dormitory building not far away and said, Go register your ID number with the dormitory supervisor. After saying goodbye to the campus belle senior, Small Ethan and his family arrived at Building 3 of the Zijing Academy with their luggage. The dormitory supervisor glanced at his assignment sheet, checked the ledger beside her, and took out the key from the drawer. It's 303. The key has a number on it. Don't lose it. Small Ethan took the key and saw a plastic tag hanging on it that read, Bauhenia 333. Building number 3 in the Zijing dormitory area is a male dormitory, and right now the corridor is piled with a lot of cardboard boxes and snakeskin bags. The door to dormitory 303 was unlocked, and when the family pushed the door open to go in, there was no one inside. There are 2 sets of beds on each side of the dormitory, with the beds on top and desks underneath. There is a bathroom and a lockable cabinet near the entrance, one for each person. The balcony is outside the dormitory room, and the clothesline is made of wire. There is no air conditioning in the room, so it is a bit stuffy. A ceiling fan hung in the center of the ceiling. Small Ethan turned it on to the highest setting, and the fan started spinning, making a creaking sound. Small Ethan found his bed number 3, wiped it down briefly with a cloth, and then his father climbed up to lay out a mat for him. The mother helped small Ethan neatly put his clothes and bedding into the closet and sorted out his toiletries. Small Ethan saw a dormitory notice posted behind the door, which included things like, the dormitory building opens at 6:30 a.m. and closes at 11 p.m. every day, except on Fridays and Saturdays when the closing time is extended by half an hour. The lights and power are turned off at 11 p.m., and power is restored at 6:30 a.m. the next morning. Every Wednesday afternoon, the dormitory is inspected. The standards are: the quilt is folded neatly, the sheets are wrinkle-free, only textbooks and a desk lamp are allowed on the desk, and shoes are arranged in a line under the bed, etc. Finally, in large font, it says, use of hot water heater is strictly prohibited. After tidying up the dormitory, the family went to the small supermarket in the dormitory area and bought some odds and ends such as a small electric fan and a clothes rack. By the time everything was ready, it was already dark. After having dinner in the cafeteria, small Ethan saw his parents off at the school gate. Pan Hanchin gave him some instructions. Don't be too strong during military training. If anything happens, call home. If you don't have enough money, tell your mom. Fu Jiangwo chimed in from the side. I was planning to take a look at the house I bought on the way, but it's too late now. Your mother and I will come to see you again in a while, and we'll take a look at the house then. Small Ethan smiled and agreed, watching his father start the car. His mother rolled down the window and waved to him, still calling out worriedly, take good care of yourself. Even after the car had driven far away, he was still standing there, feeling a mix of sadness and warmth in his heart. On his way back to the dormitory, small Ethan was texting Yang Shuang. As I passed by the grove of trees by the school's artificial lake, I heard a commotion. One of the female voices, small Ethan, sounded vaguely familiar. Her sweet voice was tinged with anger, just like that of Wang Runin, the senior student she had just met that afternoon. Chapter 34. Only fat people call it fitness. You're so skinny. You should be called a cheap bone. Under the dim streetlights, Wang Runin was being stopped by a boy in a floral shirt. The boy was short, maybe 1.6 meters tall, dark-skinned and thin, but his hair was slicked back and shiny. He was playing with an Audi car key in his hand. He said in a lewd tone, Runin, what's wrong with coming to have a meal with me? Last time my dad and your dad had dinner, didn't they say that we should get to know each other better? We should move around more. After saying that, she wiggled her hips. Wang Runin involuntarily took a step back, gritting her teeth as she said, You scoundrel, get out of the way, or I'll call for help. Shouted out, Let's see who's going to bother with this. The boy said nonchalantly, What are you pretending to be innocent for? I heard you've gone out alone with several senior students. What are you pretending to me for? Shut up. Wang Runin was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. Haha, getting anxious? I told you so. The boy's smile widened, and he said, Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll shut up and not say a word. But you can still hit me, right? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Wang Runin's wrist. Suddenly, the boy realized that his shadow under the lamp had been completely covered. He was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a tall boy walk past him from behind and head straight for Wang Runin. The tall boy who arrived was a head taller than the boy in the floral shirt, and his shoulders were also broader. He stood between the two of them. The boy in the floral shirt instinctively withdrew his outstretched hand. Who are you? The boy in the floral shirt was shouting, his eyes still glancing around. Small Ethan ignored him, turned to look at Wang Runin, and asked, Senior Runin, is this your friend? Wang Runin, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly said, I don't know him, but he's been harassing me. Small Ethan turned back to look at the boy and said in a calm tone, She doesn't know you, understand? You fucking look for her. The boy's curse got stuck in his throat because he saw small Ethan's cold face. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a rock in his way, making the boy in the floral shirt feel extremely uncomfortable. The boy calmed down and tried to get back at the girl. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms that were rather muscular, and said, trying to appear calm, "Let me tell you, I've worked out before." Small Ethan glanced at it and said calmly, "Only fat people are considered to be working out. You're so skinny, you're just strong bones at best." "You?" The boy's face turned bright red, and his fists were clenched tightly. But look at small Ethan's size, and then look at the growing number of classmates around him. Finally, he managed to choke out, "You just wait." After saying that, he turned around and left, got into the sports car parked not far away, and quickly disappeared from sight with a throttle. Wang Runin finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, "It really scared me to death. It's been following me since the afternoon. It's so annoying." Small Ethan handed over the unopened bottle of mineral water and said, "Okay, everything's fine now. Thank you again." Wang Runin unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of water, looked up at small Ethan, and said in her sweet voice, "You seem so quiet, but you have quite a strong presence. When I saw you clench your fist earlier, I thought we were going to fight." Small Ethan looked down at his hands, smiled, and said, "No need. That's true. It would be beneath you to fight with someone who's ignorant and incompetent." Wang Runin screwed the bottle cap back on, then said to small Ethan, "We're really destined to meet. We're in the same college. I'll be a senior this semester. What's your major?" "Urban and real estate management," small Ethan replied. "What a coincidence. He's a direct junior from the same department." Wang Runin took out her phone from her pocket and said, "Here, leave me your number. You can come to me if you have any academic problems later." The two exchanged phone numbers, and before parting, Wang Runin whispered something to small Ethan. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I just went to another city for an internship and research with my seniors. That's normal. There's always a lot of gossip around pretty girls." Small Ethan joked, then waved goodbye and said, "I'll head back now. Good night, senior." "Good night." Wang Runin blushed and responded, her voice still sweet. Watching her retreating figure disappear into the dormitory building, old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind, smiling as he said, "This girl is just like you. She looks delicate and petite, but she's actually quite strong." I wandered around the campus for a while, and it was already 9:30 p.m. when I got back to my dorm. The hallway was much livelier now, with lights on in many dorm rooms, and the sounds of laughter and packing could be faintly heard. Small Ethan took out his key and opened the door to room 303, only to find that bed number 1, which was closest to the door, was already made up. A boy wearing black-rimmed glasses is sitting at his desk organizing his advanced mathematics textbook. Seeing small Ethan enter, he looked up and smiled, saying, "Hello, my name is Zhou Jia. I am also from the School of Environment, majoring in ecology, and I live in Jiangzhou City." "Ethan, real estate management. I'm also from the province, from Songshan." Small Ethan responded with a smile, and Zhou Jie got up and leaned over, pointing to bed number 2 next to him and saying, "Then you're in the same major as him. Fong Di is in bed too. He just went downstairs to buy drinks. My dad insists that I study ecology, saying that environmental protection is a promising career path. But I actually want to study computer science more." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was pushed open again, and a tall boy with a buzz cut wearing a Rockets 11 basketball jersey came in carrying 2 bags of Coke. Seeing small Ethan, he paused for a moment, then flashed a row of white teeth and said, "Hello, roommate. My name is Fong Di, and I'm a local." He put the Cokes on the table and tossed one to small Ethan and one to Jay Cho. Small Ethan took the Coke, but hadn't even opened it when the dorm room door was pushed open again. A boy wearing a gray t-shirt walked in carrying a huge hiking backpack. He was even more muscular than Fong Di. He pointed to the last empty bed and said in a rough voice, "Hello, I am Zhao Liqiang, majoring in geological engineering. I come from Xinjiang North Province." "All right, everyone's here now." Fong Di clapped his hands, handed over the last bottle of cola, and then said, "Besides Zhou Jie, who is studying ecology, the other 3 in our dorm are all real estate related. Zhao Liqiang studies geology and will work in exploration. Ethan manages real estate and will build houses. As for me, I'll just get a degree and go home to inherit my dad's decoration company. Don't talk nonsense. When you do development in the future, you might need me to do environmental assessments." It's very much related to real estate. Zhou Jie pushed up his glasses and continued. By the way, you weren't here just now. The counselor came to inform us that there will be a freshman assembly at 2 p.m. tomorrow in the lecture hall. We need to bring pens and notebooks. They said they will talk about military training precautions and the credit system. Credit? Zhao Liqiang suddenly spoke up. My brother said that if you don't have enough credits, you won't be able to graduate. Fang Di said nonchalantly. You've just started school. Don't be in such a hurry to think about 4 years from now. By the way, when I first came here, I heard them saying that they'll probably be reassigned to different classes tomorrow. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, each class will have its first meeting to elect temporary class committee members. My dad said that being a class committee member can add points to your overall quality score, and you should give it a try. Small Ethan leaned back in his chair, listening to them chatter away. Zhou Jie has already marked the dates for the freshman assembly and class meeting on the calendar. Zhao Liqiang lowered his head and continued packing his luggage. Fang Di was flipping through CD cases looking for albums, humming a Jay-Cho song. At this moment, Zhou also called, saying that he would be reporting to the provincial capital tomorrow, and that they would get together after the military training was over. Small Ethan smiled and agreed. After sending a quick email to Li Sahan on his phone, Small Ethan went to take a shower. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, he replied to text messages to Yang Shuaying and Li Ying one by one. The ceiling fan was still creaking and turning, the weather was still very hot and humid, and university life had already begun. Small Ethan recalled his parents' departing figures, Wang Runen's blushing face as she said, "Good night," and then looked at his 3 newly acquainted roommates. He smiled from the bottom of his heart, feeling that university life would be more lively than he had imagined. Chapter 35 I want to try every dish in the cafeteria. The next afternoon, the college held a freshman assembly in the lecture hall. The department head was a professor with gray hair. He stood on the podium, said a few simple words, and then pointed to the door. The class assignment list will be posted on the bulletin board, and each class will hold its first class meeting in the evening. After the meeting, Small Ethan followed Fang Di to the bulletin board. I saw my name on the list of Class 1, Urban and Real Estate Management major, right next to Fang Di. The two were in the same class. At 7 p.m., Class 1 held its class meeting in Room 203, Building 2, West Teaching Building. The homeroom teacher, a newly hired female teacher, held the class roster in her hand and said to everyone, "Students, please introduce yourselves in turn, stating your name, hometown, and what you most want to do at Yangtze University." Some said they wanted to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Others said they wanted to win a scholarship, and Small Ethan said he wanted to try every dish in the cafeteria, which made the whole class laugh and the tense atmosphere relaxed a lot. When it was Fang Di's turn, he said, "I want to join the school basketball team and play in the university basketball league." When it was the turn of a boy in a white shirt, he stood up and deliberately puffed out his chest. "Lin Hao is a local. I want to join the student council and ideally become the student council president." As soon as he finished speaking, Small Ethan and Fang Di exchanged a glance. They discovered that this person was the same boy who cut in line at the cafeteria at noon and told the cafeteria lady that he knew the head of logistics. After the self-introductions, the homeroom teacher said, "Let's select a few students to form a team. During military training, we need to organize the team, collect water, and collect forms. We need someone to lend a hand. Anyone who wants to help out can raise their hand." The classroom fell silent, and the homeroom teacher asked, "Who wants to try being the squad leader, to manage the team and call out commands?" No one spoke up, and the classroom was silent for a few seconds. Small Ethan saw a boy wearing glasses by the window about to raise his hand. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly stood up and said, "I'll give it a try." After saying that, he walked to the podium and said confidently, "I was the class monitor for 3 years in high school and the student council president, so my organizational skills are beyond question. Getting supplies and shouting commands during military training is like organizing team building for my dad's company. I know the process very well." The homeroom teacher nodded, then asked, "Does anyone else want to try?" Seeing that the boy with glasses had silently lowered his hand, and no one else spoke, Lin Hao looked at the audience and smiled smugly. When electing the class monitor, A girl with a ponytail was being egged on by her roommates to stand up. Lin Hao then spoke up. I recommend my desk mate. She took notes more diligently than anyone else just now, so she'll definitely be reliable in managing money and keeping accounts. The girl next to him was stunned for a moment, but had no choice but to nod reluctantly. In the final vote, Lin Hao was elected unanimously, but rather than saying that everyone chose him, it would be more accurate to say that no one wanted to compete with him. Before the meeting adjourned, the homeroom teacher added, "These are temporary class committee members. Once everyone gets to know each other after a month of school, we can make adjustments if needed." As the meeting adjourned, small Ethan saw Lin Hao approach the homeroom teacher and hand her a bottle of mineral water, speaking in a very low voice. "Teacher Zhang, my dad said he'd like to invite you to dinner sometime." Small Ethan and Fong Di returned to their dorm room. There was a knock on the door. Lin Hao opened it, walked in, patted small Ethan on the shoulder, and said, "Ethan and Fong Di, right? Stay close to me during military training and don't let me down." After saying that, he added smugly, "If you need anything during military training, just call me. I guarantee I'll take care of it." "Understood," small Ethan replied casually. After Lin Hao walked out with a smile, Fong Di curled his lip, spat, and said, "Pa, what a piece of trash, thinking he's some big brother." Small Ethan didn't say anything. He then recalled that afternoon in front of the bulletin board, when this person squeezed in to look at the list and deliberately bumped into Zhao Liqiang. Suddenly I realized that this person was someone who had important matters to attend to. Before turning off the lights, Zhou Jie, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke. "We have to assemble for military training at 6:30 tomorrow morning." The instructor said that this year's instructors are from the reconnaissance company of the army, and they are said to be particularly tough. My cousin used to say that during military training, he could stand at attention until his legs cramped up, and he also had to fold his blankets into perfect squares. Those who didn't pass were punished by folding blankets for an entire afternoon, Zhao Liqiang added. The dormitory fell silent instantly. As the lights went out, the four of them, each lost in their own thoughts, slowly closed their eyes. At 6 a.m., the dormitory building's loudspeaker suddenly started playing The March of the People's Liberation Army, the sound of which was like a thunderclap, and even the windows were shaking. Everyone hurriedly put on their camouflage uniforms, not even bothering to wash their faces, and followed the crowd to the playground. When he ran to the playground, it was already full of people, all wearing camouflage uniforms. Small Ethan didn't recognize many of the familiar faces. All freshmen were grouped by college. Small Ethan's team was the 2nd platoon of the 3rd company of the 2nd battalion. The platoon leader's surname was Zhao. His face was as black as if it had been coated with charcoal, and his voice was louder than a loudspeaker. He shouted at the students, "Listen up, everyone. On the first day of military training, stand at attention for 1 hour." The instructor demonstrated the military posture perfectly, and then shouted while giving guidance. "Heads up, chests out, stomachs in, middle fingers to your trouser seams. All of you stand still. Anyone who moves will have their entire platoon add 5 minutes to their time." As the sun rose higher, the air became increasingly hot, and there wasn't a breath of wind, making it difficult to even breathe. Sweat streamed down everyone's faces, but everyone persevered. With the support of old Ethan, this bit of fatigue is nothing to small Ethan. But Lin Hao, standing next to him, was different. He looked like he was used to a life of luxury. After standing for less than 20 minutes, he started to secretly move his ankles. Small Ethan also heard him muttering a complaint. "What era are we living in? They're still doing this. I should have had my dad talk to the school leaders and ask them not to participate in military training." Instructor Zhao's eyes were like radar. He immediately locked onto him and shouted, "Lin Hao, step forward." Lin Hao trembled in fright and took a step forward with a stiff upper lip, reporting, "Instructor, is it itchy in your legs or your bones?" Instructor Zhao's voice sounded unusually cold under the sun as he reprimanded. "If you're going to stand at attention, then stand at attention. You're crooked and twisted like a cucumber. Did you get your squad leader position by talking?" A burst of suppressed laughter came from the surrounding area, and Lin Hao's face instantly turned red. "No laughing. The whole platoon will stand for an extra 10 minutes. After shouting, the instructor pointed at small Ethan and said, Look at this student. He maintains perfect military posture from beginning to end, without moving an inch. I think he's more like a squad leader and can set a better example. Lin Hao's face turned red and then black as he stood outside the line as punishment, his eyes constantly glancing at small Ethan with a hint of resentment. In the last 10 minutes of standing at attention, many people started to sway, and even Fong Di was quietly begging for mercy. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to collapse if I stand here any longer. Just then, a commotion arose at the edge of the playground. Small Ethan saw several people wearing student council vests walking towards them carrying 2 large buckets. The one leading them was Wang Runin. She was wearing a light blue student council vest today, carrying a stack of damp towels. Sweat-drenched bangs clung to her forehead as she approached the instructor with a smile. "Instructor Zhao, we'd like to bring some cool towels for everyone." Instructor Zhao's expression softened for once, and he said, "Let's put it aside for now and distribute it during the break." Wang Runin put down her things and stood under the shade of a tree. She looked at the line in front of her and smiled slightly when she saw small Ethan. As soon as the rest whistle blew, Fong Di was the first to rush out to grab water, while Lin Hao rubbed his sore legs and deliberately glared at small Ethan. Small Ethan walked to the steps and sat down to rest. Wang Runin was standing next to him at some point and handed him a wrung-out, cool towel. He thanked them, picked up a towel to wipe his sweat, and found the cool, refreshing towel very comfortable. There's also a faint scent of gardenias on it, just like the scent of Wang Runin's hair. "Ethan, I didn't expect you to stand at attention so perfectly." At this moment, Wang Runin handed over a bottle of chilled mung bean soup. Small Ethan unscrewed the cap, and the refreshing mung bean soup made him sigh with comfort. "Could it be that you've finally seen through my long-hidden military identity?" Small Ethan joked, and Wang Runin laughed heartily, saying sweetly, "Keep bragging. There are still 2 weeks of military training left. I'll see if you're really telling the truth." Before practicing at ease and attention in the afternoon, Instructor Zhao suddenly had the whole platoon count off, then pointed to small Ethan. "Step forward and demonstrate the standard military posture for everyone." Small Ethan took 3 steps forward, head up, chest out, stomach in, every movement as if measured with a ruler. Instructor Zhao patted him on the shoulder. "That's what military bearing looks like. You all need to learn from this." Lin Hao stood in the line, watching small Ethan, who was being watched by the entire platoon. Always eager to show off, he clenched his fists even tighter as he saw small Ethan being praised by the instructor. At the end of the evening drill, Instructor Zhao announced, "Ethan, starting tomorrow, you will be the first soldier." Small Ethan shouted, "Yes." After the dismissal, before small Ethan had even left the playground, he saw Wang Runin calling him from the edge of the playground, waving a small bag in her hand. She walked over and said, "I just got your class's military training handbook. There's a physical fitness test form inside. Remember to fill it out." Small Ethan reached out to take the manual, their fingers touched, and both of them paused for a moment. Wang Runin blushed immediately, so small Ethan quickly changed the subject, saying, "Shouldn't this be given to our class monitor? Because you're the only one I know." After Wang Runin finished speaking, she turned and ran away, but her sweet voice still echoed in small Ethan's ears. Small Ethan watched her retreating figure, then looked down at the handbook in his hand. Suddenly, I realized that military training wasn't so hard to endure after all. Chapter 36 says, making a fool of oneself. And it truly is making a fool of oneself. That night in the dormitory, the 4 people who had been standing all day collapsed on their beds, too exhausted to even speak. Fong Di rubbed his aching calves and complained, "If I stand all day again tomorrow, I'm going to kick the bucket." Zhou Jie pushed up his glasses, rummaged through his bag for some tiger balm, and applied some to his temples. "I just checked the weather forecast. It'll be even hotter tomorrow. I need to bring my Huaxiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine, with me." The entire dormitory building was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the previous night. The only sound in the room was the creaking of the fan. Small Ethan leaned against the headboard and saw an email from Li Sahan that said, "I remember you always slacking off when you ran the 1,000 meters. Are you having trouble keeping up with military training now?" The attached photo also shows her standing on the University of Auckland sports field, smiling and making a peace sign. Li Ying's text message stopped half an hour ago, containing only one sentence. Ethan, military training is really tiring. You should get some rest. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Yang Shuang posted 3 messages in a row, from bring Huoxiang Zhengqi water to don't shower directly with cold water, and finally added, my mom said so. Listen to her, he replied with a smile. Got it. Small Ethan found the message his parents sent at noon. Take care to prevent heat stroke. Don't try to tough it out. Small Ethan replied, don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm fine. Time flew by, and it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Instructor Zhao's shouts were still full of energy. Get your act together. Today, make sure you all get the marching right. Lift your legs high. Point your toes. If anyone moves, the whole platoon will have to do 10 more minutes of extra practice. After 2 days, small Ethan had gotten used to the stiffness of military posture, and his marching movements were very standard. He had only been practicing marching for a few minutes when someone stomped hard on his heel. It was Lin Hao. Sorry, I didn't see it clearly. Lin Hao lowered his voice, but there was no trace of apology in his tone. Small Ethan didn't say anything, but quietly took half a step forward. Not long after, my heel was stepped on again, this time harder. He could even feel that the other person deliberately used force when he was stepped on. The students nearby also noticed the commotion and glanced over out of the corner of their eyes. Lin Hao pretended not to see it and continued with his actions. By the 8th group, Lin Hao's steps became even more blatant. He even lost his rhythm and stumbled, almost bumping into small Ethan's back. This sudden movement was too big, and Instructor Zhao caught him red-handed. Stop, Lin Hao. Instructor Zhao shouted in his loud voice. Where are you going to put your foot down? That's a classmate's heel in front of you, not your floor. Lin Hao's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly explained. Reporting, Instructor, I just accidentally. Careless. Instructor Zhao crouched down, pointed to several fresh shoe prints on small Ethan's trouser legs and heels, and then roared. The whole platoon is kicking on the beat, but you keep stepping on other people's shoes. Did you not hear the command, or are you doing it on purpose? A few suppressed laughs came from the back row. Instructor Zhao didn't reprimand him anymore, but simply pointed to the open space next to the line. Step forward and kick towards the line. You can return to the team when you're all in formation. Lin Hao walked over with his head down, kicking the ball crookedly, looking just like a defeated rooster. After marching for a few days, everyone returned to the dormitory and found that something was wrong with their feet. Everyone had blisters on their heels, and some even had broken skin and were bleeding. Zhou Jie took out the iodine and bandages he had prepared beforehand from the cabinet. The 4 of them sat around on stools, helping each other prick the blisters and applying the medicine. Fang Di winced in pain, but still stubbornly insisted. This little injury is nothing. Once I join the school team, bumps and bruises will be commonplace. Ouch, I said be gentle. Zhao Liqiang didn't say anything, but silently gave half of his band-aid to Fang Di. The next day at noon, a girl in camouflage suddenly swayed and then vomited a large amount of gas. Seeing that she was about to fall straight down, small Ethan instinctively stepped forward and caught her. Her face was deathly pale, and there was vomit on her chest and at the corners of her mouth. Quick, call a doctor. Lin Hao, on the other side, panicked and jumped up and down, but when he saw the vomit on the girl, he withdrew his outstretched hand. Small Ethan ignored him, squatted down on his own, picked up the girl, and walked to the shade of a tree. First, he laid his camouflage jacket on the ground and carefully laid the girl flat. He then reached out and loosened her collar to help her breathe more easily. The instructor ran over at this moment, but seeing that small Ethan was handling it, he didn't interfere and shouted, Go back to your positions and keep practicing. Do you have any water? And some Huoxiang Zhengqi water. Small Ethan looked up and called out, just in time to see Wang Runin running over with a first aid kit and a bottle of mineral water in her hand. He took the bottled water she handed him, and Wang Runin noticed that there was still some of the girl's vomit on the back of his hand. He didn't mind the dirt at all. He just wiped it with his sleeve, then opened a bottle of mineral water, diluted the Huoxiang Zhengqi water, and fed it to the girl little by little. Wang Runin squatted down beside her, carefully supporting the girl's head for small Ethan, and said in a surprised voice, "How come you're not flustered at all?" Small Ethan wiped her mouth with a towel before speaking. "My dad taught me that panicking is useless, just do the job." Of course, all of this was done by old Ethan in his mind, guiding small Ethan. Old Ethan had worked in the service industry for over a decade and had seen countless emergencies like this. He had long ago taught him the lesson that panic is useless. Small Ethan's serious profile, Wang Runin suddenly remembered their first meeting. He was like that too, quiet and unassuming, yet always there to steadily support you when needed. Before we knew it, half of the military training had passed. One evening, the company formed circles on the huge parade ground, organized by college. It was called a relaxation party after military training, but it was really just everyone sitting on the ground. Anyone who wanted to sing could go up and sing a couple of lines, and anyone with a talent could go up and demonstrate it. It was more like a small party. Fong Di pulled small Ethan to the front row and whispered in small Ethan's ear, "I heard there's a pretty girl in the college who's going to sing Back to the Past. Let's see how she sings." "You just want to see what people look like, don't you?" Small Ethan bluntly revealed. All right, good brother, I'll see through it but not say it," Fong Di said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao, carrying a guitar, squeezed through the crowd to the front. He pulled open his camouflage jacket, revealing a white t-shirt underneath, and huddled with a few boys. His eyes kept glancing at the group of girls, and his fingers were tapping out a rhythm, as if he was eager to try. At the beginning of the party, everyone was shy and no one dared to stand up and sing. The only sound on the lawn was soft music playing from the speakers. Until a girl with a ponytail stood up, blushing, and sang, "The Girl Who Waves Her Wings," into the microphone. When the song reached the line, "Don't be afraid of getting hurt, because you're by my side," some people in the audience started clapping along gently to the rhythm. The atmosphere only really heated up at this point. As soon as the song ended, Lin Hao immediately stood up, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his guitar, and slowly walked to the center of the circle. Reaching the microphone stand, he cleared his throat, flashed what he thought was a very cool smile, and said, "Then I'll sing Agarwood for everyone. It's a song from the recent TV series, The Noble Family. Some of you may have heard it. I'll make a fool of myself." Scattered applause broke out around them, and a few girls huddled together and whispered, "I've seen this show." Fong Di whispered mischievously in small Ethan's ear, "This song is not for everyone. If you can't hold it in later, don't." As soon as the accompaniment started, Lin Hao's singing was exposed after only a few lines. His low notes were barely passable. When the song reached the high notes of the chorus, he suddenly froze, his voice became distorted, and he even forgot the lyrics that followed. His guitar playing became chaotic, and he was so nervous that the collar of his white t-shirt was soaked with sweat. As expected, Fong Di kept his word and couldn't hold back his laughter, which came out quite loudly. As Fong Di laughed, laughter gradually emerged from the surrounding area. The sound wasn't loud, but small Ethan could tell that everyone was trying very hard to hold it in. A few girls nearby whispered and teased each other. "That's way too far off." With this level of skill, they really dared to go on. Fong Di, not one to miss an opportunity to kick someone when they're down, said to the students around him. These days, there are quite a few honest people like the class monitor. When he says he's making a fool of himself, he really means it. The students around him burst into laughter. If it weren't for the instructor's stern gaze, their laughter would probably have drowned out the sound system. Lin Hao's face turned a deep purplish red, but he forced himself to continue singing. Later on, he stopped playing the guitar altogether and practically recited the entire song. After he finished singing, he lowered his head and turned back. When he passed small Ethan and the others, he deliberately glared at them. Fong Di, still laughing, nudged small Ethan's arm and said, "Look at his attitude. He's even glaring at us while puffing out his beard. He's incompetent but loves to pretend." Small Ethan just smiled and didn't reply, his gaze returning to Wang Runin not far away. She was smiling and talking to the girl next to her, her hair swaying gently in the wind, which was much more pleasing to the eye than the excitement on the field. Chapter 37: The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The evening breeze gently swept across the playground, and the noisy atmosphere faded somewhat as Lin Hao left. 2 more performances followed, and a boy sang Meteor Shower, but he sang off-key, making the audience burst into laughter. Another girl sang Starry Night Mood, and she sang it quite well. Many people hummed along. Suddenly, the scene fell silent again. Then, Lin Hao, having recovered, shouted at the top of his lungs. "Ethan, go up and sing one too. Don't just sit there as an audience member. You marched so well during the day. You must be a really good singer." Small Ethan instinctively tried to back away, and Lin Hao, seeing this, cheered even harder, constantly getting the surrounding classmates to join in the commotion. "Let's have one more person lead the way. Ethan, sing one." Even people from the next company turned to look, some even whistling, and instructor Zhao smiled and waved. "If you want to sing, just go for it. Don't be shy." Wang Runin, who was sitting not far away, saw this and moved over, nudged small Ethan from behind, and said softly, "Give it a try? I'll hold your water for you so you can drink it right after you finish singing. I've never heard you sing before." After saying that, he shook the bottle of mineral water in his hand. With the atmosphere already built up to this point, small Ethan had no choice but to stand up. He brushed the grass clippings off his pants, slowly walked over to Lin Hao, and said, "Class monitor, can I borrow your guitar for a moment? I'll just quietly watch you show off." When Lin Hao handed over the guitar, he didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark about small Ethan. Small Ethan walked to the center of the field, adjusted the position of the guitar hanging around his neck, and gently plucked the strings to test the sound. Then, after adjusting the height of the microphone in front of him, without asking about the accompaniment, he paused for 2 seconds in front of the microphone and waited for the surroundings to quiet down before speaking softly. "I'll sing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky for everyone a cappella, with guitar accompaniment. Please bear with me." "Godfather, it's up to you now," small Ethan said in his mind. Old Ethan took a deep breath, gently plucked the strings, and began to sing. "The brightest star in the night sky illuminates the loneliness in my heart." This is a song from the future, and it was very popular among students at the time. Old Ethan specially chose this particularly fitting song. As soon as the singing started, the once noisy lawn suddenly fell silent. Old Ethan simply played and sang slowly, each word sung with great emotion. Lin Hao, standing to the side, froze. He hadn't expected Ethan to actually play the guitar, and to play it so much better than him. Old Ethan finished singing the last line. The applause from the audience actually drowned out the singing from the next company. Fong Di stood up and shouted, "Ethan, awesome. You sing even better than the stars." Girls from other departments huddled together and whispered, "Wow, the lead singer sings so well and can even play the guitar. Much better than that guitarist from before. This song is really good. Should I ask where I can download it later? His name seems to be Ethan. Go ask him for his phone number." Lin Hao overheard these words and clenched his fists. They were egging Ethan on to go on stage just now, hoping to see him embarrass himself, but now they've become the laughingstock of themselves. Instructor Zhao clapped his hands with a smile and said, "I never knew our platoon had such talent. One more song." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Di clapped his hands and shouted, "One more song. Ethan, sing one more." Even among the girls who had been mostly silent, some were quietly calling out, "One more song." Instructor Zhao even laughed and shouted, "Since everyone wants to hear it, let's sing another song." Old Ethan looked up and saw Wang Runin in the distance, holding up her phone and recording him. When she saw him looking over, she mouthed, "Go for it." He paused, looked down at the microphone, then looked up again and met Wang Runin's gaze. He nodded to her, then bent down and strummed a guitar string. This time, old Ethan spoke up directly, without waiting for anyone to react. "I've seen the starry sky you've seen, so does that mean we've met?" The jeers from the audience instantly fell silent, with some people humming along quietly. Old Ethan sang, "I passed through the youth you walked through. Is this considered an embrace?" He looked up and seemed to see Lee Sahan sitting on the grass, calling out to him, "Ethan, you're singing off-key, sing it again." Old Ethan suddenly remembered what Lee Sahan said in her email yesterday. "You can see many stars at night in Auckland. I wonder if any of them are as bright as the ones back home. Even though we are not in the same place, it seems like we can still share the same starry sky." At that moment, Wang Runin noticed that Ethan's gaze towards her had suddenly softened and was filled with love, which made her heart beat faster. When the song ended, there was a 2-second silence in the audience, and then the applause was even more enthusiastic than before. People in the next room even stood up and applauded, and some even whistled. Lin Hao's face turned bright red. Before small Ethan could finish singing, he turned and walked out of the playground without even taking the guitar. After finishing his song, small Ethan quickly handed the microphone to the classmate next to him and walked out. He walked over to Wang Runin, took the bottle of mineral water she handed him, and unscrewed the cap. "These 2 songs are really nice, but I've never heard them before. Can you teach me?" Wang Runin asked. Small Ethan had just taken the water and taken a sip when he heard this and choked. Drink slowly, Wang Runin said, patting small Ethan's back. Small Ethan then realized that his palms were also a little sweaty, so he could only give a vague answer. "Okay, I'll teach you when I have the chance." Wang Runin smiled and handed him her phone. The screen shows the video that was just recorded. Small Ethan is standing in the middle, with the stars in the sky behind him. "When I was recording just now, I felt that your eyes were especially gentle when you sang." She paused, then said somewhat shyly, "If there are any singing events in the hospital in the future, I'd like to sing with you. Is that okay?" Small Ethan paused for a moment, then smiled. "If you don't mind, of course you can." Fong Di then rushed over, hooked his arm around small Ethan's neck, and laughed. "You're such a good talker. You're usually so quiet, but when you opened your mouth, you completely outshone Lin Hao. Didn't you see how green his face was when he left? He even abandoned his guitar. That was so satisfying." Small Ethan glanced in the direction where Lin Hao had just been sitting. The area was now empty. Wang Runin suddenly remembered something, took a mint out of her pocket, handed it to small Ethan, and said, "After singing 2 songs, I popped a candy into my throat to moisten it." Small Ethan took the candy and put it in his mouth. He smelled a faint fragrance, somewhat similar to the scent on Wang Runin. After lights out at night, Wang Runin held up her phone to watch a video. Small Ethan was singing with his head down on the screen, his long, slender fingers playing the guitar, completely different from his serious demeanor during military training during the day. She recalled his calmness as he wiped away the vomit, and suddenly felt that this boy was like a star. It is usually quiet, but when it lights up, it is particularly dazzling. She remembered the lyrics of the song he sang. "Where are the people who were once by my side now? I wonder if he has a story to tell." Chapter 38. I didn't think too much about it. I just didn't want you to get hurt. The assembly whistle for the training exercise went off at 3 o'clock in the morning, its sharp, beep beep sound piercing the silence of the darkness. Fong Di nearly fell off the bed when he sprang up, and Zhou Jie muttered to himself as he fumbled for his glasses in the dark. Why the sudden training exercise? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Small Ethan remained calm. Using the moonlight streaming through the window, he found his camouflage shoes, put them on, grabbed his camouflage uniform, pulled up his pants, and ran downstairs. At this point, chaos erupted downstairs. Some people were only wearing one sock, some had their pants on backwards, and some came down in slippers. At this moment, Lin Hao stood at the front of the team, his camouflage uniform buttoned up meticulously, and even took the initiative to help Wang Runin carry the first aid kit. Small Ethan guessed that he must have found out the training schedule in advance, and wanted to take this opportunity to show off and make everyone think that he was capable as the squad leader. Instructor Zhao blew his whistle to assemble the entire company, which took 7 minutes. Instructor Zhao, with a dark expression, said, "If you acted like this during wartime, you would have been cannon fodder long ago." Then he shouted, 5 kilometers of cross-country running in the back mountain. Follow the red markings, and don't fall behind. Then Instructor Zhao gave instructions to Wang Runin and her group of student volunteers. Each person is assigned to a platoon, and in case of emergency, they can contact each other via walkie-talkie. The group was in perfect order when they first entered the mountains, but Lin Hao, who was leading the group, deliberately walked faster in order to show off. He even forgot the instructor's constant reminders to maintain the rhythm and watch the markings, and soon he went astray. By the time everyone realized what was happening, they had already disappeared into a wild forest, and the red paint marker had been nowhere to be seen for a long time. "Squad leader, isn't this the wrong way?" Some people whispered their doubts. Lin Hao himself wasn't sure either, but he still forced himself to shout. What's the panic? There's definitely a marker if you walk another 50 meters. Watch out, there's something ahead. Old Ethan's voice suddenly rang in small Ethan's mind. As his whole body went numb, old Ethan suddenly picked up a thick tree branch from the roadside and pointed it at a patch of grass not far away. Run back quickly. Old Ethan suddenly shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a half-grown wild boar suddenly sprang out from the waist-high grass in front of him. Its fangs were covered in mud, and its eyes shone frighteningly in the darkness as it charged straight into the crowd. The students had never seen anything like this before, and the line immediately scattered. The girl screamed and ran backwards. Some people dropped their flashlights on the ground without even picking them up, and some grabbed the trees next to them and tried to climb up. Lin Hao's legs went weak, and he immediately shrank behind Wang Runin. The wild boar stared intently at Wang Runin, who was closest to it. Seeing this, Lin Hao scrambled to the side. Suddenly, old Ethan moved, rushing straight forward at an astonishing speed. Ethan, go back now. As soon as Wang Runin shouted, old Ethan stood in front of the wild boar, blocking Wang Runin's path. Contact the instructor immediately. Old Ethan turned to Wang Runin and, after taking a look at her surroundings, continued. Slowly move to the tree behind you on your left. Wang Runin's gaze towards him changed, revealing a fierce intensity. She slowly moved backward, pulling out her walkie-talkie as she went to call for help. The wild boar suddenly pounced, its speed astonishing, and Wang Runin cried out in alarm. Old Ethan reacted even faster, dodging to the left, almost touching the boar's tusks. Immediately afterwards, with a muffled thud, the branch in his hand struck the wild boar's ear hard and snapped. The wild boar, in pain, stopped abruptly and turned to bite old Ethan's leg. Old Ethan dodged the kick and turned to run east. He had already studied the surrounding environment and found that there was no one there. Enraged, the wild boar charged eastward and disappeared into the bushes in the blink of an eye. Everyone stared in disbelief, while Wang Runin anxiously called out from behind. Ethan, come back quickly. Upon reaching a rocky slope, the wild boars were still charging wildly. Old Ethan suddenly stopped. He stepped onto a boulder and used it to leap up, kicking the wild boar in the side. Old Ethan put all his strength into that kick, and the boar, in pain, stumbled back 3 steps, nearly crashing into a rock. Old Ethan reached out and grabbed a nearby tree branch. With a single pull, he snapped the branch, which was as thick as a cup, in half with one hand. He slammed the broken branch against a rock, the loud noise causing the wild boar to retreat. Old Ethan took another step forward, smashed the broken branch against the stone again, and roared, "Get out of here!" The wild boar was completely scared, as if it understood, and turned to dart into the woods, disappearing in a few seconds. Only then did small Ethan breathe a sigh of relief, while old Ethan remained completely calm, thinking to himself, given my current physical condition, I can handle anything as long as I don't face a fully grown wild boar. Small Ethan suddenly realized that old Ethan had given him more than just superhuman strength, and that confidence to stand up in times of danger. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar, and Instructor Zhao led several other instructors running over. Small Ethan unharmed on the rocky slope with the broken tree branch in his hand. They breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What exactly happened? And what was that noise just now?" At this moment, Wang Runin and a few boulder boys also crept over and saw that small Ethan's eyes suddenly turned red. At this moment, all that could be heard was Instructor Zhao reprimanding. "Ethan, do you know how dangerous this is? You've led wild boars to a deserted place without permission. What if something happens to you?" Small Ethan could explain. Wang Runin quickly spoke first. "Instructor Zhao, it was an emergency. Everyone panicked. If Ethan hadn't lured the wild boar away, it would have run over us." The students next to him nodded in agreement. "Yes, instructor, if Ethan hadn't blocked the wild boar, the senior would have been knocked down by it." Instructor Zhao's expression softened somewhat. He walked over, patted small Ethan on the shoulder, and said, "You're brave and calm. That's commendable." Instructor Zhao's tone suddenly softened, and he continued. But we can't take such risks next time. The safety of the team is the most important thing. Small Ethan smiled and said, Instructor, I didn't think too much at the time. I just wanted to protect everyone. Besides, my dad taught me that wild boars' ears are their most vulnerable part, and they are afraid of loud noises, so that's how I chased it away. Instructor Zhao didn't ask any more questions, but he looked at small Ethan with more appreciation. This composure is something that ordinary students don't possess. Even well-trained soldiers would struggle to take on a wild boar unarmed. The instructors led everyone back, and Wang Runin walked alongside small Ethan the whole time. She stared at small Ethan's hands hanging by his sides, where she could see several shallow scratches, as if they had been made by the rough bark of tree branches. Due to an unexpected incident, the evening training session was abruptly terminated. The school contacted relevant departments to deal with the wild boars in the back mountain, and fortunately, no one was injured. On the way back, Lin Hao followed at the very back of the group. He had been hiding behind someone, not daring to even breathe loudly. Small Ethan, however, dared to lure away the wild boar single-handedly, which made him lose even the courage to be jealous. Everyone dispersed after returning to the school playground, and small Ethan accompanied Wang Runin back to the dormitory. After walking a few steps, Wang Runin suddenly tugged gently at small Ethan's sleeve. Small Ethan turned around. He met her eyes and could see her reddened eyes. I heard her say softly, "Wait a minute, I didn't check carefully whether you were injured." Before small Ethan could react, Wang Runin had already reached out and grasped his wrist, her movements so gentle it was as if she were afraid of hurting him. She lifted small Ethan's hand, examined it carefully in the light of the flashlight, and said with heartache, "There's a cut here, thankfully not very deep, but it's already bleeding. Did you hurt yourself just now?" Small Ethan paused, realizing her hands were cold, and then remembered that he had been so focused on dealing with the wild boar that he hadn't noticed the small scratches. He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but Wang Runin held it. "It's nothing. It's just a minor injury. It'll be fine in a couple of days." Small Ethan smiled, trying to lighten his tone, but then noticed that Wang Runin's eyes were reddening again, and continued, "I heard you calling me to come back quickly just now. Thank you for your concern. I thought." Wang Runin paused, then lowered her voice further and mumbled, "I thought something bad would happen to you. Wild boars are so fierce, and you just charged in alone." As she spoke, she took out a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket with her other hand. It was light white with a small gardenia embroidered on the corner. Wang Runin said, "Let me wipe your hands first. They're sweaty and dirty. Don't let them get into your wound." She took a handkerchief and carefully wiped the mud off small Ethan's palms. When she got close to the scratches, she slowed down her movements even more, and her breathing became lighter. She said as she wiped, "When the wild boar was staring at me just now, my mind went blank. If you hadn't blocked my way, I wouldn't have been able to move my legs." After saying that, she looked up at small Ethan, her eyes shining, and continued in her sweet voice, "Ethan, thank you." Small Ethan looked at her serious expression and said softly, "You're welcome. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just didn't want you to get hurt." After carefully wiping his hands, Wang Runin folded the handkerchief and put it into the chest pocket of small Ethan's camouflage uniform. She said softly, "Take this first. You can use it to wipe your wounds or sweat. Next time don't take such risks, okay? Even if you know how to deal with wild boars, I'll still worry." After she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. She quickly turned back and walked forward, but did not let go of small Ethan's wrist. The two of them held hands gently and walked step by step toward the brightly lit dormitory building. Chapter 39. The seeds sown earlier are about to bear fruit. The next evening, just after a day of military training had ended, small Ethan returned to the dormitory building. He saw Li Ying standing downstairs with a bag in her hand, her face still damp with sweat. I don't know where she heard the news about Ethan fighting a wild boar with his bare hands. He sent several text messages during the day to ask about the situation, and now he's come directly to me, insisting on seeing for himself that he's all right. You've finally arrived. When Li Ying saw small Ethan, she rushed over and grabbed his arm, looking him up and down. Until I saw the scratches on his palm, I took his hand and looked at it again and again. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found that the wound was almost healed. Then, Li Ying handed small Ethan a large bag of apples, saying with a hint of heartache, "Ethan, you can't do such dangerous things anymore. What would I do if something happened to you?" She blushed, then lowered her head and said softly, "These are apples I just bought. They're perfectly safe and sound. Are you really all right?" Small Ethan took the bag of apples, smiled, and said, "It's really nothing. Look, it's just a little scrape here, and the instructors were all there, so it wasn't that dangerous." Li Ying looked up at small Ethan, suddenly remembered something, and said, "By the way, I'll treat you to the sauerkraut fish at that restaurant near the school gate after military training. I heard it's super delicious. It'll help calm your nerves." Small Ethan nodded in agreement, watching Li Ying skip and hop towards the girls' dormitory, only then realizing that he hadn't replied to his parents' text message today. So he took out his phone and sent a reply to his parents, but only said, "The midnight training went smoothly, but I'm a little tired." He also replied to Yang Shuaing's message, saying only, "Autumn is coming, the weather is starting to get cooler, so don't always drink iced drinks." Back in the dorm, he even wrote an email to Lee Sahan, and they only talked about, "Is the moon full in Auckland now? The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Do you eat mooncakes where you are?" I didn't mention anything about the danger, afraid they would worry unnecessarily from a distance. Before we knew it, the day of the military training performance arrived. The entire playground was decorated with colorful flags, and school leaders and military instructors sat on the central platform. The students, dressed in camouflage uniforms, stood ramrod straight, each one full of energy, gripping their replica guns tightly. Small Ethan saw Lin Hao in the front row. Lin Hao's back was straighter than usual, the butt of his rifle almost touching his chest. His eyes kept glancing at the podium, clearly wanting to steal the spotlight at the last minute. As soon as the performance music started, the entire playground fell silent, with only the sound of orderly footsteps audible. When small Ethan and his group were about to enter the front of the stage, the judges' eyes all fell on Lin Hao, who was in the middle of the first row. He suddenly panicked. His leg was a beat too slow to lift, and he almost lifted his arm and foot at the same time. The line instantly became a little chaotic. The students next to Lin Hao were stunned for a moment, and even their arm swinging was affected. At that moment, small Ethan reacted quickly, nudging the boy on his left with his elbow, and then lowering his voice to remind the people in front of him of the rhythm again. The group then slowed down, just in time to regain the rhythm that Lin Hao had lost. As they passed the podium, the entire platoon's movements became perfectly synchronized again. From the stage, it would be difficult to notice that something went wrong. After the performance, the principal announced the winners, and small Ethan and his classmates won first prize. Instructor Zhao stood at the front of the line, holding up the certificate of merit, and said with a smile, "Someone almost messed up today, but luckily someone stepped in to cover for them. That's what teamwork is all about. Ethan, you reacted quickly and kept things in order. You're a reliable guy and deserve praise." Applause broke out. Small Ethan glanced at Lin Hao to the side. Lin Hao's head was down, his face was a little pale, and he didn't say anything or look at small Ethan. The military training officially ended in the afternoon, when instructor Zhao had to return to his unit. People surrounded him, some asking for his contact information, but he smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Military regulations prohibit leaving contact information." But no one wanted him to leave. Even the most mischievous boys' eyes welled up with tears. Instructor Zhao suddenly gave a crisp military salute, turned and ran, then turned back and shouted after a few steps, "Study hard, and when you encounter difficulties in the future, just think about these few days of military training." Everyone shouted in unison, "Goodbye, instructor." Many girls were secretly wiping away tears. Fong Di patted small Ethan on the shoulder and said proudly, "Bro, you're awesome. We had to rely on you to save the day. Look at Lin Hao's face. It's even paler than before military training." Small Ethan smiled and suddenly saw Wang Runin standing not far away, holding a blue notebook and looking in their direction. Fong Di followed his gaze and saw Wang Runin. Then he smiled mischievously, as if deep in thought. Ethan, what's your relationship with the most beautiful girl in our department? I've noticed something's off ever since you sang at the party. She's always hanging around you. Tell me honestly, is something going on?" We have a purely platonic relationship. Don't get the wrong idea, small Ethan said irritably. Give me a break. You're already in a relationship. How can you say you're innocent? Fong Di smiled and waved his hand, saying, I won't disturb your love talk any longer. I'm going back to take a shower first, and I'll treat you to roasted chicken wings tonight. He left after saying that. Only then did Wang Runin run over, handing him a notebook and a badge, and say, This is an award for outstanding trainees in military training. Small Ethan took the notebook, opened it to the first page, and saw a line of neat, small handwriting. The brightest star in the night sky lights the way for others. When he looked up, he met Wang Runin's eyes. Her face was slightly flushed, and her voice was soft and sweet as she spoke. If you have time after school starts, could you teach me those 2 songs? I still remember the tunes. Okay. Small Ethan nodded with a smile. Back in the dorm, Fong Di was singing a line from a Stephen Chow movie. Roasted chicken wings, I love them the most. Small Ethan's phone suddenly rang. It was Li Ying calling, and her voice came through the receiver. Ethan, military training is over. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. I've already reserved a table, so hurry up and come over. Small Ethan scratched his head, shouted to the bewildered Fong Di, I'll treat you next time, and ran off. As soon as he reached the school gate, he saw Li Ying waiting for him. The two walked into a small alley near the school, which was full of small restaurants. Deep within this street, which students call Food Street, the two finally spotted the sign for Old Zhang's sauerkraut fish. After sitting down inside, Li Ying took the menu and said to the owner, Boss, I'd like a non-spicy pickled fish dish, with extra pickled cabbage. Turning to small Ethan, she said, You still have an injury on your hand, and spicy food can easily cause inflammation. Let's eat something light today. Just after ordering, a female voice suddenly came from the next table. Student Fu. Small Ethan looked up and saw that it was the girl who had fainted from heatstroke earlier. This time, she was accompanied by another girl. When the girl saw small Ethan looking over, she quickly came over and handed him a box of strawberries, a little embarrassed. I've been wanting to thank you. If it weren't for you that day when I had heatstroke, I would have really fallen to the ground. These are strawberries my mom just brought over. They're all washed clean. Try some. Small Ethan hesitated for a moment and was about to decline, but Li Ying took it first, smiling and saying, Oh, no need to be so polite. He told me about it the other day. Did you feel dizzy again afterward? I didn't expect to run into him like this today. The girl smiled and said to small Ethan, who was still in a daze. Later, the school doctor said I had low blood sugar. Thanks to you for helping me at that time. My roommates all said you were very thoughtful. After saying that, he pulled his companion back to the next table, glancing over here every now and then. Li Ying smiled and slipped a strawberry into his hand, then added a piece of freshly served cucumber salad to his bowl, saying with a smile, See, good deeds are rewarded. You helped someone before, and now they're even bringing you strawberries. Just then, the owner brought the sauerkraut fish to the table, and small Ethan's stomach started growling as he smelled the aroma of sauerkraut wafting over. Li Ying didn't sit still. She carefully picked out the tiny bones from the fish slices one by one with chopsticks. After confirming there were no thorns, I put it in small Ethan's bowl and said, Military training is so tiring, eat more. By the way, I know you like pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage at this place is pickled by the owner himself. You should try it. It's said to be especially sour and crunchy. As she spoke, she kept putting sauerkraut into small Ethan's bowl, not even bothering to eat herself. Small Ethan watched this unfold and placed a boneless slice of fish into Li Ying's bowl. You eat too, don't keep putting food on my plate. This sauerkraut fish is really delicious, you weren't lying to me. Li Ying paused for a moment, then smiled, revealing her white teeth, picked up a slice of fish, put it in her mouth, and said, Of course, my recommendation is definitely right. As the girl at the next table left, she made a point of greeting small Ethan, saying, See you at the start of the semester, Fu. Small Ethan waved to them, watched her walk away, and then turned around to find Li Ying staring at him and smiling. What are you laughing at? Small Ethan asked, puzzled. Nothing. Li Ying shook her head, then put another piece of fish into his bowl and said, I just feel that after a military training session, look, I've met so many people, and so many people still remember me. After dinner, when I got back to my dorm, I heard Zhou Jie say on the phone, "Mom, I folded my blankets into a square shape, even better than tofu. You don't have to complain about me being sloppy anymore." Feng Di told his dad, "Dad, I lost 5 pounds during military training. The instructor said my blanket is folded to a perfect standard." Zhao Liqiang simply sat at the table writing a letter, his handwriting neat and tidy. Small Ethan lay in bed and first sent a message to his parents. "Military training is over, everything is fine." I quickly received a reply. "Study hard from now on, and call Mom if you need anything." He then sent Li Sahan a short email on his phone, saying that military training was over, and added, "Remember to take a picture of the moon over Auckland on Mid-Autumn Festival and show it to me." Then I sent Yang Shuang a text message, and soon received a reply. "I went to the post office and sent you some yak jerky from southern Yunnan. You must be tired from military training, so you need to eat some. Remember to check when it arrives." Just then, his phone vibrated. Small Ethan looked at the screen and saw that the caller ID showed it was Lao Wang, the real estate agent. As he was still wondering, he heard old Ethan's voice ring out in his mind. The seeds sown earlier are about to bear fruit. Chapter 40. This isn't just a bicycle turning into a motorcycle, it's a luxury car. Small Ethan took his phone and quickly walked to the balcony before answering the call. Brother Fu, you're truly amazing." Old Wang's voice on the other end of the phone was obsequious. "I just heard the news too. The shantytown area you bought was just posted with a demolition notice on the district government website this morning." Old Wang got more and more excited as he spoke. "Let me tell you, my store was packed with people just now. Several buyers who were looking at houses with you earlier all came over to ask if there was still a chance to snag a few units at a higher price. You really have a good eye, and you acted quickly." Small Ethan clenched his fist excitedly, and old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. "First ask him if he can make the deal immediately. There are policies for urban renewal in Haijiu. Don't wait, and things might get complicated." So he composed himself and asked, "Brother Wang, the announcement is out. Can the transfer of ownership still be processed? I want to transfer all the houses as soon as possible." "Yes, of course you can." Old Wang quickly chimed in. This wave of shantytown renovation is really fast, proceeding in parallel. The land acquisition and property transfer are going at the same time. The materials can be submitted within 3 days of the announcement. If you can transfer these 16 units to me as a package, I'll give you a fair price. This is what Old Wang was waiting for. Small Ethan didn't answer immediately, so Old Wang continued. "Based on the price you bought it at before, I'll add 200,000 to the price of one set. What do you think?" Small Ethan took a deep breath. "My goodness, this is faster than printing money." But then old Ethan spoke up. 300,000, hold on." Small Ethan hesitated for a moment, but still followed old Ethan's instructions and said, "Brother Wang, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I'll add 300,000 to each unit. If you agree, we'll settle on this deal. If not, I'll look for other companies." No, Brother Fu, listen to me. The price is negotiable, but I can't come up with so much money all at once. Can you give me some time to pay?" Old Wang replied. "Okay, Brother Wang. I'll come to your shop tomorrow to discuss this in detail." Small Ethan said and hung up the phone. Small Ethan then immediately called Shen Yan. She seemed to have been prepared, and her voice on the phone carried a hint of excitement as she spoke. "I just saw the announcement too, and I was just about to call you. I've just finished compiling the contracts and property documents for your 16 houses. Shall I come over to see you now?" "Tomorrow. Come with me to Old Wang's place tomorrow," Small Ethan said. The next morning, Small Ethan saw the slender Shen Yin waiting by the roadside with a large black backpack at the school gate. She was wearing a light blue shirt. Her hair was neatly tied up, and when she saw Small Ethan, she smiled and waved to him, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Upon meeting, Shen Yin took out a piece of paper and said to Small Ethan, "I've confirmed with a friend at the tax bureau that, according to Haijiu's policy, the deed tax for your batch of houses is 1.5%, the stamp duty is 0.05%, plus transaction fees and registration fees. Based on the agreed price of 6.4 million for 16 houses, the total is about 390,000. Old Wang's agent fee is 1%, which is 64,000. After deducting these, you will receive about 5.95 million. Small Ethan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the densely written calculation sheet she had filled out. Each expense was followed by a policy note, including the clause that transfer fees are halved during the shantytown renovation period. You care even more than I do. Small Ethan smiled and unconsciously reached out to touch her head. Shen Yin's face flushed instantly, and she said softly, I'm afraid I might miscalculate and make you lose money. After all, it involves 16 houses. I'll go with you and definitely help you review the contract terms. As soon as the two arrived at the entrance of Lao Wang's shop, they heard a commotion inside. Uncle Zhang, who had previously sold the house to Small Ethan. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, Manager Wang, you can't do things like this. You have to give me an extra 100,000 yuan for my house. Otherwise, I'm taking it back. Old Wang looked helpless. Brother Zhang, you signed the contract last month and the property rights have been transferred. The house is no longer yours. Asking for a price increase now is not only unreasonable, but also illegal. Uncle Zhang turned his head and saw Small Ethan. His eyes immediately reddened. Kid, that house is going to be demolished now. Selling it to you for 100,000 is too much of a loss for me. You have to give me another 100,000, or I'll go and cause trouble at the demolition office. Small Ethan could speak. Shen Yin stepped forward, took out a copy of the original property ownership certificate and transfer receipt from the file bag, handed it over, and said, Uncle Zhang, this is the transfer document processed on the 23rd of last month. The tax payment certificate from the tax bureau is also here. According to the contract law, the house now belongs to Ethan. There's no use making a fuss. Uncle Zhang flipped through the photocopy again and again, knowing that making a fuss would be pointless, and said dejectedly, We waited for 2 years, and it still wasn't demolished. We just sold it, and now it's being demolished. I should have waited another half-month. The two former landlords next to him sighed. I sold mine cheaply too. Now I can only watch others make money. Taking the opportunity to smooth things over, Old Wang said, All right, it's all fate. They're just lucky. He then winked at Small Ethan and the other man, leading them into the inner room. When signing the contract, Shen Yin reviewed it page by page. Now, her finger hovered over the section on payment method and deadline, and she said, Manager Wang, although Ethan has agreed to extend the payment period, the terms must specify the time frame. We need to add a clause here, 40% to be paid on the day of signing, and the remaining 60% to be paid within 10 working days after the transfer documents are submitted. Otherwise, we have no guarantee. Old Wang nodded quickly. Add it. We must add it. After Small Ethan finished signing, Uncle Zhang was still sitting outside muttering to himself. If I had known they would demolish the property now, I wouldn't have sold it even if I was in a hurry to get the money. Shen Yin whispered to Small Ethan, How do you know this place will be demolished soon? Even if you have inside information, I think it would take at least a while before you hear about it. It hasn't even been a month yet. Small Ethan scratched the back of his head, gave a vague laugh, and said, Didn't I tell you last time? Take a gamble, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Shen Yin took a breath and said, Take a gamble? 16 houses, 1.45 million yuan. Weren't you afraid of being stuck with them? I'm scared, but opportunity waits for no one. Small Ethan was speaking. His phone suddenly vibrated. He saw that it was a text message from the bank informing him that the 40% down payment had been deposited into his account. He showed the phone to Shen Yin, who stared at the numbers on the screen and exclaimed in astonishment. You've made so much money in less than a month. You've gone from a bicycle to a motorcycle. You've turned it into a luxury car. Small Ethan then said seriously to Shen Yin, Thanks to your help this time, I didn't understand any of the procedures and formalities, but I didn't have to worry about them at all. Shen Yin quickly waved her hand, but couldn't help but steal a glance at Small Ethan. She discovered that this boy, who was a year younger than her, had an astonishingly accurate eye for talent. On the way back, Shen Yin was still calculating. 16 houses, after deducting taxes and agent fees, netted 4.5 million. Do you know that my parents work in a factory and couldn't earn that much money even if they didn't eat or drink for 100 years? After saying that, Shen Yin suddenly raised her head and whispered to Small Ethan, If you buy another house in the future, Can you ask me to help you review the contract again? I want to learn from you how to invest in real estate. Small Ethan turned to look at her, and seeing her expectant eyes, he answered without hesitation. Okay, I'll definitely take you to see it next time I have the chance. Upon hearing this, Shin Yin immediately smiled, revealing two small tiger teeth that Small Ethan loved to see. Small Ethan laughed along, and looking at her, he suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. When Shin Yin stopped Uncle Zhang and looked at the contract, she frowned and looked serious. When she laughed, did Small Ethan realize that she was just a young girl under 20 years old. Shin Yin hugged the file folder to her chest, then looked up at Small Ethan and said, I'll go back and organize the materials first. I'll let you know once the tax matters are settled. Okay, be careful on the road. Small Ethan turned and walked into the school gate. Chapter 41. Enjoy life to the fullest. Over the next 2 days, Shin Yin helped Small Ethan make several trips to the tax bureau, and finally got Small Ethan the tax payment certificate. Looking at the bank's SMS message showing a balance of over 2 million, and thinking about the nearly 4 million final payment that would arrive in a week, Small Ethan couldn't help but feel excited. Old Ethan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I've never seen so much money in my entire past life. It's truly a matter of timing and fate. Everything is done. Shin Yin was sweating as she handed him a stack of documents. Small Ethan quickly reached out and took the document, saying, Thank you so much. I'd like to treat you to a meal. How about we go back to that Japanese restaurant we went to last time? Shin Yin quickly shook her head and said, No trouble at all. You gave me so much service fee last time. I should treat you. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I can cook. How about I show off my skills to you? Small Ethan remembered that he didn't have any elective classes the next night, and seeing Shin Yin's expectant eyes, he quickly and readily agreed. Shin Yin still had to go to the Housing Management Bureau to deliver some materials, and the two said goodbye at the intersection. She walked towards the bus stop with a black backpack on her back, took a couple of steps, then turned back, smiling and calling out to Small Ethan, See you tomorrow. Small Ethan waved to her and shouted, mimicking a line from The Deer in the Cauldron. A date that's now set, see you there. He saw Shin Yin blush again and turned to run towards the bus stop. Since he had no classes in the afternoon, Small Ethan wasn't in a hurry to go back to school and instead wandered around the city center. He still wanted to give Shin Yin something. After all, she had helped him a lot this time. Upon arriving at Haijo Building, Small Ethan browsed the Cartier boutique, where a rose gold bracelet from the Love collection was prominently displayed. He noticed that the saleswomen were all wearing the same bracelet, and he felt it suited Shin Yin quite well. So he didn't hesitate and swiped his card directly. He felt that giving money again this time would seem too distant. The bracelet looked exquisite, and Shin Yin would probably like it. After leaving Haijo Building, I passed by Yuanzu Cake Shop next door. Seeing the newly arrived snow mooncakes displayed in the glass cabinet, and remembering that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, I went in and bought 4 boxes, 6 in each box. Back at his school dormitory, Small Ethan talked to the supermarket owner and asked to store the snow mooncakes in the store's refrigerator. After taking out a box, he went downstairs to the girls' dormitory and sent a message to Li Ying. A moment later, Li Ying ran downstairs and her eyes lit up when she saw the snow mooncake in Small Ethan's hand. We were just talking about this snow mooncake in the dorm, and I didn't expect you to buy it. She quickly opened one and handed it to Small Ethan, who hurriedly pushed it back to her, saying, You eat it, I have another box. So Li Ying smiled, took a bite, and looked up, saying, It's so delicious. It's the first time I've ever had ice cream-filled mooncakes. By the way, Ethan, it's Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Want to have dinner together tonight? Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He scratched his head and lied. I have to go to my relative's house in the city tomorrow. Maybe next time. I'll treat you next time. Li Ying paused, her smile fading slightly, and said with a hint of disappointment, Okay then, remember to eat mooncakes. When I turned to go upstairs, my steps felt a little heavy. Afterwards, Small Ethan took another box of mooncakes and went to the student council office to find Wang Runnen. He saw her drawing lines on the form, and when she saw Small Ethan arrive, she quickly looked up and said, Wait 2 minutes, I'll finish counting the number of people at this Mid-Autumn Festival event. Small Ethan waited for Wang Runin to finish what she was doing before handing her the box and saying, "Here you go, a snow mooncake. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Senior." Wang Runin took the mooncake box with a happy smile and said in a sweet voice, "How did you know I like to eat this?" Then, with a hint of regret in his voice, he said, "The student council is organizing a mid-autumn festival party tomorrow night. I have the task of setting up the venue these 2 days, otherwise I could have invited you to the playground to watch the moon. Maybe next time, there will be another opportunity," Small Ethan said, feigning regret. Wang Runin's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and put the mooncakes into the drawer. Small Ethan returned to his dorm room with a box of mooncakes in his hand, which he opened and distributed to his roommates. Fong Di took 2, and while eating, he mumbled something indistinctly. "Ethan, you're a true friend. You're definitely a good comrade." Zhou Jie and Zhao Liqiang were eating it for the first time, and they kept saying, "It's all ice cream inside. It's so delicious." Small Ethan tried one himself, and then let old Ethan try one too. It was indeed different from the egg yolk mooncakes they usually eat. After finishing his classes the next afternoon, Small Ethan went to the supermarket downstairs in his dormitory to pick up the last box of mooncakes and arrived at the sales office of Hanlon Garden 10 minutes early. Shenyan had just finished get off work when she saw him coming. She quickly picked up her bag and came out. Small Ethan handed over a mooncake and said, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Shenyan took the box and smiled as she said to him, "Thank you. I live nearby. Let's hurry up and go, or you'll go hungry." Shenyan's rented apartment is in an old neighborhood near the sales office, less than a 10-minute walk away. The two climbed to the 6th floor, and Shenyan used a key to open one of the doors, which led to a one-bedroom apartment. Small Ethan went inside and saw that the room wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy. A single bed is against the wall, and a small double sofa is placed opposite it, with a small dining table in front of the sofa. An accounting textbook sits on the desk by the window. Clean clothes are drying on the small balcony outside the window. The kitchen and toilet, though small, were very clean and tidy. "It's a small place, don't mind it." Shen Yin turned on the air conditioner, let Small Ethan sit on the sofa, and handed him a bottle of juice. "You rest for a while, I'll go cook now." After saying that, she went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. A moment later, Shen Yin brought out the beer-braised duck from the kitchen. Small Ethan's mouth watered instantly when he saw the glistening duck meat coated in sauce. Shen Yin then served a plate of boiled shrimp, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy and sour cabbage, all home-style dishes, yet full of warmth and homely charm. She took out 2 glasses and asked Small Ethan, "Can I have some? It's homemade rice wine, not very strong, and it tastes sweet." "Okay, then let's try it." Small Ethan didn't refuse, so Shen Yin poured a glass for both Small Ethan and herself. Then, Shen Yin raised her glass and said to Small Ethan, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Ethan, and thank you for coming." Small Ethan quickly picked up his glass and clinked it with hers, then took a sip. It was indeed sweet and delicious, with a subtle rice aroma, and tasted particularly smooth. She placed a piece of duck meat on Small Ethan's plate. It was stewed until tender and had a hint of beer flavor. Small Ethan ate it and praised it highly. Shen Yin smiled and said, "I'm a pretty good cook, right? I've been practicing since I was little. My mom said that children from poor families have to know how to cook, otherwise they'll go hungry outside." The two sat side by side on the sofa in front of the dining table. Small Ethan didn't say much, just kept his head down and ate his food quietly. Shen Yin was peeling shrimp with her head down, her movements quick and practiced. She smiled and said, "I used to work in a restaurant, and I would get scolded by the boss if I didn't peel shrimp well, so I practiced until I got the hang of it." She placed the peeled shrimp meat into Small Ethan's bowl and continued, "I used the money you gave me to enroll in an accounting class at night school, so that when you buy a house in the future, I will understand the tax aspects better." Small Ethan's heart softened. Shen Yin put some more food on his plate and said, "I used to bring pickled vegetables and steamed buns with me in high school, but now I can cook for myself, and I'm already very satisfied." While eating, Small Ethan's phone rang. It was a text message from Lao Wang. "Brother Fu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm transferring the remaining 2 million yuan in advance, and the rest will definitely arrive next week. The bank text message arrived just then, showing that the account balance had suddenly increased to over 4 million. He then held the phone up to Shen Yan. The payment for the house has arrived ahead of schedule. Shen Yan leaned closer and carefully examined the two text messages, her eyes wide open. Small Ethan suddenly felt much better, raised his rice wine cup, and said, "Enjoy life while you can, for tomorrow you may die." Shen Yan smiled and clinked glasses with Small Ethan. Both of them were in good spirits and chatted about some interesting things, drinking quite a bit of wine with the dishes on the table. After a few rounds of drinks, she suddenly leaned her head against Small Ethan's arm and said casually, "Today is actually my birthday. Since my younger brother was born, no one has celebrated my birthday with me. This is the first time in so many years that someone has celebrated it with me." Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the bracelet he had originally planned to give her when he left, and said, "Perfect timing. I'll perform a magic trick to liven things up." "Really? That's great." As she spoke, Shen Yan raised her head and looked intently at Small Ethan. Small Ethan reached behind Shen Yan and untied the hair tie from her ponytail. When Shen Yan lowered her head, Small Ethan could smell the pleasant scent in her hair, and he almost lost his composure. "Extend your left hand." Small Ethan had Shen Yan extend her left hand, leaving it suspended in the air. Then he tied the hair tie around her wrist and held it with both hands to cover her wrist. Small Ethan held Shen Yan's wrist. Her blush deepened, whether from the alcohol or from shyness. It was hard to tell. "Godfather, I'm counting on you." Small Ethan shouted in his mind. "It's the same old trick again. Can't you come up with something different?" Old Ethan was speechless. This feature felt like it was becoming Small Ethan's secret weapon for picking up girls. "All done," Old Ethan thought to himself. "Showtime, magic descends." Small Ethan smiled and said to Shen Yan, then released his grip with both hands. Shen Yan felt a chill on her wrist, and the light hair tie suddenly seemed to gain weight. She looked closely and saw the golden bracelet on her wrist. Cartier's iconic horizontal bar through the circle is clearly visible. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and a tear fell onto the bracelet. She quickly wiped it away with her hand. Then, her voice a little hoarse, she said, "What's going on? Ethan, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Keep it. Happy birthday, and thank you for your help these past few days." Small Ethan held Shen Yan's hand, preventing her from taking off the bracelet. Shen Yan had Small Ethan hold her hand, and with her other hand, she touched the bracelet. Suddenly, her eyes reddened, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. "I haven't received a birthday present since I can remember. After my younger brother was born, my parents stopped me from studying in my second year of high school in order to save money for his tuition." She sighed and continued. "Back in high school, there was a boy who really liked me. He was a top student, always ranking first in his grade, and I wasn't bad either, consistently ranking in the top 10. We made a promise that once we got into Yangtze University, we would be together." As she spoke, she drank another cup of rice wine and continued calmly. "I stopped going to school later, and he never contacted me again." Shen Yan touched the bracelet on her wrist and murmured to herself, "Do you know the meaning behind the Cartier love bracelet?" Small Ethan was speechless for a moment. He had only bought it because he thought it looked nice, without delving into the meaning behind the bracelet. Shen Yan didn't say anything at this moment, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit dull. At this moment, Small Ethan began to feel his cheeks getting hotter and hotter, and his hands felt warm to the touch. His eyes started to look a little unfocused. He vaguely felt that the rice wine was kicking in. "Ethan, I think you're really amazing. I admire you more and more." At that moment, Shen Yan's soft voice reached Small Ethan's ears. He turned his head and saw her looking up at him. Small Ethan had just untied her headband. Shen Yan's hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, with a few stray strands clinging to her rosy cheeks. Her gaze softened, and her eyes were still filled with tears. Small Ethan with teary eyes, as if she had been wronged, or perhaps she was just being dependent on him. "Ethan, do you think I'm pretty?" she asked in a soft, sweet voice. Small Ethan could answer. Her face was already close to his, and he could even smell the aroma of rice wine in her breath. "Do you need me to stop you?" Old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Small Ethan, who was embracing her soft and fragrant body, pretended not to hear and was only focused on being immersed in the tenderness of the moment. Shen Yin is slender and not plump, but her fair skin is smooth and delicate. Her rapid breathing filled small Ethan's ears, and he felt his heart pounding in his chest, his whole body burning with heat. Small Ethan held her tightly, knowing he couldn't let go. He dribbled the ball all the way to the penalty area, and although he stumbled along the way, he finally scored the first goal with her superb assist. Chapter 42. It's time to settle this score. The next day, when small Ethan woke up, sunlight was already streaming into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Small Ethan found himself alone in the room. There was a note on the bedside table that read, "I cooked some millet porridge in the pot. I'll eat it while it's hot. I'm going to work now. I really like the bracelet. Thank you for celebrating my birthday with me." He lifted the covers to get out of bed and saw a faint red stain on the sheet, which softened his heart. Little pervert. Old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into his head, and small Ethan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. He hurriedly replied, "I'm not." But I didn't have any confidence in my words, and I only felt that the burden on my shoulders had become even heavier. It seems there's one more person I'll have to take care of from now on. Small Ethan quickly washed up and went to the kitchen, where the porridge in the aluminum pot was still warm. Shen Yin even cooked him a soft-boiled egg. He slowly ate his porridge with the pickled vegetables, recalling that Shen Yin had unconsciously said something during dinner the previous night. "I'll let you try my porridge sometime in the future." I didn't expect to get to drink it so soon. I couldn't help but smile, and the porridge in my mouth tasted even better. When I arrived at the school, I bumped into Fong Di, who was on her way to class, as soon as I entered the dormitory building. He was carrying a school bag, with a piece of bread dangling from his mouth, and said, "You're finally back? Luckily the dorm supervisor didn't check the rooms last night, or you'd be dead meat." Then Fong Di leaned closer and whispered, "Tell me honestly, with such a beautiful night, did you go and ruin some girl again?" Small Ethan blushed instantly, scratched his head, and lied. "No, I went to a relative's house yesterday, had a few too many drinks, and then slept there." "I don't believe you. You're a wicked old man." Fong Di rolled her eyes. After small Ethan grabbed his backpack, the two of them headed towards the teaching building together. When I returned to the dormitory at noon, I heard a beep. Beep? Gurgle. Gurgle sound as soon as I opened the door. Small Ethan saw Zhou Jie squatting in front of Fong Di's desk, holding a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. Zhao Liqiang was sitting at his laptop, working on it, when Fong Di walked over and asked, "Is it all set up? Can this modem connect to the internet?" Neither of them responded. Zhou Jie turned to Zhao Liqiang and read a string of numbers from the paper. 201, 1, 88, 88, 66, 68, 1, 163, try entering this again. Zhao Liqiang tapped his fingers on the keyboard, and after he finished typing, the modem beeped for half a minute. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound appeared, and a notification popped up. Incorrect password. Where did we go wrong? Zhou Jie quickly leaned closer to take a look, patted Zhao Liqiang on the shoulder, and said, "You typed 6668 instead of 6666. Zhao Liqiang quickly corrected himself, muttering, "This is my first time operating this too." Small Ethan also put down his school bag and went over, but failed again the second time. The group checked the paper word by word. On the third try, I finally heard a click sound, and the screen displayed, "Connection successful." Fong Di quickly sat back down, skillfully opened Internet Explorer, and entered the school's website address, http. After waiting for 15 seconds, when the blue school badge appeared, everyone shouted, "It's done. I won't need to go to the library to look up information anymore." Zhou Jie shouted excitedly, "Fong Di is already searching game forums." Small Ethan also took out his IBM from the cabinet, connected to the internet, and received a QQ notification that there were unread emails. He opened it. The sender was Wang Runin, and the time was 10:30 p.m. last night. The email contained only one sentence. "I've attached the military training photos to you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. P.S. In the photo where you're demonstrating standing at attention, I think you look just like a real soldier." The attachment is very large, and the download progress is very slow. It took a long time to finish downloading. After downloading Small Ethan, I looked at each of the photos and found that Wang Runin had taken quite good pictures of him. He quickly replied to the email, saying, "The photos are exceptionally well taken. I'll treat you to a big meal when you have time." Afterwards, Small Ethan picked out a few solo photos from military training, opened Lee Sahan's email, and saw that her email from yesterday had said, "Look closely, isn't the moon in Auckland not as round as the one back home?" Small Ethan smiled and replied, "The moon in Auckland is not only not round, but also not bright. I'll watch the full moon with you when you come back." He paused, then continued writing. "Look how tanned I am from military training. Our dorm finally got internet today, but it's not cheap. It costs 2 yuan an hour." In the evening, Small Ethan's phone suddenly vibrated. It was Yang Shuaing calling. Her voice was a little hoarse as she said, "Hey bro, the stuff I sent to school arrived. Remember to pick it up at the mailroom. Oh, by the way, the bar's been doing really well lately. A customer asked about you yesterday, saying he wanted to hear you sing." Small Ethan laughed and replied, "Then you should have him pay more to book my slot." After hanging up the phone, I felt a strange sense of accomplishment. A few days later, one afternoon, Small Ethan was reading Real Estate Valuation Theory and Methods in the library when his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a text message from the bank. The final payment for the house sale had arrived. The text message popped up on the screen. Card balance 6,132,540.27 yuan. Small Ethan looked at his phone and subconsciously touched the bank card in his pocket. At this moment, I suddenly felt a little unreal. We didn't get this money by luck. We seized the opportunity, and someone was always helping us keep an eye on the details and processes. Old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in my mind, tinged with emotion. Small Ethan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and the image of those cute little tiger teeth floated into his mind. Old Ethan suddenly remembered his past life. If he had had this much money back then, could he have given his parents better medical treatment? Could he have had a chance to save their lives? "Godfather." Small Ethan seemed to sense something and said softly, "Next time I go home, I'll take my parents to the hospital for a checkup." Old Ethan paused, his voice a little hoarse, and said, "Okay, when you get back, try to persuade Mom not to stay up all night making embroidery to sell anymore. Her back is so sore she can't straighten up." Small Ethan nodded. They both knew that this money wasn't the end, but rather the beginning of being able to provide a better life for the people they wanted to protect. On my way back to the dormitory, as I passed the playground, I heard a familiar sound coming from the direction of the basketball court. Small Ethan recognized Fong Di's voice immediately, and it even carried a hint of anger. "Xiaopeng, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" He ran over quickly and saw a crowd gathered around the basketball court. Fong Di was sitting on the ground, clutching his knee. There was a lot of blood on his calf, indicating that he was seriously injured. Zhao Peng stood to one side, holding a basketball, and said in a mocking tone, "It was just a rebound. You lost your footing, and you're blaming me?" Fong Di winced in pain, sat on the ground, and shouted, "You pushed me on purpose." Everyone saw it. The surrounding classmates whispered in agreement, but no one stood up to speak for Fong Di. Most of the players on the court, like Zhao Peng, were male students from the physical education department. Moreover, Zhao Peng is known for his aggressive behavior on the court and comes from a wealthy family, so no one wants to offend him. Zhao Peng deliberately slammed the basketball at Fong Di and said arrogantly, "So what if I saw it? You're a terrible player. Does that mean I can't get rebounds?" As he spoke, he deliberately took a few steps closer, looking down at Fong Di and saying, "I think you should just give up playing basketball. With your skill level, you won't even make the school team. You should just give up." Fong Di was so angry that his face turned red, but his leg injury was so bad that he couldn't even stand up. All he could do was raise his fist and yell, "You've gone too far. Too much." Zhao Peng sneered, reaching out to grab Fong Di's jersey and shouting, "I went too far today. What can you do about it?" Just as Zhao Peng's hand was about to touch Fong Di, Old Ethan, who had already quietly taken control of the upper body, grabbed his wrist. Feeling the force on his wrist, Zhao Peng's face instantly changed color in pain, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let go of me right now." "What? You've already hurt someone, and now you want to fight back?" Upon hearing old Ethan's cold voice, Xiaopeng looked up in surprise to find that the person who had come was none other than his old nemesis. He tried to break free from old Ethan's grasp, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his wrist. Xiaopeng was a little embarrassed and hurriedly shouted, "Let go. Why are you so nosy? Rebounding is fine, but deliberately pushing someone, what kind of skill is that?" Old Ethan continued coldly, "Apologize." Old Ethan's voice was devoid of emotion as he continued, "Apologize to him, then help him to the infirmary." "Why should I?" Before Zhao Peng could finish speaking, the pain in his wrist returned, so intense that he gritted his teeth and couldn't speak, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, several students from the physical education department quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Brother Peng, let it go." Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Peng vaguely said, "You win." He glared at Fong Di again, broke free from old Ethan's hand, and without daring to utter another harsh word, rubbed his wrist and slunk away. At this moment, murmurs arose from the surroundings. Several male students from the physical education department whispered. Zhao Peng actually backed down, handed his body back to small Ethan, knelt down to help Fong Di up, and asked, "Can you walk? I'll take you to the infirmary." Fong Di, enduring the pain, clung to small Ethan and stood up, saying, "Thanks, bro. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied to death by this kid today." As the two walked towards the infirmary, Fong Di was still cursing. "That Zhao Peng is a real jerk. He deliberately tripped me last time we played basketball, and he pushed me again this time. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later." At that moment, old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind. "That kid only responds to force, not persuasion. We haven't settled the score with him for what happened last time. He probably thinks you won't dare to cause trouble, so he's getting cocky again. He probably won't dare to cause trouble for now, but he's definitely up to no good. We'll have to be careful in the future." Small Ethan supported Fong Di's arm, looked at his still bleeding knee, and then glanced in the direction Zhao Peng had left in the distance. Said to old Ethan in his mind, "Godfather, I think we should settle this score with Zhao Peng." Old Ethan paused for a moment, then replied, "Okay, let's find an opportunity to settle this score." Chapter 43. Just as I was dozing off, someone brought me a pillow. Saturday noon, at a Sichuan restaurant outside Yangtze University. Zhozha made a special trip to see small Ethan, and the two chatted about their university life over the past month while eating. Small Ethan had just stuffed a large piece of twice-cooked pork into his mouth when Zhozha said, "Ethan, have you run into Zhao Peng recently?" He didn't reply, and Zhozha continued, "This National Day, Zhao Peng's father is going to hold a 50th birthday banquet at a restaurant in his hometown county, with 50 tables." Zhozha took a bite of rice and said reluctantly, "He also invited my dad, and my dad asked me to go in his place yesterday. Zhao Peng's dad has made a lot of money in the building materials business in recent years and has made a significant contribution to Songshan City, so my dad couldn't completely refuse him. That's why he pushed me out. But my mom said that boss Zhao actually wanted to use the birthday banquet to let the older generation in his hometown village recognize Zhao Peng, his illegitimate son, and pave the way for his future." Zhozha lowered his voice and spoke to small Ethan. Small Ethan paused. His hand holding the spicy chicken clapping paused, and he said to old Ethan in his mind, "Godfather, isn't this an opportunity? Just when I was dozing off, someone brought me a pillow." Old Ethan replied in his mind, "Let's plan this out." Zhozha spat a chicken bone into the dish and continued, "I heard they even invited elders from the neighboring village this time. Zhao Peng is definitely going to show off at the banquet again. If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't want to get involved in their family's affairs." "You do not say." Small Ethan made a mental note of this, and then asked, "When is the birthday banquet scheduled?" "The National Day holiday is on the 3rd, which is right in the middle of the holiday. It makes it impossible for people to travel far. It's so annoying." Zhozha continued to complain, and then added, "By the way, my dad's arranging for someone to pick me up at the end of the month. How about we go back to Songshan together? That way you won't have to squeeze onto the bus." "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou." Small Ethan quickly replied with a smile. With less than a week until the birthday banquet, Zhao Peng should pay back this debt. After lunch, I took Zhozha for a walk around the campus of Yangtze University, and this guy kept sighing. This school is good, but there are really few pretty girls. It's not as good as our school. Small Ethan thought to himself. Where are all these pretty girls? But then, Wang Runen's image appeared in his mind. After walking around for a while and seeing Zhou off, Small Ethan returned to the library to find some real estate information to study. As soon as I stopped in front of the bookshelf, I heard a sweet voice. Ethan, you're here looking for information too. Small Ethan turned his head and looked, smiling as he thought. Lately, everything I wish for seems to come true. Wang Runen was holding a stack of books on comprehensive topics in land resource management and said to Small Ethan, my thesis happens to require writing about related content. Small Ethan quickly went over to help her carry several books, and the two walked side by side toward the reading area. When they reached the spot where Wang Runen had put the documents, Small Ethan wasn't paying attention and knocked over a water glass on the table while putting the book down. Half a glass of cold water was spilled on the table, soaking half of Wang Runen's body. He hurriedly reached for a tissue, and in his haste, he found a neatly folded handkerchief in his pocket. Small Ethan quickly unfolded a handkerchief and helped her wipe the water off her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. It's all right. Wang Runen quickly reached out to help. But when her gaze fell upon the gardenia pattern on the handkerchief, her face suddenly flushed, and her voice became even sweeter as she said, you carry it with you at all times. Yes. I was thinking of returning it to you when we meet again, but I always forget. Small Ethan wrung out the wet parts, and remembering how Wang Runen had helped him clean his wounds, he smiled and said, this handkerchief really helped me a lot back then. As Wang Runen sat down, she seemed to recall the scene from that time. She said with lingering fear, I still feel scared when I think about that wild boar last time. I was stunned when you rushed at it. But I'm really lucky to have you here, otherwise I would have been in danger. Wang Runen blushed and looked down at Small Ethan. Looking at her serious expression, Small Ethan said, almost as if possessed, I'll be here from now on, and I won't let you experience that kind of thing again. Wang Runen raised her head upon hearing this, and their eyes met. She reached out to take the handkerchief Small Ethan offered. Their hands touched, but she didn't pull away, only whispering, if I ever get into trouble in the future, can I really come to you for help? Small Ethan nodded. Old Ethan thought to himself, hey kid, you're getting better and better. You could become a Casanova. He ignored old Ethan and just watched as Wang Runen carefully put the handkerchief into her bag. In the evening, Small Ethan had just sat down with his tray in the cafeteria when he saw Liang walking over with a book on jurisprudence. She placed the textbook next to Small Ethan, sat down beside him, and said with a frown, Ethan, look at this case analysis. I haven't been able to figure it out all afternoon. Law class is so torturous. Small Ethan leaned closer to take a look and saw that it was covered with colored markings. Looking at those legal terms, he couldn't help but frown. He was about to speak when Liang continued. Do you real estate majors also need to learn a lot of legal knowledge? If I encounter any real estate-related cases in the future, can I ask you for advice? Sure. Small Ethan had just agreed when Liang continued. How about we go to the bookstore together during the National Day holiday? I'd like to buy a copy of Civil Law Past Exam Questions, and I heard they also have a lot of professional books on real estate. Small Ethan, remembering what he needed to do back in Songshan, said tactfully, I need to take my parents for a medical checkup during the National Day holiday, and I might have to go out again in the middle of it. How about we make it up when I get back? He quickly added, however, I'm planning to hitch a ride back to Songshan the day after tomorrow evening. Do you want to hitch a ride with me? Liang looked a little disappointed, but when she heard that they could go back to Songshan together, she quickly nodded. That's great. I haven't been able to buy a train ticket yet. As she spoke, she took 2 oranges out of her pocket and put them in Small Ethan's hand, saying, Try this, it's very sweet. Small Ethan watched Liang turn away to get her food, and felt that the once dimmed moonlight in his heart was gradually brightening again. On the evening of September 30th, Small Ethan and Liang had just arrived at the entrance of Yangtze University when they saw Zhou get out of the passenger seat of a black Passat and complain. We've finally waited for you too. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. Small Ethan quickly went up and opened the back door, protecting Liang as she sat down first before getting in himself. Their arms brushed against each other unintentionally, and Li Ying's face instantly turned red. As soon as she closed the car door, Li Ying took a transparent plastic bag out of her bag. It contained soft drinks, preserved plums, biscuits, bread, and 2 peeled oranges. She handed it to small Ethan and said, "My mom said there's probably going to be traffic tonight, so have something to eat to tide you over." Small Ethan peeled a segment of orange and put it in his mouth. It tasted refreshing and sweet and sour. Just then, Zhozha was heard shouting from the front row, "Li Ying, did you bring me anything? Don't just think about Ethan." Li Ying smiled and handed him a packet of preserved plums. Zhozha took it, opened the package, picked one out, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, she grimaced from the sourness and complained, "Are you trying to kill me with sourness?" Small Ethan then took out the beef jerky that Yang Shuang had mailed from his bag and gave it to Li Ying to eat. Zhozha, sitting in the front row, turned his head and said, "So, I'm not included again? Ethan, you're prioritizing your girlfriend over your friends." Small Ethan laughed and tossed over most of a bag of beef jerky, saying, "Here, have it all, don't make a fuss." The car had barely entered the highway when, unsurprisingly, it came to a complete standstill, with a continuous line of red brake lights stretching as far as the eye could see. Zhozha sat there for a while, getting bored, then grabbed small Ethan's IBM laptop and started playing a matching game. He sighed helplessly. "This awful traffic jam is driving me crazy." I had only been playing for 2 minutes when I heard a rapid beep beep sound from the horn next to me. They saw a silver-gray BMW suddenly come from the emergency lane, trying to cut in, and almost scrape the Passat side mirror. The BMW window rolled down, and the driver leaned out, shouting in their direction, "Can you drive? If not, get out of the way." Just as Zhozha was about to retort, small Ethan had already pushed open the car door and gotten out. He walked to the front of the BMW and said in a calm tone, "You cut in line in the emergency lane, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you want me to call the traffic police to settle this for you?" The man driving the BMW was stunned, probably not expecting this young man to be so defiant. He looked closely at the license plate on the Passat behind small Ethan, then his tone softened, and he said, "Young man, don't get so angry." Small Ethan persisted, saying, "Following traffic rules isn't hard, is it?" Helpless, the man reversed the car and pulled back into the emergency lane. Back in the car, Li Ying quickly handed over a bottle of orange soda, saying, "Ethan, you were really good just now. You didn't argue with people much back in high school." Small Ethan took the soda, smiled, and said, "I used to be afraid of causing trouble for my parents, but now I know that I have to be tough when necessary." Zhozha, who was in the front row, turned around and said, "Ethan, I've really noticed that you've changed a lot lately. Your aura is even stronger than my dad's in a meeting." Li Ying listened and laughed along, leaning her shoulder closer to small Ethan until they were almost touching. The traffic jam lasted until after 7 p.m., so the driver drove to a service area to rest and have something to eat. Zhozha went straight to the fried rice noodle stall and shouted, "Give me double the amount of beef." Li Ying went to the restroom, while small Ethan wandered around the convenience store and finally bought a grilled sausage before leaving. Having just taken a bite, Li Ying came out of the restroom and saw the sausage in small Ethan's hand, asking, "Is this grilled sausage tasty?" "It's all right, why don't you try it?" Small Ethan reached out and offered the sausage to Li Ying's mouth, only to realize afterward that he had already taken a bite of it. Unexpectedly, Li Ying didn't hesitate and took a small bite, her movements as natural as if they had known each other for a long time. She looked up at him, her face slightly flushed, and said softly, "It tastes better than the ones near the school gate." Small Ethan stared at the corner of her mouth, feeling his heart race. When the two returned to the car, Zhozha had already eaten 2 bowls of fried rice noodles and even brought a portion for small Ethan, saying, "You have to try it. The fried rice noodles at this service area are 10 times better than the school cafeterias." Small Ethan took it and gave it to Li Ying first, saying, "Have something to eat first. What's going on between you two? You're already showing off your love." Zhozha turned around and teased, "Go play your game." Small Ethan laughed and turned Zhozha's head back. It was pitch black. Li Ying leaned against the car window and dozed off, her head swaying forward with the car's bumps. Small Ethan quietly leaned his shoulder over, letting her rest it on his. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped the drool from the corner of Li Ying's mouth. She woke up groggily, but didn't move away, only whispering in small Ethan's ear. "Don't tell Zhozha." Small Ethan nodded, suppressing a laugh, and smelled the faint fragrance in her hair, sweeter than the oranges from before. Chapter 44, Anytime You Want. After driving on the highway for 4 or 5 hours with frequent stops and starts, we finally arrived in Songshan City. Looking at the familiar streets outside the window, Li Ying suddenly said, "My neighborhood is just around the corner. Ethan, if you're free during the holidays, let's go to Xinhua bookstore together." Small Ethan's heart softened, and he was about to agree when Zhozha suddenly interrupted. "No way, Li Ying. He promised to play pro evolution soccer with me." Li Ying was taken aback, and small Ethan quickly said, "Don't mind him. I'll look for you when I'm done with my work." She nodded immediately, the disappointment in her eyes vanishing instantly, and she said happily, "Okay, I'll wait for your call." The Passat stopped at the entrance of Li Ying's residential complex. As she got out of the car, she suddenly turned around, handed small Ethan a plastic bag, and whispered, "There are egg yolk pastries inside that I made. You can eat them to fill your stomach if you're hungry." After saying that, she ran into the residential area with a flushed face. Zhozha patted small Ethan on the shoulder. "Not bad, Ethan. Li Ying is clearly going to pursue you now." Small Ethan touched the egg yolk pastries in the bag, thinking about how he used to be so nervous even talking to Li Ying, but now he could not only chat with her side by side, but also protect her. This change gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. When small Ethan returned home, the living room lights were on, and the familiar smells of the house instantly put him at ease. Just then, Mother placed the warmed milk on the table, and Father came out from the inner room with an unfinished drawing in his hand. The two men carefully examined small Ethan from head to toe, and then said, "Son, you've definitely gotten a tan, but you look much more energetic." Small Ethan drank his milk. He casually told his parents what he had agreed upon with old Ethan. "Mom and Dad, Zhozha just said on the bus that his dad has 2 extra medical checkup slots, which can be given to our family. I'll go with you the day after tomorrow to get checked out. It's all free." Pan Hongqin wanted to decline, but Fu Jiangwo tugged at her arm and said, "Listen to your son. It'll put your mind at ease to have it checked." Zhozha, who had just arrived home, sneezed several times, rubbed his nose, and muttered, "Who's talking about me again?" Back in his room, small Ethan took out his laptop and started writing an email to Li Sahan. There weren't many polite words, just a note that read, "Sahan, I'm safely home now, and I really hope you can come back soon. You said the cookies in New Zealand were too sweet last time, so when you come back, let's go eat some of the famous old-fashioned pastries in Songshan together. Is spring in Auckland cold? Remember to wear an extra jacket." After sending the email, small Ethan lay in bed and took out his phone to send a message to Yang Shuai. "Sis, I've arrived in Songshan. Everything's fine. Is your bar busy lately? Don't stay up all night overseeing the place. Happy National Day. Take care of yourself." She received a reply within 2 minutes. Yang Shuai replied, "Received. Happy National Day to you too, little brother. The holiday is almost here. The shop was packed with customers today, but things will be quieter after October. How was that beef jerky you ordered last time? I'll mail you some more when I have time." That's enough. You go ahead and get busy. We'll chat again when you have time." Small Ethan knew that Yang Shuai was at her busiest time at the store, so he didn't bother chatting with her. Small Ethan swiped his finger to Shun Yin's message box. He realized it had been a long time since he had contacted her. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message. "Happy National Day, Nyin. Is the sales office busy lately?" Shin Yin replied to the message 10 minutes later. "It shouldn't be too busy during the National Day holiday. Everyone is traveling, so there aren't many customers looking at houses." Then another message came. "I'm looking at my accounting class notes right now. You stay home and spend time with your parents. Let me know when you're back in Haijiu. I recently learned how to make fish maw and old chicken soup, which is perfect for this season." Small Ethan quickly replied, "The millet porridge you made last time was delicious. When I go back to Haijiu, I must try your cooking again." 5 or 6 minutes later, Shin Yin replied via text message, "Whenever you want." Upon seeing this, small Ethan suddenly had a slightly inappropriate thought, so he quickly switched to Wang Runin's chat window. Happy National Day, Runin. Are you still at school preparing your graduation thesis topic? Don't overwork yourself. Wang Runin replied to the message quickly, along with a smiley face emoji. Thanks, Ethan. I'm almost done deciding on my thesis topic. Oh, by the way, just as I left campus, I saw a bubble tea shop near the gate that's almost finished renovations. I'll treat you to their new drink when it opens. The next morning, small Ethan went to the hospital's medical examination center first to pay the fees for the scheduled medical examination. This time, he chose the most comprehensive medical examination package for his parents. In the afternoon, I played a game of Pro Evolution Soccer with Joja for a while. Old Ethan would occasionally possess himself and control the game, which made Joja wonder, why is your skill level so inconsistent today? Thinking about taking his parents for a medical checkup the next day, small Ethan went home early and woke up at around 5 a.m. He neatly arranged his parents' medical insurance cards and physical examination reports and stuffed them into his bag. After washing up quietly, she went to the kitchen to cook herself some millet porridge. When Pan Hanshin got up, she wanted to cook breakfast, but small Ethan stopped her, saying, "Mom, you forgot again. You need to have a fasting physical exam. I've already eaten breakfast by myself." Looking at the porridge on the table, Pan Hanshin sighed. "Son, you're even more attentive than your father now." Fu Jiangwo smiled and patted small Ethan on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the hospital. Let my son accompany us for a checkup. It'll put our minds at ease." Just after 7 o'clock, small Ethan grabbed his bag and accompanied his parents to the hospital's medical checkup center. On the way, Pan Hanshin kept saying, "Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. We're perfectly healthy." Small Ethan said with a smile, "I feel more at ease after the check." Joja's dad said that we might as well use this spot. Fu Jiangwo chimed in, "Listen to your son. You keep saying you feel unwell here and there. I'll only feel at ease after the checkup." There were quite a few people at the health check center today. After everyone finished their checkups, the doctor who was reviewing the reports said, "Overall, the two are relatively healthy, except for some underlying chronic diseases, but their blood pressure is a bit high. They usually eat less salt and sugar." For others who need to wait for the test results, they can pick up their medical examination reports after a week when the results are available. "See? I told you there wouldn't be any problems," Pan Hanshin said. "I'm relieved after the checkup, and the doctor also reminded me to continue with a light diet," small Ethan quickly added. At this moment, old Ethan sighed inwardly, realizing that his parents had already passed away by this time in his previous life. To be able to stay healthy in this lifetime, this trip back has truly been worthwhile. The three of them slowly walked out of the hospital along the sycamore-lined road. Small Ethan felt much more at ease knowing that his parents were all right. The rest depends on how to get Zhao Peng to pay off that debt tomorrow. Chapter 45. What goes around comes around. On the evening of the 3rd, small Ethan took a taxi alone to the Oriental restaurant in the county town. From afar, he could see the words Zhao Family Birthday Banquet pasted on the red inflatable archway at the hotel entrance. Several waitresses at the entrance, dressed in red cheongsams, were busy guiding the arriving guests into the banquet hall. Small Ethan followed the flow of people inside. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, he heard Zhao Peng talking loudly to several middle-aged businessmen not far away. "Mr. Zhang, this is my business card. If I take over his business in the future and you buy steel from me, I'll give you the lowest price." He was holding a stack of business cards, and his hair was slicked back with mousse, making it shiny. With every gesture, he deliberately showed off the Rolex on his wrist. His custom-made black suit, combined with Zhao Peng's towering 190 centimeters height, did indeed make him look quite presentable. Then he leaned close to another plump middle-aged man's ear and said, "You don't know, for my dad's birthday banquet this time, I specially spent a lot of money to make a video for my dad and his company. It's full of my dad's glorious deeds. I'll show everyone later." The portly boss laughed and egged him on. "Young Master Zhao's got some talent. He's even better at handling things than your dad was in his youth." Zhao Peng became even more smug and continued to boast to the other bosses, making small Ethan feel nauseous. Let him put on an act first. The higher he builds his own platform, the harder he'll fall when we take it down. Old Ethan's voice then echoed in my mind, and he continued, "But Zhao Peng is really interesting. Doesn't this give us an even better chance? We'll make him cry later. Small Ethan didn't sit down either, but found a secluded corner to squat in, carefully observing Zhao Peng's every move. Before long, he saw Zhao Peng walk up to a waiter in a black suit and hand him a silver USB drive. That's him, keep an eye on him. Old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, the waiter in the black suit walked from behind with a laptop toward the control panel next to the stage. As he passed Small Ethan pretended to brush past him, only lightly bumping him with his arm. Old Ethan immediately used his special ability to pick up girls to replace the USB drive containing glorious deeds that Zhao Peng gave him with one full of dirty secrets. Soon after, the banquet hall was packed with people who came to attend the birthday banquet. At 6:18 p.m., as the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, the host took the stage. After a brief opening speech, the host said, "Now, let's all enjoy a video that Zhao Peng has carefully prepared for his father." Zhao Peng was sitting at the main table, grinning smugly as he looked at the big screen on the stage, truly embodying the phrase, "a petty person who has achieved success." As the screen lit up, the glorious deeds of Zhao Peng's father did not appear as he had hoped. What caught everyone's eye, however, was the scene of him bullying Fong Di from above on the basketball court. Zhao Peng's arrogant voice was particularly jarring in the quiet banquet hall. He said, "Who do you think you are? You dare to try and steal my rebounds." The way he swore at Fong Di was truly an eyesore. Next comes a clip of him hiring people to surround Small Ethan, where a thug-like figure says, "It was Zhao Peng. He gave us 2,000 yuan to teach you a lesson. Zhao Peng said it would be best if he disfigured you. If he did, he would give us another 3,000 yuan. In the image, a gleaming dagger stands out conspicuously. "Shut the hell up right now." Zhao Peng's scream suddenly rang out in the silent banquet hall. On the control panel, several temporary hotel workers who had just received a 1,000 yuan red envelope from Small Ethan were deliberately hiding backstage and not at their posts, letting the video play. By the time the host ran over to turn off the computer, the video had already finished playing. Zhao Peng's face turned from white to green, then from green to purple, and he pointed at the screen and shouted, "No, this is fake. Someone is framing me." At this moment, an old man sitting in the main seat at the head table slapped the table, his cane thumping loudly on the ground, and said in a displeased tone, "Framed? Is that you in the video? Bullying others with your power? A thug? Is this the good son of Zhao Dahan? You have completely disgraced our Zhao family ancestors." The other business partners invited by Boss Zhao at the other tables were also in an uproar, especially the bosses who had just been bragging to Zhao Peng. They were all whispering among themselves, "If the Zhao family lets their son take over the business, we'll be living in constant fear of being ripped off. If my son did that, I would break his legs." Several other bosses echoed this sentiment. Exactly. Dealing with such ill-mannered people will only lead to trouble sooner or later. He's so old and still has no brains. I think the Zhao family business is doomed sooner or later. The chubby boss, who had just been calling Zhao Peng his brother, now chided him with sarcasm. Zhao's father was trembling with anger when Zhao Peng glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw Zhou Zhe at the next table texting Small Ethan. As if he had found a lifeline, he hurriedly tried to justify himself. "Dad, it must be Zhou Zhe's doing. He must have switched my USB drive with Ethan." Upon hearing this, Zhao's father cursed his stupid son in his mind, thinking that he should never offend Zhou Zhe's family. He rushed over and slapped Zhao Peng across the face, the sound so loud everyone could hear it. He yelled at his good-for-nothing son, "I'll teach you to pretend. I'll teach you to embarrass yourself. I spent 50,000 yuan on a video, and this is what you give me." Zhao Peng covered his face and cried, his face covered in tears and snot, still saying, "It's not my fault." The words had barely left his mouth when Zhao's father glared at him, shutting him up. These words caused an even greater stir in the room, with some people pointing at Zhao Peng and laughing. Turns out he's a coward after all. Now he's starting to blame others. Zhou Zhe also got angry at this point, stood up and said loudly, "Zhao Peng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I've been sitting here the whole time. How am I supposed to change your USB drive? Besides, if the person in the video isn't you, why are you in such a hurry?" At this moment, Aunt Lu, Zhao's father's legal wife, suddenly walked out from behind. She was wearing a dark green cheongsam and exuded a powerful aura. She walked over to Zhou Zhe, gently patted his back, and said, "Zhou, don't take it personally. It's our fault for not disciplining you properly, which is why you've suffered." After saying that, she picked up the water glass on the table and splashed water all over Xiaoping's face. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very stern. "Are you awake now? You've wasted all the effort your father put into this, doing nothing but shameful things." In the corner, small Ethan received a text message from Zhou Zhe. "Ethan, where are you? Did you do this? Thanks for taking the blame for me, brother. I'm out of here. Next time we play Pro Evolution Soccer, I'll give you a 3-goal handicap." Small Ethan quickly replied. At this moment, a woman in a black suit walked over, unplugged the USB drive from the laptop, handed it to the person next to her, and instructed Ethan, who recorded the video. At this moment, small Ethan was already on the bus home, enjoying the egg yolk pastry that Li Ying had given him. Chewing on the salted egg yolk, he recalled Xiaoping's usual extremely arrogant manner and his disgraceful behavior today, and felt a surge of satisfaction. What goes around comes around. Old Ethan's classic line reappears. "Godfather, that's a really cool line. Where did it come from?" Small Ethan asked in his mind. A line from the movie Infernal Affairs 2, which was just released the day before yesterday. "Godfather, when did you sneak out to watch?" "I didn't know," small Ethan said, displeased. "How stupid. Couldn't I have seen it before?" Old Ethan was speechless. While the two were bickering, small Ethan had unknowingly reached the entrance of the residential area. "Someone's waiting for you up ahead." Old Ethan's voice suddenly became alert. "Xiaoping has sent someone?" Small Ethan asked nervously. "Doesn't seem like it. It's a girl. We can just deal with whatever comes our way," Old Ethan said calmly. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep walking. After a few steps, he saw a girl standing next to a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of him, staring at him intently. Small Ethan met her gaze and saw that the girl was about 25 years old, with a neat low ponytail and her hair hanging down her back. She was wearing a black business suit skirt and had a well-proportioned figure. She was leaning against the black Mercedes-Benz, looking aloof and capable. She has an oval face, fair skin, cool eyes, and slightly upturned corners. Small Ethan, who was walking towards her, revealing shallow dimples that looked very pretty. As small Ethan approached, she took 2 steps forward and extended her right hand, saying, "Are you Ethan? Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Tingting. I am Xiaoping's older sister and Zhao Dahan's eldest daughter." Chapter 46. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, small Ethan also extended his right hand and shook hands with Zhao Tingting politely. He could feel the other person's slender fingers, cool yet strong, and the faint scent of perfume on her body, the fragrance of jasmine, which smelled wonderful. Zhao Tingting didn't mince words and went straight to the point. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?" She looked at small Ethan's serious expression, then suddenly laughed and said, "Anyway, thank you for helping me get revenge." Then, she handed over a gold-embossed business card and said, "If you have any news about Xiaoping in the future, you can contact me. You name your terms, and we can discuss anything." Small Ethan took the business card, nodded, and said, "Deal. Haha. Good lad. I'm rooting for you." With that, Zhao Tingting opened the car door, rolled down the window, waved to small Ethan, and drove off. This girl is more capable than Xiaoping and his father. She found this place in just over an hour. It seems that the Zhao family's business will be hers sooner or later. If we can cooperate with her in the future, things in Songshan should go much more smoothly. Watching the red taillights disappear into the distance, old Ethan sighed in his mind. When I got home, I opened my email, and a new email from Li Sahan popped up. "I see that the temperature has started to drop in China. Is it getting cooler in Songshan? Remember to bring a light jacket when you go out." Small Ethan replied to Li Sahan's email with a smile. "Spring in Auckland isn't warm either, right? Remember to keep warm, don't wear too little clothing." After washing up, in a great mood, small Ethan lay in bed and sent Li Ying a text message. "Once you're done with your work, how about we go to the bookstore tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner." Li Ying replied to the message very quickly, and even added a smiley face. Okay, I'll wait for you at the bookstore entrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll bring you some egg yolk pastries while I'm at it. Old Ethan chuckled in his mind. What a great National Day holiday. I got my revenge and gained an ally. Isn't that awesome? Small Ethan looked at the ceiling and said, Awesome. Even though it's already autumn in Matsuyama City, the mornings are still a bit chilly. After having breakfast with his parents at home, Small Ethan took a bus to the Shinhwa bookstore in the city. After getting off the bus, Small Ethan waited in line for 20 minutes at a bubble tea shop near the bus stop and bought 2 cups of bubble tea. When he arrived at the entrance of the bookstore, it was not yet 9:30, and he already saw Li Ying standing on the steps waiting for him. Her long hair was gently swaying in the autumn breeze. Seeing Small Ethan approach, she quickly handed him a plastic bag, saying, I baked some egg yolk pastries this morning, but I reduced the sugar. Try them and see if they're too bland. He took it and took a bite. The crispy outer layer fell into his palm, and the salty egg yolk paired with milk tea was a delicious treat. Fantastic. Your skills are better than those of a cake shop, Small Ethan said honestly. I'm glad you like it. I can cook it for you often in the future. Li Ying covered her mouth and laughed, taking a sip of the milk tea Small Ethan handed her, and said, It's sweet. So nice. Amidst laughter and conversation, the two walked side by side into the bookstore, where the aroma of paper and ink filled the air. Upon entering, you'll find a display of new books. This issue's theme is the start of the school season, but there's still a batch of youth commemorative albums left next to the display, which must have been leftovers from the previous graduation season. The commemorative album cover features an illustration of a high school classroom, with a red label next to it that reads, Special Recommendation for Graduation Season. Li Ying was drawn to the illustration on the cover, squatted down in front of the display stand, and flipped through a couple of pages, discovering that there was also a small campus map sticker tucked inside. She suddenly laughed and said, This map looks just like the one at Songsan No. 2 Middle School. I used to see you memorizing vocabulary under the camphor tree on the playground. Small Ethan quickly went over to take a look and saw that the camphor tree in the illustration was exactly the same as the one on the high school playground. You still remember this? I thought you only remembered doing the problems, Small Ethan asked in surprise. How could I not know? Li Ying blinked her big eyes and continued. I remember one of your final essays in your senior year of high school, which was about fallen leaves under the camphor tree. You got the highest score in the class that time, and the teacher even read it aloud in class. These words really surprised Small Ethan. He hadn't even thought about it himself, but Li Ying still remembered it. Seeing this, a bookstore employee who was tidying up the display shelves nearby smiled and struck up a conversation. This book was a huge hit before, with many high school graduates buying it. The map stickers were indeed taken at Songsan No. 2 High School. Now it's 20% off, so you can buy a copy as a souvenir. After hearing this, Small Ethan took a copy and said to Li Ying, I'll give you one. Li Ying didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth quietly curved up. The two continued walking inside, with Li Ying heading straight for the law book section. Small Ethan, a book of civil law practice questions, pointed to one of the questions on housing lease contract disputes, and asked, Ethan, do you understand this now? Can you explain it to me? Small Ethan leaned over to take a look, and in just a few words, he explained the hidden legal clauses of the right of first refusal. For example, tenants have priority to renew the lease under the same conditions, and if the landlord sublets the property without notice, the tenant can claim compensation. Li Ying looked at his profile, listening intently, but the admiration in her eyes grew even stronger. She used to think he had improved his grades quickly, but now she realizes that he is no longer the academically challenged student who knew nothing, but can even handle the challenge of switching majors with ease. As I left the bookstore, I could smell the aroma of beef wafting from the noodle shop at the alley entrance. The two went into the store. Small Ethan ordered a bowl of beef brisket noodles, and Li Ying ordered a bowl of shrimp noodles. When the noodles were served, he noticed a pile of scallions sprinkled on Li Ying's noodles. He quickly and carefully used chopsticks to pick them out one by one, complaining as he did so. I told the boss not to put onions in, but business is so good that he forgot. When Li Ying saw Small Ethan picking out scallions, she paused for a moment and asked, How did you know I don't eat scallions? Small Ethan said with a smile. Back in high school, I always saw you picking out the scallions when you ate in the cafeteria. Ling lowered her head and stirred the noodles, her face slightly flushed. It turned out that he had always known about her little habit that she hadn't mentioned. After picking out the scallions, Small Ethan took 3 pieces of beef brisket from his own bowl and said, I don't like fatty meat, so can you help me with some? Ling looked at the beef brisket in the bowl. There was no fat, just muscle and tendons. She smiled secretly and scooped most of the shrimp into his bowl as well. Their movements were as synchronized as those of a couple who had been together for years. Then, without saying much, they quietly finished eating the noodles in front of them. In the afternoon, Small Ethan suggested going to see the newly released Infernal Affairs 2 because he liked gangster-themed movie series. Ling hadn't seen the series before, but she happily nodded in agreement. She was actually more interested in watching a movie with him. While buying the tickets, Small Ethan quietly asked Ling, the last row of couple seats is unobstructed, more comfortable, and we can even put our bags in them. Is that okay? She gave a soft, and didn't say much more, but her face turned a little red. As the movie started and the theater lights dimmed, Ling instinctively moved closer to Small Ethan. The film was excellent, and both of them were completely engrossed in it. At the end of the film, the mob boss, shot and collapsing in his brother's arms, discovers the bugging device and, with his last breath, protects his brother's identity as a police officer. A single tear slides down the mob boss's cheek, a truly moving moment. At that moment, Small Ethan felt a weight on his shoulder and realized that Li Ying's head was gently leaning towards him. He didn't move, but quietly turned his head to look and found that there were tears in the corners of her eyes, which kept sliding down onto Small Ethan's shoulder, and the warm tears soaked the clothes on his shoulder. Small Ethan gently wiped away her tears with his fingers, then put his arm around her shoulder with a light touch. Li Ying didn't dodge. Instead, she snuggled closer into his arms, and the two of them pressed tightly together. When the lights came on after the event, Li Ying's eyes were still red. Small Ethan helped her carry her newly bought books and handbag, and accompanied her back to the neighborhood. The movie had a strong after effect. Li Ying barely spoke the rest of the way. When they arrived at her apartment building, she took the bag and book from Small Ethan and said, if I encounter any real estate-related cases in the future, will I still be able to ask you for help? Small Ethan shook his phone and said with a smile, it's open 24 hours a day, but there's a consultation fee, which you can pay with egg yolk pastries. All you ever do is eat. Li Ying finally smiled and lightly punched his arm. After watching Li Ying go upstairs, Small Ethan walked back alone. He touched the remaining egg yolk pastry in his pocket, thinking of her leaning on his shoulder. This National Day holiday was certainly not easy. I dealt with Zhao Peng, took my parents for a medical checkup, and made Zhao Tingting my ally. There was quite a bit to do. Small Ethan took a bite of the egg yolk pastry, and suddenly old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. Don't just focus on eating, your chance to make money is coming soon. Chapter 47, A Fortuitous Ally. Sincere Advice. On the 5th day of the National Day holiday, Small Ethan and his family were having lunch together when suddenly his uncle's loud voice came from outside the door. As soon as Pan Hongqin opened the door, her uncle barged in, grinning at Small Ethan's mother, and said, Girl, thank you for the money you lent me last time. I've paid off all my debts now. He took the water glass from Pan Hongqin, took a big gulp, and continued, Could you lend me 50,000 yuan? I'm short on cash right now, but I have a building materials business that's guaranteed to make a profit. I can pay you back next month, with interest. Pan Hongqin put down her bowl and was about to speak when Small Ethan took out a tape recorder from the room, pressed play, and played back the words her uncle had said last time at home about borrowing money. Fu Jiangwo frowned upon hearing this, and then, remembering the previous incident, he felt a surge of displeasure. My dear nephew, what do you mean by this? The uncle grew anxious and said in a loud voice, This time it's for real. You know the Zhao family, right? The biggest building materials company in Songshan. I'm going to do business with them this time. Small Ethan didn't argue with him, but took out his phone and dialed Zhao Tingting's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Her voice sounded tired, and she asked with a hint of surprise, Ethan, is something wrong? It's nothing serious. I just wanted you to help me find out if a man named Pan Jianfei has been discussing business with your company recently. Small Ethan asked directly, with his phone on speakerphone. I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. After Zhao Tingting finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Small Ethan looked uncomfortable and restless when he saw his uncle's expression. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhao Tingting called. Small Ethan answered, still on speakerphone. No one from this family has discussed business with our company recently. What's going on? At this moment, Small Ethan turned off his phone's speakerphone, picked up the phone, and said, It's nothing, I was just asking. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a laugh. I'm currently on a business trip in Haizhou. If it weren't for the holiday, I would love to visit your school. After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan saw his uncle's face turn from red to pale, and finally he cursed. You whole family have no conscience. After saying that, he slammed the door and left, almost bumping into the door frame. Pan Hongqin looked at the door and sighed. I wonder when he'll ever be serious. Fu Jiangwo slammed his fist on the table and roared. A leopard can't change its spots. He's probably just trying to scam money after losing at gambling again. We're not lending him a single penny from now on. Small Ethan placed a piece of pork rib on his mother's plate and comforted her. Don't worry about it. He probably won't come again, but we still need to tell your aunt about this. Pan Hongqin nodded and then lowered her head to continue eating. That evening, Small Ethan had just finished writing an email to Li Sahan when Yang Shuang's text message arrived. Little brother, my mom pickled some bamboo shoots from Yunnan. I sent some to you in vacuum packaging. Remember to pick them up at the school's reception office. They're great with porridge. Small Ethan's heart softened again. This girl, so far away, had always been thinking of him in her own way. Early on the 6th, Small Ethan packed his bags, preparing to return to Haizhou a day early. At the bus station entrance, his mother turned up the collar of his coat and reminded him, It's chilly in the mornings and evenings now. Don't always wear too little. His father handed him the bag and said, Study hard at school and call home if anything happens. As the bus left the station, he saw his mother still waving by the roadside, and his heart softened. On the 7th, the last day of the holiday, Small Ethan got up very early and took a 2-hour bus ride across Haizhou City to the easternmost development zone. According to old Ethan's recollection, the price of this factory building skyrocketed immediately after the Haizhou Metro Line 1 plan was announced at the end of the month. Once the specific site location is determined at the end of November, the factory buildings next to the site will experience a second surge in prices. Small Ethan walked along the roadside with a map in hand. Although he couldn't see anything at the moment, old Ethan remembered the exact location of the station. Old Ethan's instructions. He circled several factory areas near the 3 future subway stations in the East City Development Zone and marked the names of the factories and companies on the map. It was soon noon. Small Ethan bought a bottle of mineral water at the convenience store. Just as he unscrewed the cap and was walking out, he bumped into someone coming in. The bottle of mineral water I had just opened spilled onto the other person's sleeve. Excuse me. Small Ethan quickly reached for a tissue, but when he looked up, he discovered that the other person was Zhao Tingting. She was wearing a light-colored trench coat today, and she was holding some documents in her hand. One sleeve of her coat was wet. It's okay, my clothes are waterproof, Zhao Tingting said to Small Ethan with a smile. Her dimples were very pretty when she smiled. What a coincidence to run into each other like this. Small Ethan handed her a bottle of mineral water and said, It's freshly opened. I haven't had any yet. Would you like some? Zhao Tingting took the water, took a sip, and said to Small Ethan, We're quite destined to meet. She then pointed to the Mercedes parked to the side and asked, Shall we talk in the car? I just came from the planning bureau. Let's grab some coffee. Small Ethan nodded and followed, opening the car door and sitting in the passenger seat. A faint jasmine scent wafted over, which smelled very pleasant. The two found a corner coffee shop nearby. Zhao Tingting ordered an iced Americano, while Small Ethan ordered a hot mocha. What are you doing here? Zhao Tingting asked, picking up her coffee cup. I'm a real estate major. I'm just checking out the market, Small Ethan replied calmly. Oh, Zhao Tingting suddenly became interested and continued to ask, You're here to look at the factory? Yes, I came here to check out the situation in person. There will be a subway line here in the future, so it should be a price haven right now. Small Ethan didn't hide anything. After all, the idea of building a subway in Haizhou had been under discussion for a long time, but the specific location hadn't been determined yet. Zhao Tingting took a sip of coffee and said, "My friend at the planning bureau told me that the subway lines and stations have been basically finalized, and the prices of factory buildings in this core area will rise by at least 20% next year. Not only that, but if it's along the subway line, it's at least 30%, and it's even higher near subway stations." Small Ethan said confidently. Zhao Tingting looked at him with interest, then pulled out a map of the development zone from the file bag. She spread it on the table, then looked at Small Ethan and asked, "High achiever, which areas do you favor?" Small Ethan didn't mention the specific locations he was actually eyeing, but instead pointed to two other factory areas that also seemed promising for the future, saying, "The station should not be far from the main road. These two factories are next to the bus stop. Once the subway station plan is finalized, a 50% increase should be no problem." He paused, then added, "If we can acquire a factory building with an environmental impact assessment, such a ready-made site is easier to resell, and the premium can be even higher." Zhao Tingting looked up at him, her interest growing. She took out 2 mints from her bag, handed one to Small Ethan, unwrapped it, and popped one into her mouth herself. "You really did a lot of research. I thought you were just here to take a casual look," Zhao Tingting said. "After all, this is my college major." Small Ethan smiled, a mint in his mouth. He then asked, "Isn't your family in the building materials business? Why are you thinking of buying a factory?" Zhao Tingting suddenly laughed and said, "This was my own idea. My dad is very stubborn and only wants to do real business. He feels that investment is not reliable, but my brother—" She paused, then continued with a wry smile, "Even if he's a good-for-nothing, he's still my son. If I don't achieve anything, I won't have a say in the future." Small Ethan didn't speak, but pointed to another factory building and said, "I've looked at this factory. It's a foreign-invested enterprise, and the factory's facilities are quite good. You can go and talk to them. If you have the opportunity, I suggest you buy it as soon as possible." Zhao Tingting's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately took out a pen and marked the spot, then stood up and said, "I'll go take a look right now. Ethan, I will seriously consider your suggestion. When I come to Haizhou next time, I will definitely treat you to a good meal, not just coffee." Small Ethan waved back at her and watched her drive away. Old Ethan thought to himself, "If Zhao Tingting takes our advice, she will owe us a favor, and it will be easier to ask her for help in the future." Chapter 48, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. On the way back, Small Ethan received a text message from Wang Runan. "Ethan, are you in the library? I just went to borrow the book Land Resource Management, but the last copy was already taken. If you managed to borrow it, could you let me photocopy the key points?" He replied, "Senior, I haven't borrowed this book recently. I'll keep an eye out for it for you later." Wang Runan replied quickly to the text message, "Thanks a lot. The milk tea shop near the school gate has opened. I'll treat you to milk tea sometime." Then, Small Ethan sent Shen Yan a text message, "Let's have dinner together after work. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at your place." When he arrived at the school gate, he went to his usual small restaurant nearby and ordered a sauerkraut fish, along with garlic greens and braised pork ribs. He then carried the takeout bag to the downstairs of Shun Yan's rented apartment. Just after 6 o'clock, Small Ethan saw Shun Yan rushing over, panting and asking, "I only saw the text message after I got off work. Why did you suddenly come over today? Can't I even come to see you?" Small Ethan shook the takeout bag in his hand and said with a smile, "Try this pickled fish. It's especially authentic." Shen Yan smiled, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth, and pulled him upstairs. Back inside, Shen Yan busied herself getting cutlery, while Small Ethan opened all the takeout containers, and the two sat side by side on the sofa to eat. Shen Yan kept putting fish into his bowl, her movements natural, and said, "This pickled fish tastes really good. You should eat more." "That's still not as good as your cooking," Small Ethan said with a smile. "Tell me earlier next time, and I'll cook for you," Shen Yan replied happily. Then, while eating, Small Ethan shared his thoughts. "I went to the Dongxing development zone today and saw a few factory buildings that I like. I want to buy one and then sell it after the subway plan is completed." Do you know anyone in the East City Development Zone who can help me ask if they're interested in selling these factories? Small Ethan continued. Shen Yin took a bite of rice, looked up, and said, I know a few people who work as real estate agents. I'll go and ask them about it tomorrow. She didn't ask any more questions, but simply picked up her chopsticks and put some more vegetables into Small Ethan's bowl, saying, You must be tired after a long day. Eat more. By the way, if I'm still short of funds to buy the factory building, can I get a mortgage loan for part of the money from my 2 properties? Small Ethan suddenly thought of a question and asked Shen Yin. It should be possible, but the property certificates for these 2 houses cannot be issued yet, so the procedures will be a bit complicated. Shen Yin tilted her head and thought for a moment before continuing. First, we need to go to the Housing Administration Bureau to register the pre-mortgage. Then our company needs to issue a guarantee, and then submit it to the bank for evaluation. It may take 1 or 2 months before the loan is disbursed. She spat out a fishbone from her mouth and said, I'll go to the bank for you tomorrow and ask about the interest rate. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Small Ethan smiled and placed a boneless piece of fish into Shen Yin's bowl. It's okay. Are you planning to invest all your savings? Isn't that a bit too risky? Shen Yin asked with some concern. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Small Ethan said half-jokingly. If you trust me, you can consider investing. Shen Yin lowered her head and thought for a moment, then pulled out a bank book from the innermost drawer of a cabinet and said firmly, This is the money I've saved over the past 2 years. Adding it to what you gave me last time, it makes 50,000 yuan. I want to invest with you. Small Ethan looked at Shen Yin's determined eyes and his heart softened. He patted her head and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. After finishing their meal, Small Ethan took out a map and explained the names of several potential factory sites to Shen Yin. These were mostly factory areas owned by foreign companies. After finishing her business, Shen Yin suddenly held up a CD and asked Small Ethan, Want to watch a movie before going back? I'm a little scared to watch it alone. Small Ethan took the disc and saw that it was a Japanese horror film called One Missed Call, which was clearly the kind of film that targets psychological fear. He asked curiously, Why would a girl like you like watching this kind of movie? Shen Yin scratched his head and said, My colleagues taught me a way to relieve stress. As a salesperson, I face a lot of pressure every month to meet my targets. They all say that watching horror movies can relieve stress, so I wanted to try it. That makes some sense. Let's give it a try. I've loved watching this kind of thing since I was a kid, Small Ethan said with a smile. Shen Yin turned on the TV, put the disc into the DVD player, and then immediately ran back. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, leaning against Small Ethan, and naturally snuggled closer to him. The movie was indeed very scary. Small Ethan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Shen Yin subconsciously grabbed Small Ethan's hand, whose fingers were a little cold. Small Ethan was somewhat dazed by the scent of the girl in his arms, which actually lessened the fear he felt from the film. Halfway through the movie, Shen Yin got up to get a blanket and covered the 2 of them. She wrapped her arms around Small Ethan's arm and leaned gently against him. Small Ethan gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear. She looked up at him, her eyes shining, and whispered, Don't rush into mortgaging the house. I'll ask around at several banks for you and find the one with the lowest interest rate. Small Ethan smiled and nodded without saying anything, but simply pulled her closer to him. By the time the film ended, it was completely dark outside, and a light rain had started to fall. Small Ethan glanced at his Casio watch. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the dorms were about to close. Just as he was about to get up and say goodbye, Shen Yin suddenly blushed and asked in a soft voice, Can I not go home tonight? I'm a little scared to be alone. Small Ethan hummed in agreement, without refusing. That night, Small Ethan slept with Shen Yin. She turned off the room lights, gently took off her clothes, and then the 2 embraced. It was a warm, humid rainy night. He inhaled the fresh scent of her body after her shower and kissed her lips. Everything happened so naturally, as if it were the right thing to do. After a long while, the room fell silent, with only the sound of the 2 people breathing heavily. Ethan, do you have a girlfriend? After a long silence, Shen Yin suddenly asked Small Ethan in his ear. Yes. Small Ethan didn't hide it from her. I really envy her. After saying this, Shen Yin snuggled closer to small Ethan and hugged him even tighter. Will you still come to eat my cooking in the future? She asked softly. Small Ethan stroked her hair, then lifted her chin with his hand and kissed her. Chapter 49. I made you persuade, not seduce you. The next morning, the aroma of white porridge wafted from the kitchen. Small Ethan, wearing Shen Yin's floral apron, was using a spoon to put a soft-boiled egg into a bowl of porridge. He heard a noise from the bed and looked up to see Shen Yin sitting up, rubbing her eyes, her hair still messy. Small Ethan smiled and said, "You're awake? The porridge is just the right consistency, not too hot. Try a sip first." Shen Yin, barefoot, approached the table, picked up the bowl, took a sip, and exclaimed, "It tastes even better than what I cook." Small Ethan reached out and patted her head, saying to her, "Go wash up quickly. I've already squeezed the toothpaste onto your toothbrush. Come and have breakfast after you're done." She tiptoed and kissed small Ethan on the cheek, then turned and walked towards the bathroom, saying, "Okay." After finishing their breakfast at the small dining table, the two went downstairs together. As they parted ways at the alley entrance, Shen Yin said, "I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." 3 days later, Shen Yin received news. It happened to be Friday, and Shen Yin invited small Ethan to the rented apartment that evening to discuss the matter together. As autumn arrives, the evening temperatures in Haizhou are already getting a bit chilly. On the small dining table, Shen Yin brought out a large, fragrant clay pot and said, "Try my newly made soup fish maw and old chicken soup." As Shen Yin spoke, she ladled a large bowl for small Ethan. Small Ethan took a spoonful and praised it highly. It stewed really well, refreshing and not greasy, with just the right amount of saltiness, and the fish maw is also delicious. I give this soup 100 points. Small Ethan didn't have time to say anything. He finished the bowl of soup in no time. After drinking it, I broke out in a light sweat on my forehead, and it felt like all the fatigue of the day had been swept away. Shen Yin watched small Ethan wolf down his food, smiling happily with his little tiger teeth showing. After dinner, the two sat at the desk. Shen Yin took 2 stacks of printer paper out of her bag, pushed them in front of small Ethan, and said, "Of the companies on your list, only these 2 are in a hurry to sell. Which one do you think is suitable?" Small Ethan wiped his mouth and picked up the document on top. The first one is a foreign-owned electronics factory with an area of 7,500 square meters. Shen Yin added from the side, "This factory was legally acquired in 2000, with 47 years of property rights remaining. There's no need to pay additional land transfer fees, saving hundreds of thousands compared to the allocated land next door. Is the property right not mortgaged?" Small Ethan asked this question when he flipped to the photocopy of the real estate register. Shen Yin nodded and said, "The original owner was withdrawing investment from the headquarters, so they were in a hurry to sell and didn't mortgage it to the bank. They are currently relocating the factory." Small Ethan moved to a second property, but this one was smaller, only 2,000 square meters. He shook his head and said, "It seems the first one is the most suitable. By the way, is it currently allowed under the policy for an individual to buy an industrial plant?" Shen Yin replied with great certainty, "Individuals can buy it. I checked the policy and asked the housing authority. As long as the property rights are clear and the use is compliant, it's fine. There's no need to register a company, which saves a lot of trouble." As she spoke, she took a photocopy out of her bag and handed it to small Ethan, saying, "Look, it's written right here. You're really reliable. I feel like what I learned from you is more practical than what I learned in school." Small Ethan smiled and patted Shen Yin's head again. Shen Yin smiled, peeled a segment of orange, held it to his lips, and then said, "I've also asked around about this factory. They're in a hurry to sell it and will be withdrawing from the Chinese market by the end of the year, so the price can be 25% lower than the market price." She put a segment of orange in her mouth and added, "Based on the current market price of 2,500 yuan per square meter, after a 25% discount, it would be 1,875 yuan per square meter. The total price for 7,500 square meters would be approximately 14 million yuan. Shen Yin took out a piece of scrap paper and calculated, saying, "The friend I asked also told me that the chip mounters and reflow ovens in this factory are all from 2001, and they are in pretty good condition. They can still be sold for more than 3 million yuan on the second-hand market, which is equivalent to the land price of only more than 1,400 yuan per square meter. However, the contract must clearly state that the equipment will go with the factory, so that they don't secretly dismantle it again. She then found a few more pages of material and continued to add to the list. The factory just completed its environmental impact assessment last year. The cleanroom is already in place, and there is also a 2,000 square meter hardened storage yard for raw materials, as well as a 300 square meter office area. It can be used directly after cleaning. These are all points to negotiate when it is resold later. Small Ethan nodded, thinking the factory was good and worth considering. Quite a few people have come to see this factory, but they're all waiting for the plans to be finalized, so now is a good time, Shen Yin added. Then the two got together to count the money, and Small Ethan said, I currently have 6.13 million in my account, plus your 50,000, making a total of 6.18 million. If the mortgage on the house is 850,000 as you estimated, then the total will be 7.03 million. We still need to find a way to pay the remaining 7 million. Shen Yin raised her head, looked at Small Ethan, and said, There is a solution, but doing it is too risky. Small Ethan immediately said, Tell me quickly. Shen Yin said, Currently, the other party requires full payment by the end of December. As long as we pay a 50% down payment, we can register for a pre-purchase, and legally we will be qualified to resell. If we find a new buyer before the end of December, we can have them pay the remaining balance for us, and the factory will be directly transferred to them. We can then profit from the price difference. Even if the original owner goes back on their word, the court will recognize our rights, so we are not afraid of them changing their minds. She added, There are many such urgent sales and resales in the development zone. As long as the procedures are followed correctly, the tax bureau will accept it. At that time, the tax will be paid based on the price difference, so you don't have to pay the tax for the full amount twice, which can save you a lot of money. At that moment, old Ethan's voice rang in my mind. That's how we'll do it. The subway station plan will be finalized by early December. As long as we find a buyer by the end of December, we'll have a chance to make a fortune by leveraging our funds this time. Godfather, isn't this too radical? Old Ethan's decision put Small Ethan under immense pressure. Have you forgotten about the forest ginseng and relocation housing so quickly? Every time, we've invested all our savings. Old Ethan's voice was unusually certain. Then let's proceed according to this plan. Small Ethan made up his mind. He said to Shen Yin, Ethan, are you serious? This is like putting all your money into it, and you still have to find a buyer before you can make the final payment, otherwise you'll be in breach of contract. Isn't that too crazy? Shen Yin asked anxiously. To succeed, you must first learn to be crazy. Small Ethan mimicked old Ethan's usual lecturing tone. Shen Yin suddenly lowered her head and remained silent. What are you still thinking about? Tell me, Small Ethan asked. I'm just a little worried. If the subway line passes through the factory area as you envisioned, then I'm very confident about this investment. She paused, then continued, but we don't know when the plan will be announced. Until it's finalized, anything can be changed, and the time frame is so tight. I'm just afraid. Shen Yin's worry was palpable. Small Ethan understood that she wasn't worried about her own 50,000, but rather about Small Ethan's large sum of money. Old Ethan thought to himself, persuade her that this matter cannot be done without her having any concerns, and that the two of you must have the same goal to get it done. As soon as he finished speaking, Small Ethan gently pulled her into his arms, looked down into her eyes, and asked tenderly, Do you believe me? Shen Yin looked at him, nodded firmly, and said, I believe you, but... Before he could finish speaking, Small Ethan silenced Shen Yin's mouth with his warm lips, and his hands began to roam restlessly over her body. Shen Yin's body went limp, and the two of them fell onto the bed in each other's arms. Old Ethan was dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? Small Ethan replied in his mind. Do as you say, seduce her. Old Ethan listened in silence for a moment. Afterwards, he chuckled to himself, thinking, Godfather, I know better than you whether you pronounce it Shua or Shui. Chapter 50. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. A few days later, at noon, Small Ethan had just finished lunch with Li Ying at the school cafeteria when Shen Yin called. We've basically reached an agreement. I negotiated the price down to 1,800 yuan per square meter with the middleman. For 7,500 square meters, that's 13.5 million yuan. All the equipment in the factory will be included. Her somewhat relieved voice came through the phone, and she continued. The payment was also agreed to be in 3 installments. A down payment of 5 million upon signing the contract, another 2 million before the end of November, and the remaining 6.5 million before the end of December. They also agreed to resell the property midway and cooperate with the transfer of ownership within 3 days of receiving the final payment. This clause can be written into the contract. Great, this is even better than I expected, small Ethan said happily. Shen Yin paused for a moment, then continued. However, there's a tricky part. Because we're paying in installments, the seller is worried we'll delay, so they're demanding a high penalty for breach of contract. If we don't pay on time, we'll have to pay 30% of the total price. Small Ethan quickly calculated in his mind that if he couldn't find another job by the end of December, he would lose 4.05 million. Godfather, is this really going to work? This is basically an all-in bet. Small Ethan suddenly felt uncertain. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Old Ethan said confidently. The penalty for breach of contract looks high, but once the subway makes an official announcement, there will be no shortage of buyers. There's no need to take any risks. We only need to consider how much profit we can make before making a move. After thinking for a moment, small Ethan said into the phone, Nyin, make an appointment with them, sign the contract as soon as possible, and pay the down payment. Shen Yin said, we can sign the contract tomorrow. If you have no problem, I'll schedule a time with them. Okay, tomorrow then. Small Ethan gave a clear answer. The next afternoon, small Ethan had no classes. After lunch, he took Shen Yin, who had taken half a day off, and they took a taxi to the East City Development Zone. The wind was quite strong in the development zone, carrying the chill of autumn. After getting out of the taxi, seeing Shen Yin shivering in the wind, small Ethan quickly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. She quickly pushed it back and said, I'm not cold. You should put it on. Keep it on, don't catch a cold. Small Ethan held her hand, preventing her from taking it off. The two followed the contact person to a small office in the factory area, where they met the seller's manager, a foreigner wearing glasses who didn't speak fluent Chinese and relied on a translator to relay messages. The other party handed over the contract, and the clauses that small Ethan was particularly interested in, such as agree to resell, equipment to move with the factory, and transfer of ownership within 3 days of receiving the final payment, were all written into the contract terms. Shen Yin spread out the real estate register and said to small Ethan, I just confirmed with the housing authority that there is no mortgage or seizure, so pre-mortgage registration can be processed. Small Ethan signed his name in the transferee section and pressed his fingerprint. Shen Yin immediately took out a wet wipe to clean his face and whispered, I just talked to the property management, and they said we don't need to pay extra rent for the storage yard and office area. We can just use them directly, which saves a lot of costs. Next, I went to a nearby bank to transfer the 5 million yuan down payment into the escrow account, and that completed today's procedures. As Shen Yin walked out of the bank, clutching the contract file folder, she said, It's all done. This time, it was only possible to get it done so quickly thanks to the middleman's help. Then we should thank him properly, small Ethan chimed in. I brought it up, but he said it wasn't necessary. He just hoped we would contact him when we needed to make a move later, since he has resources for potential clients, Shen Yin said. That's no problem. Small Ethan suddenly felt more confident about this move. They didn't have to pay the final payment themselves, and with the added value from the subway planning, plus the factory buildings with equipment and clean rooms, they really caught this big wave of benefits. Shen Yin suddenly pointed to the survey team in the distance. That was the preliminary survey for Metro Line 1. We'll see when it's implemented. Next, the most important thing is for the bank to release the loan. Shen Yin stuffed the file folder into her bag, frowned, and said, We just applied for a mortgage last week, and we need it to be approved by the end of November. Otherwise, the second installment of 2 million will be overdue. Small Ethan reached out and patted her head, saying, With you keeping an eye on things, there won't be any problems. Back in her rented room, Shun Yin hunched over her desk, studying the factory map. If we can sell directly to electronics factories, we can at least reduce their rectification period by 6 months. Our office area is ready to use, and that time cost alone can get us an extra 500,000 yuan. And the clean room, which just had its environmental impact assessment renewed, can also get us an extra 200,000 yuan. Small Ethan leaned closer to look and noticed that she had faint dark circles under her eyes, which were particularly noticeable on her fair face, and she did look somewhat haggard. Come to think of it, she's been juggling the pressure of sales targets at the real estate agency, running errands for him in buying and selling factories, and attending accounting classes at night school. She probably hasn't had a break. He couldn't help but feel sorry for her. So you know how to care about people now? Old Ethan's teasing voice echoed in my mind. Yes, that's right, Small Ethan said without hiding anything. You do have a conscience, just like me. Old Ethan joked, leave it to me. The next second, Small Ethan felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and Old Ethan had already taken over his body. Godfather, what are you going to do? Small Ethan asked, puzzled. Just watch. Old Ethan finished speaking. He got up and walked towards the kitchen. Shin Yin looked up, startled, and asked, what are you doing? You rest for a while. I'll make dinner. Old Ethan said gently. He opened the refrigerator and saw half a rack of pork ribs, a bunch of greens, 4 tomatoes, and a small carton of eggs inside. Old Ethan first rinsed the rice and cooked it, then took out the ribs, chopped them into small pieces, and soaked them in cold water to remove the blood foam. I picked up 2 more tomatoes, made a cross on the top of each, scalded them with boiling water, and the skin came off easily. I cut them into small pieces and put them in a bowl. The movements were so practiced that Shun Yin stood dumbfounded at the kitchen doorway, while Small Ethan exclaimed in his mind, Godfather, you can cook? Old Ethan ignored him and just sighed to himself. Having lived alone for over 20 years in my previous life, I managed to develop some decent cooking skills. He turned on the gas stove, poured some oil into the pan, added the chopped tomatoes and stir-fried them until they turned into a paste, added half a spoonful of salt and a spoonful of sugar, then poured in the beaten eggs, and quickly made a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Next, divide the soaked ribs into 2 portions. Put 1 portion into a pot of cold water, add ginger slices and cooking wine to blanch it, take it out and rinse it with warm water, then put it into a clay pot. Bring it to a boil over high heat. Then turn to low heat to simmer the rib soup. Another portion of ribs was marinated in light and dark soy sauce for a while. Rock sugar was melted in a pot. Then the ribs were added and stir-fried until they were colored. Boiling water was added and the ribs were simmered for more than 10 minutes. A plate of braised ribs was ready. Then boil water in a pot, add some salt and oil, put the washed greens in and blanch for about 10 seconds, drain them, drizzle with sesame oil and sprinkle with salt, and serve the stir-fried vegetables. Finally, cut the remaining 2 tomatoes into wedges, arrange them on a plate, sprinkle with a layer of white sugar, and the cold tomato salad is ready. Shen Yin remained silent throughout, until Old Ethan placed all the dishes on the table. Braised pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried greens, cold tomato salad, and pork rib soup with freshly sprinkled goji berries. There were exactly 4 dishes and a soup. Just then, she leaned closer, her voice filled with surprise. You can actually cook? That's unbelievable. Old Ethan picked up a piece of braised pork rib with his chopsticks, blew on it to cool it down, and put it to her mouth, saying, Try it. Is it tender? Shen Yin took a bite of the ribs, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, They're even more tender than my stews, delicious. Old Ethan smiled and handed over chopsticks and a bowl of rice, saying softly, Eat quickly, it'll get greasy when it gets cold. You should try my cooking too. Old Ethan finished speaking to Small Ethan in his mind. He returned his body to him. Small Ethan didn't stand on ceremony, picked up the bowl, ate a bite of rib and a sip of soup, and kept praising it in his mind. These ribs are amazing, even better than the ones in the cafeteria. Old Ethan felt a warmth in his heart as he watched the 2 people eating in front of him. Eating alone never tasted this good before. After finishing her meal, Shin Yin got up to clear the dishes, but Small Ethan quickly stopped her, saying, You sit down, I'll do it. After washing the dishes, he cleaned the kitchen. Suddenly, an autumn rain began to fall outside the window, but the house was warm and cozy, making it especially comfortable. Shinyan was still writing memos at her desk, while small Ethan was curled up on the sofa next to her. Seeing her writing so earnestly with her head down, my heart softened. When Shinyan got tired of writing, she looked up and met small Ethan's gaze. The two didn't say much, but smiled at each other. Small Ethan saw that her cup was empty. He picked up the kettle and refilled it for her. He suddenly realized that having someone he liked by his side to help him work and make money, and to eat hot meals together, made for a very comfortable life. Chapter 51. The cup in your hand looks like mine. When I left Shin Yan's place and returned to my dorm, it was already 9:30 p.m. Small Ethan pushed open the door to room 303 and saw Fong D playing games with headphones on, Zhou Jie browsing the school forum on his computer, and Zhao Liqiang tidying up his freshly washed clothes. He didn't say much, sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and opened Li Sahan's email interface. Sahan, it's been raining a lot in Haizhou lately. It really proves the saying, one autumn rain brings one chill. It should be getting warmer in Auckland by now, right? Is it not so cold anymore? He paused, then added, how's your studying lately? I think you can manage. By the way, I can cook now. When you get back, I'll make you braised pork ribs and a pork rib soup to nourish your brain. I guarantee you'll like it. Hey, you're shameless. Old Ethan's mocking voice echoed in my mind. Small Ethan smiled but didn't reply. After sending the email, he closed the page. At that moment, the QQ icon popped up. It was a message from Liang. Ethan, you're back in your dorm? I just finished my calculus homework and realized I wasn't quite right with one of the integration problems. Could you explain it to me if you have time tomorrow? Small Ethan immediately replied. Just got to the dorm. Which question? I'm free now. Take a picture and send it to me. I'll take a look. Li Ying replied quickly, even making a grinning face as she said, no rush, no rush. I was worried you'd get tired. I just suddenly thought of you. Oh, by the way, I went to the library today and saw that the game theory book you mentioned last time was back on the shelves. I borrowed a copy for you and will bring it to you later. Small Ethan smiled and replied, thanks. I'll come pick it up tomorrow when I'm free. By the way, it's been raining and getting colder in Haizhou lately. Remember to cover yourself well with a blanket tonight. Li Ying sent a smiley face and said, I know you too. But the weather forecast says it will be sunny during the day tomorrow. Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch together? I heard they've started serving pumpkin porridge on the 3rd floor. It's quite sweet. Okay, see you tomorrow. Get some rest then. Small Ethan agreed, and after saying good night to each other, he closed his laptop. After washing up and lying in bed, I just turned off the lights. Suddenly, my phone screen lit up. It was a message from Yang Shuang. A tourist just came to the bar. He can play guitar and sing momos. I'm going to see you across the ocean. His voice sounds a bit like yours, and it reminded me of you as soon as I heard it. Lately, after finishing my work at the bar every day, I always feel like something is missing. Turns out, it's because I miss you a little. Small Ethan looked at the screen, his heart softened, and he replied, if you want to hear it, when I go to Yunnan during my vacation, I'll sing it for you every day until you get tired of it. By the way, I received the pickled bamboo shoots. Let me tell you, they taste amazing. My roommates all said they were delicious. Can you send me some more next time? Yang Shuang replied quickly, with a smile. You always ask your sister for things. I've already saved the pickled bamboo shoots for you. I'll send them over the weekend. Take good care of yourself in Haizhou. Don't stay up all night studying, and remember to eat on time. After finishing his conversation, small Ethan casually placed his phone on the bedside table and suddenly touched the book, Land Resource Management, next to his pillow. He specially went to the city bookstore a few days ago to buy this, thinking that Wang Runin would want to read it, but he was busy with factory matters these past 2 days and forgot to give it to her. So he picked up his phone again and sent a message to Wang Runin. Senior, I've got the book you wanted. I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. If you're free, how about we meet at the milk tea shop near Haizhou University? The one you mentioned last time. I'll go queue up in advance. Within 2 minutes, Wang Runin replied. Okay, I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. I'll wait for you at the milk tea shop at 2 p.m. Thank you. The next afternoon, small Ethan arrived at the bubble tea shop 10 minutes early, and there was already a long line of people. He stood at the end of the line and waited for almost 20 minutes before it was his turn to order. He ordered a bubble tea and a plain milk tea. Just after I placed my order, I saw Wang Runin running from the school gate, carrying a big backpack and panting as she said, "Sorry, something came up in the student council and I was held up. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. I just ordered. It'll be ready in a bit." Small Ethan naturally took her backpack. "You said I'd treat you, so why are you paying again?" Wang Runin said sweetly. Small Ethan was about to speak when he noticed some dust on the knees of her jeans, so he squatted down and reached out to pat it off for her. "Ouch, that hurts." Wang Runin quickly shrank back and cried out softly. "Did you fall?" Small Ethan asked, looking up. "When I ran over, I accidentally." Wang Runin spoke softer and softer, her cheeks turning slightly red. Just then, the drink was ready, and Small Ethan handed over the hot milk tea, saying, "Have a sip of something hot first. It's windy today, so warm yourself up." As he spoke, he squatted down again and reached out to roll up her trouser leg. No, Wang Runin hurriedly pressed down on her trouser leg. "I'll just take a look, don't touch it." Small Ethan insisted, so Wang Runin didn't stop him anymore. He gently rolled up her right trouser leg above her knee, revealing a scraped area with a little blood seeping out and some redness and swelling around it. Small Ethan quickly pulled out a row of Band-Aids from his canvas bag, tore open the seal, and carefully applied them to her wound. Then I checked her left knee and found that it was only a little red and not broken, so I helped her pull her pants down. "All done. Senior, with your injury-prone constitution, you can't be so careless in the future." Small Ethan stood up, picked up the milk tea on the table, and took a sip. As soon as she swallowed, Wang Runin's face turned even redder, and she whispered, "The glass you're holding looks like mine." He was taken aback, looked down, and saw that his cup of milk tea was still untouched. Scratching his head, Small Ethan said somewhat awkwardly, "Sorry, I wasn't looking. Would you like to drink my milk tea?" He then inserted a straw into the milk tea and handed it over. "I still prefer milk tea." Wang Runin's cheeks flushed even more as she whispered, "Then I'll buy you another one," Small Ethan said, walking towards the line. Wang Runin quickly pulled him back and said softly, No need. Don't waste it. I'll just drink this one." After saying that, she took the milk tea that Small Ethan had taken a sip from, put the straw in her mouth, and didn't dare to look at Small Ethan. The two remained silent, the air filled with the aroma of milk tea and the faint scent of gardenias from Wang Runin's hair. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. A silver-gray Audi TT sports car suddenly stopped beside us. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Small Ethan recognized him immediately. It was the boy who had harassed Wang Runin at school before. He stared at Wang Runin and said in a slightly displeased tone, "Runin, my dad asked me to come and ask why my dad's company isn't getting the earthwork project for that new piece of land in the development zone that your dad acquired. After so many years of friendship, they won't even give us this much face." Wang Runin frowned and said impatiently, "Chunlele, why are you asking me about company matters? Besides, my dad's company is definitely operating according to the rules. It has nothing to do with saving face." The boy named Chunlele only noticed Small Ethan standing to the side at this moment. His eyes turned cold, and he said, "It's you again, kid. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Runin." Small Ethan stepped forward half a step, blocking Wang Runin's path, and said calmly, "It's me, what do you want?" Chunlele choked for a moment, his face darkening as he said, "Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that?" Wang Runin quickly grabbed Small Ethan's arm, her voice a little urgent. "Ignore him. He just takes advantage of his family's wealth and always acts recklessly." Seeing that Wang Runin was still protecting Small Ethan, Chunlele became even angrier and pointed at Small Ethan, saying harshly, "You just wait. Finding someone to cause trouble in Haijo is easier than drinking a cup of milk tea." After saying that, he slammed on the gas pedal, and the sports car shot off, splashing water from the roadside puddles, almost getting it on Wang Runin's shoes. Watching the car drive away, Wang Runin still held onto Small Ethan's arm and whispered, "His father's earth-moving company used to have some business dealings with my family, but my father said that their company is now always doing some shady things, so he doesn't want to cooperate with them for the time being." Small Ethan patted the back of her hand and handed her the book, Land Resource Management. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of him. If he causes you trouble again in the future, just tell me, and I'll stand by you. Wang Runin took the book, her cheeks slightly flushed, and lowered her head to take a sip of her milk tea. Thank you so much. You not only bought me milk tea and helped me bring books, but you also protected me. Small Ethan smiled and replied, Didn't we already agree that if you have any trouble, just come to me? Wang Runin looked up at him, then quickly looked down again, her fingers touching the straw in her milk tea cup. I didn't know your family was in real estate. If I can't find a job in the future, I might actually have to work for your company, Small Ethan joked casually. No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Runin suddenly looked up and quickly replied, Great idea. You would be a perfect fit for my company, and we could even be colleagues. After saying that, she realized she had rushed things, so she quickly sipped her milk tea through the straw, her face turning bright red again. Small Ethan stopped teasing her, and the two agreed to try the new milk tea shop's products together next time. Seeing that Wang Runin was about to return to the student union to submit her materials, they went their separate ways. In the evening, Small Ethan had just finished getting his meal at the cafeteria when his phone rang. It was my parents calling. My mother sounded relaxed on the phone, saying, Son, your parents' medical reports are in. There's nothing seriously wrong, but the doctor told us to eat less salt. Don't eat too much salty food at school either. Small Ethan quickly replied, Okay, and chatted with his parents for a few more minutes about school matters. After hanging up the phone, old Ethan thought to himself, Now we feel at ease. All the family matters have been resolved, and we can focus on making money. Small Ethan leaned back in his chair, watching the light rain start to fall again outside the cafeteria, and suddenly felt a sense of peace. Chapter 52 Yangtze University's Sniper God? You dare to challenge me? Small Ethan returned to his dorm room just after 7 p.m. The aroma of instant noodles filled the dormitory room. Fong Di was slurping instant noodles in front of his computer, the screen frozen on the main interface of the game, CS 1.5. Zhou Jie was browsing the forums on the school's intranet, while Zhao Liqiang was doing his homework. Small Ethan had just put his canvas bag on the table when the dormitory door was pushed open. Lin Hao walked in, swaggering around with a black graphics card box, and said in a somewhat smug voice, Fong Di, you're playing CS on this crappy computer? This is my newly bought GeForce 4T 4200. It runs to _Dust 2 without any lag. Your crappy graphics card probably can't even load all the textures. Fong Di put the instant noodle bowl on the table and was about to speak when Lin Hao glanced at the IBM in front of Small Ethan. Ethan, it's a waste to give you such a good computer. You'll probably just be picking up kills from behind when you play games, right? Small Ethan was wiping the table and ignored him. Fong Di couldn't stand him at all and retorted, Don't talk nonsense. If you're so capable, don't just talk the talk. Lin Hao laughed and said, What a coincidence. I just posted a challenge on the Yangtze University BBS Game World 5v5 CS match every night at 9 p.m. If you dare to come, I'll make you lose so badly you won't even be able to hold your mouse. Zhou Jie opened the post, which included a screenshot of 1v3 team wipe. Small Ethan glanced at it and saw that the crosshair in the screenshot was ridiculously crooked. It was obviously photoshopped. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Fong Di slammed his hand on the table, turned to look at Small Ethan, and said, Ethan, Zhou Jie, you two have to come with me. Small Ethan nodded without speaking, and Zhou Jie responded, I may be bad at it, but I can throw flashbangs, so I can make up the numbers. Fong Di invited two roommates from the neighboring dorm room who were in the same major. One is named Zheng Lei, who occasionally plays CS and mainly plays camping. The other is named Zhang Yuan, who likes to snipe, but he can never hit the target. The group gathered together to practice their shooting skills and teamwork. Small Ethan sat in front of the computer, tried a few shots, but his feel for the gun wasn't very good. He was always the first to fall in a sniper duel with Fong Di. At that moment, old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind. Back in the day, I was known as the mid-door sniper god of _Dust 2. As he spoke, a familiar tingling sensation followed. The instant Fong Di peeked out from the middle gate, old Ethan's finger clicked the mouse, and a headshot notification popped up on the screen. Holy crap, you must be guessing. Fong Di was startled, and Zheng Lei and Zhang Yuan also came over to look. Old Ethan himself was stunned. Based on his previous gaming experience and his current reaction, this sniper god really wasn't exaggerating. After practicing for a while, no one could beat old Ethan's sniping skills, and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, "Ethan, if I hadn't been watching you play, I would have thought you were using cheats. I didn't even see the person when that shot came out, and he went down." Old Ethan smiled but didn't reply, inwardly thinking, "I don't need any cheats. I'm a cheat myself." Just then, Lin Hao passed by with two classmates, glanced at their screens, and said with a sneer, "No matter how long you practice, it's useless. Our team has won for 5 consecutive days. With me, the Yangtze University sniper god. Here, you can just wait to lose tonight." Old Ethan didn't look up, but simply replied, "Whether you're a sniper god or not, I don't know, but you definitely deserve the title of Photoshop master." Lin Hao's face turned pale, and he turned and left. Around 9 o'clock, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from Shen Yan. "Ethan, the mortgage loans for those 2 houses have been approved. I asked a friend at the bank for help, and the funds should be disbursed within a month, just in time to pay the second installment." Old Ethan put down his mouse and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Yin Yin. Get some rest. It's getting chilly, so make sure you're covered up in bed when you get home tonight." "Yeah, you too." Shen Yan replied quickly, adding a smiley face icon. Old Ethan put his phone back in his pocket, feeling more confident. The battle began at 9 p.m. sharp. Old Ethan and his 5 teammates entered the land battle room created by Lin Hao on the map _dust2. Lin Hao's team played CT, while Old Ethan's team played T. At the start of the first game, Lin Hao led his teammates to rush to Area A. Just as Zhou Jie leaned out to throw a flashbang, the screen suddenly went black, and he was headshot by Lin Hao. "He does have some skill," Old Ethan muttered to himself, and then Zheng Lei and Zhang Yuan also fell to Lin Hao's submachine gun. In just 1 minute, Old Ethan had already lost 3 players, while the opposing team only lost 1. "The situation is bad," Fong Di said anxiously. "We're currently outnumbered 2-4. Landmines, don't fight head-on. I'll cover you," Old Ethan instructed. Just as the mines were successfully planted, Lin Hao and his 3 companions rushed towards them. Old Ethan and Fong Di used the terrain to their advantage to dodge and evade. After each of them took down one of the other's opponents, they were both left with very low health. Lin Hao successfully eliminated Fong Di and, together with another teammate, charged towards Old Ethan at full strength. Old Ethan, who had played the _dust2 map countless times, had long guessed their intentions. Based on footsteps and anticipation, he threw a grenade directly into the enemy's likely path, followed by a burst of fire, successfully taking down an enemy. At this moment, Lin Hao stopped rushing forward and squatted in the corner, waiting for his prey to come to him. Old Ethan wasn't stupid either. He waited for the bomb to explode and successfully won the first round. In the second round, everyone had plenty of funds and started acquiring heavy weapons. Old Ethan slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder and headed for the middle gate, telling his teammates, "I'll guard the middle gate. You guys keep an eye on the back." After the team members had all run to their positions, Old Ethan stared at the center goal on the screen, his crosshair pre-aimed at the right side of the goal frame. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, as soon as Lin Hao peeked out, Old Ethan flicked his mouse, and a headshot kill notification popped up in the upper right corner. Lin Hao was stunned. He tried again in the third round, but as soon as he showed half of his body, he was sniped by Old Ethan. "You're cheating, aren't you?" Lin Hao's voice rang out in the dormitory corridor. In the decisive round, Old Ethan maneuvered his character to point B and happened to run into Lin Hao crouching behind a box reloading. Hearing footsteps, Lin Hao frantically scanned the screen, but couldn't even see anyone. Instead, he was stabbed to death from behind by Old Ethan. 16:5. A resounding victory. Cheers erupted from dormitory 303. Zhang Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "Ethan, those last few shots of yours were amazing. I didn't even see them clearly before he was gone." Before he could finish speaking, the door to room 303 was violently pushed open, and Lin Hao stormed in, yelling at Old Ethan, What kind of skill is it to cheat? Without cheat codes, you have no chance of beating me. Old Ethan laughed and simply said, "Come on, let's go to your place. I'll use the computer you specified, and we'll have a solo match." Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the classmates watching from the side, and could only bite the bullet and say, "Let's compete." On the sniper map, Lin Hao truly understood what it meant to bring shame upon himself. 10 o'clock. Every time he used the scope, he would immediately fall down, which made him so angry that he uninstalled the game. Back in room 303, Fong Di slammed his hand on the table and gestured as soon as he entered. "You should have gone to see it together." Lin Hao's face turned purple, and he even smashed his mouse. He calls himself this sniper god of Yangtze University? With his skill level, does he even deserve the title? If you ask me, Ethan is the real sniper god. Fong Di kept talking, and Zhou Jie and Zhao Liqiang came over to listen and laughed along. Small Ethan didn't approach to speak. He returned to his desk, turned on his computer, opened Li Sahan's email, and wrote, "Sahan, I just had a CS match with my classmates and we won. Our opponents were always bragging, but we crushed them in the end. It was so satisfying." After a pause, she added, "Have anything fun happened to you lately? Tell me about it." After sending the email and closing his laptop, Fong Di had already prepared 4 bowls of instant noodles. He handed one to Small Ethan and said, "We have to celebrate. I even added vinegar to this braised beef noodle soup for you." Small Ethan smiled and took it, and the 4 of them sat around the instant noodle buckets, chatting about the game they had just played. At this moment, the autumn wind outside the window was chilly, but the room was filled with the warmth of slurping instant noodles. Chapter 53, Is the Planning Bureau Your Family's Business? One night at 10:15 p.m., Small Ethan had just put on his coat and stepped out of the library when the closing announcement sounded. He walked along the artificial lake towards his dormitory, the autumn breeze making the lake's surface shimmer. The lakeside road has few streetlights and is dimly lit, making it a good place for a date. Small Ethan was pondering whether to invite Wang Runin or Li Ying to sit by the lake. Old Ethan's voice suddenly rang out. "Your old acquaintance is here again, this time with some help." Just as Small Ethan was wondering what was going on, 4 figures slowly emerged from under the willow bushes ahead. Upon seeing the leader, Small Ethan was delighted. It was none other than Chen Lele. He was wearing a thin black shirt and was walking outside wiping his nose. He looked quite cold. The 3 henchmen behind him all looked very strong, and each of them was holding a half-meter-long threaded steel bar in his hand. The group stood in 4 corners, surrounding Small Ethan. "Ethan, huh? You're pretty good at dodging, aren't you?" Chen Lele slammed the steel bar into the ground, making a dull thud, then dragged it forward, letting it rub against the cement floor. He walked up to Small Ethan within a meter and said with a sneer, "What's wrong? Weren't you so good at putting on an act? Scared out of your wits?" Small Ethan slowly approached. Chen Lele's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he threatened Small Ethan. "These guys behind you are all from my earth-moving team. We just finished processing a batch of waste last week. Do you know what was mixed in there? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Making you disappear in Haijo is easier than burying a steel bar." Small Ethan clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. "Don't be nervous. He's just trying to scare you. I can't sense any murderous intent from him," Old Ethan's voice said in my mind. "Either you kneel down on the ground and apologize to me, and swear to stay away from Runin in the future, then I, being a magnanimous person, will not bother with a little scoundrel like you." Chen Lele thought Small Ethan was scared, so he lifted the steel bar and poked it at Small Ethan's chest, continuing to threaten him. "Either I beat you to your knees and make you beg for mercy right now, or I let you experience what it's like to be buried alive. The choice is yours." Small Ethan suddenly raised his hand, gripped the steel bar in front of his chest tightly, and easily snatched it away without needing Old Ethan's help. Chen Lele quickly took a step back, only to hear Small Ethan's tone remain completely calm as he said indifferently, "I've chosen to beat you all down. What do you say? You've got guts. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences." Chen Lele felt humiliated after having his steel bar stolen, and his temper flared instantly. He then ordered the others to take action. But before he could even speak, The sound of a group of students laughing and joking suddenly came from afar. He could only spit angrily on the ground, wave at the people behind small Ethan, and say in a low voice, "Fine. You wait. Don't let me see you outside the school, or I'll show you whether steel is harder or your bones are harder." The four men disappeared into the shadows, cursing and swearing. After the group of students who had come over had also gone far away, small Ethan put the steel bar into a trash can by the roadside. "There are people behind the tree on the left." Old Ethan suddenly reminded him, and small Ethan glanced around and vaguely saw a figure retreating behind a tree. "It's Xiaopeng. That kid's up to no good again. Keep an eye on him." Old Ethan snorted. Small Ethan ignored him and went to the mailroom to pick up the package young Shuang had sent. When he returned to his dorm and opened it, a strong sour smell wafted out. "Isn't this the pickled bamboo shoots from southern Yunnan? Give me some." Upon smelling the aroma, Fong Di quickly brought over with his instant noodle bowl. Small Ethan laughed and tossed him a bag, then took out his phone to send a message to Yang Shuang. "Sis, I received the pickled bamboo shoots. My roommate snatched a pack from me as soon as I opened the package." Within 2 minutes, Yang Shuang replied to the text message with a smiley face. "I knew you guys loved this. I still have some here. Tell me when you're done, and I'll send it to you." Then came another message. "The bar has been busy until late at night lately. I keep thinking about the songs you sang last time. If you were here, you could have helped me keep an eye on the shop for a while." Small Ethan's heart softened, and he texted back, "I'll definitely come see you when I have time, and I'll sing for you until closing time every day. Sis, you shouldn't stay up so late all the time. Take more rest when you have free time." He put down his phone, turned on his computer, and a new email from Lee Sahan popped up. Opening the attached photo, small Ethan saw a round kiwi bird pecking at fruit on the ground under the pinkish-purple sky of Auckland. In the email, Lee Sahan wrote, "Ethan, today the students in the language class brought homemade cookies, which are much tastier than the local cookies in New Zealand. I saved 2 to give to you, but unfortunately I can't send them." In the evening, my roommate and I went to the park to feed the kiwis. They weren't afraid of people at all. They were really silly. Small Ethan replied with a smile, "When you come back, I'll make you cookies too, and I'll also try to make those non-sweet mung bean cakes you mentioned. When you come back, I'll definitely fatten you up. I can't make desserts. Now that you've said that, don't expect me to do anything later." Old Ethan's disdainful voice echoed in my mind. Small Ethan smiled but didn't reply and directly pressed the send button. The following evening, small Ethan and Fong Di were about to go to the cafeteria for dinner when their cell phones rang as they walked downstairs to their dormitory. Small Ethan saw that the caller ID was Zhao Tingting's number, and when he answered, he heard that familiar voice, tinged with excitement. "Ethan, I just arrived at your school gate. Are you free now? Could you come out for a bit?" With Fong Di shouting, "You bastard who forgets his friends for the sake of a pretty girl," from behind, small Ethan had already run towards the school gate. When he arrived at the school gate, he immediately spotted the black Mercedes parked on the side of the road. Zhao Tingting was leaning against the car door, her beige trench coat accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her delicate and beautiful face, with 2 dimples when she smiled, attracted countless eyes. Seeing him approach, he smiled, opened the car door, and said, "Get in, I'll take you to a nice place." After driving for half an hour in the scenic area, the car finally stopped in front of a small courtyard called Shanhua Private Kitchen, deep inside the scenic area. Pushing open the door, the air was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. The two followed the waiter into a private room by the window, and after taking their seats, Zhao Tingting expertly ordered the dishes. After the waiter closed the door and left, Zhao Tingting immediately pulled over a chair, moved closer to small Ethan, and placed her fingers in the shape of a gun against small Ethan's waist. Then, deliberately feigning mystery, she whispered in his ear, "Tell me honestly, is the planning bureau your family's business?" Before Chapter 54, I had no choice. Now, I want to be a good person. Inside the private room of Mountain Moon Private Kitchen, small Ethan hissed and exaggeratedly straightened his back, raising his hands high above his head. He deliberately played along, saying, "Beautiful lady, have mercy. Please don't shoot. I confess. I'll tell you everything." Zhao Tingting's fingers paused, probably not expecting him to get so into character, and she could only suppress her laughter and continue to pretend to be fierce. Tell me who your accomplices are. It's just me. There's no one else. Ethan said this in a very serious tone, then added, Can't you give me a chance? How can I give you a chance? Zhao Tingting suppressed a laugh and started acting out a scene with small Ethan. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person, small Ethan said, feigning emotion. Okay, go talk to the judge and see if he'll let you be the good guy. At this point, Zhao Tingting was about to break down. So you want me dead? Small Ethan said sadly. Excuse me, I'm a police officer. Zhao Tingting's face turned red from holding back her laughter, but she still forced herself to cooperate. Who knows? At this point, small Ethan deliberately turned his head and gave her a sly look. In the name of the moon, I will destroy you. Boom, boom, boom. As she spoke, Zhao Tingting laughed and poked small Ethan's waist 3 times with her finger. Oh, I'm dead. Small Ethan pretended to be shot. He leaned against Zhao Tingting, one arm draped over the back of her chair, his head resting lightly on her shoulder, his hands hanging down, and he even twitched symbolically a couple of times. Faced with this sudden scene, Zhao Tingting felt the boy's body temperature on her body, and her ears, which had been brushed against by his breath, instantly turned red. She froze in her chair, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her ears, and for a moment, she didn't dare to breathe. Small Ethan suddenly felt that the joke might have gone a bit too far, so he tried to get up by supporting himself on the back of the chair. Just then, he caught a whiff of the fragrance in her hair, a delicate jasmine scent, and froze. The two of them remained frozen in place, and he could feel her body getting hot. Suddenly, the door to the private room opened, and the waiter, carrying a tray of dishes, was about to come in when he saw what was happening and quickly closed the door again. Small Ethan was startled and sat bolt upright, hurriedly explaining, Come in, we're just kidding." He unconsciously waved his hand, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Zhao Tingting hurriedly pulled her chair back, her face and earlobes turning bright red. 5 seconds later, the door to the private room reopened. The waiter brought in the dishes and said softly, "Excuse me, I'll knock next time." Soon, all the dishes were served on the table. The dishes Zhao Tingting had ordered were all exquisite. The squirrel-shaped mandarin fish was drizzled with a glossy sweet and sour sauce, and the black chicken soup served in a blue and white porcelain bowl had 2 slices of ginseng floating on top, along with a plate of vibrant green seasonal vegetables, all looking very fresh. The two were not affected by this little incident and quickly began to enjoy the delicious food on the table. "Try this mandarin fish." Zhao Tingting picked up a piece, removed the thorns, and put it into small Ethan's bowl, saying, "This chef has been working here for 20 years, and he's even more inexperienced than the chefs at the big restaurants in the city." Small Ethan took it and took a bite. The fish was so fresh that it tasted sweet. After the two of them had finished most of the food on the table, Zhao Tingting pulled up a chair and sat down. Then she pulled an A4 sheet of paper from a file folder, and small Ethan knew at a glance that it was a map of the development zone. Zhao Tingting handed him the map, and he saw that the route of Haijiu Metro Line 1 was drawn with red lines, and the location of a factory was circled in red. "I just received the latest information from the Planning Bureau today. This is the route map that will be made public soon. It's a done deal." As Zhao Tingting spoke, she poked at the circled spot with her slender finger and said, "Judging from this route, the subway station is most likely next to the factory. Ethan, you really don't have any inside information?" She saw Ethan's lips subtly curl up, but he didn't respond, so she roughly knew what was going on. "I just finished the handover procedures for the factory this morning, and I received the news this afternoon. A friend from the Planning Bureau said that, conservatively speaking, the price of my factory will increase by 50% by the end of the year and will continue to rise afterward." Zhao Tingting became more and more excited as she spoke. "In other words, the 10 million yuan I just invested in the house last week will grow to 15 million yuan in less than 3 months. My dad's company only made 8 million in net profit in the first 3 quarters of this year, with a profit of 5 million. As she spoke, she excitedly grabbed small Ethan's hand, looking at him with adoring eyes and saying, "Ethan, I really want to thank you." Small Ethan smiled. letting her hold his hand, and patted the back of her hand with his other hand, saying, "Miss Zhao, you're too kind. Aren't we allies?" Zhao Tingting realized she had been somewhat out of line, quickly withdrew her hand, and said with a slightly flushed face, "Just call me Tingting. Miss sounds awkward." Then, she called the waiter for 2 more servings of white fungus and lotus seed soup, and then asked small Ethan, "Ethan, are you planning something this time? You don't seem like the type to let this opportunity slip by." Small Ethan scooped a spoonful of white fungus and lotus seed soup into his mouth. He pointed to another spot on the map and said, "Look, I bought this place." Zhao Tingting quickly came over to take a look, and then exclaimed in surprise, "I feel that this position is better. You really are a talent." Then small Ethan told her how he had invested over 6 million in a down payment, plus an 850,000 mortgage, using leverage to acquire the 13.5 million factory building. Zhao Tingting listened with repeated exclamations of admiration. "The price of this deal is good, but you're being too bold. With such a large investment, aren't you afraid that the plans might change?" "I'm afraid, but the bold get rich while the timid starve. This time I'm confident I can take a gamble," small Ethan said with a smile. Listening to small Ethan's words, Zhao Tingting lowered her head and drank her lotus seed soup. When she looked up at him again, her eyes held an admiration that she herself was unaware of. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. "If there's any more good news like this in the future, don't forget to call me, and I'll vote with you." Small Ethan smiled and nodded, unwrapped a mint on the table, and handed it over, saying, "If I become rich and powerful, I will not forget you." The two returned to the car, and small Ethan opened the passenger door and got in. Zhao Tingting turned around and walked to the trunk, taking out a shoebox with the Jumpman logo. She walked to the passenger door, handed over the shoebox, and said, "I'm in a rush and can't think of anything to send right now. Try on the size and see if it fits." Small Ethan's eyes lit up the moment he received the shoebox. He opened it and found his favorite white and red AJ-18s inside. He was so excited that he bent down to take off his shoes and try them on, only to find that the passenger seat was cramped and his long legs were bent over, making it difficult to exert any force. Just as I was about to get off the car, I saw Zhao Tingting squatting by the car door, holding a shoe in her hand. "No need to get down, it's too much trouble." Without looking up, she reached out and untied his shoelaces, saying, "I'll help you change them, don't be shy." No, I can do it myself." Small Ethan hurriedly tried to pull his foot back, but she gently grabbed his ankle and said, "It's okay, it'll be quick." Then she took off her old shoes, held up the AJ-18s, and put them on his feet, even looking up to ask, "Is it too crowded? If not, I'll loosen your shoelaces for you." Small Ethan smelled the jasmine scent wafting from her hair, his ankles gently supported by her palms. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he shook his head, saying, "It's not tight, it fits perfectly. I guessed it was size 43. She tied a pretty bow on his shoe and then said, "I didn't expect you to guess right." After changing his shoes, small Ethan took a couple of steps on the ground. They fit perfectly and felt comfortable. He couldn't help but say, "AJ's shoes are just great." When he looked up, he met Zhao Tingting's gaze. Her eyebrows curved into crescent moons as she smiled, revealing 2 deep dimples, and she said softly, "I'm glad you like it." After dropping small Ethan off at the school gate, Zhao Tingting suddenly said, "When you come back to Songshan next time, I'll treat you to a farmhouse restaurant, even better than the private chef we had today. But remember, when you make any new investments in the future, be sure to take me with you." Small Ethan smiled and nodded, waved goodbye to her, and only slowly walked back to his dormitory after watching the Mercedes drive away. Back in the dorm, Fong Di immediately noticed small Ethan's Air Jordans. He pulled the shoes off small Ethan's feet to examine them closely, drooling with envy. He smiled, changed into a pair of slippers, turned on his computer, and began writing an email to Lisa Han. Chapter 55 New Product, Popping Bead Milk Tea, give it a try. By the end of October, Haijo already felt the chill of early winter. Having just parted ways with Liang, small Ethan hurriedly zipped his jacket all the way up as he walked out of the library. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he saw that it was Shun Yin calling. "Ethan." The The planning for Metro Line 1 has really been released. The voice on the phone was excited and a little hurried. I just saw the planning map on the government website. The line will pass right behind the factory we bought. If we follow this line, the subway station will most likely be right next to our factory. The seller just contacted me, complaining that they sold it at a loss, but the foreigner still honored the contract, so there's nothing we can do about it. She swallowed hard, then smiled and continued. Also, the middleman just called me and said someone offered 22 million, and the deal can be done immediately. Small Ethan retreated to a sheltered spot in the school building and spoke into the phone. That's great, but we don't need to rush to sell. Let's stick to the original plan and wait for the subway station announcement before making any further decisions. Shin Yin composed herself and said, I just heard from a friend that the subway station location will be announced next month. We bought this factory at a 25% discount. The current price of 22 million is only 20% higher than the market price, which is far from enough. He spoke into the phone, his tone much more composed than Shun Yin's. I expect that after the site is announced, before we pay the final payment at the end of the year, the premium will be at least 50%, which is 28 million. However, the price will slow down after this wave of positive news. We will make a lot of money by the end of the year. Shin Yin on the other end paused for a moment, then quickly replied, Okay, I believe you. I'll let you know if there's any news. Suddenly, she added, Oh, right, there's another good news. The planned subway line is indeed right next to our Hamlin garden. There are so many more customers at the sales office today, and the manager has already raised the prices twice this morning. Small Ethan laughed and replied, That's definitely good news. I told you it would go up. Shin Yin smiled and said, You have good taste. Okay, I'll go get busy now. It's getting cold, take care to keep warm. After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan looked at the sun hidden behind the clouds, feeling unusually at ease. All of this was part of his and old Ethan's plan. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was still a long queue at the milk tea shop near the school gate. This time, Wang Runin arrived early. Small Ethan noticed that she was wearing a light pink sweatshirt today, which looked very nice. She held a cup of milk tea in each hand, and when Small Ethan approached, she quickly handed him one, her voice still so sweet. Try our new popping boba milk tea. Small Ethan took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and took a big gulp. The moment you bite into the popping bead, a rich chocolate flavor bursts in your mouth. He was about to say, It tastes better than the milk tea last time, when he noticed that Wang Runin had some milk tea stains on the corner of her mouth. It's all leaking out of his mouth. He raised his hand and gently wiped the tea stains from the corner of her mouth with his fingers, the movement as natural as that of a couple. Wang Runin's face flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head, took a sip of her milk tea, and whispered, Why are you always so thoughtful? As the two were talking, they were about to cross the road back to the school on the other side. Wang Runin, who was still looking down, was about to take a step forward. Suddenly, a silver-gray minivan sped out from a side road, its wheels almost leaving the ground. Wang Runin bent down and half of her body was hanging off the side of the road, about to be hit by a car. Small Ethan, whose physical reactions were no longer what they used to be, reacted quickly and grabbed her arm, pulling her back with such force that Wang Runin fell directly into his arms. The van didn't stop, it drove straight ahead and quickly disappeared at the intersection. Small Ethan quickly helped Wang Runin back to the side of the road. The scene terrified passers-by, who screamed and cursed in the direction the van had disappeared. Without license plates, they're probably after you. Old Ethan's voice suddenly exploded in my mind. You scared me to death. Wang Runin, still clutching Small Ethan's clothes, was in his arms. Her voice trembled slightly, and a lot of her milk tea had spilled out. Small Ethan was about to offer some words of comfort. A car horn suddenly sounded behind him. It was that familiar Audi TT. The window was down, and Shun Lele had a cigarette in his mouth and his fingers were tapping the steering wheel. He said arrogantly to Small Ethan, Ethan, you're lucky this time. Suddenly, he saw that Small Ethan was still holding Wang Runin in his arms, and his face instantly darkened. He said coldly, Next time, things won't happen so easily. You'd better never leave the school gates again. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the sports car sped away in an instant. Chunlele is really too much. He's ignorant and incompetent, and he's capable of doing all sorts of bad things. Wang Runin gripped small Ethan's arm tightly, her eyes filled with worry. It's nothing, just some minor troubles. Small Ethan tidied her wind-blown bangs and wiped away the milk tea that had spilled on her with a tissue. Let's go for a walk around the school. Wang Runin looked up at him, the setting sun shining on his face, and she suddenly felt warm inside. Even the fear she had felt earlier had faded a lot. What they didn't see was that Zhao Peng, who was in the distance, witnessed the whole thing, and at that moment, a strange smile appeared on his lips. The two walked along the artificial lake on campus. Seeing Wang Runin still looking preoccupied, small Ethan smiled and changed the subject, saying, "You know what? The chocolate sauce inside these popping boba is really delicious." "What? Mine tastes like grapes." Wang Runin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? They even have different flavors." Small Ethan exclaimed in amazement. It was the first time he had ever tasted bubble tea like this. "Let me try the chocolate flavor," Wang Runin said, leaning over to take a sip from the small Ethan's straw. "Wow, that's not fair. I want to try the grape flavor too." Small Ethan figured he couldn't let himself be taken advantage of, so he also went over and drank from the cup in her hand. Wang Runin didn't dodge, and held up her milk tea cup for Small Ethan to take a big sip. Small Ethan wiped his mouth, looked at her slightly flushed face, and said, "So sweet." The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. That evening, in a private room at the Golden Splendor KTV in the city center, Chunlele was embracing a heavily made-up girl. He was singing haphazardly into the microphone in one hand, while his other hand was roaming over the girl's body. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open a crack, and a thug with dyed yellow hair leaned in and whispered in his ear. Brother Lei, a young master from the Zhao family in Songshan City who runs a building materials business, has sent someone to find me, saying he has something to discuss. I don't know any Zhao or Li families, and I don't have time for them. Chunlele was engrossed in playing with the girl next to him and didn't bother to pay any attention to her. Brother Lei, he said it's about a guy named Ethan, the blonde-haired thug continued. Oh, Small Ethan's name. Chunlele immediately stopped what he was doing and said to the blonde-haired man, "Let him in." The person who came in was Zhao Peng. He was wearing a black pullover and carrying a black plastic bag. He put the bag on the coffee table. Inside were 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. "Brother Lei, I've heard so much about you." He smiled obsequiously, then went straight to the point. "I know you and Ethan don't get along. I happen to have some inside information that can make him lose everything, even his underwear." Chunlele stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and waved for everyone in the private room to leave. Then he leaned back in his sofa chair and said, "Make it clear, don't play games with me." Ethan recently bought a factory and used an $850,000 mortgage loan. Zhao Peng leaned closer, lowered his voice, and continued. He needs to receive the loan by the end of next month. Otherwise, he will be late in making the payment and will have to pay more than 4 million yuan in penalties. "Oh, is the information reliable?" Chunlele lit a cigarette and asked. "Absolutely reliable. I went back to Songshan last weekend and overheard my sister and dad talking about this in their study. Besides this loan, he still owes 6.5 million yuan in final payments. This information is guaranteed to be true." A sinister glint flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes, and he leaned forward again, saying with absolute certainty, "I don't have any connections in Haizhou, but I know you're well connected here, Brother Lei. If we hold on to his loan for a while longer, he definitely won't be able to pay the final installment. Once we pay the penalty for breach of contract, there'll be the remaining balance, and he'll be in deep trouble." Chunlele raised an eyebrow, tapped his knee with his fingers, and asked, "Why should I believe you?" "Brother Lei, if you don't believe me, you can go to Haizhou Bank and ask if this loan is being approved. I'm not hiding anything from you." As he spoke, Zhao Peng, with tears streaming down his face, recounted all the grievances between Small Ethan and Chunlele. Chunlele stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Okay, I'll find a way to stall with the bank. It's not against the rules, so he'll suffer in silence and have no one to complain to." Zhao Peng quickly picked up his wine glass and leaned forward, saying obsequiously, "With you, Brother Lei," stepping in. "That kid Ethan is definitely going to suffer." As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And as they spoke, their two wine glasses clinked together. One wanted to use another to settle a personal score, while the other wanted to steal a woman and establish his authority. Their scheming was blatantly obvious. Chapter 56. Love transcends distance. No matter how far apart we are, we can be together. Time flies, and it's already November. That evening, small Ethan received the bar's October accounts from Yang Shuang, but he had no interest in them at the moment. Small Ethan was hunched over his desk in his dorm room, scratching his head. The day after tomorrow was Lee Sahan's birthday, and he still hadn't figured out what to give her. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he quickly shouted it in his mind. "Godfather, can you help me think of a song? Let's record a song together and dedicate it to Sahan." Old Ethan pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, "That's a good idea. Let me think if there's anything suitable." A moment later, old Ethan's singing suddenly rang in his mind. Small Ethan listened attentively, memorizing every lyric. "This is it. This song is perfect." Small Ethan's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he quickly borrowed a wooden guitar from the next dorm room and sat down to practice. After several rehearsals, both of them felt it was a perfect match. The next afternoon, small Ethan took his phone to the stands on the playground. The background was filled with falling maple leaves, which was just right. In the video, small Ethan, wearing a white sweatshirt, smiles at the screen. "Happy birthday to my dearest classmate, Lee Sahan. I'll sing you a song called No Matter How Far Apart We Are." As old Ethan's fingertips gently plucked the strings, a song flowed from his lips. "I miss the music we listened to together. I miss the scenery we saw together. I miss the times you said you loved me. I miss the way you looked into my eyes." When singing the chorus, "Love will transcend distance. We can be together no matter how far apart we are." He deliberately moved closer to the camera, spread his 5 fingers, shook the wedding ring on his ring finger, and even lightly touched the lens. The video was recorded 3 times. Small Ethan watched it repeatedly until he was satisfied before returning to his dorm. At 8 p.m., exactly midnight in Auckland, small Ethan sent an email to Lee Sahan. "Happy birthday, Sahan. I want to be the first person to send you birthday wishes every year. Attached is my birthday gift to you. I hope you like it." On the evening of the 4th, small Ethan returned to his dorm from the cafeteria, turned on his computer, and saw Lee Sahan's email, which was sent an hour earlier. The attached photo shows Lee Sahan sitting on the carpet in her dormitory, her computer screen showing her recording a video, with tears still glistening in her eyes. She was holding a small cake with a candle on it, and showing off her wave-patterned wedding rings to the camera. The reply email was filled with densely written text. "Ethan, thank you. I cried on the cake while watching the video. This birthday cake is so sweet. It's just that there's no one to share it with. You look so beautiful when you play the guitar. I want to reach through the screen and hug you. It's raining in Auckland today, and I'm sitting by the window with my laptop. I suddenly remembered when we watched the sunrise on Dongping Island. You gave me your coat, and you were shivering from the cold." She concluded by writing, "I borrowed a guitar from my roommate and learned a couple of lines of No Matter How Far Apart We Are, We'll Be Together from a video. When I get back to China, I'll sing it for you, okay? Also, I miss you so much. I want to eat cake with you." Small Ethan leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the words on the screen, feeling a mix of warmth and sadness in his heart. Finally, he replied, "When you come back, we'll bake a cake together, and I'll teach you to play the guitar and sing this song." For the next week, small Ethan was busy preparing for his first semester midterm exams in the middle of the month. After a few months at university, small Ethan has noticed that he is different from before. Besides being physically stronger, the most obvious change is in his mind. "My memory is much better than before. I can almost remember everything I see. My logical thinking skills have also improved a lot. Compared to how I was a poor student during my 3 years of high school, it's like night and day." He was able to easily grasp and master the courses he took this semester. Of course, small Ethan knew that this was inextricably linked to old Ethan's ever-increasing abilities. In the upcoming midterm exams, as soon as small Ethan received the test paper and finished reading the questions, the solution would immediately come to mind. On the exam for the professional course Principles of Urban Planning, there was a question on interpreting the land use planning map of a certain area. While others were still looking up the codes for residential and commercial land in the map, small Ethan had already circled the blind spot in educational facilities hidden in the map and wrote on the answer sheet. According to the regulations, land for a kindergarten should be reserved on the west side of the plot. He didn't miss any of the general education courses either, and he finished several of them without much effort. A few days later, when the results were posted on the college bulletin board, small Ethan's name was at the top. Descriptive Geometry 92, Advanced Mathematics 138, Ideological and Moral Cultivation 89, English 135, Principles of Urban Planning 95. He ranked first in his major with the highest overall score. You should know that during the quiz at the beginning of the semester, without old Ethan's memory of the test paper, he almost failed advanced mathematics, and his grades were among the worst in the class. Linhao stared at the midterm exam results list, his face turning green. He deliberately said sarcastically, "Ethan, did you bring cheat sheets?" Fong Di, who was standing nearby, immediately exploded and yelled at him. "What are you so sour about? He goes to the library to read books every day. You play snake in class every day, and you have the nerve to criticize others." Small Ethan didn't argue with him, but instead took out the Principles of Urban Planning exam paper from his bag and flipped to the last calculation question. He pointed to the markings on the planning map and asked Lin Hao, "Do you understand the land use regulations for this question? If not, I can explain it to you." Lin Hao leaned closer to look at the neat markings on the test paper. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. His face turned a deep purplish red, and he turned and ran into the crowd behind him. At lunchtime, small Ethan invited Li Ying to their usual restaurant, Old Zhang's Sauerkraut Fish, near the school gate, as a way of celebrating his first victory in college. Li Ying sat down and said with a smile, "My grades just barely made it into the top 10 in the department this time. I'm still far behind you." As she spoke, she picked up a boneless piece of fish and placed it in small Ethan's bowl. Small Ethan also picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks and said, "You're the real academic star. There are fewer people in our major compared to the hundreds of students in your law department, so the competition is much less." The two chatted and ate, which was much more relaxed than in class. In the afternoon, small Ethan had just reached the library entrance when his phone vibrated. It was Shun Yin's number. After answering, he heard an excited voice on the other end say, "Ethan, the subway station location has been announced. I just saw it on the government website. The factory we bought is less than 50 meters east of Chongqing Station on line 1. Shin Yin continued. "The middleman just called and said he quoted 24 million and could pay a 5 million deposit immediately, just waiting for us to agree." Small Ethan, holding his phone, walked towards a corner near the door when he heard Shin Yin add, "I told the middleman to keep things calm and wait for you to make a decision." "Okay, let's hold our nerve and let the bullets fly for a while longer," Small Ethan said calmly. "Also, the subway station next to Hanlon Garden has been announced. It's right across from the main gate of the community." Shin Yin paused for a moment, then continued. "Those two houses you bought, if you look at the company's current prices, have already increased by more than 50%. Ethan, you're truly amazing." Small Ethan smiled and said, "I should have bought 2 more sets." After hanging up Shin Yin's call, old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind. "The best time to sell this factory is at the end of the year. With this wave of positive news, it's estimated that the value will reach 28 million by the end of the year. That way, we'll have enough money to consider the next step." Before he could finish speaking, his phone vibrated again. It was a text message from Zhao Tingting. "I just saw the subway station notice. You really got it right. Let's meet sometime. I'd like to ask you for advice on when to make a move next." Small Ethan smiled and replied, "I'm free right after my exams. You can set the time." Within a minute, Zhao Tingting replied, "I might be going to Haijiu again in a few days. I'll ask you to have dinner then, and we can chat in detail." Meanwhile, Zhao Peng was on the rooftop of the dormitory building answering a phone call. Chun Leilei's voice came through the receiver. "That's settled. Even with all the paperwork complete, his 850,000 yuan mortgage loan will have to go through the standard process. It won't be disbursed until at least mid-December. By then, He'll have long passed the deadline for paying the final payment on the factory, and he'll be facing over 4 million yuan in penalties. Zhao Peng, holding his phone, grinned slyly. Brother Lei is really something. Once he pays the money back, let's see how he'll still pretend to be all high and mighty at school. The laughter from both ends of the phone was particularly smug, a testament to their successful scheme. Small Ethan, who was still at the library entrance, suddenly felt a chill, as if something was about to happen. Chapter 57 Loan Crisis? Don't be afraid. I'm here. In late November, the weather in Haizhou had already turned quite cold. The occasional light drizzle made it easy to feel the arrival of winter. Today is Friday, and all things considered, there is only 1 week left until the payment deadline for the second phase of the factory project. In the afternoon, Small Ethan was still thinking about how the bank loan should arrive next week until Shun Yin called. He had just finished dinner with Wang Runan in the cafeteria and had barely sat down in his dorm room when his phone vibrated. When Shun Yin answered the phone, her voice was choked with sobs, and she could barely speak coherently. Ethan, that mortgage loan, there's been a problem with the disbursement. Small Ethan quickly went to the balcony, closed the door, and asked, Don't rush. Tell me slowly. I went to the bank again this afternoon to ask my friend about the loan disbursement progress. He hesitated for a long time before saying that the head office's approval process had suddenly slowed down, and that it was no use after urging them 3 times. Shin Yin's voice grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by gasps. He said, The document review has been completed long ago, but the loan approval process at the head office seems to have stalled. But according to the loan contract, even if the loan is disbursed in early December, there is nothing wrong with it. But the loan won't be disbursed until early December, which means our second installment will be overdue. At this point, Shin Yin's voice trembled with emotion, and she began to cry again. Small Ethan frowned, somewhat anxious, but still tried to calm Shin Yin down, saying, I understand. Don't panic. This isn't your fault. How can it not be my problem? Shin Yin suddenly burst into tears, saying between sobs, I promised to keep a close eye on it for you, and I asked several friends to help urge it, but it's no use. Time is running out. I'm so sorry. You trusted me so much. Don't worry, I'll come to you now, and we'll think of a solution together. Small Ethan hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and ran outside. Just as I ran out of the dormitory area, I bumped into Zhao Peng carrying a basketball and walking back to the dormitory. He must have just finished playing basketball and was coming back. Seeing Small Ethan rushing out, deliberately spreading his arms in a defensive posture, he chuckled gleefully. Ethan, where are you rushing off to? Are you hurrying to borrow money? Ha ha. Hearing this, Small Ethan suddenly had something on his mind. It's highly likely that Zhao Peng was behind this. What he said is practically solid evidence. I think I should ask Zhao Tingting about it later. I don't think Zhao Peng could have accomplished this in Haizhou on his own. Small Ethan then stepped forward, snatched the basketball from Zhao Peng's hand, and moved so fast that Zhao Peng didn't even have time to react. In front of Zhao Peng, Small Ethan gripped the ball on both sides with both hands and pressed it hard towards the middle. With a loud pop sound, Small Ethan squeezed and punctured the imported basketball. He then tossed the broken ball back to Zhao Peng, and with a surprised look on his face, turned and walked away. On the way, Small Ethan considered whether to borrow money from Zhao Tingting to turn around temporarily, or to ask Zhou's father for help. But all the proposals were rejected by old Ethan, who felt that things hadn't come to that point yet. A moment later, Small Ethan used the spare key to open the door to Shun Yin's rented room. The room was dark except for the small desk lamp on the desk. As soon as he entered, he saw Shun Yin slumped over her desk, her shoulders twitching. The factory blueprints were spread out in front of her, and her tears soaked a large area of them. Yin, it's okay, don't cry. Small Ethan quickly went over and gently patted her back. Then he patted her little head and comforted her, saying, It's really not your fault. Someone is deliberately causing trouble, and I think I know who it is. Shun Yin slowly raised her head, her eyes red and swollen from crying, her nose bright red, and tears still clinging to her face. Really, it wasn't my fault? You don't need to lie to me. It's just because I wasn't keeping a close eye on things. Of course not. Small Ethan knelt down, gently wiped away her tears with a tissue, and then said softly, "You've already done enough for me. Let's figure out the rest together." Shun Nian didn't say anything, but suddenly reached out and hugged his waist, burying her head in his chest. She said in a soft, gentle voice, "With you by my side, I suddenly feel less panicked." Small Ethan put his arm around Shun Nian and patted her back. Just as he was about to say something more, he heard her stomach rumble. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Shun Nian quickly let go of his hand. Her face flushed red to her ears and said a little embarrassedly, "I was so busy running to the bank this afternoon that I forgot to eat dinner." "Wait." Small Ethan patted her head, then stood up, picked up Shun Nian's apron, and went to the kitchen. "Godfather, please help me," Small Ethan said to Old Ethan in his mind. "You've done all the good work, really." Old Ethan complained, but still took control of his body. Old Ethan opened the refrigerator and found only 2 eggs, a sausage, and a bowl of leftover rice from yesterday. He tied on a floral apron, turned on the stove, poured in oil, and once the oil was hot, he cracked eggs into the oil, stirring them rapidly with chopsticks. When the golden egg mixture bubbled in the pan, Old Ethan sprinkled in diced ham and then poured in leftover rice. The aroma filled the small, rented room with the sound of shovels stirring the food. Shun Nian sat at the table, watching his busy figure in the kitchen, feeling a warm glow in her heart. When a steaming bowl of fried rice with eggs was placed in front of her, she picked up a spoon, took a bite, and her eyes welled up with tears again. She looked up, fighting back tears, and said to Small Ethan, "It smells even better than what I make myself." "Then eat more." Small Ethan sat across from her, watching her shovel rice into her mouth. After she finished eating, Small Ethan washed the pots and pans. Then, sitting on the sofa with Shun Nian, they got down to business. "Let's not wait for the bank anymore. We need to find another way. I've thought of a solution. Let's collect the buyer's earnest money first." Shun Nian looked up and stared at Small Ethan, asking, "Earnest money?" Small Ethan nodded, took Shun Nian's small hand, and continued, "Our most important task right now is to stay calm and not let the buyers know that we are short of money, as this will make it difficult to negotiate prices later." He paused, then continued, "My idea is, isn't someone already offering 24 million? You should tell the middleman that we're still processing the factory handover procedures, and if the buyer is sincere about buying, they should pay a 1 million deposit first." Small Ethan picked up Shun Nian's water glass, took a sip, and continued, "Of course, we also need to sign a deposit agreement, promising that we will sell the factory in December, and under the same price conditions, we will only sell to buyers who pay a deposit, but the 1 million deposit must be received within 3 days. In this way, we can guarantee that the second installment can be paid on time before the end of November. After that, it will still depend on you. Just use the sales pitch you prepared during this period to negotiate prices with the buyers as usual. If the loan is disbursed, we will be in the upper hand. If the deal falls through, we can simply return the deposit." After saying that, Small Ethan handed the water glass to Shun Nian and looked at her, saying, "How about this?" Shun Nian took the water glass, blushed slightly, picked it up, took a sip, and said, That sounds like a good idea. It could solve our immediate problem." Small Ethan ruffled her hair and said affectionately, "See, I told you we could handle it ourselves." He paused, then added, "My target price is 28 million. I think if it can reach that price, it would be a good thing to sell it sooner." Shun Nian didn't say anything, but leaned closer and said in a soft voice, "I'll do whatever you say." She nestled her small body into Small Ethan's arms, resting her head gently on his shoulder, and said, "Ethan, you're really reliable." Small Ethan's heart softened, and he reached out to hug her slender body, whispering, "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you." After a long while, Shun Nian, nestled in his arms, raised her head and whispered warm breath in his ear. "Ethan, I want." Feeling the warm breath beside his ear, Small Ethan's lust flared up instantly. He pinned her down and kissed her warm, moist lips. At this moment, Shun Nian finally let go of the sorrow that had been suppressed for most of the day, and responded with exceptional enthusiasm and effort. In this match, Small Ethan played as if he were back on home turf, displaying great fighting spirit and scoring twice amidst the cheers of the fans. Moonlight streamed through the curtains and fell on Shun Yin's snow-white back. Shun Yin's breathing gradually became steady. Small Ethan found that she had fallen asleep in his arms. He didn't move, just held her like that. He knew she must be very tired from running around all afternoon and had been worrying about things for most of the day, so he felt a pang of heartache for her. Small Ethan was also thinking that he needed to get the middleman to arrange a meeting with the buyer to discuss the earnest money as soon as possible, and he also needed to meet with Zhao Tingting to ask her about her adopted brother. Chapter 58. Deal sold. 29.8 million. I'm a multi-millionaire now. In the last week before the end of November, the temperature in Haizhou had already dropped significantly. Xin Yin, however, was like a wound-up toy, running to the development zone every day. She put in all her effort, as if she wanted to make up for all the pent-up energy she had accumulated during the previous loan crisis. With Shun Yin giving it her all, good news naturally came quickly. That afternoon, Small Ethan came out of the library, ready to go out for dinner, when he received a call from Shun Yin. Ethan, it's a deal. $29.8 million. That's $1.8 million more than your asking price of $28 million. Shin Yin's voice was as sweet as if she had drunk honey, and she continued happily. The other party agreed to pay an 8.5 million yuan deposit immediately after signing the contract, so we can skip the earnest money and close the deal right away. So many, and they agreed so readily. Small Ethan straightened up in surprise, not even bothering to zip up his clothes. Yes, the other party is a large electronic component manufacturer that is in a hurry to expand its production capacity. Fortunately, our factory comes with a clean room, equipment, and environmental impact assessment permits, so it can be used directly. Therefore, their boss made the decision on the spot and only cared about when the ownership could be transferred. Shin Yin was panting as she spoke quickly and urgently, her excitement almost overflowing from the phone. I knew our Yin Yin was the best. This price is way beyond my expectations. Small Ethan exclaimed with a smile. I've done the math for them. The clean room plus the existing equipment will save them several million yuan in renovation costs, and they don't even need to wait for the environmental impact assessment. They can start production immediately. The company's profits in the next few months are hard to predict. Shin Yin continued. I told them that once the Haizhou subway starts construction, the factory building will be worth at least 32 million next year. If they buy it now, they'll save another 2.2 million. How can they not be anxious? The 8.5 million yuan deposit into the escrow account is just enough to pay the remaining balance for our factory. After Shun Yin finished speaking with a smile, Small Ethan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they bought the factory, the total price was 13.5 million. The two of them paid a down payment of 5 million and still owed 8.5 million in final payment. Now, the deposit from the next buyer is used to cover the shortfall, perfectly resolving the gap in the second installment payment. They won't have to spend a single penny more afterward. They can directly profit from this huge price difference. For the next few days, Shin Yin ran around doing all the paperwork. She made an appointment with the housing authority in advance and took the buyer to check the property ownership records. Even the staff praised her, saying, "This girl has organized the information more clearly than the real estate agents." On December 5th, the three parties signed the final transfer document at the government service hall, and the buyer deposited the remaining 21.3 million yuan into the escrow account. A few days later, Small Ethan was in the library helping Wang Runin organize the planning diagrams she needed for her thesis. My phone suddenly vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Supervisory funds unfrozen. 21,300,000 renminbi deposited, with the note, final payment for the factory transaction. Small Ethan was stunned when such a large sum of money arrived in his account. Wang Runin also curiously came over for a look, and her jaw almost dropped in surprise. Ethan, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy man. Wang Runin's sweet voice pulled Small Ethan back to reality. Small Ethan quickly explained with a smile. I recently partnered with a friend to set up a factory, and we were lucky. He saw Wang Runin's eyes light up when she looked at him, with a hint of admiration. He heard her say softly, "You're just like my dad. You're both amazing." After saying that, she continued organizing her thesis materials with a slight smile. Small Ethan was there to help him, and the presence of his senior classmate, along with the faint scent of gardenias emanating from her, made him feel exceptionally at ease. That evening, in Shun Yin's rented room, the two huddled together at the desk calculating taxes and fees. I confirmed with a friend in the tax department that individuals transferring industrial plant buildings can enjoy the preferential tax assessment policy, so the taxes and fees are not as high as I thought. As Shun Yin spoke, she calculated on paper, including value-added tax, surtax, land value-added tax, individual income tax, stamp duty, and so on. She calculated carefully, and he observed attentively. A moment later, Shin Yin handed the calculator to Small Ethan and said, "The total taxes and fees are approximately 5.1942 million, rounded up to 5.19 million. Seeing her serious expression, Small Ethan smiled and nodded, saying, "As long as you can figure it out, I trust you." He had already calculated the big picture in his mind. The final transaction price was 29.8 million, after deducting taxes and fees of 5.19 million and the 8.5 million that was directly transferred to the seller. This transaction brought in 16.11 million, and including the 1.18 million that was not used, I currently have 17.29 million in cash on hand. Of course, there's also the 50,000 yuan that Shun Yin initially invested, plus the middleman's commission. Regardless, from visiting the factory during the National Day holiday until now, in just 2 months, the initial investment of over 6 million yuan has almost tripled. Godfather, we're millionaires now. It's like a dream, Small Ethan thought to himself. Old Ethan really wanted to say, who isn't? But the voice of old Ethan in his mind remained calm, exuding the steady composure of a wise man. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. With the dorm closing time fast approaching, Small Ethan got up to leave, saying before he left, "Once the taxes are all settled, let's go back to that Japanese all-you-can-eat place we went to last time, and we'll settle the profit sharing with you while we're at it." She looked up, revealing 2 small tiger teeth as she smiled. Okay. I'll go as soon as I'm done with everything." For the next 3 days, Shin Yin spent almost all her time in the government service hall and the tax bureau, finally managing to sort out and complete all the procedures. Finally, Small Ethan and she paid off the middleman's $300,000 commission, and the deal was completely finalized. That evening, the aroma of grilled eel filled the Japanese restaurant, and the table was laden with exquisite ingredients. Shin Yin barely touched her chopsticks, instead holding her bowl and drinking miso soup. Suddenly, she looked up and said, "Actually, I just wanted to use that 50,000 yuan with you. I had no other intentions. I just want my principal back." Small Ethan placed a freshly peeled prawn into her bowl, wiped his hands, took a bank card from his bag, and handed it to her, saying, "I never intended to distribute the profits proportionally. This is your initial investment of 50,000 yuan. The password is your birth date. Keep it." He didn't rush to continue, but quietly looked at Shun Yin. Shun Yin naturally took the bank card, put it in the inner pocket of her wallet, pressed it down, and nodded with a smile. Small Ethan's heart suddenly softened, and at that moment, old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. "This girl is truly devoted to you and has no ulterior motives whatsoever. You must treat her well and not mistreat her." "Yes, Godfather, I know," Small Ethan replied firmly in his heart. Then he looked at Shun Yin again and said in a joking tone, "Then the extra 1.8 million you negotiated down, that can't be counted as mine. I didn't ask you to sell it for more. You have to take that money. It's already in that card from earlier. I won't calculate the tax with you. I can't accept it." Upon hearing this, Shin Yin's eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She lowered her head, biting into a shrimp, and said in a hoarse voice, "I used to earn just over 2,000 a month working at the sales office, and I probably wouldn't earn that much in my entire life. And I almost messed up the loan application process before. Without you, how could I earn this money?" Small Ethan smiled and placed a piece of salmon on her plate, continuing, "If you ask me, splitting it in half is fair." No. Shin Yin shook her head like a rattledrum. Suddenly, she wiped her mouth and whispered, "My boss talked to me this morning and told me to resign after this month is over." Small Ethan then understood why she had been so sullen. It made sense. She had been doing errands for him every day, which must have caused the sales department's performance to suffer, and her colleagues had been gossiping about her. His heart softened, and he said earnestly to Shun Yin, "I don't need to do that job. I have a lot of investment projects coming up. How about you help me out?" Small Ethan believed that with his current strength, he was capable of providing her with a safety net. Shin Yin looked up at him, her eyes lighting up again. A few seconds later, she showed her little tiger teeth and nodded heavily. After dinner, Small Ethan returned to school, carrying a bag in his hand. He had specially packed extra sushi, and when he arrived at Li Ying's dormitory building, he found her already waiting for him. When she saw him arrive, her eyes lit up, and she jogged over. "I'll eat it as a late-night snack." Small Ethan finished speaking. He handed over the bag. Li Ying took the bag, then stood on tiptoe and left a soft kiss on his cheek. "Thank you. You always think of me." After saying that, she hugged the bag and skipped back to the dormitory building. Small Ethan reached out and touched his cheek, his heart softening. Small Ethan pushed open the dorm room door. His phone vibrated. It was a text message from Zhao Tingting. "I recently heard that a factory building in the development zone changed hands, and after asking around, I found out it was the one you bought before. It sold for nearly 30 million yuan. You must have made a killing, right? Tomorrow is Friday. You absolutely have to treat us." Small Ethan looked at the text message and replied with a smile. "I'm free this weekend. You decide on the place." He put down his phone, sat down at his desk, turned on his computer, and began writing an email to Lee Sahan. "Sahan, it's so cold in Haizhou now. I have to wear a hat. It should be warm in Auckland soon. Your language exam is coming up soon, so don't stay up late all the time and remember to eat on time." After shutting down the computer, I received another text message from Yang Shuang on my phone. "Hey bro, is it really cold in Haizhou right now? Don't just wear a hoodie in your dorm, put on a thick coat too." Small Ethan's heart softened, and he replied, "Okay, but don't work too late every day. Take care of yourself." Lying in bed, Small Ethan stared at the ceiling, pondering. He still had over 15 million left. It was time to consider his next move. And Zhao Peng, he was definitely behind the loan scandal last time. When I see Zhao Tingting tomorrow, I need to ask her if she knows about this. I can't let him keep making things difficult for me behind my back. As I thought about it, my eyelids slowly drooped, and I soon fell asleep. Chapter 59. Whose territory is Haizhou exactly? As soon as his professional class ended on Friday afternoon, Small Ethan went straight to the school gate, where Zhao Tingting was already there. She rolled down the car window, waved to him, and said, "Get in the car. I'll take you to try a local farmhouse restaurant. The food is amazing." The car quickly drove out of the city, and the further into the countryside it went, the more open the scenery became. After driving for a full hour, the car turned onto a pebbly path surrounded by a bamboo fence, at the end of which was a farm. After getting off the bus, Small Ethan saw red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the farm and pumpkin vines climbing all over the corner of the wall. The air was filled with the smoky aroma of burning firewood, giving it a truly idyllic, secluded feel. The chickens here are free-range, and the vegetables are homegrown. They taste much better than those in restaurants in the city. The farm owner led the two into a private room, and soon a large plate of poached chicken, stir-fried vegetables, river shrimp, and a pot of milky white chicken soup were placed on the table. The two chatted as they ate. Zhao Tingting served Small Ethan a bowl of chicken soup and suddenly asked, "Ethan, do you think I should sell that factory I own now, or keep it and wait to raise the price later?" Small Ethan took a sip of chicken soup and said slowly, "The benefits of this subway planning should allow your factory to appreciate by 60% in the short term. Moreover, it's the end of the year, and many large companies will do tax planning and buy fixed assets to offset taxes. It's easier to negotiate terms now if you sell." He paused, then continued, "If you hold on to it, it's normal for it to rise by 10%, 20% every year. But there probably won't be any major positive factors like the subway in the future, so it's basically impossible for it to rise rapidly." Finally, Small Ethan added, "If you have other projects to invest in later, it's most cost-effective to cash out now, but if you sell it and get the money, there's no other use for it, so it's fine to leave it. You'll have to make the decision yourself." Zhao Tingting took a bite of the greens and said thoughtfully, "Most of the money I used to buy the factory was borrowed from my dad, and a small part was saved up by myself. If I can sell it for that price and pay back my dad, I'll have nearly 8 million yuan, which is enough to make a living." She then made her decision, saying, "You're a professional. I'll listen to you. I'll find an agency to list it next week." Then, small Ethan steered the conversation toward Zhao Peng, telling Zhao Tingting about the bank loan being blocked and Zhao Peng's provocative words. Zhao Tingting frowned and thought for a while before saying, "One weekend, he came back from school, and I happened to be talking to my dad about the factory investment. I was probably too excited and couldn't control my voice. He probably heard me. That kid must have gotten someone to do something. He doesn't have the ability in Haijiu. He probably got in touch with some distant relative at the bank." After pondering for a long time, the two still couldn't figure out who was behind it all, so they could only keep it in mind for now. It seems they'll have to be even more wary of Zhao Peng in the future. The food at the farmhouse was indeed delicious. The two of them ate all the dishes. After the meal, Zhao Tingting rubbed her belly and suggested taking a walk around the neighborhood to digest. There was a path behind the yard that led to the river. Sharp-eyed old Ethan spotted several people fishing by the river with flashlights in the distance. I couldn't help but think to myself, "You guys go explore, I'll go check out that side." Small Ethan wasn't interested, so he let old Ethan go by himself and led Zhao Tingting to the other side of the riverbank. By now, it was completely dark. The two strolled along the riverside path, chatting as they went, which was quite pleasant. The two had walked a distance when suddenly 3 burly men jumped out from behind a bamboo grove. One of them held a gleaming dagger to Zhao Tingting's waist, startling her into letting out a scream. "Don't shout." The burly man's voice was hoarse, and he covered Zhao Tingting's mouth with his other hand. Instantly, a sour and foul smell rushed into her nose, making her gag repeatedly. 2 other burly men had already surrounded Small Ethan, and Small Ethan instinctively wanted to fight back. "You'd better not move, or I'll kill her," threatened the burly man behind Zhao Tingting. Small Ethan knew from the man's menacing gaze that he was no pushover. Looking at the knife with Zhao Tingting's name on it, he could only stand frozen in place. "What do you want to do?" Small Ethan asked. "Enough with the nonsense." Small Ethan immediately twisted Small Ethan's arm, while another man pulled out a thick rope and tied his hands behind his back, binding them tightly. As expected, old Ethan was not there, and Small Ethan had no idea that someone was lying in ambush. Old Ethan, in his mind, but there was no response at all. Old Ethan was engrossed in staring at the buoy on the water's surface and had no idea of the strange thing happening in the distance. Seeing that Small Ethan was already securely tied up, one of the burly men punched him in the stomach. He winced in pain and bent over. "Don't hit me in the face. I make a living with my looks." At this moment, Small Ethan couldn't resist making a joke, and then continued. "You gentlemen are only after money. Name your price, and I'll give you the money right away." None of the 3 burly men responded, but they didn't hold back either, pounding his fists on his back and waist, making him wince in pain. Finally, he was pinned to the ground and kicked several times, and then his feet were tied up. Small Ethan felt like several of his ribs had been broken, but thankfully the others didn't actually hit him in the face. Zhao Tingting turned pale with fright and tried to call for help, but the burly man kept covering her mouth, so she could only make woo-woo sounds. Several people pushed Zhao Tingting and dragged Small Ethan to the side of the road like luggage, then stuffed them into the trunk of an unlicensed Santana. The trunk was stuffy and dark, and Small Ethan and Zhao Tingting huddled together, their faces pressed together. Zhao Tingting was trembling all over, gripping Small Ethan's arm tightly, her palms sweaty. Her voice trembled with tears as she said, "What should we do? Who are they?" Small Ethan was in pain all over his body, gritting his teeth. The faint jasmine scent emanating from Zhao Tingting beside him calmed him down quite a bit. His voice was calm and steady as he said, "Don't panic, let's see what they're up to first." Old Ethan, in his head a few more times, but there was still no response. It wasn't until the car had driven away for a while that old Ethan's voice suddenly rang in my mind. "What happened? How did they pull me back so suddenly?" Small Ethan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard old Ethan's voice. Soon, Old Ethan figured out the situation and said to small Ethan in his mind, "The visitors seem to have ill intentions. We'll act according to the circumstances." He then took control of small Ethan's body, but did not struggle much. The car bumped along for nearly half an hour before stopping. The trunk was opened, and the two people were dragged out of the car. Old Ethan saw the car parked outside an abandoned factory. The factory was dark, with only a faint light shining through. Several burly men roughly dragged the two men into the factory. In the dim light, old Ethan immediately spotted Chun Lele standing in front of the two burly men, and Zhao Peng huddled to the side. When Zhao Peng saw Zhao Tingting, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly backed away, asking, "Sister, what's she doing here?" Chun Lele kicked Zhao Peng and grinned maliciously. "What's the panic? So she's your sister. That's perfect. I'll take care of her for you later, and then all the family assets will be yours." Solve. Zhao Peng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. "Brother Lei, didn't we agree to deal with Ethan, beat him up, and then break both his legs? What do you mean by resolving now?" "Waste." Chun Lele slapped Zhao Peng across the face and said viciously, "Weren't you pretty arrogant when you begged me to mess with Ethan? Get out of here." Zhao Peng dared not speak again. He was held by the arm by a burly man and could not move. He could only watch helplessly. Chun Lele turned to look at old Ethan, spat, and yelled at the top of his lungs. "Ethan, you think you're so capable? I heard you've made a lot of money lately, but today I'll show you whose territory Haijo is." Old Ethan didn't refute or make a sound. He simply lay quietly on the concrete floor. That old Ethan remained silent. Chun Lele figured he must be terrified, so he stopped yelling. At this moment, his gaze fell on Zhao Tingting, and his eyes instantly turned lecherous. "Ethan, putting everything else aside, you pretty boy, the girls around you are all quite good-looking." At this moment, he turned back and raised an eyebrow at Zhao Peng, saying, "Zhao Peng, your sister looks much better than you." As he spoke, he walked towards Zhao Tingting, untying his belt as he went. "Don't come any closer. Help!" As he slowly approached, Zhao Tingting screamed, "Go ahead and shout. No one will come to save you even if you scream your lungs out." Chun Lele continued to approach her lecherously, his hands moving in cahoots with his body as he made obscene gestures. He walked up to the two men, looked down arrogantly at old Ethan lying on the ground, and said, "Ethan, I'll let you watch an exciting live broadcast before I die. Consider it my way of seeing you off in the end." After saying that, he reached out to touch Zhao Tingting's face. "Don't touch her," old Ethan shouted, and the ropes binding his hands and feet were no match for his strength, snapping instantly. The moment Chun Lele's hand touched Zhao Tingting's hair, it was grabbed by old Ethan. He didn't even see old Ethan's action clearly. Old Ethan didn't hold back either, and with a strong twist, Chun Lele screamed and fell to his knees. Looking at Chun Lele kneeling, old Ethan said in a cold voice, "I want to see whose territory Haijo really is." Chapter 60. Who else? A light drizzle was falling outside an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Haijo. Inside the factory, Chun Lele, whose wrist had been broken, lay on the ground screaming in agony. The burly men he brought immediately surrounded him, and one of them hurriedly helped Chun Lele, who was lying on the ground, back up. The rest of them grabbed their weapons and charged at old Ethan. The burly man at the front raised an iron bar and smashed it down on his head. Old Ethan reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side, the iron rod grazing his body as it hit the concrete ground. Old Ethan immediately grabbed his wrist and pushed him against the wall. The burly man slammed his head against the wall with a thud, instantly cracking his skull open. Seeing this, another burly man on the left swung his fist and swung it at old Ethan's face. Old Ethan didn't dodge. He raised his hand to block Ethan's arm and then slammed his knee into Ethan's stomach. The burly man groaned, clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, and began to dry heave. At that moment, the burly man who had been holding Zhao Tingting earlier crept up behind old Ethan, ready to make his move. Old Ethan had already seen it, and seizing the opportunity, he threw a backhand punch that landed squarely on the burly man's chin. The burly man covered his mouth and fell to the ground, spitting out 2 teeth covered in blood bubbles. Seeing his companions fall one by one, the last burly man pulled out a switchblade and lunged at old Ethan with bloodshot eyes. "Watch out. There's a knife." Zhao Tingting couldn't help but shout. Old Ethan sidestepped the blade, reached out and grabbed the hand holding the knife handle, and with a forceful pull, the knife clattered to the ground. Old Ethan grabbed the burly man's hand and twisted it again. With a crack, the man's arm went limp. He knelt on the ground and could never get up again. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 burly men were lying on the ground groaning, none of them able to get up. Old Ethan dusted himself off and looked at Chun Lele, who was still being supported, with a cold gaze. Then, drawing out each word slowly and deliberately, he roared, "Who else is there?" Seeing the situation was turning bad, Chun Lele quickly retreated, then pulled a dagger from his pocket and held it against Zhao Peng's neck. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill him." Old Ethan stopped in his tracks. No matter how much of a scoundrel Zhao Peng was, he was still Zhao Tingting's younger brother. Although the two didn't get along, they couldn't just stand by and watch him get into trouble. Chun Lele, holding a knife, dragged Zhao Peng back towards the back door of the factory. The burly man who hadn't fallen down quickly stepped forward and helped the others lying on the ground to their feet. The group of people then helped each other walk out. "Ethan, you've really got it today. This isn't over." Chun Lele uttered a harsh remark, and the group quickly disappeared into the night. Old Ethan ignored them and quickly went to Zhao Tingting's side to help her up. After the ropes binding Zhao Tingting were untied, her legs went weak, and she threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably, her whole body still trembling. "I was so scared. When he tried to tear my clothes, I thought, it's all right, it's all right." Old Ethan patted her back and could feel that her tears had soaked her clothes. "Thank goodness you were here." As Zhao Tingting cried in his arms, old Ethan hugged her even tighter. After a long while, feeling the boy's warm body temperature, Zhao Tingting slowly calmed down. She looked up at old Ethan and said softly, "Ethan, thank you for protecting me." He saw that her makeup was ruined by sweat and tears, but it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Unable to resist, he gently touched Zhao Tingting's forehead with his lips and said, "This is all my fault." Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't let go. Instead, she buried her head in his chest again and whispered, "He is my brother after all, so I also have a responsibility." The two hugged for a long time. During this time, old Ethan discovered that his injuries healed exceptionally quickly, which he believed was related to his increasingly strong soul state. Compared to when I first put it on, it didn't hurt as much anymore. After recovering, Zhao Tingting looked at old Ethan, her eyes red, and asked, "Should we call the police?" Old Ethan shook his head and said, "There's no evidence, and Zhao Peng is still in their hands, so he's involved in this too. Contact your dad first. He'll have a solution." Zhao Tingting nodded, then took out her phone. Her hands were still shaking, and it took her a while to dial her father's number. Over the phone, she explained what had happened, and after hanging up, her expression softened. "My dad said he would handle it, and told us to go back to the city first." Old Ethan helped Zhao Tingting out of the abandoned factory. It was still raining, and the raindrops fell on their faces, feeling icy cold. The ground was covered with gravel and mud, making it wet and slippery. Zhao Tingting, wearing high heels, stumbled after only a few steps. He noticed that her legs were still shaking uncontrollably. She must not have recovered from the shock just now, and the cold wind made her shake even more violently. "Don't force yourself, I'll carry you." Before she could refuse, old Ethan half squatted down and steadily supported the back of her legs. Zhao Tingting hesitated for a moment, then gently leaned on his back and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pressed her cheek against his warm nape and said in a slightly apologetic voice, "Thank you so much. Are you all right?" Old Ethan shook his head, then stood up with her on his back, adjusted his position to make her more comfortable lying down, and then walked forward in the right direction. He could clearly feel the softness of her chest against his back and the faint scent of jasmine perfume on her body. Her warm breath gently brushed against his ear, making old Ethan feel a tingling sensation in his heart. Neither of them spoke, and they walked silently in the rain. He even secretly hoped that the road would be longer. After walking for almost an hour, stumbling along the muddy roads, I finally managed to flag down a taxi on the roadside. When they got on the bus, their hair and clothes were almost soaked, and they were quite cold. Old Ethan got in the car and settled in. He very unkindly turned his body back to the car, leaving small Ethan to freeze the whole way. The taxi went directly to the hotel where Zhao Tingting was staying. Luckily, it was very close. Once inside the room, Zhao Tingting first found a clean bathrobe for small Ethan to change into, then took her pajamas into the bathroom. After they both finished taking hot showers, the chill on their bodies finally dissipated a bit, and the room was warm and cozy with the air conditioning on. At this moment, small Ethan was shirtless. Zhao Tingting noticed that he looked tall and thin, but after taking off his clothes, she discovered that his muscles were particularly firm. There were no visible signs of injury on his body at this point, not even any redness or swelling. Zhao Tingting asked in surprise, "I think they hit pretty hard. So why do you seem to be completely unharmed?" Small Ethan scratched his head and quickly replied perfunctorily, "I always avoid it. Besides, my dad beat me so much when I was a kid that I'm tough and can take a beating." As he spoke, he grabbed his clothes and started putting them on. At this moment, Zhao Tingting sat on the edge of the bed and softly spoke, I'm a little scared. Could you stay with me tonight?" Then he added, "I'm going back to Songshan tomorrow." Small Ethan glanced at his phone. It was almost 1 a.m., and he couldn't go back to his dorm. He nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll sleep on the floor." He found 2 bath towels and spread them on the carpet next to the bed. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard Zhao Tingting suddenly laugh. Small Ethan paused for a moment, then asked her what she was laughing at. She said, "Do you remember that joke about worse than animals? Does this count?" Small Ethan smiled too, his earlier tension instantly easing considerably. Zhao Tingting sat cross-legged on the bed and said in a soft voice, "Ethan, you're amazing. You wouldn't have been caught if it weren't for me." Small Ethan had just sat down when he heard this. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "It's all right. I practiced martial arts for a while when I was a kid. It's not just about skills." Zhao Tingting moved forward slightly and continued earnestly, "Your investment acumen, judgment, professionalism, and composure under pressure are all exceptional." Small Ethan lowered his head and smiled modestly, saying, "I just got lucky recently and caught this opportunity. Anyone else might have succeeded." The two lay on the carpet and on the bed, chatting casually. Before long, Zhao Tingting spoke less and less, and her voice became softer and softer. Small Ethan, who was lying on his side, thought she was about to fall asleep, but suddenly heard her get out of bed. He felt a warmth on his back. Zhao Tingting was gently hugging him from behind, her cheek pressed against his back, her body pressed against his back. She wasn't holding me very tightly, but there was a clear sense of dependence in her embrace. Small Ethan froze, too afraid to move, feeling the full softness beneath her thin nightgown against his back. His heart was pounding wildly, and his breathing became rapid. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around and saw that Zhao Tingting's eyes were closed, with tear stains still clinging to her long eyelashes. By this time, her breathing had become even. She was probably scared and tired all night, and she was able to fall asleep peacefully by leaning on him. Small Ethan's heart softened, and he waited until she was completely asleep before carefully carrying her back to bed. He lay down next to her, gently putting his arm around her shoulder to make her more comfortable. The room was quiet, with only the sound of the two people breathing softly. Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the beautiful woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. Tonight's events have brought the two of them even closer. What happened next was what Zhao Tingting told Small Ethan. After Chunlele left, he didn't make things difficult for Zhao Peng. He gave him a few warnings and then let him go. Because Zhao Peng was also involved in the kidnapping, the Zhao family couldn't call the police and didn't want to air their dirty laundry in public. This time, Zhao Peng was quite frightened, and not long after, his father transferred him back to the university in Songshan. It seems that for a long time to come, he will be confined to his family's watchful eyes and will never be able to cause any more trouble. But there's also Chunlele. Given his vengeful nature, he definitely won't let this go easily. Chapter 61 Sister, what brings you here? On Friday, December 19th, some mountainous areas surrounding Haizhou City had already experienced their first snowfall of the winter, and the weather was bitterly cold. After the last class of the afternoon, it was already getting dark. Small Ethan was walking towards the dormitory gate with his backpack on. The Christmas decorations at the dormitory supermarket had just been put up, and the red and green lights were so dazzling they made people dizzy. Small Ethan stepped into the dormitory building. His phone vibrated. It was Yang Shuang calling. "Hey sis, what brings you to call me now?" Small Ethan answered the phone and walked upstairs while talking. "Ethan, what are you doing?" Yang Shuang's voice carried a hint of wind, sounding a little ethereal. "Just got to the dorm, about to go to the cafeteria for dinner," Small Ethan said, opening the dorm door and sitting down in a chair. "What a coincidence. Let's have dinner together then," Yang Shuang said with a smile. Small Ethan stood up instantly, his voice rising. "What? You've come to Haijo. What else can I do? I'm right here at your school gate." Yang Shuang laughed and continued. "Come out quickly. I'm freezing." After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan grabbed his coat and ran towards the school gate. If he weren't afraid of being discovered by people at school, he could run at the speed of a world champion. As we approached the school gate, we could see Yang Shuang standing hunched over by the gatekeeper, wearing a light brown trench coat, vigorously rubbing her hands together and breathing warm air into them. The jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from Small Ethan, was swaying gently, while two bulging canvas bags sat side by side at her feet. When Yang Shuang saw him running over, her eyes lit up, and she raised her hand to wave at him, shouting, "Here it is." Small Ethan ran up to her. Yang Shuang opened her arms and hugged him, ignoring all the students around them, still as hot and direct as ever. Small Ethan tightly, and whispered in his ear, "Ethan, I missed you, so I came to see you." Small Ethan hugged her tightly, feeling a warm glow in his heart as he smelled the familiar scent of magnolia blossoms emanating from her. After a long while, he patted her on the back and said, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand that it was so cold, so I could have come to pick you up? I'll give you a surprise." Yang Shuang let go of her hand, pointed to the bag at her feet, and said, "These are all local specialties I brought for you. Yak jerky, pickled bamboo shoots, and wild honey from Lilong. You can use them to make tea or other beverages." Small Ethan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her smiling eyes. He carried the two large bags to the guard post for safekeeping, and when he turned around, he saw Yang Shuang still rubbing her arms. He walked over, frowned, and asked, "Sis, it's the middle of winter. Why are you wearing so little? This is already the thickest coat I've ever worn." Yang Shuang stuck out her tongue, her voice still trembling. "Winters are never this cold where I live. This is the first time I've ever left Lilong." Small Ethan didn't say much, just grabbed her hand, hailed a taxi, and headed to the nearby shopping mall. "Let's buy a down jacket first, otherwise we'll catch a cold, and the bar won't be able to stay busy." Yang Shuang immediately declined, saying, "No need, no need. I'll only be staying for 2 days. I won't be able to wear it when I get back. You can wear it when you come to Haijo after you buy it." Hearing Small Ethan say this, Yang Shuang smiled and didn't say anything more. Small Ethan took her to the Haijo building, pulled her directly into a brand clothing store, picked out a beige long-down jacket, and had her try it on. Yang Shuang wore it, which reached just to her knees. The zipper was zipped up to the top, revealing a fluffy collar that looked very soft. After paying, Small Ethan folded her original trench coat and stuffed it into her shopping bag, smiling as she said, "It should be warm now." The two arrived at a Japanese restaurant on the top floor of the Haijo building. Yang Shuang stared blankly at the menu filled with various sashimi and sighed. "My goodness, it seems like Lilong only has salmon sashimi, but here they have so many kinds. I've never tried any of them." Small Ethan smiled and ordered a sashimi platter first, then 6 sea urchins, followed by tempura and udon noodles. After the platter was served, Small Ethan picked up a piece of bluefin tuna for her and said, "Would you like to try this with some wasabi?" Yang Shuang was also eating it for the first time. She dipped it in too much wasabi, took a big bite, and her eyes and nose started running from the spiciness. He quickly took a big gulp of yogurt, which made Small Ethan laugh so hard he bent over. After a moment's pause, she said with a self-deprecating laugh, "I'm just a country girl. I really can't get used to the fancy food in the city." Small Ethan didn't reply, but scooped her another spoonful of sea urchin. At the dinner table, small Ethan asked, "Sis, since you've come all this way, why don't you stay a few more days before going back?" Yang Shuang shook her head and said, "No, I have to go back on Sunday afternoon. Next week is Christmas, followed by New Year's Day. The bar is very busy during this period, and we have to organize events, so I have to go back and keep an eye on things. That's how business is, you can't leave." Small Ethan thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, then I'll take you around Haijiu tomorrow." After dinner, Yang Shuang said she wanted to see what bars in Haijiu were like, so small Ethan messaged Fong Di to ask where to go. Since it was still early, the two first went to Shishan Lake, the most famous lake in Haijiu. Along the lakeside benches and walkways, there were couples sitting side by side. Yang Shuang had only taken a few steps when she naturally reached out and took small Ethan's arm, gently resting her head on his shoulder. He inhaled the faint fragrance of magnolia blossoms emanating from her, feeling a warmth in his heart as he fully enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. The two strolled along the lake for almost 2 hours, and around 10 p.m., they headed towards the bar street by the lake. Small Ethan took out his phone, checked the address Fong Di sent, and soon spotted the heavy metal-style bar. In the dimly lit bar, amidst deafening music and the heavy smell of smoke and alcohol, Yang Shuang pulled small Ethan outside after less than 10 minutes. "It's so noisy, my ears are about to explode." Small Ethan also disliked such occasions, so the two went to another quiet bar recommended by Fong Di. Upon entering, I found that this bar was somewhat similar in style to bars in Lilong, with a resident singer holding a guitar and leading a band to sing slow songs. The two went inside and found a corner to sit down. Yang Shuang had just taken a sip of her cocktail when a middle-aged drunk man from the next table suddenly swayed over. He stared at Yang Shuang and said with a smile, "Hey beautiful, let's have a drink together. This table is on me." Yang Shuang smiled and ignored him, but small Ethan immediately stood up, blocking her way, and said coldly, "Sorry, I don't need it." "What are you pretending for?" The drunkard leaned forward and said, "Kid, you're still a kid. Mind your own business." Before he could finish speaking, he stumbled and almost fell. Small Ethan reached out and helped the drunk man up, saying helplessly, "Brother, if you've had too much to drink, find a place to rest first. Don't scare people." Just then, the bar owner came over, saw what was happening, quickly pulled the drunk man away, and even went back to apologize to small Ethan. "Sorry, this guy has had too much to drink." Yang Shuang smiled and leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against small Ethan's ear as she whispered, "Little brother, you're getting more and more charismatic these days. You were really cool just now." Small Ethan sat down, rubbed her hand, and said, "It's nothing." Just then, the resident singer finished singing a song, and small Ethan suddenly stood up. "Boss, can I borrow a guitar? I want to sing a song for my friend." Holding his guitar, he stood on the small stage. Forced to perform, old Ethan strummed a few chords and sang along to "I'll Cross the Ocean to See You," a song that Yang Shuang had mentioned before. She sat below, resting her chin on her hand, looking at him with sparkling eyes. After old Ethan finished singing, she stood up and applauded enthusiastically with everyone present. Small Ethan came back. Yang Shuang handed him a glass of lemonade and said with a smile, "Listening to you sing this song is even warmer than when I heard that tourists sing it last time. This trip to Haijiu was worth the cold." Small Ethan took a sip of warm lemonade and felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her smiling eyes. Chapter 62. Have a safe trip. We'll see you again soon. It was already 1 a.m. when the two came out of the bar. Yang Shuang said she was a little hungry, and small Ethan quickly found a barbecue restaurant located deep in an alley. He ordered pork belly, grilled yellow croaker, grilled eggplant, grilled rice cakes, and also ordered 2 bottles of beer. Yang Shuang munched on a grilled chicken wing and said, "The barbecue in Haijiu tastes different from that in Lilong. We like to put how to any core data in our food." Small Ethan handed over a grilled yellow croaker and said, "Try this, you won't find this at the barbecue place in Lilong." She took a bite of the tender fish, which had a smoky, charcoal grilled aroma, and exclaimed, "So delicious." After arranging things until after 2 a.m., the two found a high-end hotel nearby and checked in. Small Ethan insisted on paying for 2 nights in advance. After washing up, the two didn't speak, but simply laid down on the same bed naturally. Small Ethan turned off the light, crawled into bed, and lay down, with a small distance between them. After a moment of silence, in the darkness, young Shuaing, wrapped in a blanket, said, "I didn't expect the winters here to be so cold, much colder than Lilong." After saying that, she moved closer to small Ethan. Yang Shuaing rested her head on his chest, wrapped one arm around his neck, and snuggled close to him, boldly saying, "Let me hold you and keep you warm." Small Ethan instantly felt her warm body temperature, smooth and fair skin, and soft, firm curves. He looked down and saw that Yang Shuaing's eyes were still shining in the darkness. At that moment, he stopped thinking and held her tightly in his arms, lowering his head to kiss her, feeling her warmth on his lips. When the two woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Small Ethan took her to eat duck blood vermicelli soup, a specialty of Haijiu. Yang Shuaing even drank most of the soup and praised it. Even fresher than rice noodles from southern Yunnan. In the afternoon, the two visited several scenic spots. Yang Shuaing kept taking pictures with her digital camera, sometimes of willow trees, sometimes of the lake. Small Ethan followed behind, carrying her bag and occasionally taking a few pictures of her. They didn't go anywhere else that night. After having dinner at the hotel, the two of them stayed in their room. Yang Shuaing leaned on small Ethan's shoulder while watching the movie, occasionally making a few comments about the plot, just like a young couple, quiet and down to earth. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she got up, took a bank card out of her bag, handed it over, and said, "The bar is making enough money now. You can take back the 200,000 you left over. You probably won't need it anymore." Small Ethan raised his hand and pushed it back, his tone quite firm. "You can leave it here for now. I don't need the money urgently." Yang Shuaing paused for 2 seconds, then didn't say anything more and casually stuffed the card back into her bag. She sat back down next to small Ethan, leaning gently against him, her voice soft. "How's your girlfriend abroad doing lately?" Small Ethan paused for a moment, then didn't hide anything and briefly recounted his past and present relationship with Li Sahan. Yang Shuaing listened attentively without interrupting, and only spoke softly after he finished. "This girl is really nice. You should treat her well." Small Ethan nodded silently, and as he turned his head, he saw a few tears glistening in the corner of her eyes. He reached out and gently brushed her eye with his fingers, asking softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she said softly, with a hint of melancholy. "I just feel that I wish I had met you sooner." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Shuaing leaned forward and gently pressed him against the back of the sofa. She leaned down and nibbled on small Ethan's earlobe, sighing softly. "Ethan, I don't know when we'll see each other again." Small Ethan reached out a hand and stroked her back, skillfully unfastening the clasp. Hearing her increasingly rapid breathing beside his ear, his hands never stopped moving. Then, small Ethan rolled over and pinned her down, their bodies intertwined. Perhaps because they would be parting ways the next day, Yang Shuaing took the initiative a second time that night in the bathtub. Back on that comfortable bed, she asked for it a third time. On Sunday noon, small Ethan took Yang Shuaing to the train station. He first took her to a dumpling restaurant. "Tomorrow is the winter solstice. Let's celebrate it a little early," small Ethan said, squeezing her hand. "We don't eat dumplings on the winter solstice where I'm from, but since we're here, we'll do as the locals do," Yang Shuaing said with a smile. Upon reaching the entrance to the waiting hall, Yang Shuaing hugged him, kissed him on the cheek, and said, "I'm leaving now. Remember to miss your sister." After passing through the security checkpoint, she turned back and waved to small Ethan. Small Ethan watched Yang Shuaing's figure disappear into the distance, raised his hand to touch his cheek, and felt an indescribable reluctance in his heart. "All right, you Casanova, stop being so sentimental. I reckon we'll see each other again soon." Old Ethan's teasing voice echoed in my mind. Small Ethan scratched his head, confused. "Godfather? What?" "A large-scale flu outbreak is expected in China in the first quarter of next year." Old Ethan recalled. "I remember the preventative medicine that was all the rage back then was made from ingredients called St. John's wort and Isatis indigotica, both mainly produced in southern Yunnan. We had to go there in January to stock up, and while we were at it. The flu? Is it serious? Small Ethan was taken aback and quickly interrupted, mainly because the previous SARS outbreak had been so severe that he panicked at the mention of flu. This time it's bird flu, which doesn't cause much harm to humans, but the psychological trauma left by SARS is too great. Old Ethan paused, then continued. The internet isn't as developed now, so when the news gets out of control, people will panic and hoard medicine, which is just unnecessary anxiety. Old Ethan thought to himself. In retrospect, this wave of drug hoarding was nothing short of a stupidity tax. But to let go of a money-making opportunity is something that's purely intellectually questionable. It's good that it's not serious. Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Then that means it won't be long before we see her again." He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a text message. "Sister, have a safe trip. We'll see each other again soon." When Yang Shuang saw the text message, she had just found her seat. Thinking he was overwhelmed with sadness at parting, she quickly replied, "Little brother, study hard, and I'll come to Haijo to see you whenever I have time." Small Ethan smiled as he read the text message. As he put his phone away, he thought of the blue skies and white clouds of southern Yunnan, and the stream in front of the bar, and those eyes that crinkle when they smile. Chapter 63 Time Management Master. On the winter solstice, it rained and snowed in Haijo, and the damp and cold weather made people's bones ache. At lunchtime, Small Ethan invited Liang to eat dumplings on the second floor of the cafeteria. The cafeteria was filled with the aroma of dumplings filled with chives and cabbage. Liang picked up a few shrimp dumplings from her bowl and gave them to him, saying, "These dumplings taste great, you should try them." The two chatted about their final exam preparation while eating, and Liang even handed over her keynotes for jurisprudence, saying, "Look, there are even more test points than in the college entrance examination. I'm starting to doubt whether I chose the wrong major." After class in the evening, Small Ethan and Wang Runin shared an umbrella, snuggling close together, and went to a dumpling restaurant near the school gate. Wang Runin was wearing a beige down jacket. Her face was red from the cold, and she looked very cute. After they ordered and sat down, she said to Small Ethan, "After New Year's Day, I will start my formal internship at my dad's company. However, the day after tomorrow, I will have to go to a nearby hot spring hotel to oversee the Christmas activities, which is a way of getting involved in the company's affairs in advance." Small Ethan handed her the hot soy milk and asked, "That's fast. Does that mean it's like starting work now?" She stirred the dumplings in her bowl and suddenly said with a touch of sadness, "Yes, I'll be going back to school less often in the future." Small Ethan's leg under the table with her knee. He didn't dodge, and their legs were pressed together. Wang Runin's cheeks quietly turned red. "I just finished eating dumplings when Yang Shuang's text message came in. Little brother, the dumplings on the train are really bad. I missed the delicious dumplings I had yesterday." Small Ethan smiled and replied, "Even the best dumplings get cloying if you eat too many." After evening self-study, Small Ethan saw that it was still early, so he informed Xin Yan and then ran to her rented room. As soon as the door opened, the aroma of dumplings filled the air. Xin Yan, wearing a floral apron, was scooping dumplings out of the pot. She then brought a plate of dumplings to the table, saying, "They're freshly cooked. Try them. I made them myself." The two sat at a small dining table. Xin Yan watched Small Ethan eat happily and smiled, revealing her two little tiger teeth. She glanced at the sleet falling outside the window, her face slightly flushed, and asked Small Ethan, "Is it raining harder outside? Are you staying overnight?" Small Ethan, biting into a dumpling, said, "I reckon they'll be checking dorm rooms today. I came on Christmas Eve, and I heard they don't check that day." She smiled and nodded, then added a spoonful of chili oil to his dipping sauce. Back in his dorm room, Small Ethan turned on his computer and logged into his email. Lee Sahan's email popped up. The attached photo shows Lee Sahan holding a plate of dumplings, with half a dumpling still stuck in her fork. The email read, "I made dumplings with my roommates. They were a bit ugly, and two even broke while cooking, but at least we got to eat dumplings. Did you eat dumplings today?" Small Ethan replied with a smile, "I've eaten. When you come back, I'll take you to the best dumpling restaurant in Haijo." Old Ethan was also joking in his mind at this moment. "Not only did you eat it, you ate it 3 times, and you finished all the fillings. You didn't throw up, but I did. Then he added, but your timing is really well coordinated. You're a true master of time management. Christmas Eve was just a day away, and Christmas trees were set up and decorated with various colorful lights in front of major shopping malls in Haijiu. Having no classes in the afternoon, small Ethan went to the Haijiu building alone and chose a women's watch from the Cartier Tank series at the Cartier boutique. I had arranged to have dinner with Shun Yin at her rented apartment that evening. As soon as I entered, I smelled the aroma of braised pork wafting from the room. On the small dining table was a large plate of braised pork and a plate of green vegetables. Just then, she brought out a plate of cola chicken wings from the kitchen and said, "These are all home-style dishes. Try these chicken wings and see if they're sweet." The two chatted as they ate, and Shun Yin said, "The two houses you bought before will be handed over at the end of the month. I went to check them again these past 2 days, and there are basically no problems." Small Ethan picked up a piece of pork rib for her and said, "You've worked so hard these past 6 months, running around doing everything for me." "It's okay, I did it voluntarily," Shun Yin said with a smile. She paused, then sighed and said, "After this handover is finished, I'll have to leave the company." At that moment, small Ethan handed over an exquisite box and said, "Only with an end can there be a new beginning. We will all have a bright future. Here, take this, it's for you." Shun Yin paused, slowly reached out, and took the watch box. Her eyes lit up when she opened it, and she said, "This is too valuable." Small Ethan held her hand and said, "It's impolite to return Christmas and New Year's gifts." She looked down and touched the watch face, her eyes slightly red. After dinner, small Ethan was lounging on the sofa, lost in thought. Shun Yin, having finished tidying up the kitchen, took a dark gray scarf from a box. She walked over, put the scarf around small Ethan's neck to try it on, and exclaimed, "It fits perfectly, you look really handsome in it." Small Ethan scratched his head, touching the Burberry scarf, feeling a soft warmth in his heart. He turned to look at Shun Yin beside him and found that Xiao Huya had closed his eyes and was slightly raising his head. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately without saying a word, feeling her warm, moist lips. Shun Yin's face flushed red, and she breathed softly, her mind filled with only the thought of this boy beside her forever. The wonderful Christmas Eve ended as the two tirelessly took from and catered to each other. The weather was sunny on Christmas Day. In the evening, small Ethan took Li Ying to a Japanese restaurant in the city center. The two were stunned when they arrived at the door. The aisle was completely blocked by people queuing for food. "I didn't expect so many people," Li Ying exclaimed. "These Western holidays are even more lively than our spring festival." "Then let's wait. We have nothing else to do anyway." Small Ethan wasn't in a hurry, and the two of them stood at the door. At that moment, small Ethan grabbed a red ribbon from a Christmas tree that was over 3 meters tall nearby and said to her, "Since we have to wait anyway, I'll show you a little magic trick." Li Ying raised an eyebrow, looking incredulous, and said, "You can do magic tricks? I've never heard you say that before." "It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning, just something to pass the time." Small Ethan walked behind her, wrapped a red ribbon around her neck, and then gently made a loose loop. "Don't blink." He stood in front of Li Ying, gently covering the red ribbon with his hands, his fingers still able to feel the warmth of her neck. I heard old Ethan whisper in my mind, "All done." Small Ethan slowly moved his hand away and whispered, "Now magic happens." Li Ying was surprised to find that the red ribbon around her neck had disappeared. Instead, she wore a glittering gold necklace, Bulgari's famous B.01 necklace. The spiral pattern on the B.01 series is particularly bright under the light. It's the same one she pointed out to small Ethan in the magazine last time. Her eyes widened instantly, and she quickly covered her neck with her hands, her voice filled with unease and panic. This is too valuable. I can't accept it." "It's already around your neck. There's no reason to take it back." Small Ethan took half a step back, smiled, and waved his empty hand, saying, "It's a Christmas and New Year's gift, nothing more, just accept it." Just as Li Ying was about to say something more, she heard the waiter holding up a number and shouting, "Number 40, you two please come in." Small Ethan quickly grabbed her wrist and led her into the store. Li Ying was led by him, her other hand still touching the pendant of the necklace. He muttered to himself, "This is too much of a waste. It won't cost you anything." The two took their seats, and small Ethan pulled out a chair for her, continuing, "You look good in it, so it's worth it." Li Ying's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and fiddled with the necklace, a smile curving her lips. Suddenly, she pulled a red apple from her pocket and handed it to small Ethan, saying, "I didn't prepare anything special. I was planning to give you this apple yesterday. Merry Christmas, Ethan." Small Ethan took the apple, still warm from Li Ying's body, took a big bite, and said with a smile, "So sweet." The two thoroughly enjoyed their Christmas dinner at the Japanese restaurant. For the first time ever, Li Ying drank a cup of sake. When she put the cup down, her cheeks were flushed and hot, making her look quite adorable. On the bus back to school, the two sat side by side in the last row. Li Ying gently rested her head on his shoulder, and the two remained silent the whole way. She hooked her fingers around his warm, large hand and held it tightly all the way. When they arrived at the school, there were still more than 2 hours before the dormitory closed, so the two of them held hands and went for a walk around the artificial lake. The wind by the lake was even colder, so Li Ying quickly wrapped her scarf tighter until the tip of her nose turned red from the cold. Small Ethan quickly opened his thick black cotton-padded coat, pulled her into his arms, and wrapped the two of them together in the coat. "It's time to go back. Don't get cold, or you'll catch a cold." Li Ying, huddled in her cotton-padded coat, looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, slightly tipsy. Suddenly she tiptoed, leaned in, and gently touched his lips to the corner of his mouth. Small Ethan raised his hand to support the back of her head, and with his other hand stroked her warm cheek, slowly returning the kiss. Li Ying's first kiss was extremely awkward, but she kept following his rhythm and gradually got into the swing of things. During the 5-minute-long wet kiss, small Ethan could even taste the lingering sake flavor in her mouth, which was also a little sweet. Back in his dorm room, small Ethan took off his down jacket, turned on his computer, and received an e-card from Lee Se-han. The image was of a kiwi bird in Auckland, and it read, "Merry Christmas, Ethan." Small Ethan also found a Christmas tree greeting card in the templates and replied, "Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to Se-han. We're waiting for you to come back." After pressing the send button, he picked up his phone again and sent Christmas greetings to Wang Runan, Shen Yin, and Yang Shuai. Then, he put away his phone, took out his textbooks from his bag, and began preparing for the final exams in 2 weeks. Chapter 64: Soaking in a private hot spring and watching the snow scene. At noon on the 26th, it started snowing heavily again outside, and small Ethan was eating his lunch in the school cafeteria. Wang Runan's call came in, and small Ethan could hear the excitement in her voice. "Ethan, the hotel's Christmas event was a huge success. My dad praised me for being so capable." She paused, then continued. "This morning he gave me a new assignment, to research the best way to plan the second phase of the hotel's land use. Tomorrow is Saturday. Could you come and give me some advice if you're free?" Small Ethan thought this was a good opportunity to put his skills into practice, so he readily agreed. Early Saturday morning, the snow had lessened, and small Ethan went out with an umbrella. After changing buses twice, I finally got on the minibus to the resort hotel. The minibus wound its way along the mountain roads on the outskirts of the city for almost 2 hours, and the snow outside the window gradually intensified. By the time we arrived at the hotel, it was almost noon, and the snow was falling even more heavily, leaving a thin layer of snow on the ground. Wang Runan was already waiting in the hotel lobby, still wearing that light pink down jacket. When she saw small Ethan come in, she quickly went to greet him and said sweetly, "You've finally arrived. Is it colder up in the mountains? Let's have a bowl of noodles to warm up." As she spoke, she led him to a restaurant, and they ate a bowl of hot soup noodles. After finishing their meal, the two walked behind the hotel with umbrellas to see the undeveloped plot of land in the second phase of the project. Wang Runan led small Ethan to a high point to look down. Small Ethan discovered that the second phase of the site was quite large, stretching along the mountainside, and was some distance from the ski resort, making it relatively quiet overall. Wang Runan pointed to the ski resort in the distance and said, "It snows in these mountains every winter, and the ski resorts are packed with people every year, especially on weekends." Small Ethan walked around the plot of land, talking to old Ethan in his mind as he went. Reaching another high point, he turned to Wang Runin and said, "We'll build a batch of small, detached goose houses here. They don't need to be large, but they'll have indoor hot spring baths and outdoor swimming pools. The main feature will be private detached villas in the mountains plus private hot spring baths, which will definitely work." Wang Runin frowned, somewhat hesitant. "Do we really need to go for something this high-end? Won't the occupancy rate be low?" Old Ethan thought to himself, "You don't know. In my previous life, this hotel villa was so popular that even with the price tripled during the Chinese New Year, it was impossible to book. Many bosses booked it for the whole year, so there was no need to worry. But of course, that's not how it works, so Small Ethan could only patiently explain. Our Dragon Kingdom has laid a solid economic foundation in recent years, and it will definitely take off in a few years. When that time comes, everyone will have money in their hands and will be willing to come to places like this to enjoy themselves, and there will be even more wealthy people." He rubbed his hands together and continued, "Look at the hotel's main building and hot spring area now. They are enough to satisfy the average guest, but they lack the private environment that high-end guests need. If the second phase is developed into a private accommodation area, it will be perfect for attracting these people. This type of hotel is currently a market gap." Small Ethan thought for a moment and then explained, "Phase 2 can also share the amenities of Phase 1. Over time, the prices of the main hotel will also increase." Finally, he added, "You don't need to overthink this. Just ask your dad if it's done like this. Would he be willing to come and stay? Would his friends in his circle be willing to come and stay? That will tell you whether it's feasible or not." Upon hearing this, Wang Runin's eyes lit up immediately, and she exclaimed, "Now that you mention it, it really seems feasible." Small Ethan pointed to 2 parking lots in the distance, filled with parked cars. "Just look at the cars parked in the parking lot. Most of them are luxury cars. Don't doubt their spending power." Wang Runin looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw many familiar car models. Now she had no more worries and nodded. "Okay, I'll bring up this suggestion with my dad later." The two returned to the conference room and reviewed the plan again with the blueprints. Wang Runin's notebook was already filled with several pages of notes. "After finishing my business, it was almost evening, and the sky was already getting dark. Wang Runin suddenly said, "You've had a tiring afternoon. How about I take you to the hotel's outdoor hot spring to relax?" Small Ethan had never been to a hot spring before, so when Wang Runin suggested it, he naturally didn't refuse. He went back to his room to get a change of clothes, and then followed Wang Runin toward the hot spring area. The snow fell even more heavily than before, and the two chose a secluded corner of the hot spring. The water in the hot spring was steaming, and the snowflakes that fell on the edge of the pool melted instantly. Small Ethan took off his bathrobe and jumped into the water, which was warmer than he had expected. As soon as he immersed himself in the water, he felt the chill on his body dissipate instantly. Wang Runin stood by the pool, a little shy, and after a while, she slowly took off her bathrobe. The light pink one-piece swimsuit under the bathrobe accentuated her perfect figure. She didn't dare look up at Small Ethan, and slowly walked down the slope until the hot water reached her waist. Small Ethan looked at her upper body on the water's surface. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either, and the proportions were perfect. She sat down next to Small Ethan, their bare arms lightly touching, but neither of them moved away. "The temperature of this hot spring is just right. It's more comfortable than having the heating on." Wang Runin spoke first, and Small Ethan responded with a hum. She sank her body down a little, until only her head was above the water, and said softly, "Internships are really different from school. There are still many things I don't understand. The other day I was taking meeting minutes, and I missed several key points. I feel like I can't use what I've learned." Small Ethan turned to look at her, and noticed a large snowflake on the tip of her hair. He quickly reached out to wipe it off for her, his movements as natural as if it were a habit, and comforted her. "It's always like this at the beginning. There's a process involved in going from 0 to 1. Wang Runin looked up at Small Ethan, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance, and said, "My dad always says that girls are too emotional in the real estate industry, and not as decisive as boys. He's afraid I won't do a good job. Being emotional is not a flaw." Small Ethan shook his head firmly, nudged her lightly with his shoulder, and said with a smile, "The real estate market will definitely develop rapidly in the next 10 years or so. By then, there will be similar houses everywhere, and the competition will be about who can win people's hearts." He pointed to the surrounding snowscape and continued, "For example, the hot spring villas we just discussed. If it didn't offer that feeling of soaking in a private hot spring while watching the snow fall, why would wealthy people choose this place?" Looking at small Ethan, Wang Runen's eyes filled with admiration, and she exclaimed, "Ethan, you not only know a lot, but you also seem to be able to see the future. With you saying that, I feel much more at ease." As they were talking, small Ethan suddenly felt his hand being gently tugged underwater. He turned his head and saw that Wang Runen's face was already flushed, and her fingers slowly grasped his hand. Small Ethan's heart softened, and he gently squeezed her hand in return. Neither of them spoke, their arms gently touching, feeling each other's body temperature. Watching the snowflakes fall all around, the air filled with the faint fragrance of gardenias emanating from her, created a unique and delightful atmosphere. Chapter 65. There seems to be a hand on your shoulder. After soaking in the hot springs, small Ethan changed his clothes and waited for Wang Runen at the entrance of the changing room. After a while, Wang Runen came out with a cup of ginger tea, her face still flushed. She walked up to small Ethan, held the glass to his lips, and said in a soft voice, "Want to try some? If you like it, I'll get you another cup. I added brown sugar to this one. Drinking some will help prevent you from catching a cold." Small Ethan didn't reach out to take it, but instead took a sip from her hand. He smiled and said, "It tastes good, but one sip is enough. I've never really been able to accept the taste of ginger." Wang Runen said, "Oh," blushed, and took the cup back. She stopped looking at small Ethan, lowered her head, and sipped her food slowly, her lips still warm from his touch. After dinner, with the heating on full blast in the room, small Ethan nestled in the sofa chair and read The Haunted Village. The plot on the screen was reaching a tense moment, and the background sound effects sent chills down one's spine. With a click, the door opened, and Wang Runen suddenly pushed it open and came in. Startled, his hand trembled violently, and the mineral water bottle fell to the ground. Seeing small Ethan like this, she walked over and leaned closer to the screen, a sly glint in her eyes. "What are you looking at in your room all by yourself? All mysterious." Small Ethan clutched his chest, took a breath, and said helplessly, "Miss Wang, haven't you ever heard of scaring someone to death?" "Haha, how can you be so cowardly? You're not even as timid as me." She laughed with her hands on her hips, her sweet tone tinged with a hint of teasing, her eyes curving into crescents. Small Ethan's eyes darted around, and he deliberately lowered his voice, staring at what was behind her. "Runen, there seems to be a hand on your shoulder." His voice trembled, and he pretended to be serious. "Ah!" Wang Runen screamed in fright, and turned to throw herself into small Ethan's arms. She gripped his arm tightly with both hands, her eyes were closed, her head was buried in small Ethan's chest, and her whole body was trembling. "Ha ha ha ha!" Small Ethan laughed so hard he slammed his hand on the table and said, "Who just said we were brave?" Wang Runen then realized she had been tricked and blushed as she let go of his hand. Feeling a little angry, she reached out and gently punched his chest a few times with her little pink fist, saying coquettishly, "Ethan, you're so mean. You scared me on purpose." Small Ethan then noticed the large travel bag she had brought in and asked, puzzled, "Why are you carrying luggage?" It snowed heavily in the mountains all day, and the mountain roads were closed for safety reasons. Wang Runen said with a bit of helplessness, "There are a lot of people stranded at the ski resort, and there aren't enough hotel rooms. As a shareholder's family member, I have to give up my room to a tourist. This is a standard room with 2 beds, so I'll just make do here tonight. Don't be so fussy. You can't expect me to sleep in the living room, can you?" Without waiting for small Ethan's reply, he put his luggage next to another bed and casually draped his coat over the back of the chair. She then walked back to small Ethan's side, pulled up a chair, sat down, and said, "I used to be too scared to sleep when I watched horror movies like this, but I should be able to watch them now." Before small Ethan could speak, she moved closer to him, her shoulder against his, her eyes fixed on the screen. The background music in the film became increasingly eerie, and Wang Runin subconsciously moved closer to him, pressing even more tightly together. At that moment, a scene of a ghost reaching out to grab someone popped up on the screen. She suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," and snuggled into small Ethan's arms again, her hands still tightly gripping his arm. Small Ethan stood there, feeling her body warmth and the scent of gardenias in her hair, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, it's all fake." After watching the movie, their hearts were still pounding, and they suddenly lost the will to chat. After a quick wash, they hurriedly crawled back into their own beds. After the lights were turned off, the room was so quiet that you could hear the ticking of the second hand on the watch on the bedside table, and no one spoke for a long time. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the side. Small Ethan suddenly felt his blanket being gently lifted, and a body carrying the scent of gardenias slipped in, bringing a slight chill. He pretended to be stupid and said, "Senior, what are you doing?" "I'm scared," Wang Runin said softly in a sweet voice. Small Ethan turned around and saw her staring at him with bright eyes. Wang Runin didn't say anything, but raised her hands, cupped his cheeks, and slowly leaned in to kiss him shyly on the lips. Her lips were slightly cool and trembling. This was clearly her first kiss. Small Ethan's mind went blank for a moment, but his body reacted instinctively. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, holding her tightly as he felt her warm and soft body. The kiss lasted until their lips went numb before they finally separated. Wang Runin slowly opened her eyes, her face flushed. Small Ethan continued to hold her, his hands caressing her soft, smooth back, slowly rising and clearing away obstacles along the way. Her body was trembling violently, and her breathing became rapid. He felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and his hands continued to grope restlessly. She simply held him tighter, but she held fast to the last line of defense. The rest of the way, they moved freely, allowing small Ethan to push his luck. After trying several times and receiving negative answers each time, small Ethan gave up. Even though they didn't go any further, the two of them were exhausted from the ordeal. Soon after, Wang Runin fell into a deep sleep while holding small Ethan. Suddenly, old Ethan's voice popped into my head. "Well done, kid. This blizzard came at just the right time. I have to call you a master." The next morning, the snow outside the window had stopped. Small Ethan opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Runin, who was clinging to him like an octopus. Her hair was disheveled, and she was opening her sleepy eyes. She said it in a sweet, coquettish voice. "It's dawn." She yawned, her warm breath gently brushing against small Ethan's chest, the scent of gardenias in her hair mingling with the milky smell of someone just awakened. He couldn't resist and snuggled under the covers to hold her close for a while longer. Although she ultimately didn't take the final step, she still ended up drenched in sweat. After Wang Runin finished showering in the bathroom, she poked her wet head out and said, "The snow has stopped. I'll take you to the ski resort later. I've won awards for skiing. I'll teach you." The two carried their ski equipment to the ski resort. Small Ethan had never skied before, and after putting on his skis, he took only 2 steps before thud and fell to the ground in the snow. Wang Runin laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight and ran over to help him. "Lower your center of gravity, bend your knees a little, don't stiffen." She stood behind him, supporting his arm to help him adjust his posture. "Take it slow, practice straight skating first." Small Ethan, whose physical condition is now vastly different from before, quickly found his rhythm by following her pace. Unexpectedly, while turning, he bumped into Wang Runin's skateboard, pulling her down as well. The two fell in the snow, covered in snow. Wang Runin laughed and said, "This time it's my fault. You learned so fast." Small Ethan laughed and reached out to brush the snow off her clothes. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching." In the midst of their playful banter, Wang Runin suddenly grabbed his hand. "Come on, let me hold your hand and practice some more." She held his hand and skated for a long time. By noon, the two were covered in sweat, their ski hats soaked through. Back at the hotel, chatting and laughing all the way, Wang Runin slumped in her chair and said, "I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. You're almost catching up with me." Small Ethan wiped the sweat from his face and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to Coach Wang's excellent teaching. You're the one who teaches professionally." She took a sip of hot cocoa, and the corners of her mouth turned up again. By evening, the blocked mountain road was finally open to traffic. Wang Runin accompanied him to the minibus stop at the hotel entrance after they had a quick dinner since they had to go to school the next day. Before parting, Wang Runin took out a milky white pom-pom woolen hat from her bag, with the tag still hanging on the brim. "This is for you." As she handed it to me, she blushed and said, "I was planning to give it to you for Christmas, but we didn't meet, so consider it a New Year's gift. It'll keep you warm in winter." Small Ethan smiled and took it, then casually put it on his head. It was the perfect size, and the pom-pom was still dangling on top. He leaned in and gently hugged her, whispering something in her ear. "Thanks. Look at me. I forgot to prepare a gift for you." Just then, a minibus drove by. He let go of her hand and said, "See you later." Small Ethan got into the car, waving to her through the window as he watched her slowly disappear from sight. He took off his hat, pinched the pom-pom on it with his fingers, and felt a warm glow in his heart. Chapter 66. You really can do everything. You're practically an all-rounder. When we arrived in the city, it was the weekend rush hour, and the minibus moved very slowly in the traffic. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a text message from Shen Yan. "Ethan, you can start taking possession of the house tomorrow. If you have time, go to the sales office to complete the handover procedures. Just bring your ID card. I have all the other documents here." Small Ethan glanced at the time, figuring that by the time he took the bus back to his dorm, it would definitely be closed, so he typed a reply. "I just arrived in Haizhou City. I'll come to your place later, and we can talk in more detail." Shen Yan replied quickly to the text message. "Okay, I'll prepare some late-night snacks for you. I'll be waiting for you." It was nearly midnight when we arrived at Shen Yan's rented apartment. He pushed open the door and felt the warm air, along with the aroma of noodles. Shen Yan was placing a bowl of dumpling soup on the table, her apron still on. "I just made tomato noodle soup with some greens and an egg. It's cold outside, so have some soup to warm yourself up." As she spoke, she handed him a hot water bottle, touched small Ethan's icy hands, and hurriedly said, "Your hands are so cold. Quickly, get a hot water bottle to warm them up." Small Ethan took the hot water bottle, hugged it to his chest, took off his coat, and sat on the small sofa. He picked up the bowl of dumpling soup and took 2 sips, and instantly felt warm. "Your cooking is still the best. I love it when you make noodles for me." He laughed as he ate. Shen Yan sat cross-legged next to him and said, "I've been to your 2 houses several times recently. I found a hollow spot in the living room wall, and the master bedroom window wasn't sealed well. The engineering department has fixed them, and when I went to check this afternoon, they were all fine." She paused, then massaged his shoulders with both hands and continued. "The rest is just a matter of going through the handover process. First, pay the difference in area, then pay the property management fee and maintenance fund, and finally sign and get the keys. But remember to get the invoice. You'll need it when you apply for the property certificate later." Small Ethan nodded, put down the empty bowl, and said, "I'll write a letter of authorization, and you can help me collect the house. I need to study for my final exams these 2 weeks, so I'm afraid I won't have time." She nodded and said, "No problem. Let me tell you about the costs. I calculated that the difference in area will be about 3,000, and the property management fee and maintenance fund will add up to less than 7,000. "I'll give you my bank card," Small Ethan said, reaching into his bag to get it. Shen Yan pressed him down and said, "I'll pay for you. It's not a lot of money. You should focus on your studies first, and we'll talk about it later." Small Ethan stopped arguing and lowered his head to pick up his pen to write the power of attorney. After writing it down and handing it over, Shen Yan carefully read it over to make sure all the entrusted matters were written down, then folded it up and put it in her bag, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take the key and keep it safe for you." Shen Yan cleared away the empty bowl, then brought small Ethan a cup of hot milk and sat down next to him. "Now that we've taken possession of the house, is the next step to renovations?" Small Ethan took the milk, turned to look at Shen Yan, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, and said, "Could you please keep an eye on the renovation? I'll pay you a salary." Shen Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Why are you talking to me about money? Anyway, I won't have to work next month, so I'll keep an eye on things for you. If there are any problems, just let me know. You can focus on your studies." Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, reached out and patted her shoulder, saying, "You're so kind. Otherwise, I don't know when anyone would be able to live in this house." By the way, Shin looked up at small Ethan and asked, "Do you have any requirements for the decorating style? I'll go to a nearby decorating company tomorrow to ask about their prices." Small Ethan had just taken a sip of warm milk when he suddenly thought of Fong Di and said, "Hey, I just remembered my roommate's family owns a renovation company. I'll tell him later, so you don't have to go there." He paused, looked at Shin and waved with a smile. "You decide on the style. I'm not picky. I trust your taste." Huh. Shin was taken aback for a moment and said a little embarrassedly, "This won't do. It's your house. How can I decide on my own? Why go through all that trouble?" Small Ethan interrupted her, saying, "No one knows this apartment layout better than you. We'll have the renovation company give you two options, and you can choose one." Shin looked at his serious expression, a slight smile playing on her lips, and nodded, saying, "Well, okay, I'll think about it myself first, and I'll tell you what I think later." "Okay, it's settled then," Small Ethan said, downing his glass of milk in one gulp, stretching, and adding, "I've been sitting in the car for almost 5 hours, and my back is killing me. I'm going to take a hot shower first." After taking a hot shower, I felt much more relaxed. He lay down on the bed and felt that his waist was still a bit stiff, so he pressed it with his hand. Shin had just finished washing up and came out. Seeing this, she walked over and said, "Let me give you a massage." After saying that, she gently sat down beside small Ethan and slowly pressed down with her palms. That feels good." Small Ethan groaned in pleasure, feeling as if his bones were melting. He turned his head, looked at Shun Yin's serious expression, and couldn't help but laugh. "Yin, you really can do everything. You're practically an all-rounder." Shin Yin blushed slightly, but her hands didn't stop. She smiled and said, "You only know this little bit. Is it enough to apply the force?" "Perfect, perfect." Small Ethan buried his face back in the pillow. After massaging him for a while, Shin Yin gently sat on his waist and began to pat his back with gentle movements. But at this moment, small Ethan felt the anger he had suppressed all night suddenly rise up. He turned around, pulled Shun Yin into his arms, and pinned her down. Shin Yin's eyelashes trembled slightly, her face flushed, and small Ethan couldn't help but kiss her. The small desk lamp on the desk emitted a dim light, and the girl in front of him opened and closed her small mouth slightly. As Shun Yin suppressed his rapid breathing, small Ethan surrendered. During break the next day, small Ethan took out the floor plans of his 2 houses from his bag, handed them to Fong Di, and said, "I need to tell you something. I have 2 houses that need renovation. You own a renovation company, right? Could you help me with the renovations?" Fong Di stared at him in disbelief for a long time before teasingly saying, "Wow, you've been hiding this well. 2 houses at such a young age. You're definitely a rich second generation." "Don't talk nonsense, he's not some rich kid." Small Ethan laughed and gave him a push, continuing, "Hurry up and make the arrangements for me. The apartment will be ready for occupancy this week." Fong Di stopped teasing him and quickly took out his phone to call his dad. "Dad, my roommate has 2 houses that need renovation. Could you arrange for a reliable person to handle it and give him a discount? Don't rip my brother off." Fong's father's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, I'll send Xiaolin. He just finished a project and has plenty of experience. I've already spoken to Xiaolin, and you can contact him today." After hanging up the phone, Fong Di patted small Ethan on the shoulder and said, "Done. Xiaolin is a long-time employee of my company, very reliable. Just tell him if you need anything." Small Ethan quickly pulled out his phone and sent a text message to Shin Yin, along with Xiaolin's phone number, adding a special note. "You have full authority over the renovation. Xiaolin will follow your instructions. You don't need to ask me." Shin Yin replied quickly, "Okay, I'll contact Xiaolin this afternoon and ask him to come and take a look at the house in person." Before small Ethan could reply, Shin Yin sent another message. "All the formalities are done, and I've got the keys." Small Ethan smiled and said to Fong Di, "The handover procedures are all done. We're just waiting for your company to come in." Fong Di clicked his tongue twice. "Great, you're efficient. I'll ask my dad to give you a discount later. Remember to treat me to dinner when the renovation is done." "No problem. I'll treat you to a big meal after the final exams." Small Ethan readily agreed and breathed a sigh of relief. With Shun Yin overseeing the house and Fong Di's company handling the renovations, there's no need to worry about the decoration anymore. But now, small Ethan was thinking about how to explain the house situation to his parents. A couple of days ago, his parents called him specifically, their voices tinged with apology. "We're not in a hurry to use this house. How about we leave it for now and wait until my parents get their year-end bonuses after the new year before we find someone to renovate it?" Small Ethan didn't say much at the time, only replying, "No rush." His parents have no idea that he no longer needs money from his family. He has over 15 million yuan in his bank account. I just need to think carefully about how to bring this up. You can't just suddenly say, "I can handle this myself," because that would make your parents worry that you're doing something illegal. Chapter 67 Happy New Year. Another trip to southern Yunnan. On New Year's Eve, January 31st, Haizhou was hit by another heavy snowfall. In the evening, small Ethan and Li Ying didn't go to the crowded city center to join the hustle and bustle, but instead turned into their usual small restaurant near the school gate. The two squeezed together at a small table by the window, and small Ethan put Li Ying's red, frozen hands inside his clothes to act as a human heater. She smiled and said, "Every dish in this restaurant is delicious." Once all the dishes were served, small Ethan put a few pieces of chicken in her bowl, added some beef, and said, "Eat more. You must be studying too hard lately. You look thinner." After dinner, the snow fell even harder. The two of them, holding an umbrella, walked side by side toward the artificial lake. The wind and snow by the lake intensified, so Li Ying simply snuggled into small Ethan's arms again, hiding her entire body inside his large cotton-padded coat. She hugged small Ethan, then tiptoed and tilted her head back to lean in, landing a soft kiss on small Ethan's lips. Small Ethan responded enthusiastically, his little tongue still seemingly carrying the salty aroma of the sauerkraut hot pot. After a while, Li Ying, her face flushed, finally stopped. She brushed the snow off small Ethan's shoulders and said, "There's too much to memorize for the exam. I need to get back to my dorm early." Small Ethan agreed and accompanied her to the bottom of the dormitory building. "Happy New Year. Let's meet up after the exams." Watching her run back to the girls' dormitory, small Ethan touched the corner of his mouth, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. When they returned to the dormitory, apart from Fong Di, who had gone home for New Year's Day, the other two were engrossed in studying for their exams. Small Ethan sat at his desk and turned on his computer. Li Sahan's emails were already in his inbox. Auckland is 4 hours ahead of China, so it was already past midnight there. The email included a photo. She was wearing a white t-shirt, standing on a sunny lawn, holding a piece of strawberry cake, and smiling at the camera. In the background, a round kiwi bird peeked out. She wrote, "Auckland summers aren't hot at all, but now I really want to go back and see the snow with you." Small Ethan typed in reply, "It snowed several times in Haizhou this year, and even more in the mountains," and then went on to talk about some trivial matters. He added at the end, "When you return after completing your studies, we'll watch the snow together to celebrate the new year." After sending the email, Shin Yin's text message popped up. "I just finished making zongzi for my mom, some with salted vegetables and meat filling, and some with red bean paste filling. I'll bring you a few to try when I go back to Haizhou." Before we could exchange more than a few words, Yang Shuang's text message arrived. "The bar was packed today. It was overflowing with people. I'm busy now, so I'll wish you a happy new year first." A few seconds later, she sent another text message. "I miss you. Next time you come to Yunnan, I'll cook you sour bamboo shoot chicken." Small Ethan replied, "You keep your word. I'll remember that." He added a smiley face emoji and reminded her not to stay up late all the time. Closing his laptop and putting down his phone, small Ethan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the snow outside the window, and suddenly thought to himself, "Old Ethan, I want to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." He paused, then continued, "Not only do I have money, but I also have the courage to face anything. Now I have friends to help me, and I have someone I love, whether she's by my side or far away." Old Ethan didn't speak, he just looked out the window. Compared to the desolation of his previous life, he had managed to defy fate. "I also hope that all of this can continue to improve." Just after midnight, Zhao Tingting's text message popped up. Ethan, Happy New Year. I sold my factory and made a killing. When I go back to Haijo next time, I'll take you out for a big meal. Oh, and don't forget me if anything good happens in the future. Small Ethan replied with a smile. Of course, Ting Ting, Happy New Year. On New Year's Day morning, the long-awaited sun finally came out. Wang Runin came back to school to pick up her internship materials, so she invited Small Ethan to dinner near the school. After finishing their meal, Small Ethan lined up and bought 2 cups of hot milk tea, which they drank while strolling around the school. As they reached the artificial lake, her sweet voice softened, and she said, "My dad arranged for me to intern at a project in Jiangzhou after the holiday. I'll be familiar with the work process from the start of the project, and I won't be able to come back to work as often after that." Small Ethan turned to look at her ears, which were red from the wind, and put the woolen hat he had given her last time on her head, smiling as he said, "It's all right, I'll come see you when I have time. Jiangzhou isn't far from Haijo." Wang Runin's eyes lit up, then she lowered her head a little shyly. Small Ethan suddenly pulled a velvet box from his pocket, opened it, took out a watch, then took her hand, put it on her wrist, and said, "I'm going back to work soon, so I'm giving you a watch so you can keep track of the time. Consider it a New Year's gift." Wang Runin took one look and saw that, although there were some differences in the details, this watch was the same style as her mother's Rolex Lady Datejust. She touched the cool watch face with her hand, and when she looked up, her eyes gleamed. "This watch is too valuable." Small Ethan squeezed her hand and said, "Don't overthink it. I just wish you success at work." Pointing to the woolen hat on her head, he added, "To me, I still think this hat is more precious." Wang Runin remembered seeing the account balance on his phone before, so she didn't refuse anymore and just hugged him tightly. Before leaving, Wang Runin pulled Small Ethan into an empty classroom in the corner of the teaching building. She tiptoed closer, kissing him lightly and for a long time, finally saying with a hint of reluctance, "When I come back next time, I want you to take me to that bubble tea shop." Small Ethan hugged her tightly, smelling the familiar scent of gardenias in her hair, and stroked her little head in response. When Shin Yin sent over the renovation plan, Small Ethan was studying in the library. He turned on his computer, glanced at it, and replied directly, "Yin Yin, you decide, I trust you." Shin Yin quickly replied, "Then I will start negotiating prices with the renovation company, try to sign a contract before the end of the year, and start construction at the beginning of the year." Final exams came quickly, and OLD Ethan no longer needs to help. After finishing the last subject, Small Ethan stretched and felt completely relaxed. Even the proctor smiled and said when collecting the papers, "You're quite confident this time." I called my parents to tell them I was going to Yunnan for a trip. They didn't stop me much, just told me to be careful and that I would definitely come back before the Chinese New Year. Small Ethan smiled and agreed. He had already bought round-trip sleeper tickets. Tickets for the spring festival travel rush are hard to come by, so indulging in a little luxury is worthwhile. On the afternoon of January 9th, the train departed from Haijo Station. Small Ethan leaned against the window, watching the snow outside slowly turn into green fields. Old Ethan's voice rang out at that moment. "You were in a much better mood this time than last time, weren't you?" Small Ethan smiled and nodded, his heart filled with anticipation to get to Lilong quickly so he could see the girl with the smiling eyes in the bar. Chapter 68 Sister, I'm here. 2 nights later, it was nearly midnight. In Lilong's South Wind bar, the singer on stage was still playing the guitar and singing folk songs, while the guests were chatting happily, fueled by alcohol. Just then, the wind chimes at the door rang, and a tourist carrying a black travel bag walked in. He was tall and wore a blue baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, obscuring his face. The bar was still lively, but a little quieter than in the first half of the night, with several tables empty. Yang Shuang was wiping glasses at the bar when she saw a new customer. She quickly put down the glasses, grabbed a notebook with the order slips, and went to greet him. As she approached, she smiled and asked the man in the baseball cap, "Handsome, what would you like to order? Beer or a specialty drink?" "I want you." As soon as she finished speaking, he gently grasped her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Just as Yang Shuang was about to exclaim in surprise, she looked up and saw a familiar face peeking out from under the brim of a hat. His eyes were shining brightly. Who else could it be but small Ethan? Did I scare you? Small Ethan let go of her hand, smiled, and said, I told you we'd see each other soon, didn't I? Yang Shuang finally came to her senses and looked at his face with slightly reddened eyes. She said softly, Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have made you chicken soup. If I tell you, there will be no surprise. Small Ethan leaned back and said, Let me sit for a while, and we'll talk when you're done. She nodded happily, gave him some snacks and fruit, and then went back to her work. When the bar closed, it was already 1 a.m. Small Ethan helped Yang Shuang collect the glasses and wipe the table. After closing the shop, Yang Shuang brought out 2 plates of freshly heated grilled skewers and a bottle of plum wine from the kitchen. The two sat at a small table by the door and ate slowly under the cover of night. You must be exhausted from the journey. Seeing his tired appearance, Yang Shuang handed him a skewer of grilled chicken wings. Hurry up and eat something to tide you over. I've tidied up upstairs, so you can go to sleep right away. Small Ethan nodded while biting into a chicken wing and put down his chopsticks after eating for a short while. After 2 days by train and half a day by car, I'm really exhausted. Following Yang Shuang upstairs, I learned that her childhood friend had moved out some time ago. Small Ethan went into the bathroom, took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt much more relaxed. Snuggling into the fragrant bed, Small Ethan stripped down to his underwear, turned off the light, and lay there obediently, motionless. Soon, the sound of rustling clothes could be heard in the darkness. Soon, a body carrying the fragrance of magnolia blossoms came closer, and he reached out and pulled her into his arms. His warm palms rested on her smooth back, but he didn't move them any further. He just held her gently like that. Tell me more about your childhood, okay? Small Ethan buried his face in her hair, inhaling the faint scent of shampoo, and spoke very softly. Yang Shuang was stunned for a moment, then leaned against him and slowly began to talk about her childhood. She recounted how she grew corn with her mother in the village, how she was harassed by customers while working as a waitress in a restaurant during junior high school, and how she got lost the first time she came to Lilong. They talked on and on for a while, mostly about ordinary little things in everyday life. When she stopped, she realized that the person in front of her was breathing more easily and even snoring softly. She was taken aback. They had slept together before, and she had never heard him snore. She figured he must have been really tired these past 2 days. Yang Shuang gently hugged him from behind, holding his head softly against her chest. Then she closed her eyes, and they both slowly fell asleep. Small Ethan, who was used to waking up early, woke up first. Seeing the spring scenery in front of him, his mind and body instantly became clear. Yang Shuang, who was sleeping soundly, did not wake up, but subconsciously snuggled closer to Small Ethan, and the two became even closer together. He didn't move, but simply admired the beautiful face so close to his. Suddenly, without warning, Yang Shuang opened her big, bright eyes, which held a hazy allure. The two gazed at each other for a moment. Then her warm lips came closer and pressed against Small Ethan's lips. Small Ethan reacted immediately, his mind wandering. He pulled Yang Shuang closer, his hands moving constantly, and the fragrance emanating from her made Small Ethan lose his senses. Small Ethan moved slowly, watching her cherry lips open and close. He breathed heavily and whispered in Yang Shuang's ear, "Sister, I love hearing your voice." Upon hearing this, her voice completely opened up, and Small Ethan immediately surrendered. Her body trembled slightly as she silently endured this tenderness. A moment later, she fell into a deep sleep again, holding Small Ethan in her arms. Seeing that she was fast asleep, Small Ethan gently lifted the blanket and pulled it back up to cover her. He then left a note on the table, which read, "I'm going to take care of some errands nearby, so don't wait for me to eat." She slung her bag over her shoulder, grabbed her coat, and tiptoed downstairs. Before he arrived, he had looked up a list of pharmaceutical factories around Lilong online. He hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed to Lilong Chinese Herbal Medicine Processing Factory. This company is a leading enterprise in the local Isatis indigotica producing area. It integrates fresh medicinal materials from surrounding farmers year-round and is one of the largest in the region. Upon arriving at the pharmaceutical factory, Small Ethan handed over a temporary purchaser badge for Guangzhou Guanghui Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, that he had prepared in advance. This was a favor he received from Vice President Liu of Guangzhou at the end of last year, which allowed him to operate his procurement business under their company. He slipped a pack of cigarettes into the security guard's hand and got into the factory manager's office without any trouble. The factory manager was a middle-aged man in his 50s, holding an enamel mug. Upon hearing that the visitors were from Guanghui Pharmaceutical, he quickly stood up to greet them. Upon hearing small Ethan say he wanted to buy 3,000 tons of Isatis indigotica and 1,800 tons of St. John's wort, he said, "Young man, the quantity you requested is quite large." But coincidentally, 3 surrounding villages just harvested 2,000 tons of fresh Isatis indigotica, and with the factory's existing inventory, it's easy to gather the right amount. Last year, over 2,000 tons of St. John's wort were harvested, so the inventory you requested is sufficient. Small Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this way he wouldn't have to go to other places. He smiled and pushed the acquisition list over, saying, "That's good. I want fresh goods with soil attached, and I can pay in cash. You don't need to worry about storing the fresh goods. I'll find a warehouse myself." Upon hearing the word cash, the factory manager immediately called over the accountant in charge of inventory to verify the amount. After checking, he simply said, "I'll gather the fresh Isatis root for you in 2 days, and the St. John's wort can be loaded onto the truck now. Go check out the warehouse first, and we'll sign the contract later." After finalizing the acquisition, small Ethan immediately set out to find warehousing space. We found 3 temperature-controlled warehouses near the pharmaceutical factory, each about 1,200 square meters with a ceiling height of 3 meters. The landlord, also an experienced herbalist, patted his chest and said, "These places stocked up on Banlangen, Isatis root, during the SARS outbreak last year. The indoor humidity is well controlled, ensuring it can be kept below 60%. I also have people here who can help monitor the herbs and remove impurities." Small Ethan nodded, seeing that the old herb farmer was an honest man, and let him take the lead in finding someone to watch the warehouse. Then I followed him to inspect each warehouse, making arrangements as we went. The first warehouse is dedicated to storing fresh Isatis indigotica. We made sure to leave a 1-meter-wide ventilation shaft and not pile the fresh goods too densely. The second warehouse is for storing Forsythia suspensa, with half a room left in the corner as a sorting table. The third warehouse has half of its space empty, reserved for the fumigation team to set up equipment. The old herbalist nodded repeatedly, and then asked the old herbalist to contact a team that does herbal fumigation. The 2 parties quickly agreed on a sulfur fumigation fee of 500,000 yuan, and he repeatedly emphasized, "The quality inspection of medicinal materials must be strengthened to ensure that they are free from mold and insects." After finishing all that, it was almost noon. Small Ethan found a rice noodle shop by the roadside and had a quick lunch. Throughout the afternoon, he first finalized the warehouse lease agreement with the landlord, then signed the herbal fumigation service contract with the fumigation team, and finally returned to the pharmaceutical factory to sign the herbal purchase contract, paying a deposit for each one he signed. After all the formalities were completed, small Ethan was thinking to himself, 3,000 tons of Isatis root cost 10 million yuan, and 1,800 tons of St. John's wort cost 4 million yuan. The total cost for medicinal herbs alone was 14 million yuan. Fumigation service fee, 500,000 yuan. 3 months warehouse rent plus labor, 20,000 yuan. After the goods arrive in a couple of days and I pay for everything, the balance in my card will be less than 550,000. Godfather, we've gone all in again. But this time small Ethan wasn't flustered at all. He knew that old Ethan was paving the way for doubling down later. Old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind, his tone resolute. "Yes, once this batch of medicinal herbs is sold, we'll have enough capital to officially enter the real estate industry." By then, it was starting to get dark, and the streetlights were slowly coming on. Small Ethan took out his phone and sent a text message to Yang Shuang. "Sis, wait for me to have dinner together." Yang Shuang replied to the text message very quickly. "Okay, I'm waiting for you. The pickled bamboo shoot chicken is ready. I added extra pickled bamboo shoots, which you like. I'm just waiting for you to come back." He put away his phone, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and headed to the bar. In the car, small Ethan touched the several contracts he had just signed in his bag, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never expected things to go so smoothly. The medicinal herbs were sorted out, and the person I wanted to see was right beside me. With several days left before returning to Haijo, he recalled that during his last visit, a bar patron had mentioned that bronze masks can be seen at the ruins of the ancient Dianan kingdom. I wanted to go and explore. I didn't have a chance to go last time I was here, so I took advantage of these few days of free time to see the real ancient ruins. Chapter 69, Put down your weapons. Don't harm the hostages. When they returned to the second floor of the bar, Yang Shuang had already heated up the sour bamboo shoot chicken and stir-fried a plate of green vegetables. The two of them sat around the small table and ate. The chicken soup was thick and white, and the umami flavor of the pickled bamboo shoots had permeated the chicken meat. Small Ethan ate 2 large bowls in one go. Yang Shuang sat to the side and said with a smile, "Drink slowly, there's still some in the pot." After dinner, she told small Ethan to rest, and not to go to the bar to help out, and to get a good night's rest. After saying that, he took the bowls and chopsticks and went downstairs. Small Ethan didn't make a fuss. After cleaning up the table, he went into the bathroom and took a hot shower. After taking a shower, he saw that Yang Shuang's clothes were still piled up there, probably because she hadn't had time to wash them yet. He remembered that Yang Shuang always said that hand-washed underwear is softer. So he went back into the bathroom and hand-washed all the underwear that the two of them had changed out of, even gently rubbing the lace on her clothes clean. After hanging up the clothes, small Ethan crawled into bed. The faint scent of magnolia blossoms in the blankets lulled him into a deep sleep, and the noise from the bar didn't wake him up all night. After the bar closed, Yang Shuang returned to the second floor and saw her freshly washed underwear drying on the balcony, which softened her heart. Small Ethan, who was asleep, suddenly felt something soft and warm against his back, and he woke up groggily. Yang Shuang had just finished showering, and her long hair was still a little damp. Small Ethan turned around and, in the dim light of the bedside lamp, saw an indescribably beautiful face, exquisitely gorgeous. He reached out and touched her hair, then his fingers traced her fair, smooth back, and climbed up her soft, pert buttocks. He heard her breathing become increasingly rapid, and their bodies pressed tightly together. Feeling the warm, fragrant scent of magnolia blossoms, the two naturally rolled around together. Afterwards, small Ethan put his arm around Yang Shuang and said he wanted to take advantage of the few days he had free to visit Tengxin County and see the ruins of the ancient Dianan kingdom. Yang Shuang buried her face in his chest and said softly, "Go early and come back early. Be careful on the road. I'll pack you some beef jerky as a snack." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, small Ethan tiptoed out of the house. Yang Shuang was still fast asleep when he boarded the bus to Tong County with beef jerky in his pocket. The minibus swayed along the mountain road for 3 hours, arriving in Tong County close to noon. He followed the road signs to the ruins, where souvenir stalls lined both sides of the bluestone path. Small Ethan saw many keychains shaped like bronze masks, and the stall owner would say, "These are old artifacts from the ancient Dian kingdom." The entire archaeological park is not large, and the earthen yellow city walls bear the marks of time. The exhibition hall, open to visitors, displays unearthed bronze swords, jade discs, and other artifacts. The light shining on these ancient artifacts truly evokes a sense of the weight and history of this ancient nation. Small Ethan stood before a huge bronze cauldron for a long time, when suddenly old Ethan's voice echoed in his mind. I had only seen ancient Dian kingdom bronzes online before, but today I've finally seen the real thing. Small Ethan took photos with his phone and laughed. Our dragon country has a truly rich historical heritage. After visiting the ruins, he wandered aimlessly through the alleys of the ancient city and ended up in a street for gambling on stones. He saw wooden tables lined both sides of the bluestone path, piled with raw stones ranging in size from a fist to a wash basin, some even covered in mud. The vendors all carried powerful flashlights and called out to passers-by, "Young man, come and take a look. Maybe you can cut out some green." At that time, The jade gambling industry in southern Yunnan was not yet commercialized, and most of the jade was sold by local villagers who brought raw stones from their own mines. The price they asked for was reasonable, unlike the many tricks they used later. Small Ethan squatted in front of a stall, asking himself, "Godfather, how about we try our luck?" Old Ethan replied with a smile, "Give it a try. Maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised." So the two of them wandered around the little street. Small Ethan knew nothing about this, so he just looked for someone he liked. When he reached the last stall, Small Ethan picked up a rough stone the size of a basketball and felt that it was the one that caught his eye the most after looking at the whole street. Old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in my mind, and he said calmly, "I think this is the one." Small Ethan asked the starting price. The stall owner said it was uncut material, meaning it had no window cut, and asked for $10,000. "5,000, take it if you want." Small Ethan squatted down and quoted a 50% discount, then casually tapped the stone. The stall owner hesitated for a long time, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, finally gritted his teeth and said, "6,000, that's the price. Take it or leave it." Small Ethan didn't haggle anymore. He took out cash and handed it over, then stuffed the stone into his backpack, which was incredibly heavy. Just as he was about to find a place to cut the stone, Old Ethan suddenly shouted in his mind, "Something's not right. There seem to be plainclothes police officers nearby. I'll go check it out." By the time Small Ethan realized what was happening and called out Old Ethan in his mind, there was no response. Old Ethan left Small Ethan's body and was already running towards the end of the street. Frustrated, Small Ethan could only squat down in front of a silver jewelry stall by the roadside to look at the jewelry. At that moment, a young woman in a black trench coat was squatting in front of the stall with an adorable little girl who looked to be less than 4 years old. The little girl next to me had a lollipop in her mouth and was babbling, "Mom, this shiny one is pretty." Suddenly, a muffled bang came from the crowd not far away, like a gunshot. The street instantly descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to dodge under the stalls on either side. Small Ethan was about to pull the young woman and child aside when two fierce-looking men rushed over, each holding a gun. Before he could make a move, the silver jewelry stall owner behind him suddenly grabbed the little girl, brandished a weapon, and held it to her neck. So they were in cahoots. The two ran to the stall, where the stall owner held a knife to the little girl and shouted to the people chasing after them, "Don't move." The young woman had just been bumped and fell to the ground. She got up crying and tried to grab the child, but was pulled back by the people who surrounded her. Small Ethan was tall and big, and he stood out when he squatted on the ground. At that moment, one of the men with a gun quickly pulled him up and held him in front of him, acting as a perfect human shield. "Come with us." The group of men, holding the crying little girl and Small Ethan hostage, retreated into the alley behind them. Small Ethan was initially afraid they would hurt the child, so he didn't dare to resist. With the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his head, he was terrified. Old Ethan, in his head, but received no response. They could only obediently let them hold their arms and back them. Just as they retreated into an abandoned little house in the alley, more footsteps came from the doorway. Small Ethan heard Old Ethan's voice ringing in his mind. "How did you get arrested again?" "It's narcotics police arresting drug dealers, and we just happened to run into them." Just then, the police outside shouted into the room, "Put down your weapons. Don't harm the hostages." As soon as he finished speaking, Small Ethan felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and Old Ethan took control of his body. The police outside continued shouting, while the drug dealers inside grew increasingly agitated with their curses. Old Ethan thought to himself in a deep voice, "Don't worry, you can't handle this situation. Leave it to me." Chapter 70. We still have a rock we haven't cut yet. Deep in an alley in Tung County, a group of plainclothes police officers were holding guns and surrounding an abandoned hut. The door of the hut was tightly closed. The atmosphere inside the room was very oppressive, with 3 drug dealers shielding a frightened little girl in front of them. The gun was pointed directly at the gate, and he kept shouting in the local dialect. Old Ethan kept a close eye on them, and suddenly caught a glimpse of one of them turning around to call for his accomplices. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward at a speed that no one could react to. First, he kicked away the gun of the man on the far left. Then he reached out and took the knife that was being held against the child, and then took the child, who was so frightened that he could no longer cry, into his arms. The last sweeping leg tripped the remaining person, the movement swift and clean. Before the three drug dealers could even see clearly, 2 handguns and a knife were already in old Ethan's hands. He then put the girl down, pointed his pistol at the 3 men, and shouted, "Don't move." Before the drug dealer could even react, the door to the house was opened, and a group of police officers rushed in and subdued him. Old Ethan handed the murder weapon to the police, picked up the little girl, and gently patted her back. "It's all right. Uncle will protect you." The lead police officer instructed his colleagues outside to quickly disperse the crowd of onlookers, and then came over and said, "Young man, thank you so much. But don't try to fight back in the future. It's too dangerous. Drug dealers are ruthless." Then, with some questions, he asked, "How did you subdue them? Are you also part of our system?" Old Ethan had no choice but to lie. "No, it's just that I've always dreamed of becoming a glorious people's police officer. I even practiced Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, for 2 years in high school. I only found an opportunity to make a move when they were distracted by you guys." Hearing him say that, the old policeman patted old Ethan on the shoulder and said, "Well done." The police only let the young woman in after everyone had left. She rushed over, took the child from old Ethan, and cried while holding him, her tears soaking the child's clothes. Small Ethan, who had just calmed down, took a closer look at the young woman. Her face, though tear-streaked, was unusually delicate and gentle. She was probably not yet 30 years old, with a straight nose, warm lips, and a flushed face that shone with a delicate luster. She wore a fitted thin sweater under her trench coat, and her firm, proud chest heaved violently as she cried. Looking at this full-figured yet not at all bloated body, small Ethan could sense the gentle and graceful temperament unique to a mature young woman. After the group returned to the station with the police to give their statements, the deputy chief met with small Ethan alone. He was the older officer who had led the group. Deputy Director Liu held small Ethan's hand tightly and said, "Small Ethan, the drug dealers here have no bottom line. I'm afraid they'll retaliate. You have to be extra careful." He paused, then continued, "However, we have already blocked the news about this incident, so you will not receive any commendation for your act of bravery. Believe me, this is the best protection we can give you." Small Ethan nodded and said with a serious expression, "Deputy Director Liu, I understand all of this. I'm not doing this for any reward. I just want to help our people's police." Deputy Director Liu smiled and nodded, handing over a slip of paper with a phone number written on it, and solemnly said, "Small Ethan, I can't speak for other things, but if you encounter any danger or injustice in southern Yunnan, come find me." Small Ethan smiled and nodded in agreement, while old Ethan's Coke bottle burst open. He thought that establishing connections within the public security system in southern Yunnan would be far more useful than any commendation or bonus. In the future, if something really happens, it will be a reliable source of support. Small Ethan stepped out of the police station. His arm was gently pulled by the young woman with the child from earlier. She was holding the hand of the little girl who had stopped crying. The child was eating an apple. The young woman's eyes were still red, but her tone was firm as she spoke. "It was too chaotic just now. I didn't even ask your name. In any case, you are our benefactor, so I have to treat you to a meal, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Small Ethan wanted to decline, but looking at the little girl beside her, with her big eyes looking at him timidly, he ultimately didn't refuse. He followed them to a small restaurant nearby that smelled of delicious food, and found a seat by the window. The young woman first ordered a bowl of sweet porridge for her child, and only after watching her daughter sip the porridge did she breathe a sigh of relief. She slowly began to speak. "We came here from Jiangzhou in the Yangtze River province. My name is Shin Qingzi. You can just call me Qingzi." "What a coincidence. I'm also from the Yangtze River province, and I'm currently studying at university in Haizhou. My name is Ethan. You can just call me Ethan." Small Ethan smiled and reached out his hand. The two shook hands gently, and he felt that her hand was very smooth and soft. Seeing how clingy the child was to his mother, he casually asked, "Qingzi, why didn't the child's father come out with you?" As soon as she finished speaking, the young woman's eyes dimmed instantly, and after a long while, she spoke in a low voice. The child's father passed away in an accident last year. Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face as she choked out. They just left us, mother and child, like that. I kept thinking about the past while I was at home, so I took the child out for a walk. I never expected to run into something like this today. As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice filled with sorrow. My life is truly miserable. Small Ethan hadn't expected this. He quickly handed her a tissue, pulled up a chair to sit beside her, and gently patted her back, comforting her in a soft voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. But the best thing is that the child is all right, and things will definitely get better in the future. He suddenly remembered that Wang Runin was going to Jiangzhou for an internship, and added, following up on the conversation. By the way, I might go to Jiangzhou often in the future. If we run into each other then, it'll be good to have someone I know. As they left the restaurant, Shun Qingxi held her daughter Tongtong's hand. She hadn't fully recovered from the afternoon's fright. Small Ethan noticed that her steps were still a little unsteady. She was carrying a large backpack, and Tongtong kept snuggling into her arms. He took the backpack from her and said, "Let me carry it for you." Shun Qingxi didn't refuse, and softly said, "Thank you," then patted Tongtong's head. "Tongtong, say thank you to your brother." The little girl timidly looked up and whispered, "Thank you, brother," her eyes still red, like a little rabbit. For the next 2 days, Small Ethan simply accompanied them to explore Tingshin County. On the first day, they went to the morning market under the ancient city wall. Shun Qingxi wanted to buy some local mushrooms, so Small Ethan squatted down and started picking them out. Shun Qingxi smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know about this." Small Ethan chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I just find the ones without wormholes more interesting." Tongtong was watching the sugar painting stall when Small Ethan walked over, took her little hand, and asked her, "Do you want a little rabbit or a little tiger?" Tongtong pointed at the sugar painting plate and said in her childish voice, "I want a little bunny." Small Ethan drew the rabbit pattern on his first try, and Tongtong, holding up the finished sugar painting, finally showed her first smile in 2 days. The next day, the three of them went to visit the Tengxian Museum, which contained many bronze replicas of the ancient Yan Kingdom. Shun Qingxi stood in front of the bronze sword display case and suddenly said softly, "Tongtong's dad used to like these old things too. He said he'd bring us here when he had time to see real cultural relics. I never expected this." She choked up halfway through her sentence, and her eyes reddened. Small Ethan didn't try to persuade her further, but simply handed her a tissue, patted her back, and pointed to a jade disc in the display case to change the subject. "Look at this jade disc. It looks a lot like the one we saw at the ruins yesterday. Tongtong, do you think this jade disc is prettier or the sugar painting?" Tongtong tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and said in her childish voice, "They all look delicious." Finally, they managed to make Shun Qingxi laugh through her tears. Today is the eve of the Lunar New Year. In the evening, the three of them strolled to the willow trees by the river. Shun Qingxi suddenly said, "Actually, the reason I came out this time was to give Tongtong a quieter environment. She always talks about her father at home." Small Ethan listened without interrupting. After she finished speaking, he saw Tongtong watching the fish in the river, so he hugged Shun Qingxi tightly and said, "Qingxi, you have to keep going. Time will eventually heal all wounds, but you must first be strong for Tongtong's sake." She blushed, and her breathing became rapid as she was being held, but she didn't struggle. She simply responded softly, Small Ethan's hand with some reluctance, and said, "Thank you for taking care of us these past 2 days. If you ever visit Jiangzhou, be sure to contact me, and I'll treat you well." She patted Tongtong's head again. "Say goodbye to your brother." The little girl leaned in and kissed Small Ethan on the cheek, then hugged him before waving and saying, "Goodbye, brother." Shun Qingxi's eyes suddenly reddened, and she said to him, "It seems that Tongtong likes you very much." Small Ethan smiled and waved, saying to them, "Qingxi, I will definitely come to see you." After watching the bus drive away, I turned around and walked back to my hotel. Suddenly, Small Ethan slapped his forehead and said, "Godfather, we still have a rock we haven't cut." I've been shopping with them these past 2 days and completely forgot that I bought a rough stone. Chapter 71. Good deeds are truly rewarded. The next day, before the sun had even risen, small Ethan carried the heavy, uncut stone out of the hotel. Following the recommendation of the stone vendor, he found a fairly large stone-cutting shop. Pushing open the door, you're greeted by the roar of stone-cutting machines. Several experienced craftsmen were already cutting stones in a corner early in the morning. Business was booming. At this moment, an old man at the door appeared to be in charge. He saw the rough stone small Ethan was holding and looked up to call out, "Young man, are you here to cut stones too?" Small Ethan quickly stepped forward, handed over a pack of cigarettes, and said, "Master, I have something urgent to do later. Can you cut it for me first?" "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." The old man took the cigarette, smiled, and then called out, "Oldly, come and help this young man cut the stone." Then, the basketball-sized rough stone was placed on the machine. Oldly pressed the switch, and the diamond blade sliced through the stone, sending stone chips flying. With the first cut, Oldly suddenly stopped the machine, squinted at the cut surface, and exclaimed in amazement, "It has green. The water content is decent, and the area is quite large, enough to make a lot of bracelets. The remaining material can be used to make pendants." Small Ethan quickly went over to take a look. The cut jade facets glowed with a pale green light under the lamp. He reached out and touched the cool stone, his heart filled with joy. "Godfather, good deeds are truly rewarded. You saved someone and even made money on the side." Old Ethan laughed in his mind. Only he knew that this rough stone was the greenest one on that street. As they were talking, a man who looked like a jade merchant came over. He shone a powerful flashlight on the stone and stared at it for a long time, then pulled small Ethan aside and asked, "Young man, are you selling this material? I'll offer 3.2 million, and I can transfer the money right now." Small Ethan didn't respond, but simply replied, "No rush, I'm waiting for a friend." He walked to the side and took out the business card of Mr. Chun, the owner of Hong Kong Island Grand Jewelry, whom he had met in Fragrant Hills last time. I dialed the number above, and it was answered after 3 rings. A somewhat familiar Cantonese accent came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Chun, this is Ethan. I traded with you for high-grade imperial green jadeite in Changshan last year." Small Ethan, holding his phone in one hand and fiddling with a business card in the other, continued, "I recently cut a rough stone in Tin County. The jade surface is quite large. The stone cutter said it could yield a lot of bracelets and pendants. Would you like to take a look?" "Mr. Fu, I remember now." Mr. Chen's voice suddenly became loud, followed by a laugh. "You're lucky. I'm not in mainland China right now. Here's what I'll do. I'll have my assistant, Amin, take the team over. He's in southern Yunnan right now and should be able to get to Tung County in a few hours. I'll have him inspect the materials, and then we can discuss the price." Small Ethan quickly replied, "Okay, then I'll wait for Brother Ming at the stone-cutting shop." After hanging up the phone, he felt much more at ease. Boss Chin's people were reliable. They hadn't played any tricks in the last transaction, and they probably wouldn't cheat him this time either. Sure enough, 2 hours later, a black Mercedes SUV pulled up in front of the stonecutters. A man in a black suit got out, carrying a briefcase. He was none other than Amin, the assistant who had handled the contract and payment procedures last time. He called out to small Ethan from afar, "Mr. Fu, it's me, Amin. We meet again." Amin brought 2 craftsmen, squatted in front of the stone and examined it from all angles, then measured its dimensions with calipers. Finally, the 3 of them discussed it in hushed tones. Small Ethan was sunbathing in the doorway when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Mr. Chen calling. "Brother Fu, Ming told me everything. Your material has medium water content, but the green color is even, which is not bad. The advantage is the large quantity." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Okay, I won't beat around the bush. It's a flat price of 3.8 million, including tax." "Okay." Small Ethan didn't hesitate. This quote was 600,000 higher than the one from the store earlier, and it sounded like a fair price. He then added, "But it has to be done through a corporate bank transfer, and they have to withhold my personal income tax on my behalf. All the paperwork has to be complete." Mr. Chen laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. "No problem, don't worry. I'll have Ming handle the formalities for you. Come to Hong Kong Island when you have time, and I'll treat you well. Not long after I hung up the phone, I saw Ming walk over with a smile, take out the contract from his briefcase, and hand it to me. Small Ethan glanced at the contract, which was similar to the template used in the last transaction. After confirming that the contents were correct, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. Amin took the contract and went to the bank to transfer the money. Not long after, Small Ethan's phone vibrated. A bank text message had arrived. Hong Kong Island Hung Yip Jewelry Company Limited received 3,800,000 renminbi, with the note, payment for jade raw materials, with personal income tax of 950,000 renminbi already withheld. Small Ethan watched as Amin carefully loaded the stones into the trunk of the Mercedes, and a weight was lifted from his heart. Another 3.8 million was in hand, plus the remaining 550,000, making me much more financially comfortable. The old man at the stone-cutting shop watched in astonishment. Young man, you're making money fast. You're a lucky guy. Small Ethan smiled as he left the house, said goodbye to Amin, and headed straight for Tingxian bus station with his bag. He happened to catch a bus to Lilong. There weren't many people on the bus, so he chose a window seat. On the way, he was thinking about the medicinal herbs. The herbs had already been delivered to the warehouse today, and he needed to settle the final payment. I still have some spare cash on hand, so I'd like to ask how much inventory the factory has left. After the bus arrived in Lilong, Small Ethan immediately took a taxi to the Chinese herbal medicine processing plant on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving at the factory manager's office, the factory manager quickly stood up and smiled, saying, "Young man, the medicinal herbs you ordered have just been delivered to your warehouse, and we're just waiting for your final payment." Small Ethan nodded, then got straight to the point. "How much banlangen is left in the factory? I'll take it all." The factory manager was taken aback, then flipped through the inventory list. "There are 900 tons left. All of them are cleaned and sorted. Are you sure you want them all? Are you trying to clear out my inventory?" "Okay." Small Ethan nodded. "Calculate the price, and we'll pay it together with the balance of the previous shipment later." The factory manager immediately summoned the finance department, and after calculating, said, 900 tons, at the previous price, would be exactly 3 million. How about that? Small Ethan and old Ethan quickly discussed it in their minds and readily agreed. "Okay, we'll do it your way. Give me a complete invoice and receipt, and I'll go to the bank with your finance department to complete the formalities." After completing the transfer, the balance in the card instantly dropped to less than 1.35 million. Holding the invoice and receipt, he went to the warehouse again, where 3,000 tons of Isatis root and 1,800 tons of St. John's wort were piled up like small mountains. The newly delivered 900 tons of Isatis root are still being unloaded, and the old herbalist is directing the process. Small Ethan could smell the bitter aroma of herbs in the air. By the time all this was finished, the sun had long since set, and it was already getting dark. He hailed a taxi and headed to the bar, leaning back in his chair with a smile playing on his lips. When I got back to the bar, it was already past 9 o'clock at night, which is when bars are busy. When Yang Shuang saw him return, her eyes lit up immediately. She quickly put down what she was doing and came to greet him, saying coquettishly, "Why are you only just getting back? I thought you went straight back to Haijiao." "I went to collect a batch of medicinal herbs, which took up some time." As he spoke, Small Ethan rummaged through his bag and handed something to Yang Shuang, saying, "I brought you some roasted milk fan from Tung County. Try it." Yang Shuang smiled and took it, then took his hand and walked towards the second floor of the bar, saying with a smile as they went, "Wait for me upstairs for a bit. I'll take care of things at the bar. I'll have a good chat with you tonight. I won't be watching the business anymore." Small Ethan felt the warmth of her palm, squeezed her soft, boneless little hand, and smelled the familiar scent of magnolia in the room. He suddenly felt relaxed all over, and his heart felt warm. Chapter 72. Sister, you're playing with fire. Small Ethan quickly washed up. Yang Shuang hadn't come up yet, so with nothing to do, he turned on his computer to write an email to Li Sahan. Opening my MSN email, I saw Li Sahan's unread emails lying quietly in my inbox. He clicked on it with a smile and saw that Li Sahan had written, "Ethan, I keep dreaming that you're running around in unfamiliar places. You must be careful and not be too reckless. Small Ethan paused. It seemed that some things really were telepathic. So he quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've attached some photos of the ancient Dian Kingdom ruins I took during the day. They're even more breathtaking than what's in history textbooks. When you come back, let's come again together. Southern Yunnan is truly beautiful everywhere." Right after I sent the email, QQ started beeping. Li Ying's avatar started flashing, and messages kept popping up. "Ethan, you're finally online. When are you coming back to Songshan? I'm so bored at home. There are so many new movies coming out lately, but I can't find anyone to go see them with. By the way, I went to that sour bamboo shoot noodle place you mentioned last time yesterday. I added double the sour bamboo shoots, and it was so spicy that I was sweating buckets." Small Ethan looked at the screen and could almost see Li Ying puffing out her cheeks, typing angrily. He quickly replied, Soon. I'll be back as soon as I'm done with things in Yunnan. Keep the movie. We'll watch it together when I get back." Just as I sent it, Wang Runin's QQ avatar flashed, and she sent a crying emoji. "I've been incredibly busy lately, running around construction sites with my supervisor. I don't know anything about it, but I still have to record data. My feet are blistered from walking every day." Small Ethan chuckled and sent Wang Runin several photos of the scenery in southern Yunnan. Wang Runin replied instantly, "Ethan, are you traveling in Yunnan?" followed by a string of envious exclamation marks. He replied with a smile, "It is indeed in southern Yunnan. The scenery here is really beautiful. When I get back, I'll bring you some yak jerky from southern Yunnan to help you regain your strength." She replied quickly, "Really? I'll be waiting." Small Ethan shut down his computer. The door to the second-floor room was pushed open, and Yang Shuang entered the room carrying a large amount of food. On the small dining table, an iron plate was piled high with freshly grilled skewers, and several glass bowls were filled with peanuts, edamame, and nuts. A dozen beers stood next to the table, and a bottle of Yunnan plum wine was also on the table. Yang Shuang opened the plum wine, poured 2 glasses, and said, "This wine was brewed by my mother last year. It has a low alcohol content and is sweet, making it taste better than beer." The two sat on the ground. Small Ethan took a bite of the grilled pork belly and couldn't help but nod. The grilled skewers here are much better than those in Haijiu. At this moment, Small Ethan suddenly remembered the medicinal herb warehouse and told Yang Shuang about it. After saying that, he handed over the warehouse key, a piece of paper with the old herbalist's contact information, and the warehouse contract. He added, "Keep these here for now, and take a look around for me when you have time." After taking the items, Yang Shuang carefully placed them in the desk drawer and said, "Don't worry about that. I'll definitely keep a close eye on it for you. But isn't it too risky to invest all that money in medicinal herbs? What are you afraid of?" Small Ethan smiled and clinked his glass against hers, saying, "With my sister keeping an eye on things for me, I'm not afraid of any risks, no matter how big. Besides, these medicinal herbs are in high demand, so I'm sure I can make money in the future." Yang Shuang smiled and didn't say much, but moved closer to him, her knee touching his knee. The two chatted over drinks. Small Ethan talked about the fun things he had done at university over the past 6 months, while Yang Shuang talked about the various strange customers at the bar. After a few rounds of drinks, 2 bottles of plum wine were empty, and half a dozen beers were gone. Yang Shuang's cheeks flushed as she leaned against Small Ethan and smiled, saying, "Being with you makes me happy. I usually run the bar all by myself, and it always feels lonely. But now I have you." He stopped speaking halfway through his sentence. Small Ethan looked at her, his heart suddenly softening. He reached out and patted her head, saying, "I will come to visit you in southern Yunnan often in the future, and I will even sing for you for free." Yang Shuang looked up at him, her eyes shining like stars, and suddenly whispered, "Business was really tough in the bar business the past 2 years. There were no live singers, and I stayed up until the wee hours of the morning. Sometimes I only made a few dozen yuan a day, and I could barely afford the rent. Business only started to pick up last year, but then we ran into trouble again." She paused, then glanced at Small Ethan, her eyes gleaming. "Until I met you, Old Tree helped me out that time, and later you even took over this shop. My hard times are finally over." Small Ethan's heart softened even more. He picked up a piece of beef for her and said, "Sis, you're already amazing. I'm just lending a hand." Yang Shuang didn't say anything more, but moved closer to him, and their shoulders gently touched. After a moment, she suddenly asked softly, "It's almost Chinese New Year. When are you planning to leave?" "I bought a train ticket back to Haizhou for the day after tomorrow, and I'll arrive home the day after New Year's Eve," small Ethan replied. Yang Shuang paused for a moment, her hand holding the wine glass, then smiled and said, "Wow, that's fast. I'll take a day off tomorrow and take you around the area. There are some beautiful places near Lilong." Small Ethan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded, knocking over an empty beer bottle in the process. "Okay, I'll listen to you, sis." After saying that, Yang Shuang went downstairs in her soft-soled slippers and soon brought out 2 cocktails, which were her best profile cocktails. "Here, try it and see if it's any better than last time." She handed over the cup. It tasted just like the original, but you could taste a hint of sweetness in it. Small Ethan finished it in just a couple of sips. Before long, Small Ethan felt his cheeks burning and the lights in front of him flickered. It seemed that the 3 kinds of alcohol had mixed together and made him feel dizzy. Yang Shuang was even more flushed. Her fair skin turned completely red. Even her neck was tinged with red, and her speech became somewhat slurred. "Wait for me. Wait a minute." She staggered into the inner room, and when she came out soon after, Small Ethan stared wide-eyed. He rubbed his eyes hard and saw that Yang Shuang had changed into a light pink slip dress. The fabric was thin and transparent, with cutouts. Her skirt just covered her thighs, revealing 2 long, fair legs, and her hair was loose, softly draped over her shoulders. She slowly knelt before Small Ethan, her voice as soft as cotton. This was specially prepared for you. Your birthday is coming up soon, and this is the first time I've worn this. Does it look good?" Small Ethan's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze falling on the person, and he felt the alcohol rising again, his heart pounding in his chest. "So beautiful." Upon hearing this, Yang Shuang leaned forward, her nose rubbing against his, and their eyes met. Her warm breath brushed against his lips, and he heard her say coquettishly, "So do you like it?" He swallowed hard and said, his breathing rapid, "Sis, you're playing with fire." Yang Shuang didn't stop. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck and tenderly pressed her lips to his. Unable to bear it any longer, Small Ethan pulled her into his arms and pinned her down. The 2 bodies were intertwined tightly until her breath became hot and her body trembled violently, and the grand drama finally came to an end. Chapter 73: Sunrise over the river, flowers redder than fire. The next morning, Yang Shuang drove a jeep and waited downstairs, having packed everything. Yang Shuang leaned against the car, her eyes crinkling with laughter, and said to Small Ethan, "Get in. I'll take you to see the best scenery in Lilong." As the car drove south along the winding mountain road, the scenery outside the window was breathtaking, changing with every glance. She drove very slowly, stopping every now and then to point to the distant mountains and rivers and tell stories to Small Ethan. Around noon, the 2 drove to a large meadow at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. The sun was shining brightly. Yang Shuang took a picnic mat out of the trunk, spread it on the soft grass, and then took out a picnic basket. "I just made this sandwich this morning, and I also have hot coffee. Try it." Small Ethan took a bite of the sandwich. The savory ham mixed with the crunchy lettuce was just what he wanted, and he ate 2 in no time. The 2 sat side by side, with the distant snow-capped mountains shimmering golden in the sunlight. Yang Shuang suddenly turned her head to look at him and said softly, "The first time you sang in a bar, I felt you weren't an ordinary student. Later, you not only took over the bar, but now you're also running such a large medicinal herb business. You're much more capable than I thought. What's so great about it? It's all just pointless tinkering." Small Ethan scratched his head, took a bite of his apple, and pretended to continue admiring the scenery. "No matter how amazing you are, you're still my sister. I'll come to see you in Yunnan whenever I have free time." Yang Shuang gently rested her head on his shoulder and didn't move away, saying softly, "Okay." In the afternoon, Yang Shuang gave directions, and Small Ethan drove, driving around in the woods for almost 2 hours before finally driving to a high point in the woods. After parking the car, look into the distance, and you can see a clear green river winding through the valley. "This is the Jinan River." She pointed to the river and continued, "Let's camp here tonight, and watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. The sunrise here is very beautiful. Camping. Small Ethan's eyes lit up immediately. He had never spent the night in the wild before. The two of them hurriedly unloaded the equipment from the trunk. The tent poles were heavier than expected, and Yang Shuang lost her grip and stumbled half a step to the side, bumping right into Small Ethan's arms. Careful! Small Ethan quickly put his arm around her waist, tucked the ends of her hair that had fallen across her face behind her ear, and said, "Let me do it. Sis, you can just pass me the things." Neither of them knew how to pitch a tent, and it took them more than an hour to get it up and running. After dark, Yang Shuang turned on the camping lamp, and the dim yellow light made the inside and outside of the tent feel warm and cozy. The two sat on a picnic mat outside the tent, warmed their bento boxes in hot water, and the aroma wafted out instantly. During the meal, Yang Shuang, biting her chopsticks, suddenly began to tell a story. "Did you know? There's a legend about the Jinjiang River. There used to be a couple who watched the sunrise here. Later, the boy went to war, and the girl waited by the river for him her whole life. In the end, she turned into a waiting for husband stone." "Really?" Small Ethan leaned closer, his eyes full of curiosity. Yang Shuang suddenly lowered her voice, deliberately adopting a sinister tone. "And there's something even scarier. I heard that last year a tourist was camping here and heard footsteps outside his tent in the middle of the night. When he lifted the curtain, he found only a trail of wet footprints on the ground, stretching all the way to the riverbank." "Stop, stop, stop!" Small Ethan quickly moved closer to her, standing very close, and looked around as he said, "Sis, don't scare me. This is my first time camping in the wild. If I'm too scared to sleep at night, you'll be responsible." Yang Shuang laughed so hard she almost spat out the rice in her mouth, and reached out to ruffle his hair, saying, "Just kidding, there are no ghosts. Look how scared you are. The temperature difference between day and night is greater in the mountains, and the night wind is chilly." Yang Shuang crouched down and crawled into the tent, turning back to wave to Small Ethan. "Come in, it's cold outside." The tent wasn't very spacious, and it felt even more cramped after a double sleeping bag was put inside. Small Ethan took off his clothes and crawled in, leaving only his head sticking out. He squirmed in his sleeping bag, clearly not used to it, and was already starting to miss his soft bed. Yang Shuang turned off the camping light, and instantly the surroundings became pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All that could be heard was the rustling of clothes, and then Small Ethan could feel a warm body slip into his sleeping bag. Even though it was a double sleeping bag, the space was so cramped that after Yang Shuang crawled in, the two of them could only stick close together. With the slightest movement of his leg, he would rub against the smooth skin beside him. At this distance, he could clearly smell her unique fragrance and hear the unmistakable urgency in her breathing. The tent got a little cooler in the latter half of the night, but Small Ethan could feel Yang Shuang's body getting hotter. He heard her suddenly whisper and scold, "Ethan, give it to me." Small Ethan sprang to his feet instantly, slowly twisting and turning over in his sleeping bag. He wrapped one arm around Yang Shuang's neck and stroked her smooth, hot cheek with the other. His breathing quickened, but his movements were gentle, his fingertips softly gliding down her cheek, caressing her chin, ears, neck, back, and softness. Small Ethan leaned in and bit her earlobe, gently kneading it with his hand in one fluid motion. The two embraced, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. Soon, he could clearly feel her suppressed breathing and the rising temperature of her body. In this secluded place far from the hustle and bustle, the two enjoyed the novel pleasure of sleeping under the open sky. As expected, the two were deeply in love and didn't fall asleep until after 2 a.m., their lips even feeling a little numb. At dawn, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Small Ethan was gently woken up by Yang Shuang. "Wake up, the sunrise is about to begin." Pulling back the tent flap, the two of them, wrapped in sleeping bags, sat together gazing into the distance, where the eastern sky was already beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. The Jinan River flows in the distance, with a thin mist floating on its surface. The golden sunlight spills over, making the river's surface look as red as flames. Yang Shuang squeezed Small Ethan's hand and shook it, excitedly saying, "Look, The sun is out. The red glow of the rising sun made the river water appear crimson, and small Ethan saw that Yang Shuang's cheeks were flushed red. Yang Shuang leaned against him, their fingers intertwined, and she whispered, "When I was a child, I always recited the sunrise over the river is redder than fire. And today I've actually seen it for myself." She paused, then murmured softly, "If only it could always be like this." Small Ethan held her hand tightly, gazing at the sunrise before him, his heart softening. At noon, Yang Shuang took him to the station and stuffed a large bag of yak jerky into his bag. "Eat this on the way, and let me know when you get to Haijiu safely." Small Ethan nodded, hugged her tightly before getting into the car, and whispered in her ear, "Wait for me to come back." As the bus drove away from Lilong, small Ethan looked out the window at the receding street scene, touched the beef jerky in his arms, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Chapter 74 Dream Car. From game to reality. When the train arrived at Haijiu railway station, it was almost noon. Small Ethan carried large and small bags and walked out of the station with the flow of people. It was during the spring festival travel rush, and the area around the station was packed with people. He stood in line at the taxi stand, staring at the endless queue, muttering to himself, "With this queue, by the time it's our turn to get on the bus, we'll probably be having dinner. It's so much more convenient to have your own car." Small Ethan thought to himself. "It's time to buy a car." Old Ethan thought to himself. "This year's New Year's Eve is also your birthday, so I can buy one for myself as a gift." Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the day after tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve, and the first day of the Lunar New Year is also his 19th birthday. Feeling confident as he touched the bank card in his pocket, he then said obsequiously, "It's all up to Godfather. Whatever Godfather says to buy, we'll buy." Old Ethan thought to himself, "In my previous life, I didn't even get to eat a decent birthday cake, let alone buy a car. In this lifetime, I must have a good time. Then let's buy our dream car, a Porsche 911. Old Ethan's tone was also filled with excitement, and he no longer cared about his image as a master. "I've seen you driving this car a lot in Need for Speed. We should try it out in real life too." A Porsche 911? Small Ethan jumped up suddenly, startling everyone around him. He quickly stepped aside and said, "Godfather, this car must be super expensive. That should be enough." Old Ethan laughed. "Isn't the point of making money to have fun? Right now, we don't need the money in our account for anything else. Come on, there's a Porsche showroom near the station." Old Ethan walked towards the showroom and soon saw the impressive Porsche showroom across the street. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the exhibition hall were sparkling clean, and warm yellow lights spilled out from inside, reflecting the silver-gray Porsche metal logo on the lintel. The first thing he saw through the glass was the 911 in the center of the showroom, its bright red body dazzling, and its roofline as smooth as flowing water. The lower Boxster convertible next to it had its top down, and a dark brown Cayenne was parked at the far end. Small Ethan was carrying a large backpack and a large travel bag, and wearing a black jeans vest padded coat. Looking travel-worn, he seemed quite out of place in this elegantly decorated exhibition hall. Upon arriving at the exhibition hall, the glass door opened automatically with a sensor, releasing warm air from inside, carrying a faint, pleasant aroma. As soon as I entered, a tall female salesperson greeted me. Her dark gray suit accentuated her curves, and her legs were long and straight. She had exquisite makeup, a first-class image, and was both capable and charming. The saleswoman's eyes quickly swept over small Ethan's outfit, then lingered for a moment on the Casio watch on his wrist before she said in a flat tone, "Sir, are you here to look at cars or take photos? We don't allow taking photos for promotional materials in our showroom. Come look at the car." Small Ethan frowned and slowly walked towards the 911. The pretty saleswoman chuckled, leaned against a pillar at the side of the showroom, and said, "This 911 is priced at 800,000 yuan, and with taxes and fees, it will be close to 1.3 million yuan. It's not a car you can just look at casually. If you want to take pictures, there are model display stands over there. Take your pictures and leave early so as not to disturb the serious customers." Before small Ethan could retort, another petite female salesperson hopped over and tugged at the pretty salesperson, saying, "Sister, let me do it. Let me greet them." The new girl was in her early 20s, with long, light blonde hair and a delicate, baby-faced appearance. She even had a mole between her eyebrows, which made her look especially young. She has bright eyes, a delicate and petite appearance, a short but well-proportioned figure, and a particularly energetic smile. The pretty saleswoman looked at her, rolled her eyes, muttered to herself, "It's been so long since this infatuation flared up," and then walked away. The blonde girl turned to small Ethan and smiled, her big eyes narrowing into slits, and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Hey handsome, my name is Huang Lexing. Let me introduce myself. But you're so handsome, you look just like one of my favorite celebrities." Small Ethan blushed at her straightforward praise, and his anger vanished instantly. Huang Lexing made no attempt to hide it, grabbing small Ethan's arm and leading him towards the red 911 display vehicle, his voice sickeningly sweet. "Hey bro, this Carrera 4S is so cool. Rear engine, rear-wheel drive. It's super fun to drive. You should try it out." She opened the driver's side door, her palm against the door frame to prevent him from bumping his head. As soon as small Ethan got in, his hair brushed against her palm. Before he could even feel the support of the seat, Huang Lexing squeezed in halfway and leaned against him. Her soft shoulders pressed against his arm as she reached for the power buttons on the seat, her strawberry scent making small Ethan's heart flutter. "Hey buddy, you've got a great physique. You need to adjust your seat back a bit, or you won't be able to stretch your legs." As Huang Lexing spoke, he deliberately leaned close to small Ethan's ear, his warm breath carrying a hint of sweetness as it brushed against his cheek. After adjusting the seat, Huang Lexing quickly got into the car from the passenger seat, then leaned over and knelt next to small Ethan, pointing to the dense array of buttons and explaining, "This is the sport mode switch, this is the climate control, this is the windshield wiper." She kept talking to small Ethan, as if she wanted to explain the location of the accelerator and brake pedals before she would stop. Small Ethan was both amused and exasperated by her antics. Suddenly, she grabbed small Ethan's hand and placed it on the steering wheel, her palm against the back of his hand, and lowered her voice. "Feel this steering wheel, it's genuine leather, doesn't it feel amazing? Driving it to Shishan Lake, with the wind blowing, it's just so exhilarating." Her fingers traced lightly across the back of small Ethan's hand, while her other hand rested on his knee, brushing against it intentionally or unintentionally. Small Ethan could clearly smell her unique sweet scent mixed with a light perfume, as well as the warm breath that fell on his cheek when she spoke, which made him somewhat dizzy and infatuated. "By the way, has your driver's license been valid for a year?" Huang Lexing suddenly looked up, his face very close, his eyes sparkling. "If it's full, I can take you for a test drive right now. We can go to the nearby Riverside Road, drive the 911, and feel the breeze. Just thinking about it is awesome." Small Ethan was about to say, "Your driver's license hasn't been valid for a year yet," when he saw Huang Lexing's fingers touch the Casio watch on his wrist again, and he said with a smile, "Hey bro, your watch is pretty cute, but once you get your 911, you'll need a nicer watch to match." The implication in her words couldn't be clearer, but small Ethan didn't respond, only staring at the Porsche logo on the steering wheel. This is the dream car he's driven countless times in the game, and now he's sitting in the real driver's seat. What could be more awesome than this? Seeing that he didn't respond, Huang Lexing moved even closer to him, draping her arms over his legs, and continued sweetly, "It's okay. Even if we can't test drive it, I can still tell you about the features. What interior color do you like? Black goes perfectly with the car body, and gray is more dirt resistant. I'll help you choose, it'll definitely look good." She kept chattering away, gesturing with her hands on the center console, and occasionally nudging small Ethan's arm. Smelling the wonderful strawberry scent, small Ethan felt that his dream car was finally going to come out of the game and into reality today. Chapter 75. Stop reading. Swipe your card. Small Ethan took a deep breath, lightly touched the Porsche logo in the center of the steering wheel with his fingertips, and made up his mind. Huang Lexing next to him was still staring at his profile, grinning foolishly, his eyes sparkling, his lips never drooping, and he was muttering to himself, "Hey bro, your profile is so handsome. A lot of people say you look like a celebrity, right?" "That's it." Small Ethan patted the steering wheel and said confidently, "Help me choose some practical features, Nothing fancy. Keep it simple. Let's finalize the car order today. Huang Lexing hadn't recovered from his infatuation yet, and only subconsciously replied, Okay, no problem. She hadn't even taken her eyes off small Ethan's face when he handed her the bank card. Only then did she snap back to reality, staring at him wide-eyed and asking, Huh? What did you just say? What's settled? Okay, it's decided, this 911. Small Ethan smiled and slipped the card into her hand, then gently patted the back of her hand, saying with a smile, Stop looking. I've swiped my card. Huang Lexing's bank card fell onto the floor mat with a thud. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up, her hair hanging down to small Ethan's knees, still carrying a strawberry scent. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Dude, you're not kidding, are you? This is a Carrera 4S. It costs $1.3 million after all. I'm not kidding. Small Ethan smiled and patted Huang Lexing's soft little shoulder, saying, You have enough money in your account. She then got up and hurriedly ran towards the manager's office, but after taking a few steps, she turned back and called out, Hey bro, I'm on my way. I'll get the configuration and deposit settled quickly. The beautiful saleswoman was sitting in her chair reading a magazine when she saw the bank card in Huang Lexing's hand and heard what she had just said. She suddenly stood up, stared intently at the 911, her face turning from white to pale, and didn't say another word. A short while later, Huang Lexing walked over with a middle-aged manager wearing a dark blue suit. He held a printed vehicle purchase agreement in his hand and smiled very politely, saying, Mr. Fu, as Le Xing just told me, you have excellent taste. This Carrera 4S suits you perfectly. Le Xing, let's calculate the specific price for Mr. Fu now. Huang Lexing immediately came over, quickly pressing keys on the calculator in his hand, and said in a soft, sweet voice, Young man, Mr. Fu, I've selected the basic safety package and comfort access for this Carrera 4S for you, both of which are practical. The car price is $800,000. The customs duties, consumption tax, and purchase tax add up to a little over $490,000, and the insurance is about $39,000 in total. So, the total comes to about $1,330,000. Small Ethan with her big, bright eyes, and then said, You need to pay a deposit of 200,000 yuan today. The balance you need to pay when you pick up the car is 1,129,000 yuan. Small Ethan mentally checked the situation with old Ethan, realized he had just the right amount of money in his account, and nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do it this way. We'll settle the payment when we pick up the car. The manager smiled even more politely and handed over the agreement, saying, Mr. Fu, as you can see, the agreement clearly states that the deposit is 200,000 yuan and the car will be delivered in 2 weeks. You can come and inspect the car then, and after confirming that there are no problems, you can pay the balance and we can complete the formalities. Is that all right with you? Small Ethan glanced at the agreement, focusing on the deposit, delivery time, and tax sections. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he nodded. Huang Lexing was staring at his profile, forgetting to hand over the POS machine in his hand. It was only when the manager reminded him that he realized what he had done and quickly brought the machine over. Mr. Fu, just enter the password. Small Ethan picked up a pen and signed his name on the agreement. Huang Lexing handed the stamped deposit receipt and agreement to Small Ethan and said, Mr. Fu, please take this. When you pick up the car, just present the agreement and the deposit receipt. I will confirm the arrival time of the vehicle with you in advance to ensure that you can use the car after the new year. The pretty saleswoman next to him was completely speechless. She had just assumed that Small Ethan was just a poor student who came to take pictures, but now, looking at the agreement and deposit receipt in his hand, she was filled with regret. She paid a 200,000 yuan deposit without batting an eye, and bought a car worth over 1.3 million yuan without hesitation. How could she possibly look down on someone like that? Huang Lexing escorted Small Ethan to the exhibition hall entrance, staring at Small Ethan's profile, unable to resist swooning again. Wow, you're so generous. Our store only sold 10 911s all last year, and this is my first one. She then slipped the business card into Small Ethan's hand, lowering her voice and saying sweetly, Hey bro, I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Small Ethan had arranged to meet Shen Yin that evening to discuss the renovations, but quickly declined, saying, "I can't go tonight. I have plans with friends." Huang Lexing's face clearly showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly raised her lips, her eyes curving into crescents, and said in a soft, coquettish tone, "Okay then, but I'll come to the store early to wait for you on the day you pick up the car. After you pick it up, I'll treat you to a big meal, okay? I know a private chef place that's really good." Small Ethan smiled and agreed, then quickly headed out with his bags. If he stayed any longer, he felt that Huang Lexing's direct gaze was making him feel hot all over. He finally managed to hail a taxi and was on his way to Shun Yin's rented apartment, thinking about the car purchase agreement in his bag, his heart filled with anticipation. "I can pick up the car in 2 weeks, which will make it much more convenient to go out, and I can even drive back to Songshan. I never imagined that I would be driving a luxury car before I even turned 20. This birthday present is amazing." When Small Ethan pushed open the door to Shun Yin's rented room, the aroma of food already filled the air. Shen Yin, wearing an apron, peeked out from the kitchen and saw Small Ethan arrive. She smiled, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and said, "You're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Are you all right?" On the small dining table inside the house were 3 dishes and a soup: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of hot chicken soup. Shen Yin took the local specialty, her eyes lighting up. "Yak jerky. My mom said she wanted to eat it." As the two sat down to eat, Shen Yin put some ribs into Small Ethan's bowl, her voice softening. "Thanks to you for helping me make money. I just bought a lot of new appliances for the house a few days ago, and also bought down jackets for my parents and younger brother. I'm also planning to renovate the house in my hometown next year. What do you think?" "Of course." Small Ethan laughed and said, "It's your money. You decide what you want. You can earn even more in the future, so don't feel bad about spending a little money." Shun Yin lowered her head, a slight smile playing on her lips, and placed another piece of tomato in his bowl, saying, "Ethan, thank you. By the way, I've revised the renovation plan with the renovation company several times. Please take a look at the final version later and see if it's okay." After the meal, she took out the drawings from the drawer, which were covered with annotations. "I want to install floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room for good lighting, sliding doors for the bedroom wardrobe to save space, and a small bar on the balcony so you can have drinks in the future." Small Ethan could picture her carefully writing the annotations, and his heart softened. Shen Yin was always like this. She would listen to his arrangements, listen to whatever he wanted to say, and not ask anything if he didn't say anything. She would just do the things he asked her to do perfectly. The two discussed the blueprints for a while and finalized the plan, instructing Shen Yin to sign a contract with the renovation company and start construction after the new year. At night, Shen Yin was helping Small Ethan organize his messy travel bag. Watching her pack her luggage, he suddenly grabbed Shen Yin's wrist, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Thank you, Yin Yin." Shen Yin's face instantly turned red. She snuggled closer to him and said softly, "Just come often next year." Small Ethan responded softly, pulling her into his arms, inhaling her fragrance, his hands slipping restlessly inside her clothes. She bit her lip and whispered, "I'll go turn off the light." "I won't turn it off, otherwise I won't be able to see you clearly." Small Ethan's passionate kiss brought tears to Shen Yin's eyes. He pressed her head down with his hand and slowly uttered 2 words, "Mouth." Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Small Ethan used all his charm, and Shen Yin was also extremely excited. After their bodies trembled violently, the two of them collapsed onto the bed. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the two washed up together in the bathroom. Shen Yin squeezed toothpaste for him and carefully wiped his face with a towel, just like a young couple. The two finished breakfast. Shen Yin took a blue and white striped pocket from the closet and handed it to Small Ethan. "Tomorrow is your birthday. This is a birthday present for you, knowing you're an Italian national team fan." Small Ethan opened the jacket. He saw a white cotton jacket with the familiar team logo printed on it, and the cuffs were embroidered with the small initials FHY, which were the first letters of his name. He couldn't resist his charm and pulled Shen Yin into a tight embrace, kissing her cheek as he sighed. "How did you know I wanted this?" Shen Yin's ears turned red, and she said softly, I remembered that your computer wallpaper was a group photo of the Italian team last time. When she took Shinyan to the bus stop, she didn't forget to remind her. Be careful on the road, and let me know when you arrive in Songsan. The bus slowly started moving, and Shinyan waved to him outside the window. Small Ethan also smiled and waved goodbye. Only after the car disappeared from the intersection did he pick up his luggage and hurry towards the bus station. When he returned to his residential community in Songsan, he could see the red lanterns hanging on the balcony from afar. His mother, Pan Hongqin, was peering over the railing when she saw him return. She immediately waved and called out, "Son, you're finally back. Your dad was just talking about you, saying that if you hadn't come back, the pork hock for New Year's Eve dinner would have been stewed until it was mushy." Small Ethan ran over with a smile, and as soon as he entered the building, he smelled the familiar aroma of braised pork. This is what home tastes like. Chapter 76, A Reset of Life. A reunion on New Year's Eve, never to be let down again. Small Ethan carried his bags up to the 6th floor. He saw his father at the door smoothing out the Spring Festival couplets pasted on both sides. Seeing Small Ethan come up, he immediately handed over a roll of tape and said with a smile, "You've come at the right time. Help Dad put up the banner." Small Ethan moved a wooden stool over and stepped onto it. His father reached out and held the stool legs, instructing, "Move it half a finger to the left so it will look better when it's aligned with the door frame." Mother Pan Hongqin was tending to the gas stove, the braised pork hock in the casserole bubbling away. Every now and then, she would lift the lid and poke the skin with her chopsticks. Simmer for another 10 minutes, and it will be tender. Small Ethan has been craving this since he was a child. Every New Year's Eve, he looks forward to this tender and juicy pork hock, and he can eat 2 big bowls of rice soaked in the broth. At 5:18 p.m., the table was set full, and the family dinner officially began. Braised pork hock sits prominently on the table. Sweet and sour fish is served with its tail curled up, and cold lotus root slices are sprinkled with sesame seeds. The 3 of them sat around the steaming dishes, and Fu Jiangwo raised his glass and said with a smile, "Wishing our family all the best." Pan Hongqin also raised her glass, which was filled with juice, "Wishing our son a smooth and successful new year." Small Ethan raised a glass of beer and said with a smile, "Wishing Mom and Dad good health and a long life." The family was enjoying a happy time together, and the occasional sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. At this moment, Small Ethan suddenly spoke up and slowly recounted his story, from winning the lottery to earning his first pot of gold by growing ginseng in the forests of southern Yunnan during the summer vacation, to buying a house after a demolition and snapping up factory buildings at rock-bottom prices, all amidst the lively atmosphere of the New Year's Eve dinner. Pan Hongqin smiled and said, "You child, you never draft your stories." Fu Jiangwo joined in the joke, saying, "If you really make that much money, you'll be the boss in our family from now on. If you're just bragging, then hand over the pork hock in your bowl." Small Ethan didn't say much, turned around, and pulled a stack of documents out of his bedroom bag. When the parents were presented with contracts for medicinal herbs, a house purchase, a jade purchase, and even a 911 vehicle order, they were completely stunned. Then he opened his phone's text messages and showed them to his parents. The couple immediately fell silent. Fu Jiangwo flipped through the contract again and again, looking at the amount written on it, as well as his son's signature and red handprint on the signature page. His heart was filled with turmoil. Pan Hongqin took the phone and looked at the text messages one by one, silently counting ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. After a long pause, Fu Jiangwo finally managed to say, "Son, you're better than your old man. From now on, you'll be in charge of all the important family matters. I trust you." Small Ethan picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mother's bowl, then smiled and said to his father, "Dad, I hope that I can share some of the burden at home in the future so that you can retire and rest sooner." Pan Hongqin's eyes reddened, but she wiped her eyes, put the meat back in his bowl, and said, "Your dad and I are used to being busy and can't stay idle. Maybe we can even help you out." Fu Jiangwo took a swig of baijiu, chuckled, and added a frank remark. "Son, the world is vast, go for it, but we'll always be there for you. But listen to your dad. Don't bet everything every time. Leave some room for maneuver. That way, Even if you lose, your parents can make it up for you. These words warmed small Ethan's heart. He took a bite of rice and suddenly felt that this New Year's Eve dinner was warmer than in previous years. After dinner, the three of them squeezed onto the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Pan Hanshin sat next to her husband, while small Ethan sat beside her peeling oranges. The sound of firecrackers outside the window rose and fell, creating a strong festive atmosphere. Just before midnight, my laptop in the bedroom started beeping with a QQ notification sound. Small Ethan saw a photo sent by Li Ying, a picture of a handwritten Spring Festival couplet with delicate handwriting. The first line reads, "May Ethan have a prosperous new year," and the second line reads, "May peace always be with you." Then, Li Ying typed the following message, "I practiced for 3 days. Although it doesn't look good, I want to give you my best wishes." Small Ethan stared at the screen and smiled, replying quickly with his fingers, "It's really beautiful. I'll put it on the wall behind my desk in the dorm when school starts, and I'll see it every day." Just after I sent the message, my phone vibrated. Shin Yin's text message had arrived, and it was very simple. "New Year, Ethan. Happy birthday too. I'll always remember you." Small Ethan stared at the words, "Your eternal remembrance," recalling how she had helped him with bank transactions, tax matters, and contract verification over the past 6 months. Even on weekends, he's busy with his things, which warms and softens my heart. Thankfully, she was there for me throughout this journey. So he replied to her message very quickly. "Happy New Year to Nyenyen too. When I return to Haizhou after the New Year, I'll cook you a big meal." Zhao Tingting and Shen Qingzi also sent New Year's greetings, and small Ethan replied to each of them. "Happy New Year. See you next year." I had just finished replying to the text message when Yang Shuaing called, the sound of a bar's New Year's countdown playing in the background. "Happy New Year, little brother. I miss you." Small Ethan replied, "I'll come see you when I have time, sis. Happy New Year." Just as I hung up the phone, the clock struck midnight, and fireworks lit up the sky outside the window. Yang Shuaing sent another text message, "Happy birthday." Just then, an MSN notification sounded. Lee Sahan's email had arrived, sent at 4 a.m. New Zealand time. "Happy New Year, Ethan. Happy birthday. I'm getting ready to go out. Wait for my photos. I want to share the first sunrise of the new year with you." Small Ethan quickly replied, "Thank you, Sahan. Wear a jacket when you go out, and be careful." The fireworks outside the window had just exploded in a dazzling display when my phone vibrated again. It was a text message from Wang Runan, accompanied by a smiley face emoji. "Ethan, I'm going straight to Jiangzhou for my internship after the new year. Come visit me when you have time. Happy New Year, senior. See you in Jiangzhou after the new year." Small Ethan replied quickly. At that moment, a text message also arrived from an unknown number. "Happy New Year. Happy birthday, bro. Remember to come pick up your car on time after the new year. Lexing will be waiting for you at the store." He smiled awkwardly and replied politely, "Thank you, Lexing. Happy New Year. See you after the new year." Old Ethan stood on the balcony, watching countless fireworks explode in the night sky above Songshan. Just like the incredibly brilliant life he had experienced over the past 6 months. He sighed inwardly. It's truly worth it to be able to have a warm New Year's Eve dinner with my parents again in this lifetime. Small Ethan filled the living room, mingled with the sounds of music and dance from the television and the deafening crackling of firecrackers. This was the warmth he most wanted to protect after his rebirth. Looking at the sky, old Ethan thought to himself, "After the new year, I will work steadily and surely, and I will not let this restart of my life go to waste." Chapter 77. You back, then probably never imagined things would turn out this way, did you? The sound of firecrackers on the first day of the Lunar New Year woke small Ethan. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. The laptop on the table was still lit up, and Lee Sahan's new email was quietly lying in the inbox. He stretched and opened the attachment, where he saw a photo of a sunrise. The red sun had just peeked over the sea, turning the sky golden, accompanied by a soft, soothing text. "I only want to share the first sunrise of the new year with my loved ones. Happy birthday, Ethan." Feeling a sweet warmth in his heart, he quickly typed a reply. "When you come back, we'll go to Dongping Island to watch the sunrise again." For the next 3 days, small Ethan went with his parents to the county town to visit relatives and friends, enjoying the long-awaited festive atmosphere. On the afternoon of the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, after having lunch at a relative's house, small Ethan was strolling along the old street of the county town to digest his food. Just as I turned the corner, I saw Zhao Tingting walking towards me carrying a gift bag. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and she laughed first. What a coincidence. I just came from my grandma's. With nothing else to do, small Ethan accompanied her back. Zhao Tingting, her breath steaming in the air, smiled and said, "Thanks to you last year, I made so much money that I was able to sit at the head table for the New Year's Eve dinner." Before they could finish speaking, a tall figure suddenly rushed out of the alleyway and almost bumped into them. Small Ethan took a closer look and saw that the person was Zhao Peng, whose hair was a mess like a bird's nest and whose eyes were frighteningly red. When he saw Zhao Tingting, he quickly grabbed her arm tightly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Sis, Mom told me to come back to you right away, Dad. Dad's been kidnapped." With a thud, the gift bag in Zhao Tingting's hand fell to the ground. Her face turned pale instantly. She grabbed Zhao Peng's arm and ran home, asking as she ran, "When did this happen? What did the other party say?" "Just 10 minutes ago, a man called, demanding a ransom of 3 million. He also said, you have to deliver it, and if you dare call the police, he'll kill Dad. If you don't have the money by tomorrow afternoon, then you'll never see Dad again." Zhao Peng was so frightened that he stammered, tears and snot streaming down his face, clutching Zhao Tingting's arm tightly. Mom is already trying to raise the money, but how can she possibly have enough time to raise so much money in just one day? "Go back and keep an eye on the phone. I'll figure something out." Zhao Tingting didn't ask any more questions and turned to run towards the bank in the county town. The icy roads were extremely slippery in winter, and she stumbled and almost fell after taking only 2 steps. Small Ethan, who had been following her, quickly caught her. As she ran, her hands trembling, she dialed the bank manager's number, her voice filled with panic as she said, "President Zhang, I need to withdraw all my deposits. They must be in my account by tomorrow morning. I'll cooperate with all the formalities." After completing the appointment procedures at the bank, Zhao Tingting stood in front of the bank, momentarily stunned. Small Ethan didn't say much, but just stood silently beside her. After a long while, he accompanied her back. The wind was strong, and the two remained silent the whole way. Small Ethan looked at her cheeks, red from the cold wind, and took off his scarf, wrapping it around her stiff neck. The scarf was warm and cozy, covering most of Zhao Tingting's face and catching her tears. As they parted, the two stood at the entrance of the Zhao family villa. Small Ethan looked at her red-rimmed eyes and whispered, "Tingting, I'll go with you tomorrow." Zhao Tingting suddenly looked up, tears streaming down her face. She sniffed, nodded emphatically, and replied, After saying that, she turned and ran into the villa gate, afraid that she would lose control. The next morning, Zhao Tingting pulled her mother into the kitchen, suppressing her tension, and said resolutely, "Mom, I'm going to deliver the ransom. Remember, if you haven't heard from me by 5 p.m. today, call the police immediately." Zhao's mother held her hand tightly, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to let her take the risk. Zhao Tingting patted her mother's hand, forcefully pulled it away, wrapped the small Ethan scarf around her neck twice to cover half her face, and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll bring Dad back." After saying that, he grabbed his suitcase by the door and walked out of the house without hesitation. Small Ethan accompanied her to withdraw money. By the time the bank staff helped count the amount and filled the suitcase with cash, it was already noon. Starting from the bank, following the kidnapper's instructions over the phone, the two drove around the county town 3 times and crossed 2 stone bridges until dusk, finally arriving at the foot of a deserted mountain. "Come up alone. Don't bring anyone. Don't try anything funny. I'm watching you." After the kidnapper finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Small Ethan parked the car on the uphill road, reached out, and took her trembling hand, his voice steady as he said, "Don't panic, I'm right behind you. I'll be with you through thick and thin, trust me." Zhao Tingting nodded, gritted her teeth, and pulled her suitcase full of ransom money up the mountain, glancing back at the car every 2 steps. At this moment, old Ethan had already spotted a person hiding in the bushes not far away, who was holding binoculars. After Zhao Tingting had walked several dozen meters away, small Ethan pretended to drive to an open space not far away and parked his car. After confirming that the person keeping an eye on him was out of sight, he immediately got out of the car, climbed up the steep slope on the side of the mountain, and followed Zhao Tingting from a distance. Old Ethan's senses remained on high alert throughout the journey, but he did not detect any other people tailing him. It seems the kidnappers thought there was only one road leading up the mountain, so they only left a lookout at the entrance. When we reached the mountainside, a dilapidated little house finally came into view. There was a small road hidden behind it, with a van parked there, clearly an escape route left by the kidnappers. At this moment, a masked man stood at the door, holding a steel pipe. Seeing Zhao Tingting approach, he gave a gruff command. "Drag the box in." He glanced back warily several times to make sure no one was following him before pushing her into the house and slamming the wooden door shut. After confirming that no one was around, small Ethan quickly crouched down and hid under the broken window on the west side of the cabin. Old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. There are 5 kidnappers inside. Zhao Dahan is among them. At this moment, Zhao Tingting, who had just entered the house, saw her father, Zhao Dahan, lying on the cold cement floor with his hands and feet tightly bound. The blood at the corner of his mouth had congealed, and his face was covered in bruises, clearly indicating that he had been beaten quite a bit. Tears streamed down her face, and she choked out a cry. "Dad, are you all right?" Hearing his daughter's voice, he struggled to lift his head, tears welling in his cloudy eyes, but he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. "Where's the money?" Suddenly, one of the kidnappers shouted at Zhao Tingting, his eyes fixed menacingly on the suitcase. Zhao Tingting hurriedly opened the box, revealing stacks of cash. The 2 kidnappers immediately carried the box over and began counting the money. Just then, a slightly shorter, bald kidnapper suddenly stepped forward, stared at Zhao Dahan's face, and spat out. "Zhao Dahan, when you took my money and forced me to leave my wife and children, you never thought this day would come." The familiar voice exploded in Zhao Tingting's ears like a thunderclap. She saw the face of the person after they took off their mask, and it was none other than Uncle Wang. As far back as I can remember, Zhao Tingting's family and Uncle Wang's family have eaten New Year's Eve dinner together almost every year. Until a few years ago, all contact with Uncle Wang's family suddenly ceased, and my father stopped mentioning him altogether. She later learned that her father had used underhanded means to seize Uncle Wang's shares in the company. Uncle Wang's wife also left with the children, leaving Uncle Wang with nowhere to turn. Later, he even went to jail for retaliating by injuring someone. Judging from his appearance, he must have just come out. Zhao Tingting's heart was pounding in her chest. She realized that this kidnapping was not just about money, but also about an old grudge from years ago. Looking at the fierce look in Uncle Wang's eyes, she suddenly realized that she probably wouldn't be able to pay to avoid trouble today. Chapter 78. If reasoning doesn't work, I also know a little bit about martial arts. The dim yellow light in the room was so bright it made one's eyes dizzy. From the moment Zhao Tingting entered, one of the kidnappers had been staring intently at her, his eyes filled with lewdness. "Zhao Dahan, your daughter is getting more and more beautiful. If you serve us brothers well, maybe old Wang will spare your lives." Zhao Tingting was so frightened that she quickly backed away, while Zhao Dahan on the ground gasped for breath and roared with difficulty. "If you have any problems, come at me. Don't touch her." Just then, the wooden door creaked open, and a tall, thin boy walked in. He casually closed the door, grinning as he said, "Wow, it's so lively here." The 5 men in the room instantly grabbed their weapons, and Uncle Wang cursed under his breath. That good-for-nothing Chinurgu is completely blind. He can't even see the person standing right at the door. "Who are you?" The kidnapper who had just started flirting with Zhao Tingting shouted, squinting his eyes. "My name is Cheng Yaojin. I'm just passing by and came here under the pretext of having some tea," small Ethan joked. Seeing that the kidnapper was about to make his move, Uncle Wang reached out and stopped him, coldly saying, "Young man, this is a feud between him and me. You don't know the truth of the matter. If you insist on getting involved, it won't do you any good." Small Ethan smiled, then pulled Zhao Tingting to his side and said, "I'm here to support her, not to uphold justice." He paused, then lowered his voice and continued, Perhaps the Zhao family is indeed at fault, but you have already broken the law by kidnapping and injuring people. If you release them now, you can still try to get lenient treatment. Stop lecturing us. One of the kidnappers waved his hand impatiently. None of you three will be leaving this mountain standing today. Small Ethan was prepared. He slightly shifted his stance, assumed a fighting posture, and said in a deep voice, "If reasoning doesn't work, I also know a little about martial arts." Seeing his calm demeanor and composure in the face of danger, Uncle Wong thought to himself, "Is this person perhaps a bodyguard hired by the Zhao family?" Suddenly, he pulled a pistol from his pocket, pointed the dark muzzle at Zhao Tingting, and said, "If you move even slightly, I'll kill her." Small Ethan froze instantly. Zhao Tingting exclaimed in surprise, and even the kidnappers next to him were clearly stunned. They obviously didn't know that Uncle Wong had brought a gun. They had originally agreed that it was just a kidnapping for ransom and didn't intend to use any real weapons. Everyone says, within 5 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. But now the distance is less than 2 meters, and small Ethan's heart instantly sank. He frantically shouted in his mind, "Godfather, something's not right. What should we do? What's the panic?" Old Ethan's voice carried an air of superiority, yet it concealed a hint of amusement. The next second, a familiar tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Old Ethan stepped forward, shielding Zhao Tingting with his gun pointed directly at her chest, and declared righteously, "Even if I die, I will not let you hurt her." Zhao Tingting was so frightened that she grabbed his arm, tears streaming down her face. Small Ethan was frantic in his mind. "Godfather, we can't fail here. What will happen to our parents if something really happens?" "Don't worry, this gun is a replica." Old Ethan's voice was laced with sarcasm. "I can see there aren't any live bullets inside." Seconds later, small Ethan's excited voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Godfather, you can see through things. That's amazing. You saw through that jade last time too, didn't you? Keep a low profile and don't show off." Old Ethan replied, but maintained a serious expression, coldly addressing the kidnapper. "Come at me if you dare. What kind of man are you? Only good at bullying women." Uncle Wong's face turned ashen from being rebuked, and he then said to his 2 accomplices behind him, "Get him." The 2 men simultaneously lunged at him with machetes in hand. Old Ethan shifted his stance, easily dodging the incoming blades and grabbing the other man's wrist with his other hand. With a click, the other person cried out in pain and let go, the machete clattering to the ground. He then kicked the other man in the knee, and the man fell to his knees with a thud, unable to get up for a long time. The other kidnapper had just rushed over when he tripped him, causing the back of his head to hit the threshold, and he fell silent instantly. Seeing that things were not going well, Uncle Wong instinctively reached for the trigger with his gun. Old Ethan suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his wrist tightly, and deliberately shouted at Zhao Tingting, "If he shoots, I'll hold him and you run down the mountain right away. Don't worry about me." Uncle Wong was stunned by the fright, and old Ethan seized the opportunity to snatch the replica gun and pin the man to the ground. Seeing that their accomplices had been subdued, the remaining 2 kidnappers tried to grab Zhao Tingting as a hostage, but before they could take 2 steps, they were also taken down by old Ethan. He found a rope in the corner of the cabin and tied the 5 kidnappers up tightly. After confirming that no one could break free, he took out his phone and dialed the police, reporting the location of the person keeping watch at the foot of the mountain to the police. "Please send more medical personnel. Someone here is injured." Zhao Tingting quickly squatted down, carefully helped Zhao Dahan up, and wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. Her gaze remained fixed on small Ethan, her dependence on him impossible to conceal. Not long after, the sirens of police cars and ambulances could be heard from the foot of the mountain. As the medical staff lifted Zhao Dahan onto the stretcher, he weakly raised his hand and said in a hoarse voice to small Ethan, Thank you." After taking their statements, the police officer told them, "We'll contact you if we need anything later." By the time the 2 walked out of the police station, it was already late at night. Zhao Tingting was still in shock. Her hands were still trembling slightly. Small Ethan saw that her face was pale, but didn't say anything. The streets were deserted late at night. Small Ethan drove around 2 streets before finally finding a breakfast shop that had just opened. The owner was lighting the stove when he saw them come in and said with a smile, "The only porridge we have is freshly cooked and still warm." He then ordered 2 bowls of hot porridge and a side dish, and gently said to her, "Drink something hot to warm yourself up." Zhao Tingting drank the hot porridge and finally felt much better. When she saw a little porridge stain on the corner of small Ethan's mouth, she almost instinctively reached out and gently wiped away the white stain with her fingertips. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly withdrew her hand and continued to drink her porridge. After finishing their porridge and returning to their parking spot, the two sat in Zhao Tingting's Mercedes-Benz. The car was so quiet that they could hear each other breathing. Zhao Tingting suddenly spoke softly. "Thank you so much for today." "It was nothing. You've seen my skills before." Small Ethan waved his hand, trying to lighten the mood. "It's not a small favor." Zhao Tingting suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining, and said, word by word, "I will never forget what you said when you stood in front of the gun." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned forward, her hands trembling as she hooked her arms around small Ethan's neck, and her soft lips covered his. Small Ethan could react. He tasted the lingering sweet porridge flavor on her tongue, with a warm sensation. The warm kiss came unexpectedly, yet it carried a long suppressed sense of dependence and excitement. The two stayed together for a very long time, until they were both out of breath, before slowly separating. Zhao Tingting leaned on his shoulder, her voice slightly choked as she said, "Ethan, from now on, can I rely on you a little more?" Watching her car disappear into the night, old Ethan's voice teased in his mind. "This girl, I'm afraid she really won't be able to live without you from now on." He didn't linger and quickly went upstairs to open his door. As soon as he entered the house, his mother came up to him, took his hand, and looked him up and down, her eyes still red. "You're finally back. Thank goodness you're all right." The father didn't say anything, but silently took out the ginger soup that was warming in the pot and handed it to him. Chapter 79. If you trust me, I'll buy as much Banlangen as you can get. On January 27th, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the New Year's greeting rush finally subsided. The festive atmosphere remained, but it was less noisy. Small Ethan's phone vibrated right after he finished breakfast. It was a text message from Liang. "How about we go see a movie this afternoon? I have something for you." As soon as the appointed time arrived, Liang was already standing at the entrance of the movie theater, her down jacket zipper not fully zipped up, revealing a pink and white sweater underneath. "This is for you. A belated birthday present." She handed over the box, her eyes shining, and said with a smile, "I bought it with my New Year's money. It's Sony's latest portable CD player. The shopkeeper said the sound quality is excellent, the one you always mention." Small Ethan took the box, touched her hands which were red from the cold, and quickly took off his gloves and put them on her. "Why don't you go inside and wait? Look, your hands are frozen." Liang smiled with her lips pursed, without saying a word. Her gloves were warm inside, and her cheeks quietly flushed. 2 blockbusters were showing that day, No Thieves in Heaven and House of Fear, and Liang chose the former. It was peak time when we were checking tickets to enter the theater. The cinemas were packed with people during the Spring Festival. Small Ethan slowed his pace, naturally took Liang's hand, and guided her towards the screening room. She didn't pull away. Instead, she gripped his hand tighter. When the movie ended, it was already getting dark. Liang rubbed her stomach and said a little embarrassedly, "I was craving roast duck while watching the movie, and now I want to eat it even more." Small Ethan smiled and nodded. "Then let's find a restaurant to eat at. I know a hotel nearby that has good roast duck." When the two arrived at the restaurant, as soon as they sat down, Liang stared at the roast duck on the menu and kept nodding. When the roast duck was served, Small Ethan picked up a thin pancake, put a piece of duck meat dipped in sauce inside, added shredded green onions and cucumber strips, rolled it up, and handed it to Liang. She took a big bite, not even noticing the ring of sweet bean sauce on the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Small Ethan pulled out a tissue, gently wiped it off for her, and smiled. "Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you." Liang blushed, lowered her head, and chewed slowly, muttering, "So delicious." After finishing their meal, Liang grabbed Small Ethan's hand and said she wanted a milkshake. Small Ethan told her to wait while he ran across the street to McDonald's and bought 2 strawberry milkshakes. The two walked towards Li Ying's house while drinking. When they got downstairs, Li Ying whispered, "I'm very happy today. Let's go hiking in a few days." Small Ethan smiled and nodded. "No problem. Go on up. It's cool at night." Li Ying looked around to make sure no one was there, then tiptoed and planted a soft, sweet kiss on Small Ethan's lips. He then ran into the building entrance. He even poked his head out and waved. Small Ethan stood downstairs and laughed for a while before turning around and walking towards the bus stop. I had just gotten off the bus at the stop near my house when old Ethan's voice suddenly popped into my head. "I'll stop by the pharmacy near my house and buy a box of Banlangen," I say to Root, "to take home. That way, she won't have to make another trip." Small Ethan didn't think much of it and went to the pharmacy. He went inside and told the clerk he wanted a case of Banlangen, a traditional Chinese medicine. The clerk smiled and said, "A lot of people are buying this today, which is strange." After paying, he carried the cardboard box home. When I got home, my parents were sitting on the sofa watching the news, and it just so happened that the news was about the first case of highly pathogenic avian influenza confirmed in Guangxi province. Pan Hongqin frowned and said, "SARS just ended. How come there's another epidemic? We need to be more careful when we go out in the future. I need to go and buy some Banlangen," I say to Root. Small Ethan placed a box of Banlangen, I say to Root, on the coffee table. "Mom, I heard about it too, so I just bought some. Everyone should drink some as a preventative measure." On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the parents had already returned to work, and Small Ethan had arranged to go hiking on Songshan Mountain with Li Ying. Early in the morning, he took the soy milk and fried dough sticks he had just bought to Li Ying's house and knocked on the door at 9 o'clock sharp. After knocking for a while, the door finally opened, and Li Ying was standing behind it wearing a loose bear-patterned pajama set. Her hair was still messy, and her eyes were half closed, showing the languid feeling of just waking up. "Why are you up so early?" "It's still early. It's already 9 o'clock. I brought you breakfast." Small Ethan took off his shoes and went into the house, placing breakfast on the table. Turning around, he saw Li Ying groggily walking towards the bedroom, muttering to herself, "I watched Korean dramas until 3 a.m. yesterday, and I was so sleepy." Then there was silence. Small Ethan followed her in and saw her collapse onto the bed, wrapped up in the blanket like a little ball. Small Ethan sat on the edge of the bed, leaned over, and poked her soft cheek, smiling as he said, "If you sleep any longer, it will be noon. By the time we reach the mountain, it will be evening. Aren't you afraid that a tiger will come out and eat you?" Li Ying whimpered and refused to get up, so Small Ethan leaned over and deliberately tickled her armpits. She burst out laughing instantly and struggled to dodge, but Small Ethan grabbed her wrist, and the two of them started playfully wrestling. In the midst of their playful banter, Small Ethan's fingers inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing Li Ying's laughter to abruptly cease, her breathing to become heavy, and her cheeks to flush crimson. Small Ethan also sensed that something was off, but when he saw her thin nightgown, it highlighted her soft, perky breasts, which were usually well hidden. He couldn't help himself and kissed her on the lips. "No, you haven't brushed your teeth yet." Li Ying quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "It's okay, I like it all." Small Ethan reached out and pulled her hands away, then kissed her. Small Ethan's lips sealed her warm, moist lips. In an instant, the room was filled with the warmth of spring, and the air was filled with a sweet and ambiguous scent. At Li Ying's house, Small Ethan didn't dare to be too unrestrained. He only enjoyed a few moments of hand stimulation through her clothes before letting her, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, go to the bathroom to wash up. It was nearly 10 o'clock when the two finished getting ready and went out. Small Ethan carried a backpack full of snacks, while Li Ying carried a small camera. After waiting for the bus for an hour, the two finally arrived at the foot of Longwang Mountain in Songshan. The mountain road wasn't steep, and the sun was warming us up nicely. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Li Ying suddenly slipped. Small Ethan reacted quickly and caught her waist, and her hand naturally rested on his shoulder. The two pressed together, her soft body against his, and Small Ethan could smell her faint, youthful scent. "Be careful." Small Ethan helped her stand up before letting go. When she reached the top of the mountain, Li Ying took out her camera and took pictures of the distant mountains and forests. Small Ethan stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, rested his head gently on her shoulder, and held her face to face for a long time. On the way down the mountain, Li Ying's shoelace came undone. Small Ethan squatted down to tie it for her. When he looked up, he caught her looking down at him with eyes full of tenderness. The next 2 days were the weekend, and small Ethan accompanied his parents to the department store in Songshan. Pan Hongqin even bought him a new jacket, muttering to herself, "Wearing new clothes for the new year brings a fresh start." On February 1st, the news reported that the National Command Center for the Prevention and Control of Highly Pathogenic Avian Influenza was established. After listening, Pan Hongqin quickly stuffed several packs of masks and 2 large bags of Banlangen, Isatis root, into small Ethan's bag, repeatedly urging him to. When you go to Haijiu, wear a mask, avoid crowded places, and remember to call home every day. On February 2nd, small Ethan was going back to Haijiu. He planned to pick up his car first, and then go to Jiangzhou to see Wang Runan. Pan Hongqin got up at dawn to make dumplings, cooked a big bowl for small Ethan for breakfast, and also packed cured meat and pickles into his suitcase, instructing him. The food in the cafeteria isn't as good as home cooking, but these pickles go well with rice. Fu Jiangwo didn't say much, but patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Don't try to tough it out. If you can't solve it, call Dad. Dad will always be your support." Just as I got downstairs, I saw a text message from Li Ying. "Remember to let me know you've arrived safely in Haijiu. See you at school when it starts." Small Ethan replied with a smile. "Okay, I'll let you know when we get there." At that moment, a black Mercedes-Benz was already waiting downstairs. It was Zhao Tingting, who had agreed to take small Ethan to the station. Seeing small Ethan come downstairs, she smiled and opened the trunk, letting him load all his luggage inside. She also slipped him a box of pastries, saying, "My dad asked me to bring you these. They're sweet cakes from our county. He's still recovering in the hospital, and I'm managing the company's affairs now. I'll come to Haijiu to see you after I'm done with this." Small Ethan stuffed the pastry box into his suitcase, thinking to himself with a warm feeling, "Please thank your uncle for me, and don't overwork yourself." After exchanging only a few words in the car, Zhao Tingting suddenly brought up the topic of the pandemic. "Ethan, do you know what? The price of Banlangen, Isatis root, has gone crazy. A friend of mine who works in the pharmaceutical industry said that it used to be only a little over 3 yuan per kilogram, but now it's almost 8 yuan. He has a large stock on hand and asked if I wanted to buy it. Do you think this is a good deal?" Small Ethan was astonished. The price had doubled in just a few days. Old Ethan's voice suddenly rang in my mind. This is just the beginning. It will rise even more fiercely later. Small Ethan felt confident, looked up at Zhao Tingting, and said with certainty, "If you trust me, at this price of 8 yuan, you can buy as much as your friend has, because the price will go up later." Zhao Tingting turned her head to look at him, her eyes showing no doubt, and nodded firmly. "Yes, I believe you." As the bus slowly pulled out of Songshan Station, small Ethan gazed out the window at the receding street scene, where familiar shops and old trees on street corners gradually became smaller. Old Ethan's voice popped into my head again. "We'll be busy after the new year, but right now the most important thing is to sell the batch of medicinal herbs we collected earlier." Small Ethan smiled and nodded, took out the CD player that Li Ying had given him from his pocket, and put on his headphones. Jay's voice slowly drifted into my ears, and the gentle melody brightened my heart. This day of restarting, filled with anticipation, is accelerating towards a brighter future. Chapter 80, Isn't This Werewolf? I know it well. February 4th is the beginning of spring, and the weather is starting to warm up a bit. Small Ethan didn't set an alarm and didn't wake up until after 10 a.m. His dorm room was quiet and peaceful. He stretched comfortably before slowly sitting up. Yesterday, Huang Lexing received a constant stream of text messages from morning till night. 1 minute they're asking, "Are you back in Haijiu yet? Is your dorm cold?" And the next they're sending, "What do you want for dinner? Should I order a cheesecake for dessert?" One message after another kept coming in, forcing him to constantly take out his phone to reply, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. However, to be fair, this little bit of harassment from a sweet girl is not a problem at all for a man. He stayed in bed until after 11 o'clock before getting up and going to the cafeteria for a bowl of hot beef noodle soup. Yangtze University is, after all, one of the top universities in the country. Even though there was still a week before the start of the semester, the cafeteria was already full of students who had returned to school early. In today's terms, it was really crowded. As soon as she arrived at the 4S store in the afternoon, she saw Huang Lexing standing by the showroom door waiting for her. She smiled, took his hand, and walked towards the back of the showroom. By then, the service staff had already polished the 911 to a shine and parked it in the most conspicuous spot in the new car delivery area. Small Ethan walked over, his fingertips touching the cold car body, and his heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. It was impossible for him not to be excited. This was his first car in his life, and a genuine luxury car at that. Back in the finance area, after paying the final payment, signing the papers, and receiving the keys, the manager smiled and said to Small Ethan, "Mr. Fu, have a pleasant driving experience." He gripped the keys, couldn't resist opening the car door and getting in. The leather feel of the steering wheel and the comfort of the seats made it harder for him to suppress his smile than AK could. After the insurance was processed, there was only a little over 10,000 yuan left in my bank account. Small Ethan couldn't help but laugh, suddenly feeling like he'd gone back to square one. After lingering in the store for a while, Huang Lexing grabbed his bag and got into the passenger seat as it was time to leave work. The petite girl leaned over from the passenger side as soon as the door closed and said in a soft, sweet voice to Small Ethan, "Let's go, buddy, I'll treat you to something nice. I've already picked out a place." Small Ethan smelled the pleasant strawberry scent, smiled and responded, then started the car and drove out of the 4S store. Huang Lexing sat in the passenger seat, pointing to the road ahead, her tone full of serious instruction. "Turn left at that intersection ahead. Don't miss it." There were quite a few cars on the road at this time, and Small Ethan drove slowly. But 911 is too conspicuous. Drivers in the adjacent lanes can't help but look this way, as can girls riding bicycles and pedestrians. Small Ethan felt his ears burning from being stared at, so he gripped the steering wheel tightly and pretended to concentrate on driving. They drove along the road by Shishan Lake for about 20 minutes before finally stopping in front of a private restaurant hidden in the woods. 2 red lanterns hung at the entrance, and even the signboard was carved into wood, making it very elegant. The waitresses inside were all dressed in plain-colored cheongsams and had elegant manners. It was clearly not a budget-friendly place. Huang Lexing, familiar with the place, ordered the dishes, steamed sea bass, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and a bowl of bird's nest soup. Small Ethan listened, thinking to himself, "This meal probably won't be cheap." When he saw the bill at checkout, it was 1,200 yuan. He didn't let Huang Lexing pay and paid directly. A man shouldn't let a woman pay for his car when he's out and about. Consider it a lucky charm for the car purchase. It's worth it. After all, a man's pride is more important than his life. Just as the waiter brought out the after-dinner fruit, Huang Lexing's phone, which was on the table, rang, and the screen lit up with the words Song Qian. She answered the phone. Judging from the tone of her voice, it was probably her best friend on the other end. The other person had a loud voice, which Small Ethan could hear clearly. "Lexing, come to my house to play games. We're only missing 2 people. If you can bring a friend, we'll be complete." After hanging up the phone, Huang Lexing's eyes lit up when he saw Small Ethan, and he immediately clung to his side. Gently tugged at Small Ethan's arm, then wrapped it around her chest, her eyes sparkling, her voice soft and sweet. "Hey bro, my best friend wants to play games with me, and we need 2 more people. Can you come with me? It'll only be for a little while. It'll be more fun with more people. Please, please." As she spoke, she gently nudged his shoulder with her chin, her lips almost touching Small Ethan's face. That soft, yielding touch was something even a man couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. When Huang Lexing heard him agree, her eyes lit up even more, and she excitedly leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Her soft lips gently brushed against his cheek, warm and moist. After the kiss, she hurriedly returned to her seat to pack her things. Small Ethan subconsciously touched his cheek where he had been kissed with his fingertips, still able to smell the faint strawberry scent, which made him feel tingly and numb inside. Driving a 911 along the riverbank, going west for about half an hour, we arrived at a high-end villa area. After waiting for 2 minutes at the entrance, The security guard at the gate called the homeowner to verify the visitor's identity before the barrier slowly lifted. Following the direction Huang Lexing pointed, small Ethan parked his car in front of a detached villa. As soon as the car was turned off, a tall girl walked out of the villa. Despite the freezing weather, she was wearing a fluffy white down jacket on her upper body, but her lower body was exposed, with a section of her fair calves exposed. Thick black stockings tightly wrapped around her legs, making them look slender and straight. With one hand in her pocket, she smiled and waved to anyone who came, looking every bit like a princess. Huang Lexing quickly opened the car door, called out Qian, and rushed over. The two hugged each other and greeted each other with their faces close together, their intimacy beyond words. Victoria Song glanced at small Ethan, who had just gotten out of the car, then immediately nudged Huang Lexing's arm and said in a bright voice, "Hey, I didn't hear you had a boyfriend. He's good-looking, quite to your taste." Huang Lexing smiled but didn't say anything. As she spoke, Victoria Song strode over, circled small Ethan, and looked him up and down, a smile playing on her lips. "The goods are indeed quite good. Since he's not your boyfriend, then I'll take him." As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out to take small Ethan's arm. Huang Lexing panicked and rushed over to grab small Ethan's hand, gently resting his head on his arm as he whispered firmly, "This handsome guy is mine. Don't you dare take him. Look at you, getting impatient, aren't you?" Victoria Song laughed even harder and waved her hand, saying, "Let's go in. Everyone's here. My brother, Lulu, and Shirchin are already waiting in the basement. There's no one else at home today, so we can have as much fun as we want." As he spoke, he led the two into the villa, his steps light and quick. The villa's basement was very spacious. It was the first time small Ethan had ever seen a house with such an impressive basement. The entertainment area below was already neatly arranged. A long table was filled with bottled beer, various snacks, and fruits such as strawberries and blueberries. The lighting was just right, and the whole space exuded a relaxed and lazy atmosphere. Huang Lexing pulled small Ethan to identify each person. The short-haired girl was young Lulu, who was quite lively and cute when she smiled. Zhang Shirqi next to her also had short hair, was slender and quiet, and smiled and nodded gently at him. Finally, there was Song Qian's brother, Song Zihan, who was quite handsome. However, small Ethan noticed from the beginning that Song Zihan's eyes kept drifting towards Zhang Shirqin, and anyone with eyes could see what she was thinking. Finally, Huang Lexing introduced small Ethan to everyone, saying, "This is Ethan, my new friend." Before she could finish speaking, young Lulu immediately joked, "What new friend? It's clearly your boyfriend. Huang Lexing, you've been hiding this well. I've never seen you bring a guy to a party before." Upon hearing this, Huang Lexing's face flushed red. Small Ethan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this little girl to blush. However, looking at her flushed cheeks, which made her even more adorable than her usual lively and carefree self, he felt a strange softening in his heart. 6 people exactly, that's enough. Song Qian clapped her hands and said, then took out a deck of cards from the drawer and began to explain the rules of the game. "I played this when I was studying in the US, and it's really popular there now." When she said, "The one who draws the ace of spades is the killer, the king of hearts is the police, and the rest are civilians. I'll be the judge." Small Ethan had only caught the gist of it when old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Isn't this just Werewolf? I know this game very well. Chapter 81. Don't test my patience, or something bad will happen. Close your eyes when it gets dark." Following the instructions of Judge Victoria's song, everyone closed their eyes and could only hear the breathing of the people around them. Small Ethan closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sounds around him. A very faint rustling sound came from the left, as someone raised their hand and their sleeve brushed against the table. It didn't seem like an unintentional touch. Small Ethan remembers that was Zhang Shirqin's location. "Assassin, confirmed target. It's dawn." Song Zihan looked completely bewildered. "I'm gone? Why did you just kill me like that?" As he began to speak, old Ethan communicated with small Ethan in his mind, without resorting to cheating to obtain clues. Small Ethan's turn to speak. He first looked at Zhang Shirqin and said, "I suspect Sister Shirqin. First, when it was dark, I heard the sound of a sleeve rubbing against the table on my left, which must have been made when the assassin raised his hand to confirm the target. Second, Sister Shurchin's fingertips occasionally tapped the table unconsciously, which is consistent with the small movement when the assassin opened his eyes earlier. Third, when Sister Shurchin spoke, I also noticed that she didn't dare to look at Song Zihan. If she were an ordinary person, she would have taken the initiative to analyze, but she deliberately avoided it, which is also a flaw. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Lexing nodded in agreement. I believe you, little brother. He's definitely right. Zhang Shurchin was immediately locked in, and had no choice but to reveal her hand. She picked up a beer bottle and drank half of it, her cheeks gradually turning red. In the later rounds, small Ethan either drew the police or remained a civilian, but his reasoning became smoother, and he was always able to accurately pinpoint individual weaknesses. After several rounds, small Ethan won every single one, while young Lulu stomped her feet in frustration, muttering, "Ethan, have you studied micro-expressions? And you don't look like you're playing this game for the first time." When Huang Lexing lost, he stuck out his tongue, obediently drank the wine, and even spoke up for small Ethan while burping from the alcohol. This young man is so smart and observant. Song Zihan was still the same as always. Just as Zhang Shurchin was about to pick up her wine glass, he preemptively drank more than half of it for her. Young Lulu teased, "Brother Zihan, aren't you being a little too obvious in protecting him?" Song Zihan blushed, and Zhang Shurchin lowered her head and smiled with her lips pursed. Everyone joined in the teasing. After playing for more than an hour, Song Qian rubbed her head and said, "It's no fun losing all the time. Let's change the game. Let's play King's Game." Small Ethan had never played it before, but seeing that everyone else nodded in agreement, he didn't object. Then Victoria Song took out 6 playing cards from the Ace of Hearts to the 6 of Hearts from the drawer and said, "The rules are simple. Everyone draws a number card, and whoever draws an ace is the king. He can choose 2 people from the numbers and order them to do something, and they can't refuse." In the first round, Victoria's Song drew the king. She looked around smugly and said with a smile, "I choose number 2 and number 3. I'll drink a bottle of beer, and I have to finish it." Small Ethan drew number 4, so he wasn't in this round. Instead, Yang Lulu, number 2, and Huang Lexing, number 3, stood up. The 2 picked up beer bottles and drank for a long time before finishing their drinks. By then, their faces were already flushed. In the second round, it was Yang Lulu's turn to be the king. Holding the cards, she whispered, "I choose number 2 and number 5. We'll pinch each other's cheeks for 10 seconds. Number 2 is Song Qian, and number 5 is Huang Lexing." The 2 of them were laughing and pinching each other's cheeks, making a ruckus. In the third round of card drawing, Victoria Song drew the Ace of Hearts again. She slapped the table and laughed. "Let's draw number 4 first." Huang Lexing stood up, supporting herself on the table. Her cheeks were bulging, and her flushed face, flushed from drinking, gave her a Van Ho, simple and honest, look. She complained, "Why is it me again?" She was chosen 3 times in a row, and everyone burst into laughter, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Victoria Song's eyes darted around, and she said with a mischievous smile, "Number 4 and number 6, you'll share a long biscuit, but you can't touch it with your hands. If you drop it, you have to eat it again." As soon as he finished speaking, small Ethan stood up with the 6 of Hearts in his hand. Huang Lexing was stunned for a moment. His puffed-out cheeks disappeared instantly, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. She stopped complaining, casually picked up a rectangular soda cracker from the bag, put one end in her mouth, and brought it towards small Ethan. The cheers from the surrounding crowd grew louder, with Yang Lulu shouting, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" and Zhang Shurchin covering her mouth with a smile. The 2 slowly moved closer together, the cookies getting shorter and shorter as they ate. Small Ethan could smell the strawberry scent wafting from her hair, mixed with a faint hint of alcohol, which was very alluring. When only a small piece of cookie was left, small Ethan looked at her flushed cheeks and instinctively stopped. Huang Lexing's big, bright eyes curved into crescents. She leaned forward, and, as she took the last bite of the cookie, her warm lips gently brushed against his. The atmosphere got even more lively in the following rounds. Song Zihan drew the task of giving Zhang Shiqin a princess carry. Song Qian drew the task of styling small Ethan's hair. Huang Lexing drew the task of tickling Zhang Shiqin's feet. And Huang Lexing and Yang Lilu were chosen to drink a toast together. There was also a scene where small Ethan carried Yang Lilu on his back, acting out Pigsy carrying his bride. And Yang Lilu pulled his ear, prompting everyone to slap the table and laugh. This Pigsy is so handsome. The final card draw had the instruction. Zhang Shiqin makes a heartfelt confession to Ethan. Zhang Shiqin blushed and looked at small Ethan as he spoke with great emotion, and small Ethan listened attentively. Song Zihan and Huang Lexing, who were standing next to him, suddenly fell silent, their faces turning somewhat somber. They partied until late into the night, and everyone was completely drunk and staggering. Victoria's Song squinted and yawned, saying, let's go. The second floor is all guest rooms. You can stay wherever you like. Yang Lulu, arm in arm with Song Qian, said, I'll stay in your room tonight. Your bed is soft and comfortable. Okay, Shiqin and Lexing, you two can stay in the big room on the second floor, and Ethan can stay in the one next door. After saying that, he pulled Yang Lulu and Song Zihan to the third floor. Small Ethan returned to his room, having just finished showering and drying his hair. He was walking from the bathroom to his bed wearing only his underwear. Suddenly, the door behind me clicked open and was gently pushed open a crack. Huang Lexing's little head peeked in first, and she said in a sweet, soft voice, Hey bro, I'm a little afraid of the dark, will you come with me? Small Ethan could even respond. She had already slipped inside and gently closed the door behind her. Isn't Shiqin sharing a room with you? He scratched his hair and asked in confusion. Huang Lexing took off his coat and threw it aside, then sat cross-legged on the bed and complained. Don't even mention it. She went back to her room and left again soon after, saying she was going to learn American English pronunciation from Zihan. I don't think she'll be coming back tonight. Small Ethan suddenly remembered that he was only wearing underwear and felt uneasy, so he hurried over to get his thermal underwear that he had left on the bedside table. Huang Lexing suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him to sit down on the edge of the bed. She then sat on small Ethan's lap, leaned against him, and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. She looked at him with big, watery eyes, her rosy cheeks gradually moving closer. Small Ethan was so close that he could see her long, thick eyelashes and smell the faint sweet scent of hops from her breath, mixed with Huang Lexing's unique strawberry aroma. For a moment, time seemed to stand still in the room, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, overcome by the alcohol, she stuck out her tongue and licked small Ethan's lips, then nibbled on his earlobe. Small Ethan immediately straightened up and said in a low voice, Don't test my patience, or something bad will happen. She didn't stop, but breathed warm air into his ear and said sweetly and coquettishly, Hey bro, have some love for me. This allure shattered the last shred of rationality small Ethan had left. His hands had unknowingly begun to wreak havoc on her body, enjoying her smooth, fair skin. Step by step, she climbed upwards. Her pert, petite figure, though not full, filled just the palm of my hand. The two became more and more engrossed, until her body trembled slightly, and small Ethan's movements became gentler. Moonlight streamed through the window, revealing the intertwined figures of two people, a night of debauchery. The next morning, small Ethan woke up first, while Huang Lexing was still asleep next to him. Her long, blonde hair was spread out on the pillow, and she had a faint smile on her lips. She looked so soft and cozy. He quietly got up, pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulders, and couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. I don't know how to get along with this girl in the future. Chapter 82. Neither take initiative, neither refuse, nor take responsibility. As dawn broke, small Ethan leaned against the headboard, looking out the window, his mind a jumbled mess. He was a little unsure how to deal with Huang Lexing's awkwardness after he woke up. Thinking that she has a holiday today for the Lantern Festival and won't wake up for a while, and since I can't sleep either, I might as well go back to school first. Small Ethan came downstairs. It was not yet 8 o'clock. He saw Victoria Song sitting at the dining table on the first floor eating breakfast. The glutinous rice balls in the aluminum pot on the table were still steaming. Seeing him come down, Song Qian smiled and waved. Come and have some glutinous rice balls with us. They're freshly cooked with sesame filling and are sweet. You should try them. Small Ethan walked over and sat down, took the bowl handed to him by Victoria's Song, and took a bite of the glutinous rice ball, which was soft and sweet. Song Qian sat opposite him, her eyes sweeping over him with a sly smile, and casually said, "You don't look too well. Didn't you sleep well last night? Drive carefully later." Small Ethan didn't reply, feeling a little guilty. He quickly finished the glutinous rice balls in his bowl and prepared to get up and leave. Just as I reached the door, Song Qian's voice suddenly came from behind me, her tone serious. "Be nice to our Lexing." He stopped abruptly and turned to look at Song Qian, who was still sitting at the table eating glutinous rice balls. Small Ethan didn't say anything, but nodded heavily, then pushed open the door and walked out. Before starting the car, he sent Huang Lexing a text message. "Something came up and I have to go back to school now. Remember to eat Tang Yuan for the Lantern Festival. Don't forget while you're having fun." Small Ethan then drove towards the school. About half an hour later, his phone suddenly rang. It was Huang Lexing calling. Small Ethan took a deep breath and answered the call. The voice on the other end of the microphone was soft and sweet, still a little groggy from just waking up, and with a slight nasal tone. "Oh, little brother, why are you leaving so early? I was thinking of eating Tang Yuan with you after I woke up." Small Ethan felt uneasy and could only give a vague reply. "I just had something to do. I'll find you to hang out when I'm free. You don't have to work today, so don't rush to get up for the Lantern Festival. Sleep in a little longer." "Then you'd better keep your word." Huang Lexing's voice carried a hint of coquetry. She didn't say anything more, only offering a word of advice. "You drive first, drive slowly, and be careful." After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan thought about the slightly aggrieved little nasal voice he had just heard, and his heart softened. Back in his dorm room, Small Ethan turned on his computer and received a Lantern Festival email from Lisa Han. She wrote, "The moon is especially round in Auckland tonight. Ethan, it's the Lantern Festival today. Remember to eat some sweet glutinous rice balls." He smiled at the screen and replied to the email. "I just had sesame dumplings at a friend's house. If you have any sweet ones where you are, remember to have some too, so we can be reunited sooner." Then he pulled out his phone book and sent Li Ying a text message. "Happy Lantern Festival. Did you eat Tang Yuan today?" Li Ying replied quickly. "I just ladled out a bowl of peanut filling, and I wanted to eat it with you." When I messaged Yang Shuang, she replied instantly, "I don't have time to cook for myself. I'm eating frozen food right now." He immediately followed up with another message. "I've been to the herb warehouse a few times. The old herb farmer manages it very well, so don't worry." Just as I finished typing the text message to Yang Shuang on the screen, my phone vibrated, and the name, Zhao Tingting, popped up on the screen. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard her voice, tinged with excitement. "Ethan, happy Lantern Festival. Did you eat Tang Yuan today? I have something to tell you. I bought all 600 tons of Banlangen, Isatis root, from my friend." Small Ethan leaned back in his chair, phone in hand, listening as she continued. "The market price has jumped up quite a bit in the last couple of days, and I'm not sure what to do. When do you think I should make a move?" "Don't rush, this rally hasn't peaked yet." Small Ethan chuckled into the phone and said confidently, "Wait a bit, I'll talk to you later." "Okay, then I'll wait for your notification." Zhao Tingting replied readily. Just then, a subordinate's voice came through the receiver. "Mr. Zhao, this building materials contract needs your signature for confirmation." She quickly said, "I have to talk to you now. I have a batch of orders to process. I'll contact you later." After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan thought about inviting Xin Yan to lunch, so he called her. As it turned out, Xin Yan was at her hometown cooking glutinous rice balls for her parents and younger brother and hadn't returned to Haizhou yet. Small Ethan thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll drive to your place to pick you up in a few days, so you don't have to take the bus." Xin Yan laughed on the phone and didn't ask any more questions, simply replying, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Small Ethan had originally planned to visit Wang Runan on a weekend when she wasn't working or doing her internship, but now that he figured he had nothing else to do these days, he might as well go now. He rummaged through the cabinet and found the Yunnan beef jerky that Yang Shuang had sent him before, and also picked up the Songshan specialty sugar cake that he had just brought. He then drove to Jiangzhou without giving any prior notice. We were stuck in traffic on the highway for more than half an hour. By the time we got off the highway, it was already getting dark and the streetlights had just come on. After exiting the highway toll station, he called Wang Runan and said, "Happy Lantern Festival, Senior. Let's have dinner together." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surprised voice came from the other end. "Oh, you've come to Jiangzhou? What a sudden surprise. I'm busy with Lantern Festival activities at a hotel on Wanshan Island today, and there are no more ferries back to Jiangzhou. I won't be able to get back to the city until noon tomorrow at the earliest." "It's all right. You go ahead and do your work. Work is important. I'll wait for you to come back tomorrow," Small Ethan said with a smile. Wang Runan was still muttering on the phone. "If you had told me earlier, I would have switched shifts with my colleague." He also told him, "You can stay at our company's hotel tonight. Don't wander around alone." Small Ethan hung up Wang Runan's call, glanced at the words Jiangzhou on the highway toll station not far away, and suddenly thought of Shinqingzi. Since I happened to be here, I simply found her number on my phone and dialed it. The phone rang twice before connecting. Hearing that Small Ethan was in Jiangzhou, Shinqingzi was somewhat surprised and immediately asked him, "Tong Tong and I just came back from the amusement park and we're about to go home to cook Tang Yuan, sweet rice balls. If you don't mind, why don't you come over and eat with us? I'll cook a lot." Small Ethan readily agreed, and after getting the address, he hailed a taxi on the roadside, told the driver his destination, and asked the car to lead the way while he followed behind in his 911. Before long, they arrived at the apartment building where Shun Qingzi lived. As soon as the car stopped, Small Ethan saw Shun Qingzi already standing at the entrance of the building, with Tong Tong beside her wearing a new pink cotton-padded jacket and carrying a small lantern in her little hand. When Small Ethan got out of the car, Shun Qingzi was clearly stunned for a moment, her gaze lingering on the 911 for 2 seconds, clearly not expecting him to drive this car. But only for a moment. She greeted him with a smile and said to Tong Tong, "Say hello to your brother quickly." When Tong Tong saw him, she ran over, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Brother, look at the lantern I drew for the Lantern Festival." Small Ethan squatted down and praised her a couple of times, and Tong Tong laughed even harder. After taking some Yunnan beef jerky and Songshan sugar cake from the car, Small Ethan followed the mother and daughter upstairs. After entering the house, Shin Qingzi asked Small Ethan to watch TV with Tong Tong in the living room while she went to the kitchen to cook glutinous rice balls. After the three finished eating the glutinous rice balls, Tong Tong insisted on setting off fireworks, so Small Ethan accompanied her to light up small sparklers in the open space of the community. Tong Tong carried it around, with Small Ethan following behind her. Shin Qingzi watched with a smile, the moonlight shining on her, making her look exceptionally gentle. In the evening, Small Ethan read a bedtime story to Tong Tong, and only after she yawned and closed her eyes did he tuck her in with a blanket. When Shin Qingzi walked out of Tong Tong's room, it was almost 10 o'clock. He was drinking a can of beer on the balcony. "The moon is full today, have a couple of drinks with me." It was a bit chilly on the balcony, so she found a thick coat and put it on Small Ethan, then put a shawl on herself. "My husband has been gone for almost a year." Shin Qingzi took a sip of beer, softened her voice, and continued. "He used to cook Tang Yuan for the Lantern Festival, but now it's just Tong Tong and me. Sometimes when I watch Tong Tong fall asleep at night, I feel a sense of emptiness." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously touched the beer can, her eyes somewhat dazed. Small Ethan didn't say much, just sat on the wicker chair on the balcony and listened to her talk while sipping her beer. She said Tong Tong recently learned a new song at kindergarten, and that Aunt Lee downstairs always helps look after the child. As she spoke, her shoulders slowly leaned towards Small Ethan, and her head gradually tilted to the side. Before long, her breathing became heavy, and her eyelids drooped. She had clearly fallen asleep, unable to hold her liquor. Small Ethan shook his head with a wry smile, gently placed the beer can in her hand on the small table next to her, and then carefully supported her back and legs with both hands, slowly carrying her towards the master bedroom. When I gently placed her on the bed, I made sure she was in a comfortable position and pulled the blanket over her. Just as I was about to straighten up and turn off the light, my wrist was suddenly gripped by a warm hand. The grip wasn't strong, but it was quite tight. He heard her murmur softly from the bed, her voice barely audible. "Off phone. Don't go. Wait for me." Small Ethan's heart softened. She knew without guessing that off phone was her deceased husband. He didn't pull his hand away again, but sat down on the edge of the bed, letting her hold his wrist. At this moment, Shun Qingzi suddenly opened her eyes slightly, her gaze still hazy with the smell of alcohol, and mumbled, "Off phone," intermittently. She grabbed small Ethan's wrist with one hand, and suddenly propped herself up on her other arm to sit up. Before small Ethan could react, she reached out and hugged him, and together they fell onto the bed with a slightly unsteady force. Small Ethan felt himself pressed against a plump, warm body, mixed with a faint scent of perfume, and his mind became hazy for a moment. As soon as I lay down on the bed, her thick lips touched mine, eager yet a little awkward, with the taste of beer still lingering on her tongue. He was pressed down by the young woman's soft body, and could clearly feel her unique charm and large, soft breasts. Small Ethan was still clinging to the last shred of reason, but she seemed unwilling to wait any longer, frantically tugging at small Ethan's clothes. She whispered sleepily in small Ethan's ear, "Phone. I want it. Give it to me quickly." Her eyes were closed, and she was breathing heavily. Her half-drunk, half-awake voice only aroused small Ethan even more. The warmth around him was too real, and small Ethan finally gave up resisting, mounted his horse, and galloped away. The young woman's soft and voluptuous figure captivated small Ethan. At this moment, all worldly morality, propriety, and shame have been forgotten. All that remains is the person before my eyes. After a long while, the breathing in the room gradually subsided, and Shun Qingzi seemed to have become much more awake. She buried her head in small Ethan's arms, sobbing softly. Small Ethan held her close, stroking her hair, and neither of them said a word. Old Ethan sighed inwardly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You've really got some nerve these days. You don't take the initiative with Huang Lexing, but you don't refuse anyone who comes your way. You don't refuse Shun Qingzi either, and after it's over, you don't give her a straight answer. You've really learned all three of Liu Xiaohui's principles of no. All that blushing you used to have when talking to girls is gone." After venting his frustrations, he quickly tried to justify himself. "Forget it. A man who isn't a bit of a playboy in his youth is wasting his life. If you're always living a prim and proper life, you might not be happy." Small Ethan didn't respond. His mind was also a bit confused. He couldn't explain it himself, but he could never resist Huang Lexing's coquettishness and Shun Qingzi's vulnerability. In the end, he followed his heart and perhaps, as old Ethan said, lost all sense of proportion. Chapter 83. Don't go. That's an offshore current. The next morning, before dawn, small Ethan woke up. Shun Qingzi, who was beside him, was still asleep, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she hadn't recovered from the emotions of last night. He moved very quietly, tiptoeing out of the bedroom. He took the house key from the hook on the door, quietly closed the door, and slipped out. The morning market in Jiangzhou is located near the dock, and the air is filled with the salty smell of the sea. Small Ethan walked around halfway, picked a stall with lots of locals, sat down, and ate something by himself. Then he packed a bowl of seafood noodles with a poached egg, crab meat, clams, and fish balls. He also bought a basket of shrimp dumplings and a freshly made layered pancake. And finally, he packed a small bowl of fish paste soup, which was warm and perfect for Tong Tong to eat. Carrying the breakfast back, I even bought an insulated food container at the convenience store to put the hot breakfast inside. Returning to Shun Qingzi's home, he gently pushed open the door and went in. He set breakfast on the table and then found a note that read, "Qingzi, breakfast is in the insulated box. Remember to eat it while it's hot when you get up. I have to go now. I'll come see you when I have time. Call me anytime if you need anything. I'll be happy to help. Also, I love Tong Tong's smile, but I love seeing you smile even more." After writing the note, he placed it under the insulated box, hung the key back on the hook by the door, and quietly closed the door behind him. Small Ethan left. Shun Qingzi woke up and saw breakfast on the table as soon as she stepped out of the bedroom. She picked up the note and saw the words, "I prefer to see you smile." Her eyes slowly welled up with tears. She touched the insulated box again, feeling a warm glow in her heart. It's been a long time since anyone has thoughtfully prepared breakfast for them like this. Small Ethan was driving slowly through the city of Jiangzhou. This seaside city was still unfamiliar to him, and the lively street scenes made him slow down and take notes of the route. Around 11 a.m., he found the hotel owned by Wang Runin's company and booked a room with a sea view. After putting down my luggage in the room, I took 2 bottles of mineral water from the room and drove to the ferry terminal. After waiting for about 20 minutes, he saw Wang Runin coming out of the ferry terminal with a bag on her back, her hair a little messy from the sea breeze. When she saw Small Ethan and ran towards him, almost tripping halfway there. I was busy at the hotel until midnight last night, and I almost overslept this morning, she said with a smile as she approached, her voice still sweet and pleasant. Small Ethan noticed that she still looked a little tired, but she reached out and took Small Ethan's hand, smiling as she said, "Come on, I'll take you to a seafood noodle restaurant that locals frequent. Their noodle soup is amazing." The noodle shop was near the dock. It wasn't a big storefront, with 4 tables inside. The owner greeted Wang Runin as soon as he saw her. "Nanan's here?" "Same as always." "Yes, another bowl, same ingredients." Wang Runin replied, pulling Small Ethan to sit down. The noodles were served shortly afterward. The milky white broth in the rough porcelain bowl was fragrant, and on top of it were a swimming crab, prawns, and several pieces of smoked fish. The noodles were very chewy, and Small Ethan ate them with gusto, beads of sweat appearing on his nose. Wang Runin smiled at him and handed him a tissue. Wang Runin had a day off in the afternoon, and after finishing her noodles, she said she wanted to take Small Ethan to the beach to see the sand sculpture exhibition. The two walked out of the noodle shop side by side and turned to the bright red 911 parked on the side of the road. When Wang Runin watched Small Ethan open the passenger door of the 911, her gaze suddenly froze. A few seconds later, she leaned over and gently touched the car door. Turning to look at Small Ethan, she smiled and said, "Oh, so you're not hiding it anymore? So you really are a rich young master." The two drove to a beach east of Jiangzhou, a local event held annually. Looking along the coast, dozens of large sand sculptures are placed on the beach. There are lifelike mermaids, old-fashioned fishing boats, fairy tale castles, and many cartoon characters, attracting children to gather around and watch. The two walked slowly along the beach, and Wang Runin pointed to a sand sculpture and said, "I came here with my colleagues to take photos last year, and this year's is even bigger than last year's." Before the words were finished, a scream came from not far away. "My child! My child!" Small Ethan and Wang Runin quickly ran over and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy in the sea being carried away by an ocean current, drifting further and further away from the shore. The lifeguard next to him was stamping his feet in frustration, shouting into his walkie-talkie, "There's a rip current to the east. A child has been swept away, requesting assistance." The father, pulling his child who was about to rush into the sea, shouted, "This is a rip current. You can't force your way in. You might not come back if you go in. No, it'll be too late if we wait for reinforcements." Small Ethan ripped off his coat and was about to rush into the sea. At this moment, Wang Runin grabbed his arm tightly, her voice trembling, and said, "It's too dangerous. The lifeguards all said we can't go." Small Ethan glanced back at her pale face, then at the child receding into the sea, and gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, I have a plan." After saying that, he pried her hands off, quickly took off his coat, pants, and shoes, bent down to pick up a life jacket, put it on, and rushed into the sea. All I could hear was the lifeguard shouting from behind, "Come back. Don't go. That's a rip current." The seawater in early spring was bone-chillingly cold. When the water had just reached his waist, Small Ethan felt a force pulling him away. Fortunately, old Ethan took control of his body. Otherwise, the slightly frozen Small Ethan might have been sucked away. I really don't know how that child got swept into the water in such cold weather. Old Ethan plunged into the water, swimming diagonally forward, avoiding the strongest currents, and slowly approaching the child. When he swam to the child was already sinking. Old Ethan quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, wrapping his arms around him from behind. Then old Ethan swam diagonally towards the shore with the current until his feet touched the sand, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. The child's parents rushed over, hugging their child and crying uncontrollably. They grabbed small Ethan's hand, offering him money and saying they wanted to treat him to a meal. Small Ethan waved his hand in refusal, and taking advantage of their inattention, he grabbed Wang Runin, who was still in a daze, and ran away. They didn't stop until they ran back to the parking lot. Wang Runin looked at him, who was soaking wet, and reached out to touch his arm, her fingertips trembling. "You scared me to death. What if something had happened?" Small Ethan smiled as he looked at her reddened eyes. "It's all right. I'm a good swimmer." After saying that, he ran to the public restroom next door, took the dry towel that Wang Runin had bought for him, and wiped the water off his body. Next, take off the wet thermal underwear, roll it up and stuff it into the bag, then put on the coat directly. Wang Runin wrapped her scarf around small Ethan's neck and urged him to get in the car and turn on the heater. On the way to the hotel, Wang Runin would touch his hand from time to time and ask him if he was cold. Back in his hotel room, small Ethan took a nice hot bath and warmed up completely. After drying his hair, he came out of the bathroom and saw Wang Runin busy working on her laptop, saying she was compiling the organizational framework and division of responsibilities for the project company. He wasn't really familiar with human resources, but he still went over to take a look. Seeing that Wang Runin was stuck on the division of functions section, I suggested, "We can divide it by project stage, with separate positions for early preparation and later operation, which would be more efficient." Wang Runin's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "That's a great idea. How come I didn't think of that?" After finishing the plan, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Wang Runin didn't mention going back to the dormitory, and small Ethan didn't ask either. The two of them just leaned against the headboard and watched TV. Right now, the TV station is showing an old Hong Kong movie. The plot is slow-paced, which is perfect for a leisurely evening like this. Small Ethan was covered with a thin blanket, and Wang Runin was leaning against him, also covered with the same blanket. Neither of them moved. The TV show ended with a scene of the male and female leads embracing and kissing. Small Ethan glanced at Wang Runin beside him and gave a mischievous smile. After several attempts, he came to understand her personality. She would absolutely not agree to take another step forward. But the atmosphere was just right, with a beautiful woman beside him. It wouldn't be realistic for small Ethan to remain completely unmoved, even if he just wanted to take advantage of her a little. He didn't say much, but lowered his head and gently bit Wang Runin's earlobe. Wang Runin shrank back slightly, but instead of backing away, she snuggled closer into his arms. Small Ethan gently placed her head on his arm, looked down at her blushing, beautiful face, and smelled the faint scent of gardenias in her hair. He reached out and tucked the stray hairs that had fallen across her face behind her ear. Wang Runin didn't flinch, but her cheeks grew increasingly red. Her lips were as soft and moist as ever, and small Ethan skillfully used his mouth, tongue, and hands to explore downwards little by little. Wang Runin's delicate body writhed, her 10 fingers gently gripping small Ethan's hair, her long legs tense. Just as small Ethan was about to try again, he heard her gasp and say no. So he stopped. He didn't insist any further. He reached out and pulled the blanket over her, then hugged her tightly and fell asleep in his arms, without doing anything else. Chapter 84 Awkwardness. This time I'm really living off a woman. Small Ethan came over and kissed her face with saliva. The two playfully rolled off the bed and squeezed together in the bathroom to wash up. After squeezing out the toothpaste, Wang Runin shook the toothbrush in her hand and said with a smile, "Let me brush your toothbrush for you." Small Ethan obediently opened his mouth, and she gently brushed his teeth for a while. After brushing, she stroked his face and praised, "Your teeth are so white." He looked down at her and caught a glimpse of her fair skin peeking out from under her neckline. He couldn't help but smile and whisper in her ear, "Nothing here is as white as yours. It's so smooth, tender, and soft." Wang Runin blushed instantly, reached out and gently patted the back of his head, laughing and scolding, "You rascal." After tidying up, she pushed him toward the restaurant, the two of them joking around all the way, her sweet voice echoing in the hallway. After breakfast, small Ethan drove Wang Runin to the project site. As soon as they got onto the elevated road, Wang Runin suddenly asked, "Ethan, has Chen Lele been giving you any trouble lately?" Small Ethan thought about it and realized that this person hadn't shown up for a long time. She continued, I told my dad about the time he threatened you. My dad should have spoken to his dad and told him to behave himself. Wang Runin paused, then lowered her voice and said, I heard that their family was involved in a murder case before the new year, supposedly an accident at a construction site. But my dad told me that the Chun family has been busy bribing officials lately, so it's probably not that simple. Don't be fooled by their low profile lately. You still need to be careful. Chun Lele is a very petty person. Small Ethan nodded in agreement, and soon the car arrived at the office building of her project company. Wang Runin unbuckled her seatbelt, gently grasped the back of his hand, and leaned to the side. Her lips gently touched Small Ethan's lips, carrying a hint of the sweetness of soy milk, and remained softly pressed against his for a long time. Only when passers-by looked into the car did she slowly release him, reach out and touch his cheek, her voice filled with reluctance as she said, Drive carefully on the road, and call me when you have time. Small Ethan nodded, then handed over the bagged Yunnan beef jerky and Songsan sugar cake, saying, Runin, I'll come see you whenever I have time. She smiled, reached out and took it, and sweetly said, Thanks. As she got out of the car, she turned back and waved to him before walking toward the office building entrance. When she reached the gate, she looked back one last time before turning inside. Small Ethan watched her go inside before turning his car around and heading back to Haijiu. Once on the highway, he called Shin Yin. Yin, I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Wait for me at home. Shin Yin readily agreed over the phone. Okay, I'll pack my things and wait for you at the village entrance. The village roads aren't very good for driving. The highway towards Haijiu was congested with traffic, mostly people returning to work after the Lunar New Year, and the frequent stops and starts took up a lot of time. I ate a bowl of beef noodles at the service area at noon, and by the time I arrived at Shin Yin's place, it was already 2 p.m. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, Small Ethan saw Shin Yin standing there carrying 2 large cloth bags from afar. Seeing the red 911 driving towards her, Shin Yin was stunned for a moment. After the car came to a stop, she saw Small Ethan behind the window and then leaned over to say, Ethan, why did you buy such a nice car? Small Ethan smiled and helped her put her luggage away, asking, Do you have a driver's license? Shin Yin nodded and said, I passed the test last year, but I haven't touched a car since then. As soon as he finished speaking, Small Ethan took her hand, helped her into the driver's seat, and even adjusted the seat for her. He then climbed into the passenger seat and said, You drive it when we get back. I'll watch from the side and get familiar with the car. You'll be driving this car from now on. It'll be more convenient for running errands. It's not really appropriate for me to drive this at school. Shin Yin was taken aback and wanted to decline, saying, This is not appropriate. But seeing Small Ethan's serious expression, she didn't say anything. She always listened to Small Ethan and knew he was doing it for her own convenience, so she didn't say anything more. On the way back to Haijiu City, Shin Yin sat up straight, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and drove slowly. Small Ethan didn't rush them, and the two chatted casually about village matters. She drove the 911 at the speed of a bus. After parking their car in the residential area, just as dusk was falling, the two carried their luggage back to their rented room. Shin Yin took out fresh vegetables and cured meat from her cloth bag and said, I'm cooking for myself tonight. I brought a lot of vegetables from my hometown, and they're even fresher than what you buy at the market. As she spoke, she turned to grab her apron, but Small Ethan gently pressed her wrist down. He smiled and shook his head, saying, I'll do it. You can just help me out. We had an agreement. Shin Yin didn't argue, but replied, Okay, and went to the sink to obediently help him pick vegetables and hand him plates. Old Ethan sighed inwardly, complaining that he had been lying down comfortably, but now he was forced to start cooking again. The aroma of cured meat soon filled the small kitchen, and the two chatted occasionally, busy with their tasks. Both of them ate a full dinner, and Small Ethan took Shin Yin's hand and went downstairs for a walk to digest their food. As soon as they reached the entrance of the residential area, Shin Yin pointed to a fireworks stall by the roadside and said, Shall we buy 2 and set off some fireworks together? Small Ethan smiled and nodded, then pulled her to pick out 2 boxes of star-shaped fireworks. After finding an empty concrete spot, small Ethan squatted down, lit the fuse, and ran back to Shun Yin's side. The tiny sparks exploded in the darkness, spraying out red, yellow, and pink sparks, like a handful of scattered stars, making Shun Yin's eyes sparkle. Small Ethan gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and said in a soft voice, "Yin Yin, you are more dazzling than fireworks." Shun Yin smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. She leaned back gently, resting her face next to his head, and nestled her whole body against his chest. The evening breeze was still cool. After returning to the house, Shun Yin heated up a glass of milk for both of them, and then snuggled up on the sofa to watch DVDs. The usual activity was watching horror movies. The sound effects in the movie scared Shun Yin so much that she kept burrowing into small Ethan's arms, and he patted her back with a smile to comfort her. After watching the movie and washing up, they lay down in bed. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it felt like a reunion after a short separation. Shun Yin's eyes were alluring, and small Ethan, knowing that time was of the essence, mounted his horse without hesitation. The two then played music in harmony and shared the pleasures of their bedroom. The two of them were fine the next day and slept until 10 o'clock. Neither of them was in a hurry to get up and just lay there talking. Small Ethan turned to the side, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Shun Yin, his fingertips gently tracing her cheek and moving down her face. A moment later, Shun Yin was seen biting her lip, revealing a captivating charm that seemed to hold back her words, and her gaze towards him was filled with longing. Such a lure was too much for him to bear, so he crawled back into bed to enjoy the pleasures of the bedchamber. Just as the two were busy, Shun Yin's phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Lin from the decoration company calling. Small Ethan suddenly felt playful and made her answer the phone. Shun Yin could only agree with small Ethan while listening to Xiao Lin's story on the other end of the phone. "Ms. Shun, the company has officially started work today. We finalized the renovation plan before the Lunar New Year, so let's see when you can come over to sign the contract and make payment so we can start work immediately." "Okay, then let's do it this afternoon." "Aye, let's go." She bit her lip and tried to keep her voice steady as she spoke. Her heavy breathing made Xiaolin realize something was wrong, so Shun Yin quickly hung up the phone. After a while, the noise inside the room gradually subsided, leaving only their rapid breathing. Small Ethan, lying on his side, suddenly spoke up. "I haven't asked yet, but how much would those 2 houses cost according to that renovation plan from last time?" Shun Yin, still slightly out of breath, moved closer to him and said, "I roughly calculated with Xiaolin before the new year that the hard decoration of the 2 sets would cost about 300,000 yuan. We had agreed beforehand that the down payment would be 40%, and we would have to pay 120,000 yuan when signing the contract." Small Ethan nodded and said, "The materials used are all from top-tier new brands, so the price isn't too expensive." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly slapped his forehead, his heart skipping a beat. I thought to myself, "Oh no, I only had 10,000 yuan left in my account. I had invested all my money in medicinal herbs, and I completely forgot to set aside money for home renovations when I bought the car." Seeing that his expression had changed, Shun Yin quickly reached out and touched his arm, asking, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Small Ethan could only scratch his head and tell the truth with a bit of helplessness. "It's just that I've tied up all my money in a batch of goods, and I don't have any cash on hand right now." Shun Yin smiled and showed her tiger teeth, saying, "That's all right. I have some in my card. Just use mine first." Small Ethan instinctively waved his hand, a little embarrassed, and said, "How could I use your money? That would be like being a kept man." Shun Yin deliberately put on a stern face, reached out and pinched his cheek, saying, "Why do we have to be so clear about who's who?" He paused, deliberately moved closer to her, and added, "I don't have any money to pay you back right now. What should I do?" Shun Yin didn't speak, but slowly moved closer to him, her nose touching his, the wisps of hair on her forehead gently brushing against his, her warm breath brushing against his lips as she spoke, and said coquettishly, "Then, I'll repay you with my body." She spoke softly, and before she finished speaking, she gently bit small Ethan's earlobe, and then her lips pressed against his. Chapter 85. I could take on 10 of him. The two dawdled for a while before finally getting up, and when they checked the time, it was already past midnight. Too lazy to look for another restaurant, I simply grabbed lunch at the KFC next to my apartment complex. Shin Yin was afraid of being late and making Xiaolin wait, so she ate the hamburger a little too quickly, and some cream sauce got on the corner of her mouth. Small Ethan reached out and wiped her mouth, then pushed the hot chocolate towards her, smiling as he said, "Eat slowly, don't choke. There's no rush with Xiaolin. We can go over after we finish eating." She hummed in agreement, picked up her cocoa, took a sip, and slowed down her pace of biting into the hamburger, no longer rushing as before. When the two arrived at the renovation company, Xiaolin had already placed several printed contracts on the table. Seeing them come in, he quickly got up, brewed some green tea for them, and said, "Please sit down and have some tea." After Small Ethan and Shun Yin sat down, Xiaolin picked up a contract and began to speak to them. "Let me confirm the core terms with you again. The renovation cost for the smaller 83 square meter apartment is 68,000 yuan. The renovation cost for the 220 square meter duplex is 250,000 yuan, and the materials are all from brands we had previously selected." Later, Mr. Fong said he would round down the total price, so the final total is exactly 300,000 yuan. He looked up at Small Ethan, and seeing Small Ethan nod in confirmation, he continued, "The payment schedule is the same as we discussed before. After signing the contract today, we'll pay a 40% down payment, which is 120,000 yuan, mainly for materials. After the water and electricity renovation is inspected and accepted, and the basic carpentry work is completed, we'll pay another 30% midterm payment. Finally, once the entire renovation is finished and you're satisfied, we'll pay the remaining 25%. The last 5% will be a quality guarantee deposit. If there are no quality issues after 1 year, we'll return this money to you." Shin Yin took the contract and read through the clauses line by line, asking Xiaolin for clarification on anything she didn't understand. Small Ethan sat beside him, thinking to himself, by the time the interim payment is made, the medicinal herbs should have already been converted into cash, so Shin Yin won't have to pay anymore. Turning his head to look at Shun Yin carefully checking the terms, Small Ethan suddenly felt a little guilty. Since they met, he seems to have gotten used to leaving these troublesome and trivial matters to her. She takes care of everything, while I'm just a hands-off manager. He reached out and gently brushed the stray hairs that had fallen across her forehead, saying softly, "No need to look too closely. Xiaolin is reliable." Shin Yin looked up and smiled. It's better to look carefully to avoid trouble later. After signing the contract and paying the down payment with Shun Yin's card, Xiaolin saw them to the door. Small Ethan pulled Shin Yin's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Suddenly, he said, Yin, I don't want to do anything these 2 days. I just want to go out and have some fun with you and take you to the places you want to go." Shin Yin's eyes lit up, and she gripped his hand tightly, saying, "Really? Where are we going? I've lived in Haizhou for so many years, but I've never really explored it properly." Small Ethan affectionately patted her little head and said, "Wherever you want to go, we'll go. I'll go with you." The next day, the two got up very early and drove straight to Faling Temple without delay. Shin Yin said she had been wanting to go for a long time. Faling Temple is not only a temple with a long history, but also a place where incense has always been burning brightly. People who come to make wishes say that it is very effective. Just after buying the ticket, a monk in robes approached, holding a wooden sign that read "Free Blessing," and clasped his hands together in prayer towards Shun Yin, saying, "Your face is beautiful, but your good fortune is a bit scattered. I will perform a blessing for you to ensure that you and your loved one have a smooth and successful life." Just as Shin Yin was about to stop, Small Ethan pulled her behind him and looked at the man with a cold smile. "Master, the monks at Faling Temple all have proper credentials. You haven't even cut off the label on the collar of your robe, yet you dare to claim it's a free blessing? Are you going to start charging incense money later?" The fake monk's expression changed, and he tried to argue his way out of it. Small Ethan took out his phone, placed his finger on the dial button, and said to the fake monk, "Should I call the reception office of Faling Temple now and tell them there are fake monks swindling money at the entrance, and ask the security guards to come and handle it, or should you leave by yourself?" Tourists gathered around, and the fake monk, seeing this, quickly slunk away. Shin Yin tugged at small Ethan's arm and whispered, "How do you know he's a fake?" Small Ethan couldn't, of course, say that old Ethan had told him, so he could only laugh and rub her head, saying, "I encountered the same thing when I came here with my classmate last time. It was the exact same routine." At this moment, an elderly woman who came to offer incense nearby praised, "The young man is clever. Otherwise, this girl would have been deceived." Upon entering the temple, the air was filled with the scent of incense mixed with the astringent smell of pine needles in the courtyard. The two followed the flow of people, bowing earnestly at each place. When Shun Yin bowed, he would first look at small Ethan and then mutter something under his breath. At the religious goods store, she specifically bought 2 bracelets, one for herself and the other for small Ethan's wrist, saying, "May it bring you health and safety, wear it." Next, she asked the master at the entrance of the main hall for 2-piece charms and carefully folded them. He put one into his bag and another into the inside pocket of small Ethan's coat, saying earnestly, "Keep it close to your body, for safety and peace." We had lunch at a vegetarian restaurant. Shin Yin ordered vegetarian goose and vegetarian dishes, which were refreshing and delicious. After the meal, the two strolled leisurely along the paths in the scenic area and soon arrived at Shishan Lake, where they chose a rowboat to sit on. The wind was a bit strong on the lake, so small Ethan pulled his big cotton-padded coat over Shin Yin and wrapped her up in it. She snuggled closer to him, pressing her cheek against his chest. The boatwoman gently rowed the boat, slowly telling local myths and legends. Legend has it that in the past, a fisherman encountered danger in the lake, and it was a fairy who lived in seclusion by the lake who saved him. This is how the legend of the lake fairy came about. As we listened to the story, the boat drifted slowly on the lake, and before we knew it, the sun was about to set. Once ashore, the two didn't rush back. Instead, they found a small restaurant in the scenic area and ordered 2 simple home-style dishes. After finishing our meal, we leisurely walked back to the parking lot, drove back to our accommodation, and then took a long walk. The next morning, small Ethan drove Shin Yin to Haijiu Amusement Park because Shin Yin had mentioned wanting to ride the carousel the day before, and he remembered it. Upon arriving at the park entrance, Shin Yin hesitated after seeing the billboards advertising Hand of the Wind God and Space Shuttle. "That drop tower looks scary. I'm too scared to ride it." Small Ethan smiled, took her hand, and said, "Let's play something gentle first. If you're scared, we won't play anything exciting. Whatever you say." Once inside the park, the two went straight to the carousel. Shin Yin chose a white rocking horse, while small Ethan sat on the brown rocking horse next to her. As the carousel started spinning, Shin Yin smiled and waved at him, revealing her little tiger teeth, while small Ethan took a picture of him with his phone. His heart softened, and the thought that being able to watch her smile like that forever was better than anything else. After riding the carousel, small Ethan took her hand and walked towards the roller coaster, teasing her with a smile. "Dare to try this? I'll be with you. If you're scared, just grab my hand as hard as you can. It's okay if it hurts." Shin Yin hesitated before nodding. While waiting in line, she heard screams from above and gripped small Ethan's arm tightly with one hand. After they got into the car and fastened their seatbelts, Shin Yin nervously closed her eyes tightly. Small Ethan reached out and took her hand, saying gently, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." As the roller coaster started, the wind whistled in her ears, and Shin Yin couldn't help but scream, but she didn't let go of small Ethan's hand. When she reached the highest point and started to plunge down, she laughed a laugh of fear and excitement. After they came down, Shin Yin was still catching her breath. Small Ethan brushed some stray hairs from her forehead and asked, "Want to play some more?" She nodded and said, "Let's play, but let's get something to eat first. I'm hungry." The two went to buy scallion pancakes and sugar paintings. Shin Yin was biting into a sugar painting like a child. Small Ethan looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. In the afternoon, when we went to ride the space shuttle, a boy wearing a black cotton coat suddenly cut in line while we were queuing. He squeezed in front of Shin Yin and even pushed her. Shin Yin lost her balance, and small Ethan quickly steadied her, turning to glare at the boy. "Didn't you see the queue? And you push people like that?" The boy said nonchalantly, "I'm in a hurry." What's wrong with cutting in line? Small Ethan took a step forward and said coldly, either go to the back of the line or get out of here right now. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of everyone. The boy wanted to argue further, but the people in line around him chimed in. What kind of manners are you? Queuing is the rule. Don't cut in line. Seeing this, the boy rolled his eyes and walked away muttering curses. Shin Nian held small Ethan's hand and whispered, don't argue with him. What if he gets physical? Small Ethan patted her hand. I won't let you suffer. I could take on 10 of him. There was a fireworks show at the park that night, and the two found a good spot near the front. Fireworks exploded in the night sky, their colorful lights reflecting on Shun Nian's face. She snuggled closer to Small Ethan and said softly, I'm so happy today. Small Ethan hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, I'll bring you here again next time. He thought to himself that next time he would definitely take her to a farther place. Chapter 86, A Lucky License Plate. The fragrance of flowers and pork knuckles on Valentine's Day. On the last 2 days of the holiday, Small Ethan and Shin Nian stayed in their rented apartment instead of going out. When they got hungry, they would go to the kitchen together to cook. When Shin Nian was chopping vegetables, Small Ethan would stand next to her peeling garlic and handing her plates. When Small Ethan was cooking noodles, Shin Nian would set out the bowls and chopsticks in advance, making sure the chopsticks were neatly arranged. When they had free time, the two of them would snuggle up on the sofa and watch TV together, just like a typical young couple. They spent 2 days like this, shamelessly enjoying their time together. That afternoon, as Small Ethan was packing his luggage for returning to school the next day, he saw the spare key for 911 in his bag and realized that he hadn't gotten the license plate yet. I still have to go to the vehicle management office, Small Ethan muttered to himself. Shin Nian happened to be bringing over some washed fruit when she heard his words, and said, You have a lot to do when school starts, like registering, picking up textbooks, and tidying up your dorm. I don't have anything to do anyway, so I can just go and run the errands. Small Ethan couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he took out his phone and dialed the vehicle management office's inquiry number. Hello. I'd like to ask what documents I need to bring to register my new car. Small Ethan took a piece of paper and a pen, waiting to write it down. The voice on the other end of the phone was very calm. Original ID card, vehicle purchase invoice registration copy, copy of compulsory traffic accident liability insurance policy, and you also need to fill out a motor vehicle registration application form, which you can pick up at the hall. Small Ethan listened and took notes, then asked again at the end. I can't leave here. Can someone else do it for me? The staff member on the other end of the phone replied, Yes, that's fine. The person handling the matter needs to bring your original ID cards, and it would be best to also make a copy. After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan took out all the documents from the car purchase, as recorded on the paper. He also took out his ID card from his wallet, along with a photocopy, and arranged them neatly in order before handing them to Shin Nian, saying, I've packed everything for you. If it gets crowded tomorrow, go later so you don't have to squeeze in with the crowd. Shin Nian took it and put it in her backpack, patted his arm, and said with a smile, Don't worry, if there are too many people, I'll go later. I'll call you if there are any problems. The next morning, Small Ethan was about to go back to school. When he got to the door, he turned around, hugged Shin Nian tightly, kissed her on the cheek, and then went downstairs. Shin Nian is always reliable. The next afternoon, she sent a text message to Small Ethan. I asked one of the long-time residents of Hanlon Garden for a favor. He knows someone at the vehicle management office and helped us win a license plate in the auction. Guess what it is? Small Ethan had just finished his last class of the afternoon and quickly called Shin Nian back. Shin Nian's cheerful voice came through the receiver. The license plate number is Chong A08866, which is exactly the same as the last 4 digits of your phone number. Small Ethan stared at his phone for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. The last 5 digits of his phone number were 08866, a lucky number he had specifically chosen. He never expected his license plate to be so coincidental. What a coincidence! Small Ethan's voice was filled with excitement. How much did you pay for it? Once I clear out my stock, I'll give you double the bonus. Shin Nian laughed on the other end of the line. Who wants your bonus? I'll stew you a pork hock for dinner tomorrow night. Small Ethan suddenly realized that tomorrow was Valentine's Day, February 14th, and on a whim, He immediately agreed to Shun Yin's suggestion to stew pork hock. After hanging up the phone, he didn't go back to his dorm to put his things down. Instead, he carried his backpack and ran straight out of the school gate to find a flower shop. He didn't go back to his dorm to put his things away. Instead, he ran straight out of the school gate with his backpack to find a flower shop. As soon as classes ended the next morning, small Ethan carried his things toward Li Ying's dormitory building. He had only been standing downstairs for 2 minutes when he saw her come down. As soon as Li Ying stepped out of the dormitory building, she saw small Ethan holding a large bouquet of roses in his left hand and a box of chocolates in his right hand, the packaging of which appeared to be Gillian. Her eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring the stares of everyone around her, she ran forward, her cheeks flushed, and accepted the flowers and chocolates. "I didn't expect you to remember this holiday." Her voice was filled with undisguised joy. Small Ethan scratched his head and made an excuse, saying, "I was passing by a flower shop and thought I'd pick up a bouquet for you." Li Ying brought the flower closer to smell it, a slight smile playing on her lips. She didn't expose his casualness, but simply looked up and asked, "Have you had lunch yet? If you haven't made plans with anyone else, how about we go eat at that sauerkraut fish restaurant?" He laughed and replied, "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Li Ying smiled and said, "Wait for me a moment," then carefully carried the bouquet of roses and turned to go upstairs. She came down shortly afterward, having clearly already placed the flowers and chocolates. When she reached small Ethan, she naturally took his arm, and the two walked out of the school together. After having lunch with Li Ying, she carried her school bag and rushed to the classroom for the international law class. Small Ethan remembered receiving a text message from Huang Lexing. The girl hadn't bothered him much lately, only sending messages saying she missed him. He had no classes this afternoon, so he thought he might as well go see her. He grabbed his things, hailed a taxi, and headed into the city. The taxi stopped near the Porsche showroom. Small Ethan got out and saw Huang Lexing standing behind the reception desk through the glass. His lips were drooping, and he looked sullen. Several saleswomen nearby were holding roses and chatting and laughing together. The first saleswoman who greeted him had a bouquet of at least 20 flowers in her hand, which looked particularly eye-catching. Among the group of female saleswomen, only Huang Lexing remained empty-handed, clutching a brochure to his chest. "Li Xing," small Ethan called out with a smile as he pushed open the door. Huang Lexing turned around and saw it was him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately skipped over, saying, "Big brother, what brings you here? Of course, it's more sincere to deliver the flowers to you in person." Small Ethan smiled and handed over the flowers and chocolates together. She accepted the bouquet of 99 roses, her big eyes narrowing into slits, all traces of grievance vanishing from her face, replaced by a triumphant air. "Hey bro, wanna grab dinner? I know a place that has really authentic black truffle steak." She tugged at small Ethan's arm and shook it, speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice. Small Ethan glanced at the time on his phone, remembering his dinner appointment with Shen Yin, and could only politely decline. "Maybe next time. I have class tonight. I'll have dinner with you next time. I'm leaving now." Huang Lexing didn't stop him anymore, but only escorted him to the entrance of the exhibition hall. Suddenly, he stood on tiptoe and gently pecked him on the corner of his mouth. Small Ethan smelled that familiar strawberry scent again, followed by her slightly coquettish voice. "Hey bro, you can't refuse me next time." Small Ethan had just gotten into the taxi on his way home when he heard the radio still broadcasting news about recent outbreaks of avian flu in multiple locations, leading to a surge in demand for Banlangen, Isatis root. Before he could even listen closely, Zhao Tingting called, saying, "Ethan, this wave of bird flu seems to be quite severe. The Banlangen granules in pharmacies have long been sold out. The price of the Banlangen I have has already doubled. If I sell it now, I can make a lot of money." Small Ethan calculated that she had already made 5 million from this deal and replied with a smile. "This wave of the epidemic actually has a limited impact on the human body. You can wait with your goods, it hasn't peaked yet." Zhao Tingting sighed on the other end and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, it's Valentine's Day today, are you alone?" Small Ethan teased her on purpose. "Otherwise, I was just about to go back to my dorm to play games with friends." There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by Zhao Tingting's slightly aggrieved voice. If I had known, I would have come to Haizhou to spend the holiday with you. After hanging up with Zhao Tingting, he remembered that Wang Runin had mentioned yesterday that the project was currently rushing to meet deadlines, and she was extremely busy, so he thought he would give her a call to say hello. So he dialed Wang Runin's number again, deliberately using an exaggerated tone to say, "Happy Valentine's Day, Senior. How about I deliver a bouquet of flowers to your project and give you a massage while I'm at it?" Wang Runin laughed and cursed on the other end of the line. "You scoundrel! I'm so busy." Hearing her sweet voice, small Ethan smiled and said, "Get some rest as soon as you're done. Don't overwork yourself." When we arrived at Shun Yin's rented room, the aroma of braised pork hock was already wafting from the casserole. Shun Yin, wearing a floral apron, happily accepted the roses from his hand when she saw him come in, and then said with a smile, "Wait a little longer. Let it simmer for another 20 minutes to make it even softer." Small Ethan remembered that Li Sahan had emailed him yesterday saying that the language course exam was coming up soon, and he hadn't replied yet, so he turned on his computer and typed a reply. "Sahan, good luck on your exams. The sooner you finish them, the sooner you can go to university and come back home after you finish your studies. Autumn is coming to Auckland soon. Remember to wear more clothes when it gets chilly, and don't stay up too late every night." The attachment also included a photo of the school's cherry blossom running track, taken in the morning when I passed by, with the caption, "Waiting for the flowers to bloom." When she turned off the computer, Shin Yin had already set the food on the small dining table. The two sat at a small dining table, the braised pork hock so tender it melted in their mouths. Shin Yin placed a piece of meat with tendons in his bowl and said with a smile, "Eat more. You'll have to go to class when school starts. It'll be mentally taxing." Small Ethan, his mouth stuffed full, mumbled, "This pork hock tastes just like my mom's. It's so delicious." The small rented room was filled with the aroma of meat, a warm and cozy atmosphere reminiscent of everyday life. Chapter 87, I'm a Billionaire. Will you repay me with your body? On Valentine's Day night, the two went to bed at 9 o'clock and made love to Shun Yinmei again at around 11 o'clock. When small Ethan came out of the bathroom after washing up, Shin Yin was already fast asleep. She lay on her side, her long hair spread out on the pillow, breathing softly, a slight smile on her lips in her sleep. He gently pulled the blanket up a little, and looking at her cute little face, his heart melted. Just as I was about to turn off the light, my phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up. It was a text message from Yang Shuaing. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors about bird flu, and business at the bar has slowed down considerably. Lately, many people have been asking the old herbalist about the condition of the herbs in the warehouse, but I've been stopping them and waiting for you to make the decision. Small Ethan replied while holding his phone, "No rush. I know what I'm doing." Yang Shuaing replied quickly, "Okay, just let me know if there's anything I can do for you. It's nothing else. It's just that I miss you especially today because it's a holiday." Small Ethan felt a warmth in his heart as he read these words, and replied on his phone, "I'll come see you at Lilong when I have time. Don't always stay up all night watching over the shop. If business is slow, close early. You don't need to work so hard. Just make sure you have enough money to get by. Don't overwork yourself." After sending the message, he leaned against the headboard without moving, when suddenly old Ethan's voice rang in his mind. "We're just waiting for the last wave of price increases, which should arrive around the end of the month. We should be able to sell this batch of medicinal herbs by early March." Small Ethan responded softly, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. He was filled with anticipation for the future. After sitting for a while, he lifted the blanket and crawled in, gently turning Shun Yin's body around and pulling her into his arms. Shun Yin was fast asleep. When he held her, she instinctively snuggled closer to him, her forehead gently pressed against his chest, and her breathing gradually became even. Small Ethan, smelling the fragrance in her hair, gradually fell asleep. Time flew by, and it was almost the end of February. During this time, small Ethan was busy catching up on his coursework after the start of the new semester, while Shin Yin went to the renovation site every day to keep an eye on the progress. More than half a month later, the plumbing and electrical work for the 83 square meter small apartment was just completed, and the 220 square meter duplex was measuring the tile dimensions. She would send him photos of the scene every day, even sending 3 comparison pictures of the wall tile color for small Ethan to choose from. That evening, small Ethan finished his homework at the library and was browsing the news online when the headline on the homepage immediately caught his attention. The World Health Organization has issued a global warning for avian influenza, prompting several Southeast Asian countries to urgently procure anti-influenza medicinal materials. The export price of Isatis root, Banlangen, has exceeded 30 yuan per kilogram. The second news headline that followed read, Hypericin has been proven to inhibit the H5N1 virus, and the price of St. John's wort has risen by 3 yuan in a single day, reaching 15 yuan kg. At that moment, old Ethan's voice slowly and deliberately echoed in my mind. The time has come. Vice President Liu must have urgent orders from Southeast Asia. I think that at 25 yuan kg for Isatis root and 12 yuan kg for St. John's wort, we can keep the profit, lower the market price, and it's all in stock. He can't refuse. Small Ethan didn't waste any time. He found a quiet corner and dialed the number of Vice President Liu of Guanghui Pharmaceutical. A familiar laugh came from Vice President Liu on the other end of the line. He asked, Brother Fu, it's almost 10 o'clock. You must have something good to tell me, right? Mr. Liu, let's get straight to the point. I have 3,900 tons of Isatis indigotica and 1,800 tons of St. John's wort, all of which were stocked up before the Lunar New Year and have all the necessary quarantine and distribution permits. Small Ethan spoke calmly and patiently. I've been keeping an eye on the situation recently and know that you've been pushing for the export of Banlangen. This batch of my goods can help you increase your chances of success. Vice President Liu paused for 2 seconds before smiling and speaking. Brother, I'm getting more and more interested in you. You really have everything that's lacking in the market. Then, his tone became more serious as he said, To be honest, we just signed a contract with Thailand for a batch of Banlangen, Isatis root, and we are indeed short of stock. What price are you asking for? Isatis root is 25 yuan kg, and St. John's wort is 12 yuan kg. Small Ethan added before the other party could speak. Mine are all in stock and can be loaded onto the truck today. The sound of rustling documents coming through the receiver made Vice President Liu sigh. 25 yuan is a bit high. 23 yuan. I'll send a car over right away. I'll cover the delivery fee. Mr. Liu, 23 yuan isn't enough to cover my costs. Small Ethan calmly offered another bargaining chip. I can also help you connect with another 600 tons of Banlangen, making it a total of 4,500 tons. While the other side was still hesitating, Small Ethan added, This afternoon I also received a call from Burway Pharmaceutical Factory, which I had contacted before, saying they could buy my goods for 26 yuan. But I still prioritize you. After all, we have cooperated before and you have helped me. I will remember that favor. There was a half-minute silence on the other end of the phone. Then Vice President Liu suddenly laughed and said, You young man, you're not old, but you know more about this than I do. Okay, 25 yuan it is, and 12 yuan for St. John's wort is no problem either. I'll arrange for the truck to pick up the goods from the Lilong warehouse right away, and make sure the goods are shipped out today. Okay, by the way, Mr. Liu, there's something I need to mention to you. Small Ethan remembered old Ethan's reminder and said to Vice President Liu, Try to clear out your stockpiles in March. This price surge is a short-term demand stimulated by warnings. Southeast Asia's reserves are enough to last until April. There's basically no room for further price increases. It's safest to take profits as soon as possible and secure your gains. Vice President Liu was taken aback for a moment, then said seriously, I understand. I will take your words, you prophet, to heart. After hanging up the phone, Small Ethan immediately called Zhao Tingting. Tingting, it's time. Your 600 tons of Banlangen will go with this shipment. I've already negotiated 25 yuan per kilogram, including shipping, so you don't have to find a channel or negotiate prices anymore. Zhao Tingting laughed heartily on the other end. I knew you were reliable. I'll send you the order form right now, and you can help me with the coordination. The subsequent on-site coordination with Small Ethan was handed over to Yang Shuang, who spent the next day and a half in the warehouse overseeing the loading process. Each shipment was checked against the weighbill, box by box. Videos of the loading process and photos of the waybill were taken and sent to small Ethan for documentation. The driver's transportation contract was also checked to ensure there were no loopholes. After all the goods were loaded, Yang Shuang sent a message to small Ethan. "They've all been shipped out, don't worry." Small Ethan's heart softened, and he replied, "Thank you for your hard work, sister." That evening, Vice President Liu sent over the settlement details, with clear and concise figures. Lilong's payment, 3,900 tons of Isatis root times 25 yuan equals 97.5 million yuan. 1,800 tons of St. John's wort times 12 yuan equals 21.6 million yuan, totaling 119.1 million yuan. Songshan payment, 600 tons of Isatis root times 25 yuan equals 15 million yuan. Taxes and fees. The total transaction amount was 134.1 million renminbi, and the total taxes and fees amounted to 17.433 million renminbi. Small Ethan and Old Ethan did the math and figured out the final amount they would actually receive. After deducting the corresponding taxes and fees, my share is 103,717,000 yuan, while Zhao Tingting's share is 13,051,000 yuan. A few days later, when the bank sent him a text message saying 103,717,000 yuan has been credited to your account, small Ethan was in the library looking up information on real estate valuation. He stared at the long string of numbers on his phone screen, feeling a little unsteady on his feet, and his breathing slowed down. He quickly grabbed a chair and sat down. The initial cost of stockpiling these medicinal herbs was less than 18 million yuan. But this round of transactions has already exceeded 100 million yuan. Do you believe me now? Old Ethan's voice echoed in my mind, carrying the certainty of someone with experience, yet brimming with barely concealed excitement. In this world, hard work alone is far from enough. What's truly valuable is information that others don't have, and that's our source of confidence. Small Ethan glanced at the numbers on his phone again, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Godfather, we're billionaires now. It feels like a dream. It's not real at all. This is just the beginning." Old Ethan's voice deepened, suppressing his excitement as he spoke steadily. "With this money, we have a solid foundation for the future. Next, it's time to officially enter the real estate market. That's our main battlefield." Before he could finish speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated, showing a call from Zhao Tingting. Small Ethan answered the phone, and the excitement in his voice on the other end was impossible to hide. "Ethan, the payment has arrived. My God, it's only been a month, and I've already made over 8 million. That's almost my dad's company's net profit for a year." She was so excited she was almost incoherent. After a pause, she asked again. "This time, it was all thanks to you who made the decision for me. Tell me, how can I thank you enough?" Small Ethan was in a great mood and couldn't help but joke. "Look, I don't lack anything else. So how about you offer yourself to me?" There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, with only Zhao Tingting's soft breathing audible. The silence lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. Then, she slowly uttered a single word. "Okay." Her voice was sweet, with a touch of soft earnestness and determination. Small Ethan stared at his phone for 2 seconds, surprised that she agreed so readily, and his cheeks felt inexplicably hot. After hanging up the phone, he remembered that he had arranged to have pork rib soup with Shun Yin at the rented apartment that evening, so he quickly packed his school bag and headed out of the school. He thought that in addition to sharing the good news with her, he should also repay her the money she had helped him pay for the renovations, along with the interest. Chapter 88. Ethan, did you miss me? Small Ethan had just reached the bottom of Shun Yin's rented apartment building when his phone vibrated. It was Shun Yin calling, her tone slightly puzzled. "Ethan, why did you transfer 1 million to me?" Small Ethan smiled gently and said, "Don't rush. I'm already downstairs. I'll come up and tell you." When I opened the door, the room was filled with the aroma of meat broth. On the small dining table, steaming pork rib soup simmered in a clay pot, with a plate of stir-fried greens beside it. Shun Yin was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at her phone. Small Ethan took off his coat, squeezed next to her, handed her his phone, pointed to the numbers in the bank text message, and laughed. "Look, All the medicinal herbs we stocked up on last time have been sold, and the payment just arrived. Xinyan looked down, and her eyes widened instantly. She reached out and pinched her cheek, as if afraid she had misread it. Oh my God, so much. Then the 1 million you transferred to me is. You paid 120,000 yuan for my renovation before, and I didn't plan to pay you back. Small Ethan took her soft, boneless little hand, held it in his hand, and continued to stroke it. Consider the 120,000 yuan as your investment in this batch of medicinal herbs with me, and this 1 million yuan is your share of the profits. The extra amount is your hard work in helping me get the license and oversee the renovations, just to make it a round number for good luck. Xinyan's eyes suddenly felt a little hot. She didn't say thank you, but just leaned forward and gently kissed his lips. Small Ethan pulled her into his arms, feeling her warm lips, while his hand slipped inside her neckline. She felt the soft, smooth warmth in his palm as he gently kneaded her skin. Xinyan's fair face instantly flushed crimson. All her beauty belonged to the man before her. Her breathing grew more rapid, and then she gently nudged Small Ethan and whispered in his ear, "Later, the soup will get cold." Small Ethan then let go of her hand, and the two sat down to eat dinner. During the meal, Small Ethan picked out a piece of pork rib with tendons and put it in Xinyan's bowl, then told her about the plan he had discussed with old Ethan. By the way, I'm planning to start a real estate company, specializing in real estate projects. We can also try our luck with the land auctions in Haijiao. I can't get away from classes to handle the initial company registration and finding an office, so I'll have to rely on you. He spoke sincerely, and Xinyan, with a rib still in her mouth, nodded quickly, her voice muffled but firm. Don't worry. I'll check the company registration process tomorrow and make sure you understand it. I don't have anything else to do lately except oversee the renovations, so I can focus on this. Looking into her bright eyes and at her two little fangs that peeked out when she smiled, Small Ethan couldn't help but chuckle and tease her. When the company grows bigger in the future, I'll be the president, and Yin will be the vice president, helping me manage this big operation. Old Ethan thought to himself, this kid's already learned to make empty promises? Xinyan blushed at these words, but couldn't help but smile as she served him another bowl of pork rib soup, saying, Whoever wants to be your vice president, drink the soup first. It won't be fresh if it gets cold. He took a sip of the incredibly sweet and delicious pork rib soup and felt warm and comforted inside. Thinking about how I'll be starting my own company and getting into real estate, and having such a reliable and caring person by my side, I feel more and more hopeful about the future. Within a few days, news reports began to circulate online that the avian flu outbreak has been brought under control in stages. On March 9th, the Ministry of Agriculture officially announced that the outbreak of highly pathogenic avian influenza in 33 regions across the country had been successfully contained, and the outbreak had not spread on a large scale. At the same time, the prices of Isatis root and St. John's wort also fell, dropping to less than 30% of their peak prices in just a few days. Small Ethan scrolled through the charts of medicinal herb prices on the webpage and couldn't help but exclaim, the timing of this buy low sell high move was absolutely perfect. He couldn't help but think that if he had acted a few days later, the profit would have been at least half gone. This makes me realize even more that old Ethan's repeated statement that information is the only thing that's truly valuable is absolutely true. During this period, Xinyan has been busy with the registration of the new company. Old Ethan remembered that there was an opportunity to snag a good piece of land in May, so he had to get the formalities sorted out before the end of April. Both of them were feeling their way across the river, so progress wasn't fast, but they took each step firmly and didn't delay their business. The two came up with more than 100 names for the new company, and finally chose Ethan Real Estate. The name was approved in 3 days. With a registered capital of 50 million yuan and an office address located in an old villa by Shishan Lake, where the annual rent is 400,000 yuan, it exudes a solid sense of confidence. On March 26th, the day the company was listed, only Small Ethan and Xinyan were present. Ethan Real Estate, on the signboard. Xinyan gently stroked the edge of the signboard with her hand, then turned to look at Small Ethan, her eyes shining. Small Ethan put his arm around her shoulder, and the two of them looked at the company sign in front of them without saying much. Both young men knew very well that their journey in real estate was just beginning, but they couldn't help but imagine acquiring land and building houses, and they were filled with the drive to forge ahead. Old Ethan watched closely from the sidelines and encouraged small Ethan in his mind. Youth has no price, and hard work will take you straight to Rome. In the second half of March, Lee Sahan was probably busy with her language course graduation exams, and the frequency of her emails decreased significantly, sometimes only sending one every few days. Small Ethan didn't think much of it, and each time he replied, he carefully told her, "Do your best, and don't be too nervous," hoping that she wouldn't be under too much pressure. On the night the company was listed, small Ethan lay in bed, thinking about the Ethan Properties sign that had been put up during the day, and was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until midnight. After drifting off to sleep, I had a very vivid dream. In his dream, he went to Dongping Island alone. As he walked along the stone path by the sea, he suddenly saw a girl in a light blue dress in front of him. The girl was slender from behind, and her hair swayed gently as she walked. The more you looked at her, the more she resembled Lee Sahan. He felt a surge of anxiety and quickened his pace, chasing after her along the road, shouting Sahan several times. When the girl slowly turned around, her eyebrows were curved and she had a familiar smile on her lips. It was clearly Lee Sahan. Small Ethan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and was so happy that he reached out to pull her, but then he suddenly woke up from his reverie. I woke up to find myself clutching the corner of the blanket tightly, my heart pounding, and I couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why did I have to wake up at this time? I didn't even get to say a complete sentence to her. The next morning, he could still clearly remember the scene in his dream. Small Ethan specially wrote down the dream in an email and sent it to Lee Sahan, adding at the end, "How did your exam go? If you're tired, take a break." For the next few days, he kept checking his email, but never received a reply. He felt a little empty inside and could only comfort himself by thinking, she must be busy with her exams. She'll reply after she finishes. April Fool's Day, April 1st, it was still light out after class in the afternoon. Li Ying went to observe the court hearing with her senior, while Shin Yin was still busy with the development qualifications for the new company. Small Ethan was free, so he listened to a CD while going to the school gate to buy milk tea. Just as I reached the school gate, I suddenly heard old Ethan exclaim in my mind. Small Ethan was startled, but before he could ask anything, old Ethan suddenly fell silent again. He was puzzled, and in his mind he was talking to old Ethan. "Godfather? What's wrong? People can scare each other to death." Before old Ethan could respond, someone gently patted his shoulder. Small Ethan turned his head, and the person in front of him made him freeze instantly. The girl was bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Her skin was fair and translucent. Her facial features were soft. Her nose was straight, and her thin lips were moist. My previous chin-length bob has grown out to shoulder length, with the ends neatly trimmed and a few strands of bangs hanging down on my smooth forehead. Beneath her long eyelashes, a pair of large eyes blinked at small Ethan, exuding a clean and refreshing ethereal aura. The person who came was actually Lee Sahan. Small Ethan couldn't believe it. His first reaction was to rub his eyes hard. His mind felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he even paused for a second. Not stopping after rubbing, she blinked hard and stared at the person in front of her repeatedly, as if afraid that she was hallucinating. How come she's actually standing here now, even though I was dreaming about her just a few days ago? He stared at that familiar face and those bright, sparkling eyes, his mind still blank, unable to believe for a long time that what he was seeing was real. Then that familiar yet long-lost voice gently drifted over. "Ethan, did you miss me?" In that instant, it felt as if a hole had been torn in his heart. All the grievances hidden in her heart, the sadness of her leaving without saying goodbye, and the longing she had secretly accumulated over the years all surged up at once. Small Ethan felt a lump in his throat, and tears welled up in his eyes. He was just a 19-year-old boy, and he couldn't hide his true emotions from the person he loved. All his longing and grievances were revealed the moment he saw her, flowing out with his tears. Old Ethan thought to himself with a touch of emotion, so tears of joy really isn't just an idiom. Chapter 89: A trip that was taken on a whim. A gentle breeze, carrying the warmth of the setting sun, brushed against small Ethan's face. Lisa Han saw the tears on his face, but didn't say much. She took out a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped away his tears, saying softly, "Why are you crying? I'm back now." Lisa Han's voice was even softer than he remembered. Small Ethan hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his own body. He could clearly smell the fragrance of the woman's hair in his arms. It was faint, a scent unique to her. Feeling the genuine softness and warmth in her arms, even her breath on his chest was so clear. Everything felt so dreamlike, yet so real. Small Ethan gently rested his head on her shoulder and asked with a slightly nasal tone, "Why did you suddenly come back? You didn't say anything in the email." Lisa Han nestled in his arms, her face flushed, and said in a soft voice, "The language course exams are over, and I won't start the preparatory course until mid-April. I had a gap of more than a week in between, so I booked a plane ticket to come back." She looked up at him, then added with a smile, "I was thinking of not coming on April Fool's Day, so you wouldn't think I was playing a prank on you, but I got delayed on the way and only arrived today." She paused, looked into the light in his eyes, and continued, "I rushed here as soon as I got off the plane, wondering how to find you. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." Small Ethan looked down at the person in his arms, his voice softening. "I dreamed about you a few days ago, and we were on Dongping Island. I emailed you about the dream, but I haven't received a reply yet." Dongping Island. Lisa Han raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you dream about me doing?" "I dreamt that I was chasing you. I had just caught up with you when you turned around, and I woke up." Small Ethan's voice still carried a hint of grievance. "I was upset for days after I woke up, and I didn't even get to say a complete sentence to you." Lisa Han didn't say anything, but raised her hand to brush the bangs that had been blown out of his forehead behind his ear. Her warm palm then gently stroked his cheek, and she whispered, "Now you can speak, can't you?" Her voice still carried a hint of seriousness. "And now that I'm back, let's go to Dongping Island together again, not just in a dream." Small Ethan looked down at her, his eyes meeting hers, which held a smile and an undisguised tenderness. He smiled and nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing that those unspoken longings would finally no longer have to remain only in his dreams. Small Ethan wiped his face, then told Lisa Han to wait at the entrance of the milk tea shop, while he queued up and bought 2 hot cups of popping boba milk tea. During a break in the queue, he sent Shen Nian a text message saying he would need the car for the next few days. Shen Nian replied quickly, saying that she didn't need to go to the company for paperwork these few days, so he could take it and use it while she focused on the renovation. She didn't ask any further questions. More than half an hour later, Shen Nian sent a text message saying that the car had been filled with gas and parked at the school gate, along with the parking space number. Her understanding and maturity made Small Ethan pause for a few seconds, holding his phone, and a faint sense of guilt rose in his heart. At that moment, Small Ethan was having dinner with Lisa Han at Old Jang's Sauerkraut Fish near the school gate. She had heard Small Ethan mention it several times in emails before, and she had been saying that she wanted to eat there together. Today, she finally made up for it. After finishing their meal, Small Ethan asked his counselor for a day off on Friday, and then took Lisa Han's hand and walked towards the parking space next to the school gate. He unlocked the car door with the spare key. When the 911's headlights came on at the roadside, Lisa Han stared wide-eyed in surprise and asked, "Ethan, how come you have this car?" Small Ethan opened the passenger door, took Lisa Han's hand, gently guided her inside, and said with a smile, "I'll tell you the details along the way. Let's take a spontaneous trip. We'll head to Jiangzhou now and go straight to Dongping Island tomorrow morning." Lisa Han smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them fastened their seat belts together, and Small Ethan gently pressed the accelerator, and the car drove off steadily. On the way, Small Ethan told Lisa Han about her experiences after going abroad, from trading ginseng in the forest and accidentally finding a bargain on jade, to buying up old houses in shanty towns and reselling factories near subway stations, and now making a lot of money from my sadist route. She told her everything in detail. Finally, he mentioned that he had just registered a real estate company called Ethan Real Estate and planned to specialize in real estate projects in the future. However, he didn't dare mention a single word about the girls. Lisa Han listened attentively, her eyes following his words, occasionally nodding in agreement. When they hear him say things like, "I made over 2 million yuan by picking up a bargain jade stone," or "I caught the market trend of Banlangen and made over 100 million yuan in just 2 months," they can't help but let out a soft wow, their eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. After small Ethan finished speaking, she turned her head to look at small Ethan's profile, her eyes filled with emotion, and said, "Ethan, I suddenly feel that you have changed a lot compared to before." She paused for a moment, then continued, "She's much more confident and mature than when I left." Halfway through the journey, small Ethan pulled into a service area to rest. Just as he parked, Lee Sahan suddenly whispered something to him. "Is Li Ying also at Yangtze University? How is she?" These words left small Ethan speechless, his fair cheeks instantly turning bright red, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing his embarrassed look, Lee Sahan couldn't help but smile and didn't ask any more questions. The two arrived in Jiangzhou at nearly 10 p.m. Lee Sahan slept for more than an hour on the way due to jet lag, and now she felt much better. Small Ethan found a luxury hotel by the sea. When the receptionist asked how many rooms he wanted, he didn't dare look at Lee Sahan and asked softly, Should we book 2 rooms, or just 1? Lee Sahan's ears turned red, and she replied softly, "It's fine to live together, don't waste money." Small Ethan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly told the front desk, "I'll get a room," his hand trembling slightly as he took the room key. The room was large, and the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the dark sea. The two chatted on the balcony for a while. The night breeze grew cool, but the stars shone brightly. Around 11 o'clock, small Ethan said, "It's getting chilly outside. Let's go inside and get some rest. We still have to take a boat to the island tomorrow." Lee Sahan nodded and took her pajamas to the bathroom. When small Ethan came out drying his hair, he found that the main light in the room was off, with only a warm yellow reading lamp on the bedside table. Lee Sahan huddled under the covers. Only her fair and smooth forehead and closed eyes were visible, her cheeks flushed red all the way to her ears. You can immediately see her pajamas on the bedside table. They were obviously moved there on purpose. He walked over quietly and could hear her shallow, slightly rapid breathing. Lee Sahan's eyes remained closed, but her eyelashes trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was not asleep. His Adam's apple bobbed, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he lay down on the other side of the bed, lifted the corner of the blanket, and crawled inside. Hiding under the covers, he could clearly smell the delicate fragrance of a young girl wafting in the air, a fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. Small Ethan's heart was beating faster than before. He moved closer to her, his fingertips lightly brushing against her shoulder. After a couple of seconds, he slowly raised his arm and pulled her body closer to him, wrapping his arm around her neck. He didn't dare to pull too hard, just gently holding her, his voice soft as he said, "Sahan, I miss you." Under the dim light, Lee Sahan slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate face was flushed, almost dripping with moisture. The two shared a deep bond, and he felt the soft, shapely body in his arms growing increasingly hot. As he gently caressed her with his fingertips, Lee Sahan bit her lower lip, her breathing already out of rhythm. She snuggled closer to small Ethan, her voice trembling softly. "Ethan, never leave me in this lifetime." Small Ethan lowered his head and nuzzled her nose, softly responding with He moved slowly and gently, gradually approaching her to feel her warmth. When their emotions ran deep, small Ethan stopped moving and simply held her tightly. After a long while, he saw that her eyes were wet, her face was pitiful and touching, and her breathing was tinged with sobs. All she knows now is that this big boy in front of her will be the only man in her life. Once the room had quieted down, small Ethan gently stroked her still slightly trembling back and asked tenderly, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts," Lee Sahan said softly, a hint of grievance in her voice, but her eyes were filled with happiness. After a moment of silence, Lee Sahan suddenly spoke, her voice soft. "If we go to Dongping Island tomorrow, will we still be able to find any fluorescent seashells?" He leaned slightly towards her and softened his voice. "It should be possible. I'll help you find one tomorrow." "Okay." Lee Sahan smiled, with small tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. Small Ethan's heart softened, and he pulled her closer to him, holding her tightly. After a while, he could feel the person in his arms breathing gradually become even and steady. Lee Sahan had fallen asleep with a smile on her face. Small Ethan didn't move again. He smelled her faint fragrance and listened to her even breathing. His eyelids drooped, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 90, May all lovers be united in marriage. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Small Ethan took Lee Sahan to the morning market near the hotel. The seafood noodle stall at the alley entrance was steaming hot. The two of them each ordered a bowl of fresh shrimp noodles, plus a basket of crystal shrimp dumplings and a freshly made layered pancake. Lee Sahan ate so fast that sweat beaded on her forehead. Small Ethan quickly reached out to wipe her mouth, smiling as he said, "Eat slowly, you can still catch the first ferry." Upon arriving at the pier, the two boarded the first ferry of the morning without any trouble. The initial excitement of the first time was gone, replaced by a sense of security. Small Ethan leaned against the railing at the bow of the boat, holding Lee Sahan's hand, stroking the wedding ring on her ring finger, and suddenly pointed into the distance. Dongping Island is in that direction. Lee Sahan followed his gaze, leaned closer to his shoulder, and without saying a word, simply tightened her grip on his hand. During the 3-hour voyage, the seawater gradually changed from the yellowish-brown nearshore waters to clear and then to blue. The two would occasionally chat about the past or quietly watch the sea. They didn't do anything special, but they felt warm inside. Lee Sahan felt a little seasick when she disembarked and swayed gently while holding onto the railing. Small Ethan quickly pulled out a mint from his backpack, peeled one, and held it to her lips. "I should have prepared motion sickness medicine in advance and sucked on a candy to calm myself down." She smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. I'll be fine after a rest." Within minutes, her complexion improved, and she pulled Small Ethan toward the island. The island remains unchanged. Low houses with white stones and black tiles, fishing nets drying at the base of the walls, and familiar seashell bracelets and squid strips displayed at roadside stalls. The two strolled slowly along the cobblestone path and soon saw the silver jewelry store where they had bought their couple rings last time. The glass door still had the poster that said, "Couple rings are 20% off" from back then. The two exchanged a glance, then raised their hands, their matching rings on their ring fingers clinking together, making a soft, tinkling sound. Upon entering the store, the owner immediately recognized the couple's rings. "Look at these, the same style of earrings." As she spoke, she took out a velvet box containing wave-shaped silver earrings with small dolphins as pendants, the patterns of which matched their wedding rings perfectly. Small Ethan picked up the earring and helped Lee Sahan put it on her earlobe. He looked at himself in the mirror and said, "It looks even better than I expected." Lee Sahan smiled as she touched her earring, her eyes sparkling. As they strolled along, the two arrived at the beach. Lee Sahan took off her shoes first and stepped barefoot on the sand. The soft sand gently wrapped around the instep of her feet, feeling cool and refreshing. She smiled and took Small Ethan's hand and made him take off his shoes. The two of them huddled together, heads close, searching for small seashells hidden in the sand. Occasionally, they would find a seashell with a nice pattern and show it off to each other. Small Ethan also picked up some smooth-edged broken seashells and secretly put them in his pocket. "All done, you Casanova." At that moment, old Ethan's slightly teasing voice popped into Small Ethan's mind. Small Ethan didn't think twice before replying. He just smiled and took Lee Sahan's hand. "Sahan, let's go for a walk on the beach and see if we can find a bigger one." The two moved closer to the sea, but after only a few steps, Lee Sahan suddenly stopped and pointed to the sea not far away. "Ethan, look, there's a bottle over there." Small Ethan looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, there was a transparent glass bottle floating gently with the waves, not far from the shore. He immediately rolled up his trousers, walked over, bent down, and picked up the bottle. Through the bottle, he could clearly see a neatly folded piece of paper inside. Lee Sahan quickly came closer, her eyes brightening, and said, "Wow, there really are message bottles? I've only ever heard of them before. This is the first time I've ever seen one." Small Ethan handed over the bottle, smiling, and said, "Open it and see what's written inside." Lee Sahan carefully unscrewed the bottle cap and slowly pulled out the paper strip from her fingertips. She glanced down at the note, then read it aloud softly. May all lovers be united in marriage. As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed red. Small Ethan quickly leaned closer, pressing his head against hers, and pointed at the note, laughing. Look, even God is blessing us. Lee Sahan pursed her lips shyly for a while, then suddenly blinked and looked up at him with a hint of doubt. Ethan, don't you think this bottle looks familiar? It looks like the orange soda bottle you drank at the morning market this morning, and the words on it also look a bit like your handwriting. Small Ethan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly scratched his head and laughed it off. Really? What a coincidence. This kind of bottle is very common. The handwriting is somewhat similar, but not as nice as mine. Look, this handwriting has no strokes. Seeing his somewhat flustered appearance, Lee Sahan carefully folded the note, put it into her small canvas bag, and smiled at him. Then she gently grasped small Ethan's hand, her big eyes crinkling with laughter, radiating the happiness of a young woman. They wandered around until almost dark, and finally found the same small hotel they had stayed at last time. The plump ant was sitting at the front desk doing the bills. Looking up, I saw them coming in hand. After glancing at small Ethan, I immediately recognized him and smiled until my eyes narrowed into slits. As the plump Annie was writing the deposit slip, she leaned close to small Ethan and whispered, her tone full of teasing. Young man, I remember you. It hasn't been that long since we last met, but you've made pretty good progress. These words made small Ethan's cheeks flush red. After signing, he quickly grabbed the keys, took Lee Sahan's hand, and walked towards the stairwell. Lee Sahan was being pulled along by him, and couldn't help but turn back and smile at the plump ant. As she turned her head, she could still hear the ant's smiling voice calling out behind her. Slow down, don't be so impatient. That night, the two lay on the same creaky wooden bed. Suddenly, old Ethan said in small Ethan's mind, this island will become a popular tourist destination in the country in the future. When the company has enough money, we will build a tourist resort here. It will definitely be a good asset. Small Ethan didn't reply in his head, but silently kept it in his heart. He gently pulled Lee Sahan into his arms. He didn't intend to do anything else under these circumstances. He just held her and occasionally kissed her forehead. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the blanket was suddenly tugged. Lee Sahan tucked his exposed arm back under the blanket and whispered, cover yourself up, don't catch a cold. Small Ethan hummed in agreement and pulled the blanket up to cover the two of them tightly. After some time, Lee Sahan asked softly again, Ethan, are you not asleep? Soon, he replied softly. Can we go to the beach earlier tomorrow? I want to wait for the sunrise. Okay, I set my alarm a while ago. Go to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, Lee Sahan snuggled closer to him, her nose brushing against his collar, and her breathing gradually became even. At 4 a.m, the temperature at the beach was very low. As small Ethan walked towards the sea with Lee Sahan in his arms, he made sure to pull her coat collar tighter, saying, it's cool by the sea, don't get cold. The two walked slowly on the soft sand. Before they had gone far, they saw a thin fog rising from the sea, and the distant horizon was so blurry that even the outline of the sea could not be seen. Lee Sahan stopped and looked at the misty sea, her voice tinged with worry as she asked, with such thick fog, will we miss the sunrise today? Small Ethan was racking his brains for a solution when, prompted by old Ethan, he suddenly saw a fisherman squatting beside a small fishing boat in a backyard not far away, cleaning up his nets, looking like he was preparing to go out to sea. He quickly grabbed Lee Sahan's hand and led her over, saying, come with me. The two ran over quickly, and small Ethan stepped forward with a smile and said, brother, are you going out to sea? Could you please give us a ride? We'd like to go out to see the sunrise, and we'll pay you extra. The eldest brother scratched his head, looked at the sky, patted the boat cheerfully, and said, okay, we have to go to the middle of the sea when it's foggy. It gets light early there, so we can definitely see. Come on up, I'll take the anchor, and we'll be on our way. The small fishing boat slowly sailed away from the shore and headed out to sea. A sea breeze blew, and the fog around the boat soon dissipated. Just then, the first rays of the rising sun emerged from the sea, their golden red light shining on Lee Sahan's face and making her eyes sparkle. Small Ethan pulled a small object from his pocket, a pendant he had strung together with broken seashells he had collected during the day, shaped like a miniature Dongping Island. He put the pendant on Lee Sahan's wrist and said gently, "Next time you see it, you'll remember today's sunrise." Lee Sahan lowered her head and touched the pendant around her neck, then looked up at small Ethan with a smile in her eyes. Gazing at the rising sun, she leaned closer to him. On the drive back to Haijo, Lee Sahan's fingers were still occasionally stroking the seashell pendant. Suddenly, she turned to small Ethan and said seriously, "Ethan, when I graduate and come back from New Zealand, can I help out at your company? I don't need to pay you a salary. I just want to learn how to work on real estate projects with you." Small Ethan freed one hand to hold hers, his thumb gently rubbing the back of her hand, and said with a smile, "I couldn't be happier. When you come back with your advanced real estate development experience from New Zealand, we can work together." Upon hearing this, Lee Sahan's eyes curved into crescents, and she squeezed his hand tightly again, watching the scenery flash by outside the window, imagining the not-too-distant future. Upon arriving at the airport, small Ethan accompanied her all the way to the security checkpoint. Standing in front of the security checkpoint, Lee Sahan suddenly turned back to look at small Ethan, her voice filled with reluctance, and said, "Ethan, remember to think of me." And she paused, wrinkled her nose, and earnestly advised, "Don't always stay up late. Eat on time." Small Ethan reached out and straightened her collar, then gently hugged her and patted her back, saying, "Okay, take good care of yourself over there." Only after her figure disappeared into the passage after security checkpoint did he slowly turn around. I felt no sadness, but rather a great deal of anticipation. He knew that when she returned after completing her studies, the two of them would be able to go further together. Chapter 91, When All in Betting Becomes a Habit. It was already evening when they returned to Yangtze University. Small Ethan drove to the apartment building where Shun Yen rented. Shun Yen was already waiting at the entrance of the building, clutching a brown paper bag in her hand. Seeing small Ethan park, she quickly walked over, took the car keys, and handed him the paper bag, saying with a smile, "Just got the property certificates for those 2 apartments in Hanlon Garden. They're fresh off the press. Take a look." Small Ethan opened the paper bag, revealing a red property deed with his name clearly written on it. He had only looked at it for a few seconds when old Ethan's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, much more anxious than usual. Quickly asked Shun Yen, "How many unsold apartments are left in Hanlon Garden?" Small Ethan paused for a moment, then quickly looked up and asked Shun Yen, "Yen, do you know how many unsold units are left in Hanlon Garden?" Shun Yen thought for a moment and recalled, "When I left the company, there were probably less than 80 units left, and they were all on less desirable floors. However, in the past 2 months, because the subway station opened, the housing prices have actually risen quite a bit. Now the average price is over 6,000, which is twice as expensive as when I sold them last year. Less than 80 sets." Old Ethan's voice rang out again, tinged with excitement, as he continued, "Tell Shun Yen to contact her friend at the sales office immediately and buy as many units as are left. This is a great opportunity to snag a bargain." Small Ethan quickly relayed the message to Shun Yen, who frowned. "Buy them all? That must cost a lot of money. Each unit is an average of 120 square meters, which would cost more than 700,000 yuan. If there are 60 units left, that would still cost more than 40 million yuan. Check with your friend to see exactly how many units are left and what the total price is." Small Ethan quickly interjected. Although Shun Yen was a little surprised, she still took out her phone and called her former colleagues. After chatting on the phone for a few minutes, she hung up and told small Ethan, "There are only 59 units left, all 3-bedroom apartments of about 120 square meters, with a total price of about 45 million. My friend said that if we want them all, we can apply for a group purchase price, which would save us about 500,000. Take them all." Old Ethan's voice was firm and decisive. He continued, "Have Shun Yen sign the contract as soon as possible before someone else snatches it away." Small Ethan told Shun Yen. Shun Yen immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll go to the sales office first thing tomorrow morning. My friend is in charge of selling the remaining units, so he can help keep an eye on the process." At that moment, small Ethan asked in his mind, "Godfather, Did we go all in again this time? What? Old Ethan replied smugly. I only remembered when I saw the property certificate that the site selection plan for the Yangtze University-affiliated high school will be finalized in mid-April. At that time, Hamlin Garden will be a school district property, and the price will double in less than a month, and it will be impossible to buy one. For the next 3 days, Shen Yin spent almost every day at the sales office. From verifying property information and signing purchase agreements to paying the full amount, signing the contract, and filing the contract, I was so busy that I barely had time to drink water. Ms. Bo from Hamlin Garden originally planned to sell these 59 remaining units gradually, so that they would be ready to start the sales cycle of the new project. As a result, Shen Yin liquidated everything at once, which made him so angry that he threw the folder in the office and never gave Shen Yin a friendly look afterward. Shen Yin didn't argue with her and calmly finished signing all the contracts before finally letting out a sigh of relief. On April 11th, small Ethan didn't forget it was Li Ying's birthday. The day before, he made a special trip to the electronics market and picked out a small, silver MP3 player. He even downloaded her favorite songs into it beforehand, including several campus folk songs that she often hummed. When they met in the morning, Li Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the MP3 player small Ethan handed her. She held the small device in her hand, plugged in the earphones, pressed play, listened for a while, then looked up and asked with a smile. It's full of my favorite songs. The MP3 quality is amazing. Of course, Ying, happy birthday. Small Ethan straightened her earphone cord and gently touched her face with his fingertips. Li Ying's face flushed slightly. She quickly pressed the earphones into her ears and didn't say anything more, but quietly moved closer to him. Small Ethan didn't drive today, so the two of them took a bus to Haishan Ancient Town, a place Li Ying had always wanted to visit. Li Ying wore one earphone the whole way, while giving small Ethan the other. She hummed along occasionally, her eyes full of joy. Upon arriving at the ancient town, the two first boarded a covered boat. The boatman rowed the boat, which passed under stone bridges. The white walls and black tiles on both banks were reflected in the water. Li Ying leaned on small Ethan's shoulder and whispered, I wish it could stay this quiet forever. The ancient town was quite large, and the two of them walked around for almost 2 hours until their feet were sore. Small Ethan bought 2 freshly baked dingxing cakes from a well-established shop by the roadside. He broke off a small piece, blew on it to cool it down, and handed it to Li Ying's lips. Try it. It said that eating it will grant your wish. Li Ying took a bite, and the sweet and sticky rice flavor mixed with the red bean paste spread in her mouth. She smiled and said, It tastes much better than the ones near the school gate. As darkness fell, red lanterns lit up the ancient town. The two continued walking slowly along the bluestone path by the river. The stones under their feet were slippery from the evening drizzle. Small Ethan subconsciously grabbed Li Ying's arm and said, Walk slowly, don't fall. When we finished shopping and came out, it was almost 10 o'clock. When we got to the station, we found that the last bus back to Haizhou had already left. Looking at the time on her phone, Li Ying became anxious. What are we going to do? We can't go back to school. Small Ethan quickly said, Don't worry, let's find a hotel nearby to stay for the night and go back early tomorrow morning. We can make it to class in time. Li Ying glanced at him, her face flushed slightly, but she still nodded obediently. The two found a decent-looking hotel on the outskirts of the ancient town. While checking in, Li Ying stood behind small Ethan, her fingers secretly clutching the hem of his clothes. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Li Ying sat on the edge of the bed, placed the MP3 player on the bedside table, and whispered, Thank you for today. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Small Ethan sat next to her without saying a word, only gently patting her back. Li Ying leaned against small Ethan's chest, her head resting on his chin, and spoke softly. Ethan, I feel like I'm dreaming. I used to think you were so far away from me, but now it feels like you're suddenly so close. Small Ethan gently stroked her back and softly hummed in agreement. After a long while, he felt that Li Ying's body was slightly warm. She suddenly raised her head, took the initiative to hug him, and kissed his lips. Small Ethan felt her warm, moist lips and soft, full breasts, and smelled her unique fragrance, and was instantly mesmerized. His hands gently kneaded her neck, her warm, rapid breaths brushing against his neck, accompanied by her symbolic struggles. Small Ethan couldn't resist. At this moment, Li Ying's mind went blank. Her body was burning hot, her chest was heaving violently, and her breathing became more rapid. She looked up and met his eyes, her gaze sparkling with allure, and said coquettishly, "Ethan, I want." Small Ethan could no longer hold back. The only sound in the room was their rapid breathing. After the passion subsided, Li Ying wrapped herself in a sheet, turned her back to him, and breathed with sobs. Small Ethan was behind her, his arms gently encircling her. Li Ying snuggled closer to him, hugged his arm, and pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, slowly calming down. Before long, their breathing became even and steady, and they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 92. The 1-year period has ended, and the obsession has subsided. In the following days, the midterm exams for the second semester of freshmen at Yangtze University were held as scheduled. Small Ethan spends every day in the library studying and doing practice problems, and even when he returns to his dorm at night, he carries his textbooks and review materials with him. While small Ethan was busy preparing for his exams, Xinyan had already thrown herself into the matter of getting the property certificate. She knows the area well and knows which window in the government service hall has fewer people and when to submit materials for the fastest review. In less than 10 days, Xinyan obtained all the property ownership certificates and land use certificates for 59 houses. She carefully stacked the red marriage certificates neatly according to the building number, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she returned to her rented room with the large stack in her arms. As expected, small Ethan once again secured first place in the entire department in this midterm exam. When the counselor handed over the transcript, he smiled and said, "With your grades, you're guaranteed a scholarship, and you even have a chance to get into a graduate program after graduation." He had just received his report card from his counselor when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Xinyan calling. As soon as I answered, I heard her voice, filled with barely suppressed excitement, and even her speaking speed was faster than usual. "Ethan, the location of the Yangtze River Affiliated High School has been officially announced. It's right next to Hanlon Garden. I really admire you now. The real estate agents have been calling me non-stop, quoting 9,000 yuan per square meter right off the bat. If I sell now, I can make a fortune." Small Ethan held the report card in his hand and said steadily, "No rush. I predict that the house price will definitely break 10,000 by the end of April. It's just right to sell when it rises to 11,000 in early May. We need to save our money for the land auction in late May so we can keep up with the pace." Xinyan nodded quickly on the other end of the phone, her excitement subsiding somewhat. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll call back the agents I've already contacted and tell them we won't sell for now. We'll wait until the price reaches our target before we make a move." During this time, Xinyan was still busy with Ethan Real Estate's development qualification. Their new company had no other choice but to apply for a provisional qualification first. Small Ethan also asked Wang Runin for help, and her father introduced her to several professionals who were required to obtain the necessary qualifications. The first one is architect Lao Li, who worked at the Municipal Architectural Design Institute before retiring and has extensive experience. Small Ethan arranged to meet Old Li at a tea house. Old Li was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and spoke slowly. "I'm too old to work in an office regularly, so I can only act as a consultant in name only. You can pay my social security contributions for me, and just give me a small consultant fee every month." Small Ethan readily agreed and immediately arranged for Xinyan to produce the Labor Service Affiliation Agreement and have it signed by Lao Li. The second is Ms. Wang, an accountant who works part-time at an accounting firm. She is only willing to register her social security contributions without receiving a salary, but she has to pay a one-time registration fee. Small Ethan didn't hesitate and transferred the money after signing the agreement. Adding to the 2 project management personnel we found earlier, one responsible for project safety and the other knowledgeable about construction processes, we now have enough professionals in the 3 categories of construction, accounting, and engineering required for the provisional qualification. Small Ethan also used Wang Runin's father's connections, and the application materials went smoothly after submission. On April 19th, Shun Yin retrieved the provisional qualification certificate, which stated that it was valid for 1 year and allowed for the development of projects with a building area of less than 50,000 square meters. The two posed for a photo together holding the certificate. Shun Yin smiled even more happily than small Ethan, as a small memento of the company obtaining its first qualification. The following morning, the official website of the Land and Resources Bureau posted a public notice regarding the land auction in Haijo City in mid-May. Small Ethan quickly called Shun Yin to the computer, and the two of them looked at the screen one by one. Several popular plots of land were either in good locations near the city center or had a building area of more than 50,000 square meters, which meant that large real estate companies would definitely be vying for them. They just received provisional qualifications, have no connections or experience, and are not competitive at all. Don't even think about it. Only at the very end did I find a small plot of land near Yangtze University. The planned building area was exactly 49,000 square meters, which did not exceed the qualification limit. But right now, the area around the plot is just an empty lot, without even a bus stop or any supporting facilities. No matter how you look at it, no one would be interested. Small Ethan was pondering whether there were any suitable projects. Old Ethan's voice suddenly rang in his mind, his tone very certain. This is the land. It doesn't seem to have any advantages now, but once your project is developed until next year, when it enters the pre-inspection period, the planning for the extension of Metro Line 1 will be announced, and the station will be right across from the project gate. At that time, the price of this house will double. Small Ethan stared at the land parcel information on the screen, still a little uneasy, and asked himself, "Are you sure there won't be any problems? If we bid for this land now, won't our competitors think we're foolish?" "I remember this exact time, there's no mistake." Old Ethan continued without hesitation. "Moreover, this plot of land is small, so there will definitely be fewer bidders, less pressure, which is perfect for our company to practice on and make our first project." Hearing old Ethan say this, small Ethan felt completely confident and turned to Shun Yin to make the decision. "Let's settle on this piece of land. We won't look at anything else, we'll focus on it." Shun Yin leaned closer to take another look at the land information and nodded. "Okay, this land is close to us. I'll go and check it out tomorrow." That afternoon, Shun Yin drove to the gate of Yangtze University to wait for small Ethan to sign some company documents and to tell him about the actual situation of the target plot. She parked her car on the side of the road and had just finished calling small Ethan when a boy knocked on her car window. Shun Yin looked up and felt as if she had been suddenly pricked by a needle. The person who came was the boy who had liked and pursued her in high school, and the one she lost contact with after dropping out of school. Seeing that she had rolled down the car window, the boy leaned closer and said in a slightly fawning tone, "Ninian, long time no see. You're doing great now, driving a luxury car." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Shun Yin's arm, but Shun Yin quickly dodged back. Just then, small Ethan ran over from the school gate and saw what was happening. He quickly stepped forward and pulled the boy away, saying, "Who are you? Stay away from her." The boy's expression darkened, and he said with a hint of irritation, "What's it to you if I'm talking to my friend? I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with him," Shun Yin said expressionlessly. Small Ethan said bluntly, "Did you hear me? If you keep bothering her, I'm calling the police." The boy glared at small Ethan, muttered meddlesome, and slunk away. Watching the boy walk away, small Ethan turned back and asked Shun Yin, "Are you all right? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Shun Yin shook her head, her eyes a little red. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect to run into him here." Small Ethan didn't ask any further questions. After letting Shun Yin sit back in the passenger seat, he said, "I've signed the documents. I'll take you home." That night, small Ethan was lying in bed in his bedroom when he suddenly received a call from Wang Runan. Wang Runan's tone was somewhat serious on the phone. She said, "Ethan, I have something to tell you. Chun Lele is done for this time. The evidence in that murder case is conclusive. He really did it. He's definitely not getting out of here this time." Small Ethan was taken aback, but it wasn't surprising. He knew Chun Lele's previous behavior meant he was bound to get into trouble sooner or later. As night fell, old Ethan stood on the balcony, lost in thought, the moonlight bathing him. He silently contemplated. In the blink of an eye, A whole year has passed since I came back. Now the company has a goal, and I have accumulated a lot of assets. My parents are well, and I can be with the person I love. I have finally lived up to this fortune. Old Ethan silently closed his eyes, and as he took a deep breath, he suddenly felt as if a warm current had been injected into his soul, and a long-lost drowsiness surged up. Suddenly, his eyelids felt so heavy he couldn't keep them open, and old Ethan, who hadn't slept for a year, actually fell asleep. Before falling asleep, a vague yet familiar female voice echoed in my consciousness, softly saying, "The year is up, my obsession has faded, it's time to go back." Chapter 93, An Ordinary Day in Two Time Periods. On Sunday, October 12, 2025, in the morning light of Haijo CBD, the glass curtain wall of a skyscraper reflected dazzling sunlight. Small Ethan wasn't resting today either. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his top-floor office, he rested his fingertips on the cold glass and glanced down at the ground floor. The exterior of the row of office buildings is adorned with a huge Ethan Group logo, luxury cars are parked neatly on the ground, and even the convenience store on the street corner is a property under the group. Ethan, the pre-meeting materials for the Africa project, as well as the acquisition of the West City commercial complex, need your signature. Shin Yin's voice came from the doorway. She was wearing a well-tailored black Armani suit, holding a blue folder in her hand, a pen between her fingers, and red annotations on the open pages. Small Ethan turned around and took the pen. "How's it going in Africa? Have the people from Wang Runin Group arrived yet?" "President Wang is already waiting in the conference room." Shin Yin handed over another document and said, "Liang went to the west of the city with her legal team. She just sent a message saying that the terms of the merger and acquisition have been basically agreed upon, and they are just waiting for you to sign the final version of the contract. By the way, President Zhao Tingting has returned from her inspection in Africa. Her flight is at noon, so she can make it to the meeting this afternoon. She sent out a preliminary research report, saying that real estate development there is similar to what we had 20 years ago, with low land acquisition costs and relaxed policies." Small Ethan handed it back. "What about the cultural tourism project at Lilong Wufang Street? Any news from Yang Shuai?" "Mr. Yang called me yesterday and said that after visiting the site, he saw that the old neighborhood has great potential for renovation. He suggested that we work with the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau to do it together, so that we can apply for subsidies and the risks are smaller." Shin Yin put the documents away and added, "If there's nothing else, I'll go and coordinate with the people in the conference room." "Go ahead." Small Ethan nodded, watching Shin Yin's figure disappear through the door. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lee Sahan. "Sahan, are you coming home for dinner tonight? I made Buddha jumps over the wall soup today, and also steamed grouper, which you said you wanted to eat yesterday." Ethan, I'll be back after the meeting, just leave me a copy." "Sahan, we'll eat together when you get back. I'll ask the housekeeper to heat it up later." Small Ethan smiled as he looked at the chat box. Before he could exit WeChat, the office door was pushed open again. Huang Lexing walked in, dressed in a light gray business suit, holding a sales report in his hand, with a hint of excitement on his face. "Chairman Fu, the sales figures for the third quarter are out. They are up 15% from the second quarter, especially the pre-sales in the cultural tourism sector, which exceeded expectations." Small Ethan took the report, flipped through 2 pages. "Well done. Give the sales department a bonus at the end of the month, according to the standards we agreed on before." "Thank you, Chairman Fu." Huang Lexing's eyes lit up, and then he said a little shyly, "By the way, Ethan, are you free lately? I'd like to have dinner with you, to make up for the dinner we couldn't arrange before." Small Ethan looked up at her, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, next Wednesday night." After Huang Lexing left, there was still half an hour before the meeting ended. Small Ethan leaned back in his office chair, opened his stock trading app, and saw a candlestick chart of Matai stock on the screen. He paused on the screen, recalling that afternoon in July 2003 when old Ethan and he opened an account in the securities trading hall and bought 300,000 yuan worth of Matai stock. Unexpectedly, 22 years later, the initial 300,000 yuan has grown to nearly 1.6 billion yuan in total value, thanks to Matai's annual performance growth, rising stock price, and annual stock splits, and dividend reinvestment. He stared at the screen, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. If old Ethan were still here, seeing this number, he would probably act like an expert and say, "I knew it. I wonder how he's doing over there." In a parallel universe, in a dimly lit rented room, old Ethan sneezed loudly, rubbed his nose, and brought his face close to the computer screen. On the back-end page of the Yang Shizi novel website, the number of readers is stuck at 40, which is 7 fewer than yesterday. There is only one message in the urging for updates section, and only one paragraph comment remains. Is the author still updating? If not, I'm giving up. Good heavens. Old Ethan slammed his hand on the table, causing the half-eaten instant noodles to wobble and spill a few drops of soup into the gaps between the keyboard keys. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his eyes, muttering under his breath, "This is the 3rd book already. How come it's still flopping? The last one was about rebirth, and it flopped. This one is about a system, and it's still flopping? Do you really want me to write a domineering CEO novel? That's just too inhumane." Old Ethan sighed, recalling 22 years ago when he relived his 18-year-old self, watching that kid grow lottery tickets, trade medicinal herbs, sell factories, and then he thought about how he later started a company, acquired land, and built his business step by step. If I were to write down these personal experiences, would anyone read them? He paused for a moment, then typed a few words in the book title field. After rebirth, I teamed up with my 18-year-old self. I just finished typing it, but then I felt it wasn't quite right, so I deleted it and retyped it, changing it to Reborn with 2 souls. The cheat code is myself 20 years in the future. Let's try it first. If it fails, I'll go back to work as a bricklayer. Old Ethan muttered to himself, clicking on Create Chapter. The light from the screen reflected on his face, making it much brighter than the sky outside the window. In his top-floor office in Haijo CBD, small Ethan glanced at the time, put away his phone, picked up his suit jacket, and headed to the conference room. In the corridor, when the employees saw him, they all stopped to greet him, and he nodded in response, his steps steady. He knew that everything he had now began with the sudden appearance of old Ethan 22 years ago. Only occasionally, he would still think of old Ethan, who loved to act like a big shot and always spoke in a pretentious manner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, small Ethan pushed open the door to his home. His slippers were placed in the entryway, and the dining room light was on. Lee Sahan was serving Buddha jumps over the wall, and his aunt was cooking hot pot next to him. "You're back." Lee Sahan looked up and smiled. "It's just been heated up. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat." Small Ethan took off his suit jacket, sat down at the dining table, looked at the dishes on the table, and thought of old Ethan again, a slight smile appearing on his lips. End of article.